Chapter 1. Rebirth of Uchiha Obito, beginning with Double Kamui. In the vicinity of Konoha Village, near the Ninja Academy training grounds, a young boy, approximately 4 or 5 years of age, with protective goggles perched upon his head, opened his eyes. Just moments ago, a surge of memories flooded his mind. The original memories informed him that he was Uchiha Obito, 5 years old, a student in Class A of the first grade at the Ninja Academy. Due to consistently poor performance in assessments over the past half year, he had become the lowest achiever in his class. His aspiration was to become Hokage, often assisting elderly women across the street, and his most cherished companion was Noara Rin, with whom he had grown up. However, the newly acquired memories revealed another truth. Uchiha Obito, a grand schemer in the ninja world, he infiltrated Konoha to incite the Nine Tails attack, resulting in the demise of his master and mistress. He had led Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, to corruption, facilitating the emergence of the second Akatsuki organization. He had participated in the Uchiha clan's massacre night, obliterating the entire Uchiha police force. In the shadows, he amassed tailed beasts, igniting the fourth great ninja war, becoming the second sage of 6 paths, and opposing the entire world single-handedly. Ultimately, he repented, sacrificing himself to protect the child of the prophesied one, the reincarnation of Ashura, and his teacher Minato's child, Uzumaki Naruto. For a long time, his dream had been to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, creating a world where Rin existed, often lurking in the shadows to orchestrate events, with his affections directed towards Rin, who was tragically slain by Kakashi. The two sets of memories, aside from the unwavering affection for Rin, diverged interrelino. They were in stark contrast. In an instant, Obito found himself engulfed in confusion as the two memories collided and fused, ultimately forming a cohesive whole. Uchiha Obito had been reborn. With a sense of disbelief, he raised his hands, only to be met with the sight of his own, somewhat juvenile, small hands. His gaze transitioned from bewilderment to shock. I have actually reversed the flow of time and returned to the past. Moreover, as he sensed a strangely familiar power residing within his eyes, he instinctively activated it. Instantly, his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, with black pupils morphing into 1, 2, 3 tomo. Ultimately, the 3 tomo spun incessantly, coalescing into a large windmill formed by 3 scythes. This was his Mangekyō Sharingan. It was noteworthy that this body was merely 5 years old, and awakening the Mangekyō at such a tender age would undoubtedly terrify even Uchiha Madara himself. It became indistinguishable whether the intense mental stimulation had triggered the awakening of these eyes once more, or if he had transported his eyes from the future back to this time. In the next moment, he instinctively activated the ability of his right eye. Suddenly, the space around him warped, and he vanished from the reality, as if he were a chalk drawing erased by an eraser. Kamui space. Obito's form materialized here. This realm, delineated in black and white, was his final sanctuary. Indeed, the transfer speed of Double Kamui is significantly faster than that of a single eye, exhibiting almost no delay. Even if it does not surpass the flying thunder god of my teacher Minato, it is nearly comparable. Obito could not help but exclaim. The Mangekyō Sharingan only reached its maximum potential when a pair was gathered in his past life. He had long been limited to a single right eye. Although he eventually obtained both, his condition at that time was far from optimal, and he had to confront Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra, leaving him little time to explore the capabilities of his eyes. Now was the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Yet, just as he planned to conduct further tests, a sudden sharp pain radiated through his right eye. A stream of blood tears flowed uncontrollably. Obito covered his eyes. I almost forgot. I currently lack Hashirama cells, leaving me unable to mitigate the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. And furthermore, he scrutinized his youthful form. I'm merely 5 years old. I'm still too young. Prolonged use of the Mangekyō would be detrimental to my body. To avoid falling into a state of frailty akin to Itachi, it would be wise to minimize the use of these eyes for the time being. With that thought, Obito withdrew from the state of the Sharingan. He felt a sense of bewilderment. Having encountered Rin after death, and subsequently descending into a slumber with her. He had seemingly attained a favorable conclusion. How had he suddenly returned to the past? What could he accomplish upon returning to this earlier time? Wait, he suddenly recalled that at this juncture, Rin, his teacher Minato, and Aunt Kushina were all still alive. Nagato had not yet fallen into darkness, and the Uchiha clan remained Konoha's foremost clan. Ha 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 ha! Obito could not suppress his wild laughter, for he understood what he must do. However, as he laughed, his voice turned hoarse, and tears streamed down his face. He harbored no doubt about his capacity to alter the future. Not only did he possess extensive knowledge of future events, but he also wielded the dual Kamui Mangekyō. With one eye, he dared to soar above the entire ninja world with two eyes. How could he possibly fail? Yet, it was precisely this realization that filled him with an overwhelming sense of absurdity. After the complete collapse of the infinite Tsukumi plan, he came to a sobering truth. He was not the savior, but rather the executioner. He had inflicted even more despair upon a world already riddled with suffering. The misfortunes of his teacher Minato, Aunt Kushina, and Naruto's family, the corruption of the Akatsuki, the countless lives lost among the Uchiha, and the innumerable souls that perished in the Fourth Great Ninja War were all, to varying degrees, tied to him. Everything stemmed from the moment he witnessed Rin's death, which plunged him into despair and awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan within him. What a tragic irony this was. He was undeniably the most despicable creature in the ninja world. Thus, he resolutely stood in front of Naruto to take the blade, knowing that while this could never atone for his sins, even a small act of restitution was better than none. Yet now, this wretched being had been granted the chance to return to the past and personally rectify the sins he had committed. How profoundly ironic. Good people receive no rewards, while the wicked may attain redemption. This world was too surreal. He could not discern if he had gone mad, or if the deity that sent him back had lost their sanity. Why did he deserve such preferential treatment? He did not deserve it. In this timeline, nothing had yet transpired, and no one had experienced the agony that Nagato spoke of. Thus, the values upheld by Jiraiya, Minato's master, still held true people could achieve mutual understanding. After all, good individuals were always naive and kind-hearted, even possessing foreknowledge of the future's calamities, as long as they were willing to amend their ways. Most would be inclined to forgive them. But he could never forgive himself. The vivid images of the hell he had wrought with his own hands remained etched in his mind, like scars that could not be erased. Even if he returned to the past, he could not pretend that none of it had ever happened. However, a despicable creature returning to the past regardless of the efforts he made, he would still remain that despicable creature. Yet a despicable creature returning to the past and doing nothing would mean he was even less than that. Though he recognized his unworthiness, he must do everything in his power to ensure that Minato, Aunt Kushina, and Naruto would have a happy family, that the Akatsuki would become a true dawn, and that the Uchiha would escape the fate of annihilation. As for Rin, he would protect her himself, he would bring peace to the world, and create a realm where Rin could live in happiness. Chapter 2. Obito and Rin. If possible, Obito even wished to extend a hand to Madara. Though Madara had caused Rin's death and lured him into darkness, he could not ignore that he too had become part of the ranks of the righteous. In this world, being a good person was incredibly challenging. Naruto's avoidance of corruption could only be deemed fortunate. Obito could not help but shake his head. Subsequently, he calmed himself and began analyzing the current situation. The moment of his rebirth was indeed quite peculiar. At present, the Second Great Ninja War had come to an end, and Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakomo, had not perished on the battlefield but had taken his own life. Kakashi, having suffered a grievous blow, was in a state of despondency and today would apply for early graduation from the Ninja Academy in order to prove himself. In his previous life, this event had also shattered him. At that time, he had been plagued by profound insecurity, fearing he could not keep pace with Kakashi and would lose this cherished friend. He was even more apprehensive that Rin would follow Kakashi and vanish from his world. Thus, in his attempt to escape reality, he had fled, until Rin came to find him. It was Rin's comforting words and encouragement that had rekindled his spirit. It was also at that moment that Rin had made the promise I will always watch over you. Because of this promise, Rin had ultimately waited for him for a long time in the afterlife. History seemed to have transformed into a cycle, and he had been reborn at this pivotal point. In truth, after meeting Rin in the afterlife, he suddenly understood his significance in her heart. The bond between him and Rin was not so fragile one could even say that even if he abandoned the entire world, Rin would never abandon him. Rin's concern for him surpassed that of the entire world combined. Therefore, even if Kakashi became the sun in the sky, he could not take Rin away from him. Moreover, the future would prove that he, Uchiha Obito, was indeed the true genius. Kakashi is nothing but a failure despite the passage of years. He has shown no progress. Thus, it is imperative that this inept individual must find his resolve, for given the magnitude of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kakashi may not even qualify to confront Kagaya. Calculating the time, Rin will soon be seeking me out. I shall first rendezvous with her before proceeding to find Kakashi. With this thought, Obito activated his Kamui once more, returning to the realm of reality. The war had only just concluded, and the atmosphere in Konohagakure was still thick with a sense of foreboding. Fortunately, this grimness had not yet encroached upon the children. In the training grounds surrounding the Ninja Academy, a group of 5 boys and girls gathered to play joyfully during their lunch break, their faces adorned with innocent smiles. Although the will of fire, inherited from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, has been distorted by the higher echelons of Konoha, it remains the foundation of the village, and the most crucial tenets must be upheld by future generations. In comparison to the children of the Warring States period, who were thrust into battle at the tender age of 4 or 5, these young ones of Konoha are indeed fortunate. Obito appeared beside one of the few large trees in the training ground, concealing his figure within the shadows, quietly observing the scene before him. This has become a habit cultivated over many years. Having infiltrated Konoha numerous times in his past life, returning here felt akin to coming home. He was intimately familiar with the best hiding spots, places where the sensory barriers would fail to detect him. Perhaps even the members of the barrier and reconnaissance teams knew less about the layout of Konoha than he did. His presence here was primarily due to the significant number of white Zetsu lurking within the village, serving as Madara's eyes and ears. It was wise to remain cautious, as being discovered could lead to complications regarding his unique identity. Although he no longer feared Madara, who was merely an old man nearing his end, he was reluctant to endanger those close to him. Rescuing others is far more challenging than wreaking havoc. With a temperament as reckless as that of Naruto Uzumaki, should fortune not favor him, he might find himself in a situation where, rather than saving the world, he would become akin to the version of himself from his previous life. At this moment, he had no desire to gamble with fate. However, unlike in his past life, he now possessed a legitimate and lawful identity, no longer requiring him to dwell perpetually in the shadows. With this in mind, he stepped forth from the darkness. In the afternoon sunlight of Konoha, he basked in its warmth, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time since descending into darkness. At that moment, a little girl with her face adorned in purple paint entered the training ground, seemingly scanning the area for someone. The girl appeared both anxious and excited, her lively eyes blinking rapidly. Obito's gaze immediately fixed upon her. Such a vibrant Rin was a sight he had not encountered in what felt like an eternity. Her very existence illuminated the world, preventing it from descending into chaos. Unable to contain his emotions, tears streamed down Obito's face, overwhelming him with a desire to rush forward and envelop Rin in a warm embrace. He longed for her warmth to melt away the shadows that had accumulated over the years. Yet, in that instant, he realized that despite the passage of time, he remained unchanged. He could confront the world for Rin, yet he lacked the courage to reveal his true feelings before her. Frozen in place, he hesitated, torn between action and inaction, ultimately remaining still. As if sensing the intensity of his gaze, Rin turned her head towards him. In an instant, her eyes locked onto his, and upon noticing his tears, her initial joy diminished, replaced by concern as she hurried over. "Obito, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" she asked, lifting her small hand to gently wipe away his tears. Obito sniffed, forcing a broad smile. It's nothing, merely a touch of weariness. No sooner had he spoken than Rin enveloped him in a tight embrace, as though she wished to shoulder some of his burdens. Obito, you truly cannot lie. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. If you wish to cry, then cry freely. Rin was unaware of the tribulations Obito had endured, yet she could feel his need for her embrace, for her warmth. The tears he had initially held back flowed forth anew in that moment. He was no longer the puppet master of the ninja world, but simply a boy who had long lost something precious and was now fortunate enough to have it returned. He too embraced Rin, weeping loudly, like a child. He yearned to release the pent-up anguish, pain, and grievances of all those years. After what felt like an eternity, he finally ceased his cries, Rin's shoulder thoroughly soaked with his tears. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he released her and said, I'm sorry, Rin. It's our first meeting, and I've already subjected you to such an embarrassing scene. Before he could finish, Rin shook her head. Obito, can you please tell me what truly happened? Though her tone was gentle, it was imbued with an undeniable insistence. In this embrace, Lin felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. The despair weighed heavily upon her, almost crushing her spirit, while the obsession and love threatened to dissolve her entirely. Had they not met that morning, she might have believed that Obito had been lost to her for many years before their reunion. Thus, she yearned to understand what Obito had experienced in the brief span of a single afternoon. Chapter 3, The Hidden Leaf Village's underdog is the strongest Lin had indeed aired. Obito was a master of deception, skillfully manipulating many around him. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, the leaders of various villages, Nagato, Konan, and even his mentor, Minato Namikaze, failed to recognize him. Yet, Lin was not mistaken. Obito would never lie to her, even regarding the matter of his reincarnation. He was unwilling to conceal the truth from her. He smiled and said, Lin, I will share everything with you, but it is a long, intricate tale that cannot be told in haste. Let us find a moment to discuss it at length, shall we? Lin felt a sense of relief and replied with a firm, resonant affirmation. Obito smiled, taking Rin's hand as they made their way towards the classroom building. For now, it seemed prudent to seek out Kakashi, that troublesome fellow who, despite his quirks, could be considered a genius, having graduated at the tender age of 5. One wonders if there has ever been a precedent for such a feat in the history of the Ninja Academy. As Rin walked alongside Obito, she tilted her head to observe this boy who lingered in her memories, once marked by self-doubt yet brimming with enthusiasm. She sensed a transformation in Obito. He was not only sharper in his gaze, but had also adopted a more assertive demeanor. A faint blush crept across Rin's cheeks, and she found herself unexpectedly receptive to this change. On the contrary, she could feel Obito's desire to shield her from life's tempests, enveloping her in a comforting sense of security. Curiosity piqued, Rin inquired, Obito, how did you know Kakashi was graduating? I only just received the news and rushed to find you. Obito chuckled, stating, this is also part of what I wish to convey to you. But let's keep it under wraps for the time being. In any case, we must locate Kakashi. It's futile to keep secrets from him. To save time, I shall reveal everything to you all at once. Instantly, the worry that had clouded Rin's brow dissipated. You clearly care for Kakashi as well, yet you remain so reticent. Oblivious to the significance of his presence, Obito found himself in an awkward predicament, pondering who would truly care for him, as he was merely an accessory. Rin nodded, covering her mouth with one small hand and stifling a giggle. Very well, let us treat him as an accessory. We must hasten our pace, for time is of the essence. Thus, the two quickened their steps and reached the entrance of the academic building. At that moment, the doorway was thronged with students, predominantly from Class A of the first year. A cursory glance revealed several familiar faces, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurinai, Saratobi Asuma, Uchiha Itachi, and others, including the 2 sentinels stationed at the entrance. The reason for the preponderance of first-year students was not merely because Kakashi was among them, leading to disinterest from others. It was, after all, a rare occasion. Graduating from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5 was an extraordinary feat, one that even the villagers of Konoha were eager to witness. However, the circumstances for other classes differed significantly. Most of their students hailed from civilian families, lacking the influential connections that characterized the elite of Konoha. Consequently, they were oblivious to the momentous events unfolding that day within the academic edifice. The plight of the commoners was indeed lamentable, as they could only drift along with the currents of fate, even as ninjas. often relegated to mere cannon fodder in the chaos of warfare. Or, should they remain peacefully in the village? They risked becoming collateral damage to the devastating techniques of formidable foes, losing their lives in an instant. This reality held true even in the ostensibly serene village of Konoha. Yet, amidst their sorrow, the civilians possessed a measure of happiness. Their ignorance spared them the burdens of knowledge, allowing them to live relatively carefree lives. Unlike Obito's class, where confidential information circulated widely, starkly highlighting the disparities between individuals, often more pronounced than the divide between man and beast. In his previous life, Obito had been oblivious to these dynamics, but now he recognized the uniqueness of his class, which was regarded as the elite of this cohort. This group was a confluence of descendants from prominent bloodline clans and secretive families, including the sons of the Umbu commander and the Hokage. Nevertheless, even within this elite cadre, the most remarkable outcomes were not solely attributed to Kakashi's genius, but also to himself and Might Guy, who were often perceived as the underachievers. Obito refrained from discussing his own ascendance to the status of the second sage of Six Paths, a position that allowed him to transcend the ordinary and confront the world with unparalleled strength. Guy, too, was astonishingly powerful. He had repeatedly thwarted Kakashi and Naruto's plans, directly confronting tailed beasts and even delivering a devastating kick that shattered half of Madara's body. At that juncture, Madara had already become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, capable of creation and destruction with a mere gesture. Obito, having experienced the six-path state, fully understood that beneath the sage, all were mere ants. Even the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju, appeared as nothing more than a slightly larger insect in his eyes. Yet, Guy had accomplished the extraordinary feat of challenging a deity with his mortal form. Despite the considerable cost, the damage inflicted on Madara was undeniably tangible. It was said that this particular technique was originally intended for Kakashi, leaving one to ponder Kakashi's feelings at that moment. Interestingly, Naruto too was often regarded as an underachiever, just as Jiraiya, the master of Minato-sensei and one of the legendary three, had been in his youth. Could it be that the underdogs were, in fact, the strongest? This thought brought an involuntary smile to Obito's lips. Obito, have you stumbled upon something amusing? Your lips seem to be curving upward involuntarily, Rin inquired, her head tilted in curiosity. Obito, in a moment of mischief, softly inquired, Lin, who do you believe will achieve the most success in our class, excluding Kakashi, of course? With a cheerful smile, Lin replied, without a doubt, it's you, Obito. You are destined to become the future Hokage. In Tobi's heart, a subtle heaviness settled. The title of Hokage seemed utterly unattainable, a dream forever lost in this lifetime. Rin, speak your true feelings. I do not seek solace at this moment. Rin, somewhat vexed, retorted with indignation. I am not comforting you. I genuinely believe that you, Tobi, can achieve anything in the future. The heart of Obito is warm. It appears that from childhood, Rin has always placed her unwavering trust in him. He finds himself unable to discern whether his childhood dream was to become Hokage or to earn the acknowledgement of others, particularly Rin's. He continues to inquire, what about anyone else? For a moment, Rin feels conflicted. Glancing at her classmates, she ponders for a while and responds, perhaps it is Guy. After all, he is Kakashi's lifelong rival. Well, that is rather unexciting, he replies. Obito never anticipated that Rin could deduce so accurately. Upon witnessing this, Rin felt a surge of pride. Is it truly what Obito had in mind? Obito nodded slightly. There was no need for contemplation, for this was an undeniable truth. Just as the two were engaged in their conversation, the grand entrance of the educational building swung open unexpectedly. The murmuring crowd immediately turned their gaze towards the doorway, plunging the atmosphere into an abrupt silence. In reality, this examination was merely a formality, as not everyone possessed the privilege to submit graduation applications. Most students present understood this notion, yet when the moment of revelation arrived, anxiety was inescapable. Only Obito remained unperturbed within. Today, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was the presiding examiner. Given his indecisive nature, would he truly come without absolute certainty? Chapter 4. Obito could not resist entering the deceptive mode to Obito. This graduation assessment was nothing short of a spectacle. Hiruzen Sarutobi required a compelling topic to divert attention from the negative repercussions of White Fang's demise. Furthermore, with Konoha having lost a premier combatant, various factions were stirring restlessly, and the specter of war loomed ominously. How could one expect countless Ninja Academy students to muster their efforts, graduate early, and serve as fodder on the battlefield without crafting a quintessential narrative. Oh, what a cunning scheme indeed. Obito could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled the relentless efforts he made to graduate early, barely managing to perform the shadow clone technique before the examiner, convinced that such a meager display would not suffice for passing the assessment, leaving him deeply dejected. Yet, as soon as he departed, his instructor hurriedly presented him with a ninja headband. He initially believed that his hard work had finally borne fruit, nearly leaping for joy. However, the truth was that the intensifying Third Great Ninja War necessitated the sacrifice of young shinobi like him from Konoha. Ah, how foolish he had been in his youth. As he reminisced, Kakashi emerged from the teaching building, his small frame adorned with a striking headband. How impressive. Indeed, it was extraordinarily remarkable. I vowed to graduate early as well. It looks so cool. Sparkles of admiration gleamed in the eyes of all his classmates, even among the scions of prominent clans. While members of noble families may have been well off and well acquainted with various ninja tools from a young age, the ninja headband was different. It was standard issue equipment that could not be worn openly without proper authorization. Rarity lends value, and those fortunate enough to don a headband openly would undoubtedly elevate their status among peers. Even Obito, witnessing Kakashi's smug demeanor, felt a twinge of jealousy. Rin was among the most delighted. She stepped forward and smiled at Kakashi, saying, "Did you pass? Congratulations." However, Kakashi merely responded with a languidum. His dismissive attitude made Obito's teeth grind in frustration. Obito can comprehend Kakashi's feelings at this moment. However, even in the wake of his father's demise, he should not treat Rin in such a manner. Hasn't Rin been sufficiently good to you, Kakashi? So much so that he often feels a pang of jealousy. Obito yearned to deliver a punch to Kakashi, compelling him to rephrase his sentiments regarding Rin. However, Kakashi appeared to misinterpret Obito's furious demeanor. Unexpectedly, Kakashi's mood brightened considerably, the shadows on his face dissipating, and he even found himself unable to resist teasing. "What's wrong, Obito? Aren't you going to congratulate me?" Obito let out a cold snort. Kakashi was undoubtedly provoking him, just as he had in their previous life. This time, it was his turn to retaliate. "Kakashi, do you believe that becoming a genin at the age of 5 is something remarkable? To me, you are nothing but a complete fool." Kakashi was taken aback. In his imagination, Obito should have been blushing and fuming, hurling harsh words before storming off. Then Rin would chase after him, offering her heartfelt consolation. As a devoted supporter of Rin, Kakashi found that scenario quite satisfactory. However, now Obito was stealing his lines. Who was the fool here? Thus, he refused to be outdone. "Foolish Obito, you know nothing. Just focus on graduating." Upon witnessing the situation, Obito remained unperturbed. Instead, he could not resist the temptation to engage in his most adept form of persuasion. In his previous life, he had deceived countless individuals, leading many prodigies astray. And he had yet to test his skills on Kakashi. This presented the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Thus, he faced Kakashi, adopting a demeanor of calculated cunning. Although he was merely 5 years old, resembling a mere child, this posture struck a somewhat comical note. "Kakashi, do you believe I jest with you? Allow me to elucidate." Obito extended a finger. "Firstly, after graduation, one must undertake a multitude of menial tasks. At this stage of your development, it is imperative to focus on physical training. Engaging in these tasks may squander precious time and may not yield significant benefits for your physical conditioning." Obito extended another finger. "Secondly, after enduring a multitude of menial tasks, you have finally attained the capacity to undertake more advanced endeavors. These advanced tasks are fraught with intense combat. However, you are still young, and your body has been severely strained, which may hinder your development. In adulthood, your physique may become exceedingly frail." Obito extended his third finger. "The essence of chakra lies in the synthesis of mental and physical energy. Both are indispensable. If your physical form is frail, it will adversely affect your total chakra capacity. Should you aspire to become Hokage in the future, a deficit in chakra limits could pose a significant obstacle." In truth, Obito was not entirely misleading. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he clashed with Kakashi multiple times and was acutely aware of Kakashi's vulnerabilities. Specifically, he suffered from a severe lack of chakra. After employing Kamui twice, he found himself incapacitated. The use of such an ability was indeed a considerable waste. Although a significant portion of Kakashi's chakra deficiency stemmed from the burdensome demands of the Mangekyō Sharingan, for a shinobi of his caliber, a single Sharingan should not serve as a hindrance. Particularly when juxtaposed with Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi's shortcomings were magnified infinitely. Just observe Naruto. A veritable force of nature due to being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he seemed almost indomitable, possessing enough chakra to envelop the entirety of the allied shinobi forces. Even when temporarily depleted, he merely sits down for a brief respite before springing back to life. Kakashi, on the other hand, when he falls, appears to succumb entirely. During their confrontation, had it not been for a significant influx of chakra, Kakashi would have been eliminated long ago. As fellow contemporaries, this was a source of immense embarrassment. Therefore, in this lifetime, it is imperative that Kakashi remains cognizant of this issue. Kakashi indeed took note, his eyes betraying a glimmer of astonishment. Even Rin, who stood nearby, gaped in disbelief. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Obito, is what you were saying truly factual? Is Kakashi perhaps better off not graduating?" After a brief pause, Rin continued. "However, Obito, you just spoke with the gravitas of an adult. It seems to me that only our Nin instructor would utter such words." Kakashi too found the situation surreal, rolling his eyes in disbelief. When did Obito, that fool, acquire such logical reasoning abilities? Moreover, his arguments are quite persuasive. He has almost convinced himself. Perhaps, becoming a ninja ahead of time is indeed not the most prudent choice. However, Obito, I harbor no desire to become Hokage. That dream belongs solely to you. My only aspiration is to become a ninja swiftly and prove my worth. Once I have achieved that, I must diligently fulfill my missions. For a ninja exists to accomplish tasks. Those who fail in their duties are nothing but worthless, and as for everything else, I remain indifferent. Kakashi displayed a countenance of utter indifference. Obito, having earnestly conveyed his thoughts for what felt like an eternity, found Kakashi to be obstinately indifferent. With his words seemingly entering through one ear and exiting through the other, frustration welled within him, a disdain for Kakashi's lack of resolve igniting his anger. Were it not for the presence of their classmates, he might have been compelled to strike Kakashi. With a disdainful snort, he leaned closer to Kakashi's ear and uttered, "Kakashi, is it merely because of the death of the White Fang that you have succumbed to this pitiful state? Do not let me look down upon you." Chapter 5, The Path to Strength. Subsequently, Obito surveyed his surroundings and lowered his voice further. "I wish to impart this to you. Your father was never a failure. Rather, he has always been a great hero in my eyes. Furthermore, there are numerous ambiguities surrounding this matter. I suspect that regardless of the choices made by the White Fang, whether to save his comrades or to fulfill his mission, the outcome would have remained unchanged. Do you believe this?" Kakashi furrowed his brow, grappling with the weight of Obito's words. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child, and in that moment, he could not restrain himself from seizing Obito's collar, demanding, "Obito, what do your final words mean? Clarify them for me." Obito shrugged nonchalantly, casting a deliberate glance around at their classmates before whispering a reminder. "Some matters are not suitable for discussion in this setting. Do you intend to make it a public spectacle? If you must know the reason, I shall visit your home with Rin this evening, and we can discuss it at length then." Kakashi observed Obito's earnest and sagacious demeanor, gradually loosening his collar. It was perplexing how, after just a few days apart, Obito seemed to have transformed entirely, although faint remnants of his former self lingered. He exhibited a newfound maturity and clarity of thought. Could it be due to his relationship? Yet, it was not Obito who had lost his father, but himself. Humph. Let him come if he wishes. Kakashi shrugged and walked past Obito. "I still need to register at the Hokage building, so I shall take my leave." With that, Kakashi navigated through the crowd and gradually distanced himself. Obito gazed at Kakashi's departing figure, a contemplative expression gracing his face. At that moment, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Rin leaned in, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Obito, what were you discussing with Kakashi?" It almost escalated into a confrontation. "Nothing of consequence, merely informing him that we would visit his home this evening," Obito replied. Rin's surprise was palpable. Kakashi actually agreed? It was understandable that Rin was astonished. Ever since the demise of White Fang, Kakashi had sequestered himself within the confines of his home, neglecting school for several days. She and Obito had attempted to pay him a visit multiple times, only to be met with the coldness of a locked door. Toby nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, I promised." Lin immediately felt a sense of relief. She had observed Kakashi's recent state, and, feeling helpless, could only fret. Truly, it was only you, Toby, who could bring about a change in Kakashi. Suddenly, Lin felt as though she had stumbled upon a revelation. Subsequently, she seemed to recall something and slapped her forehead. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. I have class this afternoon. Toby, shall we head back?" Lin tugged at Toby's sleeve. "Are we going to class?" Obito exhibited a subtle reluctance. If he were to return now, he would miss hearing Rin's words, "I will always be watching over you." As he contemplated leaving, a sense of dissatisfaction flickered within him. Yet, upon recalling how his own stubbornness in a past life had led to their punishment for being late, he quickly dismissed that thought. A faint smile graced his lips. "Come, let us return." Thus, the two of them chatted and laughed as they made their way back to the classroom. Kakashi's graduation exam was scheduled for noon, followed by afternoon classes. Consequently, most of the students, after witnessing Kakashi's examination, gradually returned to the classroom. It wasn't long before the Chunin instructor entered, officially commencing the lesson. Today's session was focused on ninjutsu, specifically emphasizing the principles behind the body replacement technique. Pay close attention, as this is a crucial topic for those aspiring to graduate. The Chunin instructor stated while beginning to illustrate on the blackboard. Having just experienced Kakashi's graduation, the majority of the students were invigorated, listening ardently to the lecture. Obito displayed a degree of seriousness regarding the subject. The ninjutsu class was, in his previous life, the most detested of all courses, merely teaching the most rudimentary content, which included the body replacement technique, chakra extraction, and chakra control. Yet, ironically, these elementary concepts entailed a plethora of tedious knowledge points, rendering the lectures monotonous and soporific. The Ninja Academy tirelessly devoted multiple sessions to this subject daily, persisting in their instruction until graduation. To Obito in his former life, this seemed an utter waste of existence. He yearned to master the formidable and visually striking jutsu, rather than these trivial parlor tricks akin to a game of hide and seek. It was only many years later that Obito gradually came to realize the fallacy of such a perspective. Obito traversed numerous ninja villages and witnessed a myriad of methodologies for cultivating shinobi. Some villages immediately impart powerful jutsu to children. Once these youngsters master them, their combat prowess significantly escalates. However, they subsequently struggle to advance further, their potential largely stifled, and with a stroke of luck, they may merely become fodder for mass jutsu deployment during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Conversely, the ninjas of Konoha present a unique case. Typically, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, they are rather inept, yet upon finding a suitable mentor, certain ninjas might unleash unimaginable talents, swiftly reaching a level incomprehensible to those from other villages. Initially, Obito believed that Konoha's exceptional talents stemmed from its rich heritage, replete with various Kekkei Genkai clans, all hailing from the pinnacle of the Warring States era. It seemed reasonable that extraordinary individuals would occasionally emerge. However, he gradually discerned that aside from the Uchiha clan, few formidable warriors arose from these bloodline families. Rather, numerous commoner prodigies began to surface in succession. This phenomenon prompted Obito to conduct an in-depth investigation, leading him to realize that it was the scheming Senju Tobarama who had inscribed many methods of empowerment within the most rudimentary techniques. These techniques, often overlooked by those possessing lineage, were diligently practiced only by resource-deprived commoners. The Konoha Ninja Academy thus became the fundamental reason for these civilian prodigies to ascend to power. Of course, due to spending the latter half of his life engaged in high-stakes confrontations, Obito's definition of a strong individual was somewhat elevated. Only those who reached the level of a Kage were deemed strong in his eyes. In Obito's perspective, there were 5 primary means by which one could attain strength within the ninja realm. The first was bloodline. Bloodline serves as the most direct and effective method for enhancement. Take, for instance, the Uchiha clan, direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, who possess considerable combat capabilities upon awakening their Sharingan. The 3-tomo level is already distinguished among J-nin, while the Mangekyō Sharingan can catapult one into the ranks of top-tier warriors. The Uchiha clan faced annihilation in his past life due to the fear they instilled in others. After decades of arduous training, others could not bear the thought of an Uchiha effortlessly activating their eyes. As the underdog, upon awakening his Mangekyō, even with a single eye, combined with Hashirama's cells and the embodiment of Obito, he could decimate the Umbu of the Mist Village with ease. The reason Itachi targeted his clan for extermination was not solely for a few Sharingan, but also out of concern that one day, an Uchiha might awaken an unprecedented Mangekyō, potentially jeopardizing their plans. His Kamui, though formidable and nearly impervious to most ninjutsu, remained vulnerable to techniques such as Tsukuyami and Kodo Amatsukami. Who knew what other threats might emerge? Perhaps a technique capable of sealing space or even freezing time, which could lead to his demise. Thus, he deemed it prudent to allow his kin to perish first. From this, it becomes evident how crucial it is to possess a commendable ancestry. Naturally, if one lacks a superior bloodline, it is still possible to achieve transformation. For instance, by amalgamating various chakra nature transformations, one can give birth to Kekkei Jinkai and Kekkei Tita. The Tsuchika Jinoki and the Mizukage Terumi may exemplify this path. Alternatively, like Obito himself, one might implant Hashirama cells to bolster their strength through the acquisition of another's lineage. Many have undergone such transplantation, including Uchiha Madara. Yet, Obito was most profoundly impressed by Kabuto Yakushi, a veritable genius who altered his own genes through the transplantation of others' bloodlines, transcending the limitations of an ordinary human and elevating his power to a higher echelon. Obito holds a profound apprehension towards Kabuto. Having mastered the sage mode of the Dragon Cave, he may have transcended the ordinary shadows. Thus, within the entire shinobi world, lineage predominantly dictates one's fate. Lacking a bloodline, one must seek ways to forge one anew. Even Madara, in his quest for the Rinnegan, had to bite off a piece of Hashirama's flesh. Beyond lineage, the second avenue to power lies in secret techniques. In fact, many secret arts are intrinsically linked to one's bloodline. For instance, the clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka and Konoha, without the heritage of Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka, mastering their respective secret techniques is not impossible, but the difficulty is exceedingly high. The Aoi clan of Kumogakure stands as a paragon of secret techniques, with each generation attaining the level of a shadow or even rising to prominence among them. Take the third Reikage, who perished battling countless IWA ninja. Had he possessed a broader range of offensive ninjutsu, the outcome may have been quite different. In addition to lineage and secret arts, the third path to strength lies in possessing a vast amount of chakra. An increase in quantity can lead to a qualitative transformation. When the volume reaches a certain threshold, one can become an extraordinarily formidable expert. The prowess of Kisame largely stems from the chakra amplification granted by a shark-like physique. Of course, when discussing immense chakra, the most representative examples are the Jinchuriki. Each perfect Jinchuriki embodies the prowess of a shadow, while the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki surpasses the ordinary shadow level. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, in comparison, rivals that of the Sage of Six Paths. However, attaining the status of a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki is no simple feat, as it demands high standards regarding one's bloodline and mental fortitude. Otherwise, one would be incapable of even containing the Ten-Tails. The fourth avenue to strength is the Konoha ninja school system. If one neither possesses a bloodline nor is a Jinchuriki, how might an ordinary genius ascend to power? The answer lies in diligently attending all courses at the Konoha Ninja Academy and being fortunate enough to receive guidance from esteemed instructors. Owing to its favorable conditions, Konoha is one of the more peaceful villages in the shinobi world. Therefore, ninjas hailing from Konoha generally undergo systematic training in the academy for several years before graduation. Do not underestimate the value of systematic education. Although the ninja school teaches only the most fundamental content, the more basic the knowledge, the closer it aligns with the essence of ninjutsu. For example, the body flicker technique is not difficult to learn. One merely needs to remember the chakra flow pathways and practice repeatedly. For those possessing the Sharingan, it can be perfectly replicated with a mere glance. However, while teaching the body flicker technique, the academy also imparts the underlying principles. The shadow clone technique and transformation technique are forms of visual genjutsu, representing the most fundamental principles of illusion. The substitution technique involves summoning an object to take an attack on one's behalf. Touching upon the basic principles of summoning and sealing techniques, the illusions, summoning, and sealing techniques behind the body flicker technique represent some of the highest level abilities in the shinobi world. These techniques can completely alter the course of battle. Tailed beasts are incredibly powerful. Their sheer size and strength are sufficient to overwhelm ordinary ninjas. Coupled with their nature as chakra conglomerates, they are nearly immune to most ninjutsu. Tailed beasts also possess the devastating tailed beast bomb, capable of annihilating an entire village. Even experts at the shadow level may struggle to subdue a tailed beast if they lack sufficient means. However, tailed beasts are vulnerable to genjutsu and sealing techniques. And when utilized effectively, these three techniques can turn the seemingly insurmountable tailed beasts into instruments of victory. Moreover, many advanced ninjutsu, even forbidden techniques, are intricately connected to illusions. Summoning and sealing arts. Edo Tensei is a form of summoning, while Shiki Fuin is a sealing technique. These arts can drastically alter the flow of battle. Yet, mastering them requires a solid foundation, which the Ninja Academy provides. Furthermore, the body flicker technique demands precision in execution and timing. The process of honing this technique effectively cultivates a ninja's overall skill set, including observational ability, chakra control, chakra sensing, adaptability, and instantaneous reaction. Therefore, a ninja who masters the body flicker technique to its fullest is exceptionally well-rounded. Initially, such a ninja may seem weak due to a lack of powerful ninjutsu. However, as they continue to grow, the foundational skills developed in their youth will increasingly come into play. If, at that time, they happen to receive guidance from a renowned instructor, their solid groundwork will enable them to learn rapidly and even leave others in awe. For instance, the Flying Thunder God technique was taught to many, including Minato, Kakashi, and Rin, yet they ultimately failed to master it. The principle behind the Flying Thunder God technique involves applying a seal using sealing techniques, then sensing the mark with sensory techniques, followed by controlling the chakra on the mark to achieve reverse summoning for instantaneous movement. Alternatively, it can involve drawing a barrier in midair with sealing techniques, and using sensory techniques and reverse summoning to redirect attacks. Learning the Flying Thunder God technique necessitates exceptional chakra control, sensory perception, sealing arts, and summoning techniques. Furthermore, to apply it in combat, one must possess adaptability, neural reflex speed, and, most importantly, spatial awareness. Assembling all these elements is incredibly challenging. The Flying Thunder God technique requires meticulous execution, and even Obito, with his exceptional spatial perception, has struggled due to deficiencies in other foundational skills, preventing him from mastering it. In the entirety of Konoha's history, only Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze have successfully grasped the technique. Other ninjas, even if they understand the principles, can only collaborate in small groups to faintly execute the Flying Thunder God array. However, all the conditions required for the Flying Thunder God technique are indeed cultivated through the practice of the body flicker technique, each one fully addressed. Toby reflects that his inability to master the Flying Thunder God technique may stem from a lack of innate talent. However, it is not solely talent that hinders everyone. It is likely that many, like him, did not prioritize their studies during school, exerting minimal effort, managing only to achieve a rudimentary level of the body flicker technique. Content with that modest accomplishment, subsequently, they pursued more formidable and visually impressive ninjutsu. Had he devoted the same diligence to mastering the body flicker technique as he did to the great fireball technique in his previous life, with his later developed spatial awareness, there is no doubt he could have grasped the Flying Thunder God technique. Alas, the allure of the great fireball, appearing far stronger than the body flicker technique, leads to a sense of regret for his earlier choices. In Chapter 7, regarding the path to becoming a formidable warrior, one can consider Orochimaru's extensive arsenal. Whether through the Orochimaru-style substitution technique or various forbidden techniques related to summoning and sealing arts, alongside his vast knowledge and research capabilities, he epitomizes the archetype of a prodigious scholar from the Konoha Ninja Academy. Additionally, there is Sakura, the young girl who replenished his chakra during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Despite lacking a prestigious bloodline, she possesses remarkable chakra control and medical ninjutsu skills at a young age. Such abilities are not merely a product of genetic mutation. They require a robust foundation of theoretical knowledge. It is reasonable to surmise she was akin to Orochimaru in her academic prowess during her time at the ninja school. Further examples include his clansman, Uchiha Shirsui, whose fame as Shirsui of the body flicker was largely garnered through his mastery of the substitution and body flicker techniques, albeit with the influence of the Sharingan's genjutsu. Even Uchiha Sasuke, in his battle against Madara, despite lacking the extensive combat experience of Madara, having one less Rinnegan, and being overshadowed in chakra by Madara, who was the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, managed to hold his ground. Logically, Madara should have overwhelmed him. However, when the clash ensued, Sasuke succeeded in suppressing Madara in their limited one-on-one skirmish, causing Madara considerable distress. In Toby's perspective, although Madara is undeniably powerful, much of his combat experience is rooted in the tumultuous Warring States period, characterized by grandiose techniques. In terms of intricate maneuvers, he pales in comparison to Sasuke, the Konoha prodigy. Sasuke's extraordinary application of the Rinnegan's ability to exchange positions is likely a testament to the foundational skills he honed while practicing the body flicker technique. Consequently, Toby regards the majority of the knowledge imparted by the Konoha Ninja Academy as invaluable and immensely beneficial. His teacher, Minato, originating from humble beginnings, could not access advanced ninjutsu. Yet, through relentless practice of the body flicker technique, he swiftly grasped the fundamentals of the Flying Thunder God technique upon exposure, transforming into a lethal force on the battlefield. Obito could not help but admire Senju Tobarama's foresight. The reason why the body flicker technique is a mandatory examination subject at the Ninja Academy is profound. However, he must also remark that Tobarama's approach is indeed rather insidious. While the body flicker technique may appear quite ordinary, typical bloodline clans would rarely squander time on it. Only common ninja, lacking resources, would toil diligently in its pursuit. Yet, even if one mastered the body flicker technique exquisitely, true strength still necessitates the study of advanced ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. Unfortunately, the Book of Seals is under the control of the Hokage lineage. And unless one possesses a bloodline like Shui, a common genius aspiring to grow stronger must become a devotee of the Hokage faction. Consequently, this arrangement maintains a balance of power between the Hokage lineage and the various clans within the village. The inherently cunning Senju elder. As for the fifth means of gaining strength, it is sage technique. This technique is closely related to the three great sage locations. Regrettably, Obito has had limited exposure to information in this regard. The only inference he can draw is that the conditions for learning sage technique are intertwined with one's spiritual constitution. Orochimaru could not master it, while Kabuto did, due to Kabuto's more complete soul and his unique bloodline mutation that enhanced his physique. Minato-sensei, too, never demonstrated sage technique during his lifetime, but could instantaneously activate it in his reanimated state, possibly due to having been the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, thus enhancing his soul and physique in some sense. Beyond these five categories, the final method of gaining strength involves seeking external power. Sasori's puppetry, Deidara's explosive clay, and even Kakuzu's earth grudge fear, along with Kisame's shark skin, all involve external forces to varying degrees. Of course, these external powers also fall under the aforementioned categories. The reason for singling this out is due to Obito's harrowing experience of being bombarded by 60 billion explosive tags. Although these tags were likely crafted by Konan through her paper jutsu, they are indeed a manifestation of her own strength. However, explosive tags can also be procured with money. If Kakuzu were to spend all his earnings on explosive tags, employing them in conjunction with Tobarama's simultaneous explosive tags could yield terrifying results. As a first-hand witness, Obito believed that the power of those 60 billion explosive tags could likely surpass even Hashirama's would release and Madara's complete body Susanoo. That technique, at the level of the six paths, would indeed be a formidable move. If used correctly, even Kagaya would find herself in dire straits. Had it not been for his ability to utilize Izanagi to evade death, he would have perished in that explosion. However, now armed with the dual powers of Kamui, both his transfer speed and the duration of his intangibility have been significantly enhanced. Should Konan attempt that again, she would likely find herself at a complete loss. He could even directly transfer the explosion with his left eye. Therefore, upon reflection, the means within the entire ninja world capable of threatening him have dwindled considerably. In summary, all methods of strengthening possess their limitations, yet many can be combined. Notably, the foundational knowledge imparted by the Konoha Ninja Academy provides a perfect synergy. In his previous life, he had been a mere underachiever, and even after becoming strong, he had heavily relied on his ocular techniques. In this life, it is time to solidify his foundation. Thus, during this ninjutsu lesson, Obito listened with exceptional attentiveness, even opening textbooks that he had scarcely perused in his past life, diligently absorbing the knowledge contained within. This scene did not escape Rin's notice, who involuntarily revealed a smile of contentment. Obito had truly matured. As time flowed by unnoticed, the class swiftly came to an end. Alright, this lesson is concluded. Students may take a brief break before gathering at the outdoor training grounds, the teacher announced as he exited the classroom. The Ninja Academy serves as a training ground for ninjas, offering a plethora of theoretical knowledge alongside extensive outdoor courses, including practical combat, weapon throwing, survival drills, teamwork exercises, and pressure training, among others. It can be said that nearly half of a student's time is spent outdoors. After class, Obito naturally approached Rin, and together they made their way to the training ground. With a squint, Rin inquired, "Obito, today you actually started reading? Aren't you usually the one who detests these tedious subjects the most?" With a profound gaze, Obito remarked, "Lin, everyone inevitably grows up. I no longer wish to linger in the shadows. I yearn to protect you from harm. Thus, I must acquire a wealth of knowledge and strengthen myself." Lin nodded earnestly. Clenching her small fists, "Obito, you can do it. Students of Class A, Year 1, gather here for roll call. We shall commence practical combat groupings." Shortly after arriving at the training ground, the practical lesson began. Given their age, the students, unable to wield potent ninjutsu, primarily engaged in combat through taijutsu, occasionally utilizing body replacement techniques. As for Shuriken, their lack of control rendered it perilous. Thus, their use in combat was strictly forbidden. Obito, with a lackluster enthusiasm, found little excitement in the practical combat class, which had once been a favored subject in his past life, primarily because he believed he could best Kakashi. However, having endured numerous battles against formidable foes, often on par with the elite, the prospect of returning to spar with a group of mere children felt rather trivial. Chapter 8. Practical Combat Class. Nevertheless, he reasoned that it could serve as an opportunity to hone his foundational skills. With this thought in mind, Obito dutifully approached the Jonin instructor to register his attendance. Before, Obito's opponent had always been Kakashi, a result of his own initiative. However, now that Kakashi has graduated early, it is only natural to arrange a new partner. After pondering for a moment, the teacher stated, "Obito, from now on you will be paired with Might Guy." The instructor, basing his decision on their respective performances, decided to pair two individuals of similar, albeit lower, capabilities together. Toby nodded in agreement. This arrangement was identical to his previous life. In that past existence, he had been overwhelmed by Guy's relentless spirit, feeling inadequate not only against Kakashi but also unable to surpass even Guy, the perennial underachiever. He had deemed himself woefully inept. However, he has now come to realize that losing to an extraordinary opponent is not a source of shame. The instructor meticulously organized the groups, swiftly setting everything in order. Due to the limited space of the training ground, they opted for a sequential confrontation format, with Toby and Guy positioned as the final pairing. The skirmishes among the young children, filled with reckless punches and kicks, were rather mundane, causing Toby to often drift into a reverie, his thoughts consumed by plans to visit the Hidden Rain village and devise a strategy for Akatsuki ahead of time. His feelings for Akatsuki ran deep, not merely because he had pledged to Nagato to usher in peace for the world, but also due to the sheer effort he had expended for the organization's advancement, tirelessly running about, while Nagato spent his days merely proclaiming slogans and asserting his divinity. He seemed incapable of taking further action. It was Toby who devised strategies, assuming both paternal and maternal roles, fretting over details, without his dedication. How could the second generation of Akatsuki have developed so swiftly? Yet the Hidden Rain village was rather distant, and he was reluctant to resort to the use of Kamui's ocular power. How, then, could he traverse this distance? This contemplation left him feeling as if he were basking in sunlight, yet ensnared by the constraints of reality, rendering him somewhat unfree. In the realm of dreams and aspirations, it was time for Obito to face off against Guy. Obito and Guy advanced, forming their respective hand seals. Obito set aside his thoughts and, alongside Guy, approached the center of the training ground, forming a gesture of confrontation. "Let us ignite our youth together." Guy grinned at him, his teeth seemingly glinting with a spark. Laughter erupted from their classmates around them. "What is there to behold from two underachievers?" one remarked. "Even if they win, they are still at the bottom." Among them were several unfamiliar faces to Obito, who began to mock him. They belonged to a clique comprised of offspring from minor clans and students of mediocre standing. Lacking the refinement of noble upbringing, they fancied themselves superior. Despite their unimpressive academic performance, they sought not to excel but to revel in the shortcomings of others, deriving a sense of superiority from those weaker than themselves. Typically, this group was the loudest in the crowd. Yet, in Konoha, such individuals were abundant, permeating all levels of society, from the highest echelons to the common villagers, mastering the art of bullying, which was utterly detestable. Obito cast a fierce glance at these individuals, suddenly recalling events from his previous life. In truth, during that life, he had infiltrated Konoha with the initial intention of seizing the Nine Tails when his mentor's mother was at her most vulnerable. After all, under normal circumstances, attempting to capture the Nine Tails would require confronting two formidable masters, one a master of space-time ninjutsu, and the other a master of sealing techniques wielded by the host of the Nine Tails. This combination was exceedingly terrifying, capable of both assault and evasion, possessing both control and healing abilities, with remarkable agility and extensive destructive power, far more formidable than any combination from the Hidden Cloud, such as the one featuring A. The key factor was that both of these individuals were still young, in their developmental stages. Who could predict how much they might grow in the future? Obito believed that if he allowed his master and his master's wife some more time to grow, they could launch a guerrilla campaign and ultimately dismantle the Akatsuki organization. Despite Nagato possessing the Rinnegan, his mobility was severely limited, and Obito felt helpless against his teacher, Minato. Although he himself wielded the space-time Mangekyō Sharingan, Minato was still able to keep pace with him. Furthermore, with Kushina and Minato coordinating their efforts, Kushina wielding the adamantine sealing chains in her left hand and the tailed beast bomb in her right, they were an indomitable force. Thus, despite his remorse towards Kushina, he resolved to act within the village of Konoha to execute his plan. He intended to exploit the bonds of goodwill to hinder Minato's speed and to manipulate the period of vulnerability produced by Kushina to limit her strength, thereby creating an opportunity to seize the Nine Tails. In truth, he succeeded. He bore no intention of causing Minato's demise, and he believed that Kushina's robust vitality might allow her to survive. However, at a crucial moment, he was suddenly reminded of the countless villagers in Konoha who were oblivious to the gravity of the situation. His anger surged, and in a moment of reckless impulse, he resolved to unleash the Nine Tails upon them, to teach them a lesson. This decision, though long contemplated, was also a spontaneous act driven by emotion. Among all the wrongdoings he committed, this was the most grievous, leaving him with an unbearable sense of guilt and uncertainty about how to confront Kushina. Ultimately, it was Kakashi's desire to eliminate him that was thwarted by Minato's intervention. Even Minato's son, Naruto Uzumaki, granted him forgiveness, which only compounded his feelings of guilt. At that moment, he found himself consumed by jealousy. Why did this pack of ingrates in Konoha deserve the protection of the Minato family? With this thought, his murderous intent swelled. Silence. Toby addressed the crowd that had just mocked him with a fierce tone. The aura of a formidable warrior emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, coupled with an almost palpable aura of murderous intent, nearly terrified the group of youngsters into submission, leaving them frozen in place and trembling. Had Toby not retained some semblance of rationality and tempered his presence, these children would have faced not only death but also the specter of severe psychological trauma, thereby relinquishing their paths as ninjas. However, Toby's murderous intent was directed solely at a select few, and others felt little of its weight. Even the Jonin instructor merely perceived Toby as having been provoked rather than genuinely threatened. Such occurrences were not uncommon for him, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Thus, the teacher hastily declared, "All right, ninjas must learn to disregard distractions and focus on the battle. I hereby announce that the duel begins." Almost as soon as the words left his lips, the eager guy launched into action, delivering a flying kick while exclaiming, "Let my youth burn." This technique was undeniably formidable. Devoid of any extravagant flair, relying solely on the fusion of strength and speed. As long as one was swift and precise, they were invincible. In countless past lives, Obito had suffered the consequences of this move, fully aware yet utterly unable to evade it. He couldn't help but think that Kai's kick resembled the force of a locked door swinging wide. Had it been aimed at Madara, would he have survived? As for why he could afford to be distracted in battle, it was simply because, despite Kai's formidable strength, he was merely a first-year student, and his speed appeared sluggish in Obito's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Kai's foot connected with a solid impact, sending Obito hurtling through the air, spinning once before landing. Lin, who was watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of worry. Her eyes shimmered, and tears threatened to spill as she involuntarily cried out, "Obito." Yet, in that moment, the Obito who had been launched away transformed into an old tree root, while his true self materialized behind Kai. Kai's attack missed its mark, leaving him exposed and vulnerable to counterattack. With a gentle punch, Obito sent Kai crashing to the ground. The Nin instructor's eyes lit up, a hint of surprise evident on his face. Chapter 9. Journey to the Hatake Family. Although the body replacement technique is fundamental, it is quite remarkable for a first-year student to execute it. Moreover, Obito's ability to defeat Kai in a single move was attributed to his impeccable timing in employing the technique. Should he have initiated it too early, Kai would have sensed the anomaly and restrained his strength too late, and he would have truly been sent flying. It was precisely in that fleeting moment, where one believes they have struck true, leaving the opponent unable to evade, that the body replacement technique becomes utterly unpredictable. The instructor himself could scarcely replicate such finesse with the technique. Thus, the Nin instructor nodded in satisfaction, praising, "Well done, Obito. You have made considerable progress, not only in utilizing the body replacement technique but in executing it with great skill." With the duel concluded and Obito victorious, the instructor produced a small booklet to document the event. Obito's ability to perform the body replacement technique was a significant merit, warranting an elevation in his score. Obito, however, found himself somewhat dissatisfied. He sensed the vast disparity between himself and his mentor, Minato. Minato completed the majority of his attack before utilizing his instantaneous movement, allowing him to evade just as the strike landed. Exhibiting no delay whatsoever, Obito was utterly unable to respond. Although this was attributed to the differences between the Flying Thunder God technique and the body replacement technique, he knew from their previous sparring sessions that even when employing the body replacement technique, Minato was significantly swifter than he. The intricacies of various maneuvers eluded him. Moreover, while Minato's techniques could be applied in actual combat, Obito's were somewhat unfair, primarily targeting weaker opponents. Against masters on the level of the shadows, he would never be afforded such considerable openings to exploit. There was still much room for improvement. At that moment, Guy had already risen, regaining his vigor. Truly, one who could contend with Kakashi is formidable. Obito, you are indeed strong. But next time, I shall not be defeated, Guy proclaimed, extending his thumb in approval. Obito suddenly sensed Kakashi's sense of helplessness. After a moment of self-reflection, he realized that under normal circumstances, he could indeed engage in combat utilizing his three-tomo Sharingan for a brief period. Given his extensive battle experience, combined with the capabilities of the three-tomo, he could render himself intangible for a time. Although his body was still youthful, the prowess he could exert would not be significantly inferior to that of a grown Kakashi without the use of Kamui. He could certainly hold his own against the Kage of various villages for a time. Guy would have a long journey ahead to defeat him. Even if Guy grew to the level of fighting Obito, he too would be advancing, and when the time came for both to unleash their respective Kamui, he would dare to confront Kagaya Otsutsuki. Is this the realm of genius? A realm where one's abilities far surpass those of their peers. Explaining the often solitary nature of prodigies, Obito swiftly turned to Guy and exclaimed, I merely managed to execute this technique with great effort. Go seek Kakashi. He is truly your lifelong rival. As for me, I can assist you in locating him. Really? Guy exclaimed with excitement, for Kakashi held greater significance to him than Obito. Indeed, Obito replied with a mischievous grin, not wishing to be entangled with Guy, thus reluctantly placing Kakashi in the spotlight. The two shared a laugh as they retreated into the crowd. Among those present, aside from the classmates who had just been startled into silence and the more experienced teachers, there was little astonishment. From their perspective, the clash between the underperformers, regardless of the outcome, was hardly worthy of attention. The only exception was Rin, who was jubilantly cheering. All right, let us take a brief respite. We shall proceed with the Shuiken throwing training next. The teacher continued to make arrangements. Tobirama blended seamlessly into the crowd, completing his training with impeccable adherence to the norms. The content was rather elementary for him, so much so that even when he deliberately attempted to conceal his prowess, he could not. He achieved near-perfect scores in nearly every aspect. This remarkable performance did not go unnoticed by his peers, and the Chunin instructor began to ponder. Could it be that, having always been overshadowed by Kakashi, Tobirama was now finally able to soar now that Kakashi had departed? However, just a day prior, he had struggled to hit the target with his Shuiken, and now he was consistently striking the bullseye. Was this rapid advancement not somewhat absurd? The Chunin instructor was perplexed. Yet given the myriad of peculiar occurrences in the shinobi world, he dismissed his thoughts, attributing Tobirama's sudden enlightenment to the motivation instigated by Kakashi, oblivious to his teacher's intentions. Obito awaited the conclusion of their training. Upon the announcement of dismissal, he promptly joined Rin. After enjoying a meal together by the roadside, they made their way to the Hitaki residence. By the time they arrived at the doorstep, twilight had descended, casting a dim veil over the surroundings. Rin approached and knocked on the door. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi appeared, revealing his listless, fish-like eyes. In her memory, the Hitaki home had always radiated warmth, yet at this moment, the space behind Kakashi was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Kakashi, have you not turned on the lights? Rin inquired with concern. Kakashi lazily responded with an "oh," as if only then realizing the need to welcome guests, before stepping inside to illuminate the room. Come in, he beckoned. As Obito and Rin entered the room, they were immediately enveloped by a sense of oppression, for in the center of the room lay a memorial photograph. The image of the esteemed Kakashi Hitaki, a master of swordsmanship and a hero whom Obito deeply admired, was prominently displayed. A true embodiment of the will of fire had succumbed to despair, and Obito felt a profound sense of unease. In his previous life, he had traversed the Hidden Leaf Village countless times, and, with the invaluable intelligence provided by Black Zetsu, he was acutely aware of the village's circumstances. Kakashi, the White Fang, was not simply a victim of slander. It was the very will of fire he had dedicated his life to that ultimately led to his demise. Obito understood all too well the feeling of faith crumbling. Had he not descended into hell, remaining the naive and passionate fool he once was, he would have found it unbearable to accept that someone who vocally espoused the will of fire and claimed to act for the sake of the village could transform such noble beliefs into a weapon, turning it against his own comrades. If he were in Kakashi's position, he too would feel a chill in his heart, questioning how such a tragedy could occur. Moreover, in contrast to traditional ninjas, the Hatake clan was originally a family of samurai who placed immense importance on honor and conviction. Thus, it was no surprise that Kakashi chose to take his own life. To Obito, heroes were not beyond death. They could fall in battle or sacrifice themselves with dignity. But they should never perish in the sordid machinations of political strife. Consequently, Obito felt that the world was irredeemable, with human hearts steeped in malice. Only the infinite dream of the Moon S.I. could allow heroes to steadfastly pursue their paths. In his past life, he even hesitated to resurrect Rin, wishing to spare her from confronting such sordid realities. With a sigh, Obito stepped forward, closed his eyes, and solemnly bowed to Kakashi's photograph. Following suit, Rin also approached, offering a respectful bow to Kakashi's father. Kakashi frowned and stepped forward to obscure the photograph. His tone was cold as he uttered what he believed to be self-evident truths. In the world of ninjas, those who break rules and conventions are merely considered worthless. There is no need to show such reverence to a worthless individual. Chapter 10. Kakashi's words of deceit. Rin hesitated, wanting to offer Kakashi some words of comfort. Yet the education she had received left her uncertain of how to counter his assertions. Tobi, however, broke into a cold smile and said, "Kakashi, if it were the old me, I would tell you that those who break the rules are worthless. Yet, those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless." Kakashi's pupils constricted violently. Those words struck his heart like a morning bell. But Tobi continued, "Now, I wish to convey to you that rules and regulations are established by humans. In a village that emphasizes the will of fire, if rules and regulations compel a hero who embodies that very will to make difficult choices, and in the end, he is not only disrespected but also scorned by the masses, then it is likely that the very rules and regulations are flawed." This audacious statement caused both Rin and Kakashi to tremble. Rin, in particular, stepped forward, attempting to cover Tobi's mouth, for his words seemed as if he were about to accuse the leaders of Konoha directly. Despite their youth, they understood that certain things should not be carelessly uttered. Obito bestowed upon Rin a reassuring glance before continuing his discourse with Kakashi. Imagine, if the esteemed White Fang had forsaken his comrades in the pursuit of a mission, what would ensue? Would the villagers regard him as a figure of remarkable resolve? Or would they label him a cold-hearted individual, responsible for the demise of his allies, utterly unworthy of trust? Kakashi stood frozen, his complexion pale and teetering on the brink of collapse. He endeavored to counter, "No, that cannot be. In the realm of ninjas, as long as one accomplishes the task, there is no wrongdoing. No one would voice any objections." With a cold sneer, Obito remarked, "Kakashi, you remain too naive. Consider this. Would you prefer that your future companion is someone who resorts to any means necessary to accomplish a mission? Or would you rather he be a person who values his comrades?" Kakashi's gaze turned bewildered. He retorted stubbornly, "If it involves necessary sacrifices, what of it if one acts ruthlessly to fulfill the mission? I would willingly partner with such an individual." In a fit of exasperation, Obito could not help but exclaim, "Kakashi." He then spoke slowly, "If you truly feel this way, you would not have hesitated from the very beginning. Moreover, even if you genuinely believe so, the thoughts of the majority will undoubtedly differ from yours. For no one can guarantee that the next person to be sacrificed will not be themselves. Life is paramount, and driven by an instinct for self-preservation, they will inherently resist the notion of abandoning their comrades. Thus, had the esteemed White Fang chosen to forsake his companions in pursuit of the mission, once that news spread, he too would have been drowned in a tide of contempt." Obito's words were so irrefutable that they shattered Rin and Kakashi's worldview. Rin trembled, her eyes devoid of light, as she murmured to herself, "How could this be? Does that mean that no matter what, Senior White Fang was always in the wrong?" Obito spoke gently to Rin, "No, that is not the case. The villagers are narrow-minded. They cannot accurately gauge the true cost of accomplishing a task. Thus, from their perspective, whether a mission fails or lives are lost in its pursuit, it is regarded as a loss for the village. They are part of the village, and it is only natural for them to harbor resentment." After a brief pause, Obito deliberately glanced at Kakashi and continued, To prevent such situations from arising, it is imperative that missions in the ninja world remain confidential. The esteemed White Fang undertook only high-ranking missions, shrouded in significant secrecy. Kakashi, tell me, how could the details of the White Fang's missions become widely known? Could it be that the Umbu under your father's command are a band of fools, unaware of the necessity to immediately contain the spread of leaked information? If every high-ranking mission is so confidential, what secrets could Konoha possibly hold in the eyes of other villages? I do not wish to beat around the bush. The fact that sensitive information about high-level missions could be leaked and not suppressed suggests that this is the doing of Konoha's upper echelons. The impact of these words on Kakashi was profound, but it was Rin who first felt a surge of fear. Obito, is it truly so? Obito did not deny it. He merely placed a reassuring hand on Rin's shoulder and said, Rin, there is no need to fear. Regardless of what lies ahead, I will always safeguard you. Only then did Rin feel a slight sense of relief. Yet her expression remained somewhat melancholic, clearly unable to easily dispel the shadows that lingered in her heart. Obito let out a sigh, feeling a twinge of regret for expressing those words in front of Rin. He was utterly convinced that 26 years later, she would understand everything and be capable of embracing it all. Yet, he had forgotten that Rin had endured the agonies of life and death, witnessing everything at the threshold of the afterlife. Rin was a kind-hearted soul, even as she came to grasp the harsh realities of the world. Her love for it remained unwavering. However, the present-day Rin was still too young, and the partial truths of Konoha were far too cruel for her to bear. Nevertheless, having uttered those words, there was no turning back. He believed that Rin would emerge from this ordeal, for he knew she possessed a strength unparalleled by anyone else. Obito gazed at Kakashi. Kakashi, you are an intelligent individual, so I believe you must comprehend the gravity of the situation. This mission is, in essence, a trap set against our esteemed White Fang. Therefore, regardless of the choices White Fang makes, he is destined to be in the wrong. Kakashi, drenched in sweat, felt the weight of the revelation more acutely than Rin, as he was a direct witness to the unfolding events. The implications of Obito's words chilled him to the core. He found himself believing them more and more, to the extent that he was nearly convinced. The last shred of doubt was not due to disbelief, but rather a reluctance to accept the harsh truth. With a hoarse voice, he inquired, Obito, what am I supposed to do now? Kakashi was engulfed in confusion. Acknowledging the veracity of this revelation would mean confronting an insurmountable mountain, one that his current capabilities could not hope to scale. Obito gazed at Kakashi with a hint of pity. Swearing that he had no intention of tarnishing Konoha's reputation, he merely recounted the events in their entirety. However, the moment he unveiled the complete narrative, Konoha appeared irredeemably shadowed. Kakashi, in his current state, and Sasuke, who had once been swayed by him in a past life, both echoed this sentiment. To be candid, he felt that, at least regarding this matter, Hiruzen Sarutobi may not harbor as much malice as one might assume. Even when viewed from a political perspective, both in stance and ideology, the Hitaki clan represented the quintessential, untainted faction of Hokage, deserving of trust and reliance. Thus, Obito found himself perplexed by the perplexing strategies at play within Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Kakashi and stated, never mind. I shall refrain from further analysis and simply disclose the conclusion. Hiruzen Sarutobi may possess a modicum of ill intent, but it is negligible. As the highest authority of the village, he inevitably encounters darkness, and his indecisive nature has led him to commit numerous errors. However, your enmity with him is not substantial. Just remember one name, Danzo Shimura, the architect of your father's demise. If, in the future, any unsavory deeds transpire and the culprit remains elusive, without a doubt, it will be he who is responsible. Chapter 11. Danzo Shimura is not a significant figure. Kakashi's trembling form gradually settled, and both he and Rin exhaled in relief. In contrast to the illustrious third Hokage, they were not well acquainted with Danzo Shimura. Kakashi rasped, "Who is Danzo Shimura?" Rin clenched her small fist, seething. This Danzo Shimura must be a villain of the highest order. I shall teach him a lesson he will not soon forget. Taito coughed twice and remarked, he is not exactly a significant figure. He is merely a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and shares a deep bond with the third Hokage. Currently, he serves as the Hokage's assistant, wielding authority over the root of the Umbu. While he may be regarded as the second in command of Konoha, ultimately, he is just a rat in the gutter, unworthy of the spotlight. What? Rin and Kakashi exclaimed in unison, astonished. Regardless of being a disciple of the second Hokage or the Hokage's assistant, such titles are undeniably prestigious and monumental. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. How can one consider that not to be a significant figure? Obito, mimicking Kakashi's demeanor with his hands tucked into his pockets, let out an exasperated sigh. Who cannot feign coolness? In his eyes, Danzo was hardly a formidable opponent. If one were to assess his prowess, it was indeed commendable. His mastery of wind release techniques was quite impressive, likely surpassing even that of the wind shadow. Yet, it remained merely commendable. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan had not yet faced annihilation, Shisui Uchiha was still alive, and Orochimaru had not yet defected. Obito likely lacked the full power of his Sharingan and the cells of Hashirama, unable to even utilize his Anaji. Engaging him in combat should be exceedingly simple, particularly since he had witnessed the clash between Danzo and Sasuke, where Kunai pierced Susanoo, ultimately sealing a bridge, a thought that now brought about an involuntary urge to laugh. Seeing Obito's cool demeanor, which almost elicited a smile from him, Kakashi felt a sense of reassurance and continued to hoarsely inquire, why did he choose to act in such a manner? Obito mused, Danzo has long coveted the position of Hokage. The esteemed reputation of the White Fang presents a formidable obstacle. He is the quintessential candidate for the fourth Hokage. If Danzo does not tarnish the legacy of the White Fang, it is highly probable that he would ascend to the position. However, there is an unspoken truth. The elevation of the White Fang to Hokage would not align with Hiruzen's interests. At this juncture, Hiruzen would likely prefer his own disciple, Orochimaru, to rise to power, which explains why he did not intervene to prevent Danzo's underhanded schemes. Yet it is best not to disclose such matters to Kakashi. There are instances when ignorance is bliss. The more one knows, the heavier the burdens become. Kakashi, taken aback by this revelation, clenched his fists in rage and exclaimed, so, he killed my father just to become Hokage. Obito shook his head. In truth, he likely never anticipated that your father would take his own life. This man is fond of self-delusion, mistaking his ambitions as being for the benefit of Konoha. The late White Fang was among Konoha's most formidable warriors. How could he bear to slay him? He merely sought to diminish your father's prestige, preventing him from ascending to the position of Hokage. With a sigh, Obito continued, yet, how could someone like Danzo, a rat lurking in the shadows, comprehend the admirable virtues possessed by those who dwell in the light? The White Fang perished due to the collapse of his own convictions, mirroring your current state. In that moment, both understood and empathized. Damn it! Kakashi pounded his fists against the wall, a flicker of hatred crossing his face. I must kill Danzo, not solely for my father, but for Konoha. Such a person should not exist in our village. Tobirama shook his head and said, Kakashi, you are blinded by hatred. When Danzo sought to take lives, he proclaimed the very same slogans as you. Perhaps it would be wise for you to remain calm. Each individual who listened to his detailed account of Konoha would invariably conjure various justifications for their desire for vengeance against it. In his previous life, Sasuke yearned for retribution, and he welcomed it, even willing to give it a nudge. However, Kakashi and Sasuke held different places in his heart, and moreover, in this life, he aspired to be a virtuous person, not wishing for his dear friend Kakashi to descend into the depths of vengeance like Sasuke did. Thus, he reassured him, rest assured. Danzo will eventually meet his demise. You need not take on this grudge. Compared to you, the Uchiha are the ones who truly deserve to exact revenge. Kakashi paused, seemingly misunderstanding the implication. Tobirama, do you also harbor a grudge against Danzo? If it were you, I could allow you to seek vengeance. Rin turned her gaze towards Tobirama, unable to suppress her curiosity. Tobirama, is it true that your experiences are somehow connected to this Danzo? The more she pondered, the more her anger swelled, especially recalling the despair and oppression she felt emanating from Tobirama earlier, prompting her to exclaim in fury, Danzo, what have you done to Tobirama? Obito, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, Lin, you've misunderstood. Though many harbor enmity towards Danzo, I am not among them. The grievances of the Uchiha belong to the Uchiha. I have little personal animosity towards him. Kakashi and Lin were taken aback, having assumed that Obito's extensive preamble was intended to reveal Danzo's identity, but it appeared otherwise. Kakashi's expression turned serious. Obito, let's set aside the matters regarding my father and Danzo for the moment. What troubles me is that you do not resemble the Obito I once knew. How is it that you possess such profound knowledge? You even know that my father was the captain of the Umbu. Where did you acquire this information? Furthermore, how did you develop such formidable logical reasoning? Who has influenced you, and what are their intentions? Taking a deep breath, Obito's gaze deepened as he calmly regarded Kakashi and Rin. He spoke slowly. Due to the sensitive nature of this matter, and to attest to the veracity of my words, I shall now lead you to a certain location. Upon finishing his statement, he closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them to reveal his Sharingan in its kaleidoscopic form. Before him, a portal connecting to the Kamui dimension began to take shape. He stepped into the portal first, gesturing for the two still outside to follow him. Come inside. This is a space-time ninjutsu activated by my eyes. The world within is utterly secure, though maintaining this portal places a tremendous strain on my body. As he spoke, tears of blood streamed from his eyes. Rin, initially astonished by Obito's extraordinary abilities, felt a pang of concern at his words, and immediately grasped Kakashi's hand, urging him to enter. Obito swiftly sealed the portal, withdrawing from the state of the Sharingan. Obito, are you all right? Rin expressed her deep concern, retrieving a white handkerchief to gently wipe away his bloodied tears. With a warm feeling in his heart, Obito smiled and said, "It's nothing. This is merely the price of employing these eyes. A little bloodshed is a small sacrifice, as summoning jutsu also requires one to shed blood." Rin, somewhat irritated, retorted, "Nonsense. Just a moment ago, you were trembling all over. Obito, promise me that you will refrain from using such power in the future, will you?" Toby nodded slightly. Were it not for the purpose of demonstrating the evidence to Rin and Kakashi, he would not exert such effort to open a spatial portal. This ability to directly create a doorway was acquired only after he attained the Double Kamui, and it consumed significantly more energy than merely drawing someone into the Kamui dimension. During his confrontation with Kagaya Otsutsuki, it was Sakura who acted as a source of chakra, enabling him to open the portal. However, at that time, he was accessing Kagaya's realm, and his own condition was far from optimal, which contrasted with the state of opening his own Kamui dimension. Despite this, he sensed a slight decline in his vision. Once Rin had cleaned the blood and tears from his face, Kakashi eagerly inquired, "Toby, were your eyes the Sharingan just now? They appeared different from what I have seen before. How much more are you concealing from us?" Obito grasped Rin's hand tightly, his heart heavy with the burden of the revelations he was about to share, truths he was reluctant to confront, even as he yearned for Rin's encouragement. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke, "Rin, Kakashi, I have returned from 26 years in the future. I do not wish to keep this from you, but it is my greatest secret. I hope you will refrain from disclosing it to anyone for the time being." Chapter 12. Confronting Kakashi. What? Despite their awareness that Obito might unveil a significant secret, his words left them both in a state of shock. What could it possibly mean that he had returned from 26 years in the future? Rin asked in disbelief. Obito settled down, crossing his legs. "Please, take a seat. I must speak slowly." The two, noticing his demeanor, exchanged glances filled with hesitation before sitting beside Obito. With deep-set eyes, Obito slowly spoke. "You may interpret it as me having a dream, a vision of everything that will transpire from now until 26 years in the future. While the notion of traversing time to the past may seem implausible, the concept of prophecy is quite comprehensible." Rin's mouth fell open in astonishment. "No, Obito, I understand now. You mean you are the Obito from the future, returned to the present?" Rin pondered, resting her chin on her hand. "The impression you give me is that you have suddenly matured, grown up. Although I am certain you are still the same Obito, there is undeniably much that has changed. If you have indeed come back from the future, then everything falls into place." Suddenly, Rin comprehended the origin of the emotions she had felt in Obito's embrace, the poignant mix of parting, loss, and reunion. Thus, something must have transpired in the future concerning her. In an instant, her heart was a tempest of confusion. In contrast to Rin, Kakashi found it difficult to accept such a notion. The idea of returning from the future to the past was simply too far-fetched to believe. "Obito, you haven't fallen victim to some kind of illusion, have you?" Obito let out a soft scoff. "Kakashi, just now you must have felt the immense and chilling chakra emanating from me, as well as this space and my eyes. If one could merely possess these through a genjutsu, then surely no one would need to train at all." Kakashi was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, he had sensed a formidable and cold chakra from Obito, as if he had transformed entirely. The oppressive aura was reminiscent of what he had only felt from his father. Contemplating this, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, suddenly more intrigued by a different question than Obito's resurrection. "Obito, how powerful are you now? How do you compare to my father?" Obito revealed a contemplative expression. "As for me, I have never engaged in combat with the esteemed White Fang, for I am merely 5 years old this year. It seems rather unreasonable to expect a child of such tender age to retain any significant memories of a deceased elder. Tobirama paused momentarily, revealing a confident demeanor. However, I pondered that, should I be willing to bear certain costs, the esteemed White Fang would likely not prove to be my adversary. Judging from the information at hand, it appeared that the White Fang was a master of swordsmanship, possessing an exceptionally sharp prowess in close combat. At the highest estimation, he had not transcended the level of an ordinary Kage. Otherwise, the Second Great Ninja War would have swiftly reached its conclusion. Not surpassing the ordinary Kage, he would at most be at the level of the Third Raikage, which indeed would be formidable. However, in any close-quarters combat, unless one could distort space to the extent of someone like Guy, they would be constrained by his abilities. Kakashi scoffed, harboring skepticism towards Tobirama's assertions. He was acutely aware of his father's strength. As his son, he felt this deeply. Even though he was hailed as a genius during their daily sparring sessions, he sensed an immense, insurmountable chasm. If his father were to fight seriously, he would not be able to withstand a single strike. He would perish. Thus, his expression grew grave. Tobirama, in the past, you believed yourself superior to me, yet you have never bested me in a single bout. I find your words hard to believe. You, fool, are perpetually so arrogant. With that, Kakashi rose, his gaze sharp, adopting an offensive stance, fixating intently on Tobirama. Let us engage in battle, so I may witness your true strength. Should you prevail, I shall reluctantly allow you to recount the tale of your journey from the future to the present. Obito felt Kakashi's resolve and stood up as well, exclaiming, indeed. Before broaching matters that others may find hard to accept, one must first engage in a battle. He recalled the moment before his rebirth when Naruto had persuaded him. He was willing to heed Naruto's words, ultimately because Naruto possessed the qualifications to engage in dialogue with him. Kakashi, observing Obito's nonchalant demeanor, felt a flicker of anger and remarked, Obito, such disdain could lead to significant repercussions. Oblivious, Obito extended his hands, stating, Kakashi, you fail to comprehend the vast chasm that separates us, much like how, in my youth, I could not grasp the magnitude of the disparity between us. He unveiled his Sharingan. If the eyes you beheld earlier were unfamiliar to you, then surely you have heard of these eyes, even if you have never seen them. Kakashi was taken aback. The lifeless gaze in his eyes finally shifted. How could this be a three-tomo? His father had educated him about the Uchiha clan, explaining that each Uchiha who awakened their eyes gained immense power, with the transition from one tome to three signifying a significant enhancement. The three-tomo Sharingan represented the pinnacle of this power. He had once curiously inquired about the strength of the three-tomo, and his father had exhibited a rare solemnity in his response. He recalled his father's words that day, an Uchiha with three-tomo possesses greatly enhanced dynamic vision, capable of perceiving every trajectory of the enemy's attacks. Not even the techniques of our Hatake clan, regardless of their intricacies, would escape the scrutiny of those eyes. This formidable dynamic vision allowed them to effortlessly excel in taijutsu and the art of throwing ninja tools. Coupled with the Uchiha's exceptional proficiency in fire-style jutsu and the terrifying genjutsu inherent to those eyes, their strength was undeniably comprehensive and overwhelming. There exists a renowned saying in the ninja world, a typical jonin should flee when faced with a three-tomo. If it were me, I would not dare to gaze into those eyes during battle. Reflecting on his father's words, Kakashi's demeanor shifted from one of disdain to one of respect. Obito, you may indeed be extraordinarily powerful, he pondered, continuing to reminisce. In that moment, he had asked his father, so, father, could you defeat him? White Fang had merely smiled, radiating a sense of unwavering confidence, and had knelt to ruffle Kakashi's hair. You will prevail. Kakashi had paused, continuing with his inquiry. But isn't the Sharingan capable of seeing through everything? White Fang maintained his smile, responding, as long as your speed is sufficient. So swift that even if the attack's trajectory is discerned, the body cannot react in time, victory will be yours. Kakashi returned to the present, the flicker of fear on his face having dissipated. Tobi quietly observed Kakashi's transformation and inquired, so, Kakashi, have you discovered a method to counter me? Kakashi replied, even with your eyes, as long as I am swift enough, I can conclude this battle. Let us decide the outcome through speed. In an instant, Kakashi sprang into action, his body enveloped in crackling lightning, moving faster than ever before, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged towards Tobi. Chapter 13. Has Rin died in the future? Rin stood to the side, watching as the two resumed their conflict, unable to suppress a weary sigh. Since their acquaintance, this was yet another instance of their clashes. Despite her attempts to mediate, Her efforts had proven futile, leaving her with no choice but to disregard the situation entirely. If there were any distinction this time, it was that the challenge had been initiated by Kakashi. Each time they fought, Rin felt a knot of anxiety form within her. Kakashi, however, seemed less perturbed, chiefly concerned for Tobi. This time was no different. Even though she recognized that Tobi had undergone a transformation, possessing the extraordinary spatial abilities he had previously demonstrated, coupled with the fact that he had returned from the future, likely armed with extensive combat experience, he might have surpassed Kakashi in strength. Yet, as she watched the lightning dance across Kakashi's form, propelling him toward Tobi with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, Rin couldn't help but call out, "Tobi." Just as the name left her lips, Kakashi's fist was already poised before Tobi's face. However, Tobi remained oblivious, standing still and unperturbed. Could it be a substitution? Rin clenched her fists in tension. Having witnessed Tobi employ this technique previously, her confidence surged slightly. Nevertheless, it was Kakashi, immersed in the battle, who possessed the keenest insight into the unfolding circumstances. The absence of any signs of hand seals or techniques, coupled with Tobi's immobility, suggested a lack of reaction. Indeed, this pair of eyes posed no threat. My newly developed lightning release technique, though still in its infancy, significantly enhances my velocity. Even the 3 Tomo cannot keep pace. At this moment, my speed may rival that of my father. Tobi, I have triumphed. Kakashi delivered a powerful punch, striking Tobi squarely in the face. Yet, this friendly blow felt devoid of substance, as if he were hitting into a void. In a moment of astonishment, Kakashi found himself uncontrollably passing through Tobi's form. Yes, just like that, he traversed Tobi as if he were merely a specter, lacking any corporeal presence. How could this be possible? Kakashi was struck with dread. This bizarre ability exceeded his comprehension. In the fleeting moment as they crossed paths, Tobi effortlessly turned his body. Then, with great force, he landed a heavy elbow strike against Kakashi's back. Bang! Kakashi fell to the ground. Obito withdrew his hand and calmly inquired, "Kakashi, shall we continue?" Kakashi lay on the ground, rendered speechless for a long time. After a while, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What was that ability you just displayed?" Obito spoke softly, "It is a power derived from my Mangekyō Sharingan, allowing me to become intangible for a brief period. However, I was uncertain if I could manifest this ability in this realm. I just conducted a small experiment, and to my surprise, it truly worked." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled wryly. "You weren't even serious just now. You were merely experimenting?" Obito nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, it is merely an experiment. The essence of my intangibility lies in concealing my body within an alternate dimension, akin to the spatial pathways I initially employed, which is a form of space-time ninjutsu. However, during my previous life, while situated within this realm of divine might, I was unable to continue utilizing the ability of intangibility. Yet, after acquiring my dual eyes, I pondered, if I can transfer my physical form into this space from the real world, could I conversely transfer my body from this space back to the reality? To my astonishment, I succeeded." Kakashi furrowed his brow. "Much of what you said eludes my understanding, and isn't the Sharingan a pair? Did you, in the future, lose one of your eyes?" Obito nodded slightly, crouching down to gaze at Kakashi, and spoke in a calm tone. "In my previous life, I indeed possessed only one eye for a considerable duration, for the other one resides within you." What? Not only was Kakashi taken aback, but Rin also hurried over, astonished that Obito could so effortlessly best Kakashi. Yet, her concern lay more with the implications for the future. "Obito, why will one of your eyes be within Kakashi in the future?" Tobi settled down, pulling Rin to sit beside him, directing his gaze towards Kakashi. "Now, may I finally share the entire story?" Kakashi turned over, struggling to sit up, and, wincing as he clutched his waist, responded with a hint of resignation. "You certainly are ruthless. Do I still possess the right to refuse to listen? Please, go on." Obito nodded slightly. "There is much to convey, and it may not be possible to express everything at once. I shall endeavor to highlight a few key points." With a grave expression, Obito began, "Rin, in the future, Kakashi and I formed a small team. During a mission, I was struck by a colossal boulder. I believed I would not survive. So I entrusted one of my eyes to you, Kakashi, as a gift for your promotion to Jonin." Rin keenly grasped the essential information contained within his words, "Obito, which means you are alive, and in the future, Kakashi has indeed become a Jonin." "When did this happen?" Tobi spoke slowly, 7 years later. Rin felt a mix of worry and excitement. 7 years later? Kakashi would only be 12 then. To achieve the rank of Jonin at such a young age is remarkable. But Toby, what happened to you afterwards? A hint of sorrow flickered in Toby's eyes as he replied, afterwards, I was saved by someone. At that time, half of my body was crushed. Had I not already possessed some ability to phase out, I might have perished. Rin let out a sigh of relief. And what about me? She cautiously inquired. Obito gazed at Rin, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. Rin, you were unharmed at that time. But soon thereafter, calamity befell you. Rin, already mentally prepared, murmured to herself, indeed, misfortune has befallen me. Obito, am I dead? Obscured by a veil of reluctance. Obito found himself wishing to evade the topic at hand. Even at this moment, he remained unwilling to conjure the haunting memories of that scene. Yet, as he met Rin's inquisitive gaze, he could only respond softly, I am sorry, Rin, for failing to protect you. The individual who saved me did so not out of benevolence. Rather, he deliberately led me astray to further his own ambitions. At that time, the third great ninja war had erupted, and he seized control of the hidden mist village, embedding the three tails within you. In a bid to spare the village from catastrophe, you chose to perish at Kakashi's hands, and I was an unwilling witness to that tragic moment. As he recounted the tale, Obito's voice grew hoarse, marking the inception of his descent into a living hell. The tale recounted by Obito is undeniably harrowing. Both Rin and Kakashi fell into a profound silence, unable to fathom the grim tableau that unfolded before them. So this is how it is. It was Rin who ultimately shattered the stillness, inquiring, but Obito, what is the three tails? Oblivious to the past, Obito momentarily found himself at a loss, having forgotten that Rin and Kakashi were still quite young and thus incapable of acquiring information regarding the tailed beasts. He elucidated, the three tails can be simply understood as a formidable summoning beast, a weapon of war wielded by the major ninja villages, possessing the capacity to annihilate an entire village with a single strike. Rin pondered for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile. I see. So in the future, I will sacrifice myself to protect the village. Chapter 14. Venting. Obito was somewhat troubled. Rin shook her head gently and reassured him, Obito, there is no need for you to feel remorse. Our teacher stated on the very first day of class that being a ninja is a perilous profession, and one must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. Although the news of my demise in the future unsettles my heart, upon reflection, if my death serves to protect the village, it is not so dreadful after all. With a smile, Rin continued, moreover, since you have returned from the future, everything that lies ahead has changed, has it not? Obito exhaled in relief, then turned to Lin with a serious gaze. Lin, I shall not allow the occurrence of your demise again. I have vowed to enhance my abilities and safeguard you. Lin nodded slightly. Her cheeks flushed as she met Obito's earnest eyes. However, a shadow of sorrow and concern flickered in her gaze as if a thought had crossed her mind. Obito, it must be painful for you to witness my death. I hope you will not hold Kakashi accountable. Obito let out a, lowering his head. I am truly sorry, Rin. At that time, I could not restrain the hatred within me. He then turned to face Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi's gaze was tinged with confusion, and he could not help but inquire, Obito, did I truly take Rin's life with my own hands? Toby let out a cold snort, unable to contain his rage as he exclaimed, Kakashi, you clearly promised me that you would protect Rin. Yet you used the very lightning technique that you later turned Raikiri to pierce her heart. For a long time, I could not help but blame you for failing to safeguard Rin, for letting her perish before your eyes. A surge of immense resentment emanated from Toby, distorting his features. Rin stood nearby, her heart heavy. It dawned upon her that the despair and suppressed emotions within Toby were largely attributed to her. She wished to intervene with a few comforting words, yet she understood that Toby was merely seizing this opportunity to vent his feelings. Bottling up such emotions was not healthy, and perhaps it was better for him to release them. In the end, she remained quietly observant, saying nothing. Kakashi trembled, for he had never experienced the agony of having taken Rin's life, yet he felt the profound sorrow and despair emanating from Toby. Such emotions could not be feigned. Furthermore, regarding Raikiri, Kakashi raised his hand. The lightning technique he had just employed was merely a rudimentary form, with the potential in his future visions to gather lightning chakra in his hand, maximizing its destructive power. Thus, the possibility of Toby having returned from the future seemed to increase slightly. Kakashi said, I am sorry, Toby. I shall not allow such a tragedy to occur again. Obito took a deep breath and continued to roar. Kakashi, you are merely full of empty boasts. Do you comprehend why I harbor such resentment towards you in the future? It is not solely because you personally took Rin's life. After all, I am fully aware that she willingly threw herself into your path. My loathing stems from your subsequent descent into despair, as you languished day and night in a daze, living as if you were a mere shell of a human being. Rin, who held unwavering faith in you, regarded you as her guiding sun, ultimately made that fateful choice. Yet, the despondent version of you that emerged afterward is unworthy of having touched Rin's blood. Kakashi's pupils constricted as memories flooded back of the time following his father's suicide. When he too wandered through life in a similar stupor, mirroring all that Obito had described. Obito let out a cold laugh. Kakashi, you must have felt it yourself. Every time you suffer a blow, you wear this lifeless visage. You've been like this from childhood to adulthood. How can someone like you, in such a state, ever deserve the title of genius? How can you be worthy of being the sun in Rin's eyes? Kakashi's complexion gradually paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He then lowered his head and self-mockingly replied, Obito, you are right. I may just be a worthless fool. After venting his frustrations, Obito gradually regained his composure and couldn't help but taunt, Kakashi, did you not previously assert that in the realm of ninjas, the completion of missions is of utmost importance? In the case of Rin, you averted a potential catastrophe and fulfilled your duties as a ninja. You should feel elated. Why then, do you appear so despondent? Kakashi paused, momentarily taken aback, and began to ponder. He was uncertain of how his future self would perceive such matters. But if the price of completing a mission meant personally taking Rin's life, then a shiver coursed through him, and he struggled to articulate, no, I cannot accept such a fate. Obito remarked with irony, this is the hypocritical side of you. Nagato is right. How can those who have not endured suffering comprehend its anguish? It is all too easy to spout profound truths while remaining oblivious to the pain. Is that so? Kakashi murmured, Father, I was mistaken. You were the one who steadfastly upheld your beliefs. Kakashi turned to Obito earnestly and said, Thank you, Obito. In that moment, he grasped the motivations behind Obito's actions, recognizing that while he sought an outlet for his emotions, he was also providing Kakashi with a chance to understand the fallacies of his own thoughts. Rin's smile returned. The boy who once required her care had now transformed into someone she could rely upon. However, Rin curiously inquired, Obito, who is Nagato? Obito cleared his throat and remarked, Nagato, he is one of the founding members of an organization devoted to peace. Born in a small nation, he witnessed the outbreak of war across his homeland, a conflict that obliterated his family. In contrast to the relatively tranquil Konoha, his comprehension of suffering runs far deeper. Indeed, Rin expressed sympathetically that Nagato is truly a pitiable soul. Toby nodded slightly. There are many pitiful souls like this, and in the future, I traversed numerous places and encountered many such individuals. At that time, I profoundly grasped the truth. The 5 great nations exist in a lofty realm, harboring an arrogance that remains imperceptible to themselves. They perpetually believe themselves to be the epicenter of the world, convinced that their actions epitomize justice. Yet, they frequently proclaim the banner of righteousness while inflicting suffering upon others. This is not solely true for individuals like Danzo. Even the virtuous born within the 5 great nations are not exempt. Rin nodded, though her brow furrowed ever deeper. She was indifferent to the matters concerning the 5 great nations as articulated by Toby. Her sole concern lay with him. She could sense that Toby's thoughts were somewhat askew, not erroneous, but rather in stark contrast to the collective ideology of Konoha. Toby, you speak of a future where I am dead, and you have witnessed all of this. But what then becomes of you? What stories unfold in your life thereafter? Obscured by a veil of shame, Obito lowered his gaze, acknowledging the inevitability of fate that he could no longer evade. He spoke softly, Lin, in the future, I have committed countless transgressions. Even if I were to be subjected to 1,000 tortures, it would be of little consequence. I do not even dare to face you. Yet, I shall gradually disclose everything to you. Chapter 15. Is casting illusions upon the moon impossible? No, one must merely become the second sage of 6 paths. Having prepared herself mentally, Lin offered gentle reassurance. Obito, you claim to have erred greatly. My death must have affected you profoundly, correct? Yet, none of this has transpired in our present. If we strive together, we can undoubtedly alter the future. Kakashi, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. After Obito's heartfelt counsel, he too found a renewed sense of determination. Obito, regardless of the mistakes you may make in the future, there is no need to burden your heart with them. For you are already aware of your errors, are you not? Thus, there is still time to amend your path. Obito let out a bitter chuckle. Therefore, Kakashi, I have often stated that one should refrain from voicing their opinions lightly before experiencing true suffering, for such assertions are misguided. In the future, I will witness Rin's demise. And swayed by the person who saved me, I will commence a plan known as the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi? Rin and Kakashi echoed in bewilderment. Obito activated his three-tomo Sharingan and pointed to his own eye, proclaiming, "This is the bloodline limit of our Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. Kakashi should possess some knowledge of it." The Sharingan inherently possesses formidable genjutsu capabilities. Due to its long-lost heritage, most individuals, unless they are of high standing within the Uchiha clan, believe that the pinnacle of the Sharingan is merely the three-tomo. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback and instinctively responded, "Isn't that so?" However, a sudden realization struck him as he recalled the eyes Obito had possessed upon entering this realm, eyes that deviated from the traditional three-tomo shape. Could it be? Toby nodded slightly. The very first pair of eyes I possessed was a form far superior to the three-tomo Sharingan, known as the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Each Kaleidoscope Sharingan is endowed with its unique ocular technique. For instance, the technique contained within my eyes is called Kamui, which can be interpreted as a form of space-time ninjutsu. Toby paused momentarily before continuing. Some kaleidoscopes have fully harnessed the illusionary prowess of the Sharingan, awakening a form of genjutsu known as Tsukuyomi. This is an extraordinarily potent illusion that can ensnare a person within a mental realm, allowing them to experience what feels like an entire lifetime within that world. Rin and Kakashi listened intently to Toby's exposition, their eyes widening in astonishment. Does such an illusion, capable of rendering a life so vividly real, truly exist? Rin inquired, her disbelief palpable. The principles of genjutsu taught in school merely pertain to slight disturbances in an individual's chakra pathways, inducing mere hallucinations that could be easily dispelled. Obito nodded slightly, affirming, "It is indeed achievable. The genjutsu of the Uchiha clan Sharingan is distinct from ordinary illusions." Kakashi responded with a nod. "So, the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan is indeed related to the genjutsu of the Sharingan?" Obito remarked, "Quite so." Toby pointed to the heavens. Although the realm of Kamui was devoid of both the moon and the sun, it was merely an expanse of monochrome void. The plan entailed casting the technique of Tsuki no Mi on the moon, utilizing it as a vessel to ensnare all souls within an illusion, allowing them to live out their lives ensconced in this phantasm. "What?" Rin and Kakashi exclaimed in unison. Kakashi rolled his eyes in a manner reminiscent of a dead fish. "This is utterly preposterous. Even the formidable Sharingan of the Uchiha clan cannot possibly extend to the degree of casting illusions upon the moon." Obito nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, a mere Uchiha cannot accomplish this feat. The casting of Tsuki no Mi requires an immense amount of chakra and various conditions. However, there are individuals in the ninja world capable of executing such extraordinary acts." Rin inquired with curiosity, "Who is it?" Obito slowly uttered a name, "The Sage of Six Paths." Rin immediately expressed her confusion. "The Sage of Six Paths? I believe he possesses the ability to achieve such feats, but is this not merely a legend?" Obito shook his head and remarked, "The Sage of Six Paths indeed once existed. His power transcended the comprehension of ninjas. With a mere gesture, he could summon clouds or summon rain, and the act of creation and destruction was but a thought away. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a deity of the ninja world. However, he passed away long ago, leaving only legends in his wake." Kakashi furrowed his brow and replied, "Even if the Sage of Six Paths truly existed, Obito, did you not say he is already deceased? I find it hard to believe that ninjas could replicate the feats of the Sage of Six Paths. How then can the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan succeed?" Obito cast a glance at Kakashi and said, "It's quite simple. One merely needs to become the second Sage of the Six Paths." Kakashi nearly lost his composure, and even Rin stifled a laugh. "Obito, you have been thoroughly deceived by that individual. This is clearly an impossible endeavor." Obito shook his head, his gaze serene. "Rin, Kakashi, I am not speaking falsehoods. Provided all conditions are met, a ninja can attain a level equivalent to that of the Sage of Six Paths. I am the most qualified to speak on this matter." Rin inquired with curiosity, "Why?" Obito paused momentarily before responding, "In the future, I became the second Sage of Six Paths." "What?" Rin wished to believe Obito, yet the notion felt so fantastical that it left her with an uncanny sense of disbelief. Thus, she sought confirmation. "Obito, you are speaking the truth." Obito spoke earnestly. "Lin, I would never deceive you." Lin, now convinced, inquired, "Then Obito, it must be exceedingly difficult to become the Sage of Six Paths. You mentioned needing to fulfill certain conditions. What are those conditions?" Obito let out a bitter smile, acknowledging, "This is the very source of all my transgressions." He had just provided a brief explanation about the tailed beasts. In truth, there are 9 tailed beasts existing within the shinobi realm. They were originally a singular entity known as the 10 Tails, which was subsequently divided into 9 by the Sage of 6 Paths, named according to the number of tails, ranging from 1 to 9. Rin, understanding, inquired, "So Obito, the tailed beast sealed within me by the mist is referred to as the 3 tails?" Obito nodded and said, "Indeed, each tailed beast harbors an immense reservoir of chakra, which is why they have become formidable weapons of war for the various ninja villages. The 10 Tails, in particular, possesses an unfathomable amount of chakra. To ascend to the status of the Sage of 6 Paths, one must gather all 9 tailed beasts, thereby reconstituting them into the 10 Tails, and then harness its power for oneself to approach the threshold of the 6 Paths." Kakashi furrowed his brow, commenting, "Although I am not entirely familiar with what tailed beasts are, their designation as weapons of war suggests they are anything but simple. Gathering all 9 sounds like an utterly reckless endeavor." Rin, too, was filled with concern, abandoning her previous state of relaxation. Obito proclaimed, "This is far more outrageous than you can fathom, for the 9-tailed beasts are predominantly held within the grasp of the 5 great shinobi villages, serving as one of the village's core strengths, vigilantly guarded. For instance, Konoha possesses a singular 9 tails. To amass all 9-tailed beasts signifies an endeavor to seize the essential power from the 5 great shinobi villages, a notion that no village would readily tolerate. Thus, the process of gathering the tailed beasts equates to a confrontation with the 5 great shinobi villages. Opposing them is tantamount to opposing the entire world. Take me as an example. In my pursuit of the 8 tails and 9 tails, I had no choice but to declare war on all 5 great shinobi villages, thereby igniting the 4th Great Ninja War. Chapter 16. I personally caused the death of my master and his wife. The 4th Great Ninja War. Rin and Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the 4th Great Ninja War, during a gathering of the 5 Kage. I boldly declared war in the presence of the other 4 Kage. Obito altered his sitting posture, resting one hand upon his thigh, exuding an air of languid dominance. In this very manner, he confronted them, declaring war. Rin and Kakashi could scarcely believe their eyes. Was this truly the Obito they once knew? Kakashi hesitantly inquired, "Were you the only one at that time?" Obito nodded slightly. "Indeed, strictly speaking, it is just me." Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clenched her small fists tightly against her chest. "Obito, although this may not be right, you are so impressive." Obito suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His face flushed as he rubbed the back of his head. "Is that so?" he inquired. Rin nodded gravely in affirmation. Kakashi, equally astonished, remarked, "Obito, have you truly reached such formidable heights in the future? To be able to disregard even the gathering of the leaders from the major villages?" Obito pondered for a moment, remarking that, in terms of sheer power, he was not particularly formidable. He then gestured towards his eyes, stating, "However, the unique abilities of my Mangekyō Sharingan are rather exceptional, as you have witnessed. In that ethereal state, no ninjutsu can touch me. Although at that time I possessed only one eye, even the leaders of several great villages were powerless against me." Kakashi, recalling the moments of his earlier defeat, could not help but inquire, "Is that ability something you can utilize continuously? I mean, can it be employed at any time and in any place?" Obito nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, it can be activated at any moment." In that instant, Kakashi realized the implications of such a statement. He had presumed that such a peculiar ability would require extensive preparation, if it could be utilized at any given time. That would be exceedingly unfair, wouldn't it? Obito shrugged, acknowledging that if he could not discover a solution to his abilities, they were indeed insurmountable. At that moment, Rin inquired, "Obito, you just mentioned declaring war against the other 4 Kage, but isn't this a summit of the 5 Kage? In other words, one of the Kage is absent?" Tobi could not help but chuckle. Although he had arrived, he had been caught betraying his allies and fled the scene, leaving only the 4 Kage at the meeting. The two were taken aback, and Rin could not refrain from commenting, "Can even the leader of a village engage in such behavior? I cannot fathom the Hokage behaving in such a manner." Kakashi nodded in agreement, stating, "The Hokage would certainly not act in such a way. Konoha cannot afford to lose face." The smile on Obito's face grew ever wider. "I'm afraid I've disappointed you. The one who escaped is none other than the Hokage." "Huh?" The two were utterly dumbfounded. Obito gradually elucidated. At that time, Konoha was facing some issues. During the 5 Kage summit, it was the acting Hokage who represented us. That is to say, the despicable Shimura Danzo. I have always maintained that he is like a rat in a sewer. The two of them exhaled a sigh of relief. But as if recalling something, Kakashi retorted with anger. He even ascended to the position of Hokage. Such disgrace brought upon Konoha is intolerable. My desire to eliminate him grows stronger by the moment. Obito dissuaded, stating that shortly after fleeing, he was met with death, having merely seized upon an opportunity. At that time, the fifth Hokage was Tsunade. The fifth Hokage. Rin could not help but exclaim, so the future has witnessed the succession of two Hokages. The fact that Lady Tsunade had ascended to the position of Hokage thrilled her immensely, as she held a deep admiration for Tsunade. Hearing of her elevation to Hokage filled Rin with great joy. Obito's face betrayed no trace of joy. Instead, he lowered his head with a hint of sorrow. Rin. Noticing this, inquired, Obito, what troubles you? Are you not happy that Lady Tsunade has become Hokage? Obito shook his head, saying, no, that's not it. It's just the fourth Hokage. Obito self-deprecatingly remarked, Rin, Kakashi, the fourth Hokage is none other than our team leader, Sensei Minato. Our team leader, you say? He is destined to become Hokage in the future. It seems we shall have an exceptional teacher ahead of us. Rin smiled momentarily, yet a thought crossed her mind. Dimming her smile, the Hokage is already the fifth. Does that mean our future teacher has also passed away? What kind of person was he? Obito revealed a fleeting memory. Minato-sensei was remarkably youthful and immensely powerful. In the eyes of many, he was the true sun, a beacon of hope compared to Kakashi. He mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu inherited from the second Hokage, during the tumultuous Third Great Ninja War. Minato-sensei carved out a legendary reputation on the battlefield, akin to Kakashi's father. He was known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, compelling even the Rock Ninja and other villages to issue warnings that upon encountering the Yellow Flash, they would unconditionally abandon their ongoing missions. Kakashi felt bewildered. He distinctly recalled that the first rule of the Ninja Code was to never abandon a mission, regardless of the circumstances. This belief in the primacy of ninja missions was what shaped his convictions. Yet, Obito seemed intent on provoking him, each word striking harshly against his ideals. Kakashi squinted, unable to suppress his imagination. Just how formidable must this ninja be, who could alter the very tenets of the Ninja Code, and who would eventually become his teacher? Rin sighed. Is that so? Then he must have been destined to be a great Hokage. It's such a pity he died. Indeed, it was a tremendous loss, had he survived. Many tragedies could have been averted, Obito murmured. Minato-sensei was incredibly kind to us, and his wife, Kushina-chan, treated us with great warmth as well. Before that mission, I even promised her that we would all return safely, whole and intact. As Obito spoke, his words faltered, and tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Rin and Kakashi also sensed the profound sorrow, and Rin inquired, Obito, the elder sister Kukina you mentioned, who will one day be our teacher's wife. Has she encountered misfortune as well? Tobi nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, a tragedy occurred on the same day for both Kakashi-sensei and Lady Kushina. On that fateful day, Lady Kushina had just given birth, and their son, Naruto Uzumaki, was suddenly left without his parents. Rin listened, her heart heavy with sorrow, and clenched her tiny fists. This is utterly tragic. Who could dare to take away our future mentors? It is simply unforgivable, obscured by a sense of guilt. Obito lowered his head, unable to meet Rin's gaze. Indeed, it is unforgivable. The one who caused the demise of our master and his wife is none other than I. A gasp escaped Rin and Kakashi, who had already been subjected to countless shocking revelations, yet this confession left them utterly astounded. Rin furrowed her brows in confusion. Obito, why? Kakashi, rendered speechless, cast a questioning look at Obito. Obito stated, because Kushina, the elder sister, is the current host of the Nine Tails. Just as the Three Tails was sealed within Rin by the hidden mist, the Nine Tails is sealed within Kushina. In order to seize the Nine Tails, I deliberately infiltrated Konoha during the period of weakness following the elder sister's childbirth and unleashed the Nine Tails from Kushina, instigating the chaos of the Nine Tails. Obito self-deprecatingly remarked, Rin, you perished in an effort to prevent the tailed beast from wreaking havoc in the village, while I, as a wretch, personally infiltrated the village and orchestrated this tragedy. That fateful night, much of Konoha was ravaged by the Nine Tails, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including that of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Chapter 17. I wish you would slap me awake. This matter was so egregious that even Rin could not contain her outrage after hearing it. Obito, wasn't your childhood dream to become Hokage? I still cannot fathom why you would resort to such unscrupulous means to achieve your goals at the expense of the village and harm your master and his wife. Obito's voice deepened as he spoke. Rin, I am truly sorry. Ever since your demise, I have transformed. I have suddenly perceived the true nature of this world, which is nothing short of a hell. It is somewhat ironic, for the one who led me astray was, in fact, an idealist. His aspiration was to bring peace to the world, yet he recognized the irredeemable state of existence, and thus sought to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, a colossal illusion to envelop everyone within its grasp. During that period, I witnessed an abundance of vile acts, including those I have shared with you. In truth, Konoha is not as luminous as it appears on the surface, is it? Moreover, there are numerous places that are even worse off than Konoha. Consequently, I have come to accept that man's design. I yearn to implement the infinite Tsukuyomi, to forge a realm where all live and find happiness. Rin furrowed her brow and replied, But Obito, no matter how grand the illusion, it is not reality. This is a lesson taught by our instructors at school. How can you place your hopes in a mere fade? While I can forgive many of your misdeeds, the notion of harming the village is something I cannot accept. Obito gazed at Rin, unable to restrain himself as he spoke. Rin, I do not seek to justify the wrongs I have committed. I have stated before that my death would be of little consequence. Strike me if you must. In that moment, Rin found herself at a loss, her heart unexpectedly softened. I apologize, Obito. I was too agitated just now. I do not comprehend the trials you have faced, and perhaps I lack the right to judge. Before Rin could finish her sentence, Obito suddenly grasped her hand and struck himself forcefully across the face. After the blow, he did not release her hand, instead holding it against his cheek. Large tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes as he choked out, Rin, do you know that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, I encountered someone on the battlefield who bore a striking resemblance to my younger self? He was none other than Minato-sensei's son, the grown-up Naruto Uzumaki. In the end, he, alongside the allied shinobi forces, thwarted my plans and emerged as a hero who saved the world. On the battlefield, I attempted time and again to lead him to despair. Yet he continually rose to his feet, ultimately persuading me to confront my own errors. Rin, he and I are truly alike, which is why I understand him so well. I know how to push him into hopelessness, but do you know why he always manages to endure? Tobi gazed at Kakashi, reflecting on the multitude of individuals who stood by him during his moments of sorrow, despair, and hopelessness. In those times, there was always someone to guide him. And among them, Kakashi, you played a significant role as his mentor. To this day, I vividly recall the moment I took the life of the person he sought to protect, leaving him powerless, merely a spectator to his own tragedy. It was the closest I had ever come to achieving my goal, nearly pushing him into darkness. Yet, at that very juncture, a girl beside him delivered a resounding slap, awakening him. Rin, do you understand? I envied that moment profoundly, how I wished you had been there to deliver a similar awakening to me. As Tobi recounted this, he succumbed to his emotions, weeping uncontrollably. In that instant, Rin felt the weight of his loneliness, tears streaming down her own cheeks. She leaned closer, enveloping him in her embrace. At last, she comprehended the intensity of Tobi's yearning for her warmth when they first met. She gently patted his back while he buried his face in her bosom, crying freely. In that moment, Tobi shed all pretense, revealing his raw vulnerability. The boy she believed had changed and needed her care was still there. Tobi had not transformed at all. After a prolonged bout of tears, Tobi finally managed to compose himself, lingering in Rin's embrace as he continued. In truth, during the assault on Konoha when the Nine Tails unleashed chaos, I fought alongside Sensei Minato. How I longed for him to recognize me, to pull me back from the brink. Regrettably, I had donned a mask, concealing my true self. And Sensei was unaware that the masked figure was me. Thus, I gradually propelled myself towards the very antithesis of the ninja world. Later, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, I succeeded in gathering all nine-tailed beasts, becoming the second sage of 6 paths, yet behind me lay an emptiness, devoid of companionship. Rin's small face was etched with compassion as she could not help but utter, Tobi, you must have felt so lonely during that time. Obito nodded slightly, yet soon broke into a smile. As I gaze upon the gathered souls, a wave of regret washes over me. I was defeated by Naruto, and ultimately, I met my demise. As I traversed the path to the afterlife, it dawned on me that I was never truly alone. Kakashi, taken aback, pieced together the sordid tale of Obito's future misdeeds from his narrative, recognizing it as a tale of betrayal and isolation. In such a state, did anyone still stand by Obito's side? Rin suddenly grasped something profound and smiled, saying, Obito, is it me? If the afterlife truly exists, even in death, I would be unable to rest, forever watching over you. Obito nodded softly. Indeed, Rin. You have been waiting for me at the threshold of the afterlife for a long time, and in the end, it is you who takes my hand, leading us into eternal slumber together. Oblivious to his own jest, Obito recounted, at that time, the 5 great ninja nations sought to extract the 10 tails from within me. Thousands united, including the most formidable individuals from the ninja world and the leaders of various villages, engaged in an epic tug-of-war against me. Yet, even amid such overwhelming odds, I may not have succumbed. My defeat stemmed from my original intentions. Had I known you, Rin, stood behind me, perhaps victory would have been mine. Then, the infinite Tsukuyomi plan would have been set in motion, and the world would have crumbled as a result of my actions. Rin stifled a giggle, her youthful imagination painting the vivid scene that Obito described. The audacity of one man opposing the entirety of the world seemed utterly insane, yet undeniably majestic. A tinge of trepidation flickered within her, yet it was overshadowed by a burgeoning admiration. Kakashi rolled his eyes, interjecting, Rin, if what Obito claims is true, then he ultimately becomes the harbinger of a cataclysmic war, a malevolent figure responsible for countless deaths. Such a fate is hardly worthy of reverence. Rin narrowed her eyes in contemplation, nodding gently. I understand, Kakashi. Nevertheless, hasn't all of this yet to transpire? I must not perish this time. If Obito truly transforms into that, I will bring him back. A thoughtful expression crossed her face. The future me, witnessing Obito's myriad misdeeds, still refuses to abandon him. Perhaps, in my heart, his significance surpasses my own understanding. Chapter 18. Konoha does not represent the ninja world. Rin found herself reminiscing about the moments spent with Obito. She had always perceived him as a carefree boy, perpetually absent-minded, often arriving late due to his habit of assisting elderly women, nearly missing his admission to the ninja academy. Thus, her concern was inevitable. Yet, she gradually realized that her care for Obito had exceeded mere friendship. Perhaps from the very beginning, she had been captivated by this sunny, albeit clumsy, boy. In the future, Obito regarded her as his salvation. How could she not view him as her own? Suddenly, an impulse surged within Rin, compelling her to speak. Obito, in the future, never face anything alone. I will stand by your side to confront it all. Toby nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Lin, I shall reveal everything to you. I never intended to face all matters alone. He then turned his gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi, you too have discerned the truth. The future me is beyond redemption. I do not seek your forgiveness, nor do I desire it, for I am unworthy. Yet, I yearn deeply to alter certain events, to prevent the recurrence of tragedy. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi inquired, So, Toby, what do you intend to do? Obito cast a glance around, slowly articulating, This realm of divine might is a true reflection of my psyche. It exists solely in shades of black and white, fragmented and disjointed. In comparison, the entirety of the ninja world fares little better. Outwardly, there may be light, but beneath lies a far more profound darkness. Countless individuals endeavor to manifest peace in their own ways. Yet, the seed of peace struggles to take root in the soil of the ninja realm, leading many astray into extremism. This is true for my future self, as well as the one who guided my descent into darkness. Therefore, having returned to the past, I shall bear this burden myself. I possess knowledge of the future and considerable strength. I am the one most capable of ushering peace to the ninja world. Peace, you say? Rin murmured, contemplating the arduous path ahead. Nevertheless, she resolutely stated, Obito, I stand by your decisions, but should I ever discover that you have wandered off course, I will pull you back. For instance, a peace fabricated through illusion holds no significance in reality. Obito shook his head gently and said, Lin, you are mistaken. Even now, I have not entirely dismissed the value of the infinite Tsukuyomi. None of you have truly experienced despair. Yet there are countless souls in this world who have endured profound hopelessness. They struggle to survive, and at times, merely existing can be more agonizing than death itself. For them, the distinction between reality and illusion is of little consequence. They yearn instead for a sanctuary for their spirits, a haven of warmth. Lin furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Kakashi then let out a heavy scoff. This is nothing but an evasion of reality, the behavior of a coward. Obito, did you not accuse me of being a coward for my future? Yet, your actions only serve to transform more individuals into cowards. What right do you have to criticize me? Obito sighed deeply, letting out a cold snort. Kakashi, you are unlike those common folk. You are a prodigy. You became a genin at the tender age of 5 and ascended to Nin by 12. You possess strength that they lack. They are merely an assemblage of ordinary individuals, drifting aimlessly. You are deemed a coward, but that is the consequence of your own choices. They are labeled as cowards because they have no alternatives. Your father was victimized by Danzo, and you yearn for vengeance. You possess the opportunity to realize that ambition. Yet what of them? When their loved ones are oppressed by those in power, what recourse do they have? They are compelled to numb themselves, to live in a haze. For the outcome of resistance, the fate of rejecting reality, is that they will walk together as a family into oblivion. Thus, it is precisely because you have the power to grow stronger, yet you willingly relinquish the opportunity that so many covet, that I feel such indignation on your behalf. Kakashi had never contemplated it from this perspective, and cold sweat streamed down his brow, leaving him without a counterargument. Perhaps we can still save ourselves. Obito let out a cold laugh, saying, the shinobi world is vast. How many can you truly save? Though you possess power, you cannot alter the present. You can only save yourself. Without experiencing the suffering of others, one lacks the qualification to pass judgment. In comparison to living in hell, what shame lies in seeking to escape? Kakashi was rendered speechless, his expression turning icy. So, Obito, do you intend to try once more? If that is the case, for the sake of the shinobi world, I shall be compelled to stand against you. Obito mockingly remarked, look at you. So anxious. This is what I refer to as the arrogance of the 5 great shinobi villages. The inhabitants of these villages, buoyed by the prospect of a brighter future, oppose this plan. But have you ever considered the perspective of the common folk from the smaller nations? Perhaps you haven't. They too are part of the shinobi world. What gives you the right to speak on their behalf? Kakashi, you can only represent the interests of Konohagakure. Protecting your village is not inherently wrong. Yet your actions are not as noble as you imagine. Do not incessantly proclaim that your motives are for the sake of the shinobi world. Konoha does not embody the entire shinobi realm. This is why I find you at times somewhat hypocritical. I would prefer it if Danzo were to be candid, declaring that everything he does is for the sake of Konoha. Kakashi, once again left speechless by the rebuttal, found himself at a loss for words. In contrast to Obito, who had honed his eloquence through countless provocations in his previous life, Kakashi's verbal skills appeared rather limited. He turned to Rin with a pleading gaze. Rin, seemingly unperturbed, looked at Obito and smiled, saying, Obito, while you claim not to entirely dismiss the significance of the infinite Tsukuyomi, I suspect you would not wish to experience it once more, would you? Toby nodded slightly, stating that the infinite Tsukuyomi is merely a conspiracy, the machination of an ancient schemer. This plan would culminate in the demise of all, leaving the ninja world in utter desolation, a fate I do not desire. Rin and Kakashi were taken aback. They had assumed that Toby's actions in the future were already monumental, yet they had not anticipated the existence of a greater mastermind. Kakashi could not restrain his curiosity. Toby, you have been quite candid with us. Yet you refuse to reveal the identities of the one who led you to your downfall and the newly emerged conspirator. Is there a concern that prevents you from disclosing this information? Toby nodded thoughtfully, stating, for your safety, it would be prudent to wait until you have matured further before I divulge any information. The entire ninja world is under the watchful gaze of White Zetsu. Should he become aware of anything amiss, it could lead to chaos. Kakashi, seeing that Toby was unwilling to share more, chose not to press further but instead posed another inquiry. So, Toby, how do you intend to bring peace to the ninja world? Chapter 19. You are my world. Obito pondered for a moment, admitting, to be honest, I have yet to formulate a concrete plan. I can only take each step as it comes. Kakashi furrowed his brow and replied, having experienced numerous events in your future, surely you must possess some thoughts of your own? Toby let out a bitter laugh, saying that due to having endured too much, he was at a loss as to where to begin, for every plan possessed its own flaws. He then raised a finger to illustrate his point. The future I experienced, perhaps after the conclusion of the Fourth Shinobi World War, had already ushered in an era of peace. Rin and Kakashi were taken aback. Obito continued to speak. At that time, my very existence posed a grave threat to the entire shinobi world, compelling the various nations to set aside their animosities and unite against me. Led by the 5 great nations, they formed a coalition of ninjas, even standardizing their forehead protectors to bear the symbol of a single character, shinobi. Historically, the shinobi world wars had been a series of brutal conflicts among the great nations, where the deaths of individuals would effortlessly transfer hatred to the next generation. However, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the future leaders of the 5 great nations were still quite young, untouched by the taint of hatred. Even amidst casualties, all animosity was attributed to my actions alone. In the process of fighting together, they forged bonds of camaraderie, cultivating friendships that transcended life and death. It is foreseeable that as this war concludes and the older generation bequeaths power to the younger, these young leaders would rise to positions of authority within their villages, even to the status of Hokage. Consequently, the likelihood of future conflicts would diminish greatly. When abroad, they would find themselves surrounded by friends, making it inconvenient to engage in battle. And even if dissent emerged, Konoha was fortunate to have produced two extraordinary powerhouses capable of quelling any unrest. Thus, a period of peace in the shinobi world seemed plausible. Upon hearing this, both individuals were overjoyed. They had anticipated a bleak and desolate future. Yet the ultimate outcome was unexpectedly bright. Of course, Obito had somewhat concealed the information regarding Kaguya Otsutsuki. The final pivotal reason for the potential peace in the shinobi world was the alliance of Naruto and Sasuke with Sakura and Kakashi, who together sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki. Prior to this, the infinite Tsukuyomi had been unleashed, threatening to turn everyone into white Zetsu and extinguish their lives. The actions of Naruto and Sasuke were, without a doubt, a genuine salvation for them. With the life-saving grace in the foreground and their formidable strength in the background, how could peace not prevail in the shinobi world? Rin revealed a smile. So, Obito, in a certain sense, has your actions indeed brought about peace? Obito nodded slightly, contemplating. Indeed, this is a promising notion. I could resurrect some events from my past, orchestrating a cataclysm that would compel everyone to unite. The burden of hatred would rest solely upon my shoulders, and it would find its resolution with me. In this manner, the ninja world could attain a semblance of peace for a time. Kakashi furrowed his brow. No, this is far too perilous. Furthermore, Obito, such an action would place you in opposition to everyone once more, which is not the outcome I desire to witness. Rin also nodded in agreement. Obito, I too do not wish to see your sacrifice as the price for peace. Obito chuckled self-deprecatingly. Sacrificing myself for the salvation of the world is not such a terrible notion. If circumstances permitted, I would willingly do so. Yet, you must recognize the inherent drawbacks. To compel the 5 great nations to lay aside their animosities and unite is no trivial endeavor. It necessitates a profound comprehension of suffering. However, this path would inevitably lead to the loss of many lives, and even with such sacrifices, the outcomes of the past were merely the result of countless coincidences. A single misstep could result in death, leaving hatred untouched and rendering all efforts futile. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. Thus, Obito, perhaps we ought to explore a more gentle approach, fostering mutual understanding among people. Toby shook his head and remarked, it is futile. Everything I experienced in my past life indicates that the prerequisite for individuals to attempt mutual understanding is that one must first bring the other to their knees. Toby raised his fist, declaring, in this world, one must rely on strength to be heard. This is a truth I have come to understand. The establishment of Konohagakure was not solely due to the ideology of peace. Primarily, it was the unparalleled power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, that commanded respect and obedience from all. The two were taken aback. Rin cautiously remarked, yet the third Hokage, renowned as the strongest Hokage, surpassed the first in strength, and still failed to compel the nations to heed his words. The Second Shinobi World War erupted nonetheless, and our village was besieged. Thankfully, we had the support of White Fang and the legendary 3 ninjas, or else. Obito could not help but burst into laughter. If Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed the strength of the first Hokage, not only would the Second Great Ninja War have never occurred, but Konoha could have potentially unified the entire ninja world. That old man was merely embellishing his own reputation. Rin questioned with skepticism, is the first truly that formidable? Is he stronger than the third? Rin harbored doubts. Obito smiled as he explained, the strength is not merely a trivial matter. The first Hokage is but a step away from the state of the Sage of 6 Paths that I previously mentioned. The third Hokage pales in comparison, akin to a mere child, unable to even compel him to take things seriously. However, in a certain sense, the third Hokage can indeed be considered the strongest Hokage. For both the first and second are not particularly adept at fire techniques. Ha ha ha. This was one of the rare moments of joy on Obito's face during the conversation, and Rin should have felt happy for him. Yet, at that moment, she merely exchanged an awkward glance with Kakashi, as the Hokage represents their village of Konoha, and it felt rather peculiar to witness such mockery directed at him. Obito chuckled for a moment before gradually regaining his composure and continued speaking. In essence, absolute power may not guarantee absolute peace, yet without strength, one lacks even the right to be heard, regardless of how peace may be achieved in the future. The only course of action available to us now is to diligently enhance ourselves. This sentiment was shared by both individuals. Kakashi harbored no intentions of relinquishing his hatred. To oppose the Hokage's assistance, he must become stronger. Rin, too, wished to prevent the tragic fate that awaited her in the future. Upon witnessing the situation, Obito continued. Although I harbor reservations regarding Kakashi's proposed gentle approach, should you wish to give it a try, it is not entirely out of the question. Rin, Kakashi, you are the most suitable candidates for such an endeavor. Obito pondered for a moment and remarked, first and foremost, Kakashi, you must ensure your health. It is the foundation of everything. Otherwise, I have witnessed a formidable individual, stricken by illness, who was unable to fulfill his aspirations before his body succumbed. That simply cannot happen. Then, he turned his gaze towards Rin. Rin, your ambition is to become a female ninja akin to Tsunade, and indeed, in the future, you have emerged as an exceptional medical ninja. You can still embark on this path. Immerse yourself in the study of medical ninjutsu to solidify your foundation. Leave the rest to me. I shall devise a means to enhance your abilities, and even persuade Lady Tsunade to take you as her apprentice. Rin trembled, a wave of self-doubt washing over her. She now felt like the one in dire need of care, not wishing to rely solely on Obito for everything. Yet, Obito felt Rin's sentiments and gently clasped her hand, holding it tightly. Rin, my future strength derives from the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, a lineage not bestowed upon everyone. Life is inherently unequal. One must learn to confront their own vulnerabilities. If one is lacking in bloodline, then one must seek ways to compensate. I have devised a plan, and once you mature a little more, we can put it into action. Moreover, Rin, after enduring numerous experiences together, it is no longer a matter of dependence between us. You must sense it, for while you rely on me, I find myself relying on you even more. I once told you that saving me is akin to saving the world. Conversely, saving you is equally tantamount to rescuing the entire universe, for you are my world. Chapter 20. Have we defined our relationship? Rin, overwhelmed with emotion, could not hold back her tears. Through laughter and weeping, she looked at Obito and said, well then, Obito, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude. I entrust everything to you. Obito gently wiped away Lin's tears and remarked with a smile, in the past. It was you who dried my tears. Now, I finally have the opportunity to do the same for you. Lin's sobs grew louder, as if everything had turned upside down. She threw herself into Obito's embrace, and he held her tightly, allowing her heartfelt tears to soak his clothes. Kakashi stood nearby, his eyes narrowing slightly, thoroughly enjoying the scene. He was, in fact, a staunch supporter of Obito and Lin's relationship, and witnessing the profound deepening of their bond brought him a sense of inner satisfaction. After a tender moment, Obito and Lin gradually parted ways. Obito solemnly stated, many events are destined to unfold in the future. It is already quite late today, and when time permits, I shall gradually share them with you. Presently, we stand on the brink of the Third Great Ninja War. Indeed, although the Second Great Ninja War has only recently concluded, the third is imminent. In just a few short years, the realm of ninjas has been engulfed in relentless conflict, and countless lives will be lost in the throes of war. It is precisely for this reason that I yearn to realize peace. At this moment, I am still too young and powerless. While war is undeniably brutal, it also presents a unique opportunity, one that allows me to step beyond the confines of our village and pursue certain endeavors. Thus, let us relish these final years of peace before the impending turmoil demands our unwavering diligence. Obito once again activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. Thus, today's conversation shall come to a close. I shall escort you out now. However, this time I will refrain from opening the space-time portal. Obito placed his hands upon the two, causing the space around them to warp, and the three vanished from their original location. In the realm of reality, at the Hitaki residence, the figures of the three reappeared. Rin, filled with curiosity, surveyed her surroundings and could not help but exclaim, Obito, this is truly a remarkable ability. Obito smiled softly, reflecting, in my previous life, it was through this very ability that I traversed the entire shinobi world. He turned his gaze towards Kakashi, then towards the photograph of Minato Namikaze, prominently displayed in the Hitaki residence. Kakashi, have you come to terms with your inner self? Kakashi nodded respectfully, approaching the image of his father, White Fang, and bowed. Father, I shall personally venture forth to behold the landscapes ahead, and, in passing, Ascertain whether the higher echelons of Konoha are indeed as lamentable as Obito described. Obito and Rin stood quietly to the side, observing. Obito is indeed aware of a method for resurrection, one that transcends the mere illusion of Edo Tensei, encompassing a genuine revival. However, the use of the Rinnegan to invoke such resurrection necessitates a grave sacrifice, the life of the practitioner, unless one possesses the power of the Sage of Six Paths to facilitate the revival. This cost is rather exorbitant. Initially, upon discovering the resurrection capabilities of the Rinnegan, he contemplated whether it might be feasible to implant the Rinnegan in a condemned prisoner and manipulate him to perform the Rinne rebirth. Yet, after transplanting Madara's left eye into himself, he realized this notion was merely fanciful. Even with Hashirama's cells coursing through him, he nearly succumbed to the Rinnegan's overwhelming influence. A mere ninja, even one of the caliber of a Kage, would likely be reduced to a desiccated corpse in an instant. Thus, invoking Rinne rebirth would require the sacrifice of a ninja of Nagato's caliber, and such individuals are exceedingly rare within the entire ninja world. At this juncture, it would be prudent to refrain from articulating such an ethereal concept as resurrection. Kakashi, Rin, and I shall take our leave. Would you care to join us for a late-night meal? Obito extended an invitation. Kakashi shook his head, saying, The information I've received today is rather overwhelming. I need to take a moment to process it. Toby nodded gently and turned to Rin. Shall we go, Rin? Rin smiled. Taking Toby's hand and addressing Kakashi, Kakashi, we shall visit again when we have the time. Hand in hand, the pair departed from the Hataki residence. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. The village of Konoha was illuminated by countless lights, twinkling like stars, creating a scene of prosperity. The two did not part ways immediately. Instead, they strolled leisurely along a riverbank in Konoha. The night breeze was gentle, and for a moment, silence enveloped them, creating a somewhat somber atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Rin who broke the silence. Toby, do you really like me? Obito was taken aback by Rin's question. He felt a tinge of shyness but ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. In my previous life, I never had the chance to confess my feelings to you. The flowers I intended to give you remained unpresented. Rin gazed into the distance and remarked, Is that so? What a pity. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, Obito. To be honest, I once believed that my affections were directed towards Kakashi. Obito's actions do not come as a surprise. I knew that when I thought I was on the brink of death, I entrusted him with the task of safeguarding you. Rin's expression turned nostalgic. Obito, since my childhood, my dream has been to become a formidable warrior like Tsunade. Yet, I am acutely aware that I am merely an ordinary girl, incapable of achieving much. Kakashi's appearance, as you mentioned, was akin to the sun in the sky. I found myself irresistibly drawn to him, yearning to be near him. However, I have now come to the sudden realization that my feelings for Kakashi are rooted more in admiration. He has fulfilled my fantasies of strength. Yet, he has never truly entered my life. His brilliance blinded me to the truth. More often than not, the person I long to accompany and care for is you. Taking a deep breath, Obito smiled and said, Lin, after meeting you at the crossroads of the afterlife, I understood everything. Lin, I truly cherish you. And if it were possible, I would like to walk alongside you forever. Lin nodded gently, replying, Obito, I am uncertain if this is love, but I am certain that you are the most extraordinary person in my life. I will watch over you until eternity. The two exchanged no further words, simply holding hands as they traversed a long path until their final parting. Back at the Uchiha compound, Obito returned home. He switched on the light and approached his grandmother's portrait, smiling as he spoke. Grandma, perhaps there is a chance you might have a grandchild in the future. Yet, how is it that you departed so soon after I spoke those words, when you seemed so healthy? If not for Lin and Kakashi, I would be lost, unaware of who else in this world might care for me. In my past life, I committed numerous mistakes, but in this life, I shall strive to make amends. Little by little. Rest peacefully in the afterlife, dear grandmother. Your grandson, Obito, has grown up. Toby and his grandmother exchanged a few quiet words, wiped away their tears, and he stepped into his bedroom, lying down on the bed that felt both strange and familiar, drifting into slumber. 4 years later, at the Ninja Academy. In the teaching building, the 9-year-old Toby faced 3 examiners, executing his movements with precision and clarity as he conjured an almost flawless shadow clone. He stood still, patiently awaiting the outcome. Pass, pass, pass. The 3 examiners nodded with smiles, though they were not surprised. As the top student of this elite class that had risen from the bottom, It would have been unusual for Uchiha Tobi not to graduate. Soon, a Jonin instructor approached, presenting a forehead protector to Tobi. Congratulations, Tobi, you are now a full-fledged ninja. Starting tomorrow, you will form a team with the other two. Your supervising Jonin has requested that after the graduation ceremony, you gather at Training Ground 42. Please be punctual. As the Jonin spoke, he handed Tobi a set of documents. Upon unveiling the contents, it was inscribed, Class, 7th Class, Guiding Jonin, Minato Namikaze. Team members, Rin Noara, Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha. The gaze of Obito was profound, and nothing had changed. It remained as it was in the previous life. The gears of fate turned slowly, prompting Obito to ponder. Sensei Minato, how should I face you again? Chapter 21. The routes are not so easy to join. Konoha, Hokage Building, Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, held several intelligence reports freshly delivered by the Umbu, his expression grave. The third Kazekage is missing? The Sand Village is mobilizing the entire nation in search. The Cloud Village is restless, amassing a considerable military presence at the borders. The Grass Village has detected movements from the Rock Village. And the previously reclusive Mist Village is also becoming increasingly active. Hiruzen sighed heavily, taking a puff from his pipe before rising from his seat and approaching the window. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the faces of the first and second Hokage carved into Hokage rock, murmuring softly, Sensei, war is on the horizon. Yet Konoha is gradually declining. Will I ever be able to realize your ideals and those of the first Hokage? As he felt the toll of age weighing upon him and his physical capabilities diminishing, he took a moment to steady his emotions and summoned an Umbu. Is everything in order with the graduating class of the Ninja Academy? Kneeling partially, the Umbu with a monkey mask reported, Hokage-sama, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, notify everyone. Time is of the essence. We must nurture the graduates as much as possible. After a moment's contemplation, he added, furthermore, reinforce the borders of the Land of Fire. If necessary, release some criminals from Konoha prison to have them contribute in exchange for their sins. Having arranged everything? Sarutobi waved his hand. Now go and take care of it. The Umbu acknowledged and vanished using the body flicker technique. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor of the Hokage's office. Soon, Shimura Danzo burst in with 2 root members. Hiruzen, war is imminent, and I require manpower, substantial manpower. Danzo stated bluntly, laying bare his demands. Sarutobi pondered briefly, negotiate with the major clans yourself. The orphanage has recently seen a new batch of children grow up. Danzo slammed his hand on the table. Hiruzen, the major clans have already provided ample assistance in recent years. They cannot be expected to send more to root. As for the orphanage, how many of those are truly worth cultivating? Sarutobi remained unperturbed, responding slowly. Konoha has a limited population. What alternative do you propose? Danzo retorted. Didn't see the Ninja Academy just graduate a new class of students? Give me those with simple backgrounds, and I assure you, in a few years, they will become Konoha's sharpest blade. Sarutobi frowned. Danzo, you know that is impossible. They are the budding talents of Konoha, inheritors of the will of fire, and cannot be drawn into the shadows. Danzo scoffed. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Konoha is currently unprecedentedly weak. Can you guarantee that the other villages won't turn against us and attack? Sarutobi's anger flared. You are aware of Konoha's weakness, so whose fault is that? As long as Shimura is alive, the situation should not have escalated to this point. Danzo huffed. Who would have known that your Umbu captain has such fragile mental fortitude? Moreover, you know the details of past events all too well. Sarutobi sighed, contemplating silently. Shimura, have I truly erred? After a moment's hesitation, he softened his tone. Very well. You may recruit the newly graduated genin from the civilian class, but it must be voluntary. Danzo was not satisfied. A few civilians are hardly of any use. Sarutobi countered. Do you expect me to hand over the elite class? I could give you all of them, but if anything goes awry, I will not take responsibility. Danzo seemed tempted but ultimately reconsidered. Hiruzen, you underestimate me. Everything I do is for Konoha. I would not engage in actions detrimental to unity. However, the lack of manpower is a reality that must be addressed. Sarutobi understood that the crux of the matter was at hand. He knew precisely what his old friend sought. Speak, who do you desire? Danzo replied slowly, the son of White Fang, Hitaki Kakashi. He has minimal entanglements and possesses unparalleled talent. I assure you, I can train him to become Konoha's second sharp blade. Sarutobi was taken aback by Danzo's intent, immediately interjecting, do not even consider Kakashi. He is one I have high hopes for, having fully absorbed the will of fire. I will not allow him to be drawn into darkness. After a pause, Sarutobi continued. Instead, let us consider this year's top graduate, Uchiha Obito. Although born of the Uchiha clan, he is an orphan and has little connection to them. I can discuss his joining route. Danzo's expression darkened instantly. Uchiha Obito, the top graduate this year due to his adeptness in body flicker technique and theoretical knowledge. Yet, as an Uchiha, he does not possess fire release techniques, nor is his Sharingan activated. While his taijutsu is commendable, it is limited to Ninja Academy duels. What use is such taijutsu against true power? He barely represents the Uchiha, akin to a civilian. Recruiting him into route would invite the wrath of the Uchiha clan. A risk not worth taking. Hiruzen, do you think me a fool? Sarutobi feigned exasperation. If you dismiss even the top student from the elite class, then you must devise your own solution. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Hiruzen, are you truly unwilling to part with Kakashi? Sarutobi slowly turned away. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret this. With a bang, Danzo slammed the door and stormed out of the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito remained unaware of the events transpiring within the Hokage's office. In truth, had he known, he would have been inclined to join route. Throughout his 4 years at the Ninja Academy, he diligently absorbed various theoretical knowledge and honed his fundamentals to perfection. This was driven by two primary objectives. First, to fulfill all prerequisites for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. As a wielder of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Obito possessed unique qualifications to master this technique, which he had failed in his previous life due to inadequate foundational skills. Thus, he rigorously practiced the body flicker technique, achieving a high level of proficiency. As his body matured over the years, his fundamentals also improved significantly, making him far stronger than during his initial rebirth. Without activating his kaleidoscope, he had likely reached the level of an ordinary Kage. If he were to master the Flying Thunder God technique, the combination of his 3 Tomo Sharingan's phasing ability and the mobility provided by the Flying Thunder God would render him one of the most formidable opponents among ordinary Kage. In addition to mastering the Flying Thunder God, acquiring extensive knowledge would lay the groundwork for the future transplantation of Hashirama's cells. The Third Great Ninja War was on the brink of eruption, with the deaths of Rin, the fall of Nagato, and the founding of Akatsuki all occurring during that tumultuous period. To bring about a transformation, Obito must traverse numerous places, encounter a multitude of individuals, and undertake various endeavors. This endeavor heavily relies on the prowess of Kamui. Thus, addressing the adverse effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan has become a matter of utmost urgency. In the absence of a blood relative who possesses a similarly awakened Mangekyō, the only recourse is to transplant Hashirama's cells. However, the transplantation of Hashirama's cells is far from a straightforward task. In his previous life, it was Madara and White Zetsu who accomplished everything for him. In this life, constrained by the inability to leave the village, he is inclined to seek collaboration with Danzo and Orochimaru. At this juncture, the two have commenced their would-release experiments, resulting in the demise of numerous Senju clan members, ultimately yielding a successful experimental subject, Yamato. They possess both the raw materials and comprehensive experimental data. However, acquiring the data is insufficient. One must also comprehend and be capable of executing it, which necessitates a wealth of knowledge. Fortunately, the curriculum at the Ninja Academy encompasses such knowledge. Although the Academy maintains secrecy regarding advanced ninjutsu, it is remarkably open about scientific technologies and biological knowledge seemingly unrelated to ninjas, offering a diverse array of subjects. Therefore, Obito endeavors to absorb as much knowledge as possible, accepting everything without discrimination, not striving for mastery in every field, but rather seeking a solid foundation. He is no longer the underperformer of his past life, but has transformed into a veritable academic prodigy of Konoha. Following graduation today, his next plan is to transplant Hashirama's cells. Thus, if Danzo were to invite him to join route at this moment, he would indeed acquiesce. Joining route would mean gaining proximity to first-hand information regarding the would-release experiments. Alas, entry into route is not so easily attained, as Danzo dismisses an ostensibly unremarkable Uchiha who has yet to awaken his Sharingan. Chapter 22. Itachi will be very filial in the future upon exiting the Ninja Academy. Obito's mind is preoccupied with thoughts of Hashirama's cells. Though he remains unaware of the discussions transpiring within the Hokage building or that Danzo has summarily rejected him, he harbors his own plans. Engaging with Danzo and Orochimaru is not a formidable challenge. Utilizing his superficial identity would undoubtedly be ineffective. So it is time for the persona he has worn for over a decade, the masked man, to make an appearance. However, that is a matter for another time. Today, Rin has organized a graduation celebration with plans to gather at the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan in the evening, where many attendees are expected. Not only fellow graduates but also Kakashi, who has been a ninja for 4 years. Although Obito was not particularly enthusiastic about such activities, he felt compelled to attend since Rin was the initiator. However, being the chief student and the first to take the exam, he had some time to address his own issues and those concerning the Uchiha clan before the rest of his classmates finished their tests. Thus, he seized the opportunity to visit the Uchiha clan's territory, intending to resolve his personal matters and seek some benefits from them. Upon his arrival, he found 2 Uchiha clan members already waiting for him. As soon as they noticed the forehead protector on his head, they swiftly appeared before him. "Obito, the clan leader has summoned you. You are to go see him." Their demeanor was haughty, and the tone of the one speaking could hardly be described as cordial. It was less an invitation and more of a command. Obito furrowed his brows. This was the reason he held disdain for most of the Uchiha clan. They strutted about with an air of superiority, as if they were the epitome of greatness. Pride is one thing, and as a member of the Uchiha, he too had once felt a sense of pride in his lineage. However, pride does not equate to arrogance, nor does it justify belittling those who are weaker. If one possesses such confidence, let them confront Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo with that attitude. In his previous life, each time he visited the Uchiha clan, he was met with a gathering of inept individuals who locked themselves away, pretending to be formidable leaders. Reduced to such a state, they only conspired in vain, their efforts amounting to nothing. With this thought in mind, Obito could hardly be bothered to engage further and merely stated coldly, "Lead the way." The 2 Uchiha were taken aback. Obito's humility and kindness starkly contrasted with their clan's demeanor, making them loathe this anomaly. Yet, in that moment, Obito suddenly adopted a frigid composure, embodying a semblance of kinship. Without exchanging further words, they tempered their presence and escorted Obito to the clan leader's residence. At that time, Uchiha Fugaku, having received news early, was already seated in the reception room brewing tea. Typically, such matters fell to Uchiha Makoto, but she was preoccupied with entertaining a baby in her arms and could not attend to the task. Thus, the clan leader had to manage on his own. Upon Obito's arrival, he waved his hand. Although he maintained an air of authority befitting his status, his demeanor was considerably more approachable than that of the previous 2. "Obito, come here and take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you." Upon witnessing the scene, Obito did not dismiss the unfolding events. Instead, he approached and seated himself before the 2 individuals. He was not taken aback by this meeting, as a similar occurrence transpired in his previous life. However, in that incarnation, Fugaku had visited his home bearing a modest sum of money along with some ninjutsu techniques from the Uchiha clan. In this lifetime, however, he had been directly invited to the clan leader's residence for tea. Perhaps this shift was due to their differing statuses. In his past life, he was merely an underachiever, whereas in this one, he held the position of the foremost student. The rationale behind Fugaku's actions was quite straightforward. The distribution of graduates from the Ninja Academy had been predetermined long before, and Fugaku had already received intelligence regarding his allocation to Minato's class. The teacher, Minato, had always been regarded by Fugaku as a promising talent. Furthermore, the bond between Uchiha Makoto, the clan leader's wife, and Kushina, who had become her close confidant, laid a solid groundwork for this mutual appreciation. With the onset of the Third Great Ninja War and the rise of the Golden Flash's reputation, Fugaku had staked everything on Minato's capabilities. It must be said that the clan leader had indeed made a winning bet, had it not been for the subsequent Nine Tails incident, which led to the tragic demise of the 4th Hokage and his wife. The Uchiha clan might have truly coexisted peacefully with Konoha. Yet, as fate would have it, there are no what-ifs. Reflecting on this, Obito regarded Fugaku with a complex expression, casting a glance at the infant cradled in Uchiha Makoto's arms. Noticing Obito's gaze, Fugaku introduced the child. "This is my son, Uchiha Itachi." "Obito, do you have an affinity for children? I have heard that you are particularly attentive to the elderly." Toby nodded slightly, saying, "The elderly indeed hold a special place in my heart. Each time I encounter those whose limbs are frail, I am inevitably reminded of my grandmother." After a brief pause, he continued, "As for your child, he appears to be exceptionally filial." Makoto Uchiha could not help but smile at his words. "Toby, you truly possess a kind heart. While others praise Itachi for his potential to become a formidable ninja, I must confess that I have grown weary of such praise. It is only you who acknowledges his filial piety. Gently shaking Itachi, Mikoto extended a finger for him to grasp, playfully teasing him. Itachi, all I wish is for you to grow up safely, surrounded by a harmonious family. Did you hear what Brother Toby said? You must strive to be a dutiful child. Toby suddenly coughed uncontrollably, hastily taking a sip of tea. Observing this, Fugaku Uchiha immediately interjected, I apologize, Toby, for bringing up painful memories. As the clan leader, I am often preoccupied with clan affairs and have regrettably overlooked the plight of a Uchiha orphan like you. It is my failure not to have cared for you adequately. Therefore, I wish to make amends, be it in wealth or advanced Uchiha jutsu. Whatever you require, please do not hesitate to ask. Inwardly, Toby scoffed, realizing that this esteemed clan leader was now aware of his circumstances as an Uchiha orphan. Why offer compensation now, when it had not been extended earlier? If not to recognize his worth? After sipping his tea, he slowly replied, Clan leader, I must confess that I do not wish to feign gratitude. Throughout my life, my daily expenses have been sustained by my grandmother's and parents' legacies, as well as the support from my grandmother's friends, those kindly elders. I have never benefited from the Uchiha clan's generosity. Thus, the Uchiha owes me nothing, and I owe the Uchiha nothing in return. Fugaku's expression darkened. Yet he was simultaneously taken aback. In the presence of his clan leader, Obito remained remarkably composed. He exhibited neither excitement at being summoned nor resentment stemming from his childhood experiences of neglect and exclusion. It was as if nothing could disturb the tranquil surface of his demeanor. Fugaku found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, Obito spoke up. However, since the clan leader sought to convey concern and mend the rift between them, I saw no reason to decline the benefits being offered. While I have no need for the Uchiha clan's advanced ninjutsu, I would not refuse monetary assistance. Moreover, should you demonstrate your resolve, I possess numerous strategies that could enhance the Uchiha clan's standing within the village. Chapter 23. The exposure of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Fugaku's expression shifted in surprise, quickly followed by a furrowed brow. Obito, I fail to comprehend your words. The Uchiha clan is the foremost clan in Konoha, overseeing the police force and enjoying autonomy. Aside from never having produced a Hokage since the village's inception, we are second to none in every other regard. His gaze grew increasingly piercing, intensifying the atmosphere of pressure. Clarify your statement. What circumstances require alteration? Tobirama's demeanor remained composed, yet Faik's words were not without merit. Compared to the tumultuous aftermath of the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha clan indeed stood as the most prominent family within Konoha. They enjoyed a considerable degree of autonomy and, as one of the founding clans of the village, garnered widespread respect and admiration from the villagers. Although some harbored grievances against the Uchiha due to issues related to the police force, such discontent was largely kept under wraps. When the Uchihas ventured out, they often held a sense of superiority, displaying an arrogance that eclipsed even the Hyuga clan, a demeanor that only fueled their haughty disposition. However, post-Nine-Tails turmoil, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village soured rapidly. The root cause was the undeniable fact that the Nine-Tails had been controlled by the Sharingan, a truth witnessed by numerous ninjas present at the time, representing a cross-section of Konoha's populace, from noble clans to commoners. Once this information spread, the Uchiha found themselves ostracized by all. The villagers of Konoha were characterized by their tendency to ignore the nuances of right and wrong, often displacing their ire onto others. In this narrative, the figure of Naruto, the fox demon, became the primary target of their ire, while the Uchiha family assumed the role of the secondary scapegoat. Consequently, the Uchiha lost the people's favor entirely, becoming the subjects of collective disdain. Danzo, observing the situation, was particularly pleased, as he had long sought an opportunity to suppress the Uchiha, and now he had just the pretext he needed. The faction within Konoha's upper echelons, loyal to Shinji Tobirama, had been covertly engaging in schemes against the Uchiha, albeit discreetly. Now, with the justification for open hostility at hand, Danzo's ambition surged forth, employing increasingly extreme measures that left the Uchiha gasping for breath. The proud Uchihas could hardly endure such treatment, leading many to rally under the banner of the radical faction, spearheaded by Uchiha Shursui. The rise of this radical element only exacerbated tensions between the Uchiha and the village, ultimately culminating in their rebellion. Reflecting on the Uchiha's plight, Tobirama reluctantly conceded that the clan's demise bore significant responsibility on his shoulders. Nonetheless, despite the Uchiha's elevated status within Konoha, it did not preclude the existence of animosity from the higher-ups. Thus, Tobirama spoke with deliberation. Patriarch Fayake, your assertions are indeed factual. Yet the crux of the Uchiha's predicament lies in the absence of your kin within the upper echelons of Konoha. The governance is firmly held by the disciples of Shinji Tobirama, resulting in the Uchiha's covert exclusion. The overarching sentiment against the Uchiha in the higher circles hardly suggests an enviable position. Fayake was taken aback. How could a mere 9-year-old child possess such insight? He retorted sharply, who has imparted such divisive words to you? Have you been in contact with the radicals? Who stands behind you? Elder 2, Elder 4. With a faint smile, Obito remarked, Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, you are mistaken. There is no one behind me. If I must say, the radical faction of the Uchiha clan appears to me as a group of ineffectual individuals, merely vocalizing grand slogans while failing to engage in any substantial action. Fugaku furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that Obito's mindset was far from that of a child. This revelation both aroused his apprehension and heightened his curiosity. Very well. I shall momentarily entertain the notion that you are indeed without allies. Pray tell, how might the circumstances of the Uchiha clan be improved? Obito cast a glance at Fugaku, contemplating that the ideal scenario would be for a member of the Uchiha clan to ascend to the position of Hokage, thereby resolving all issues effortlessly. However, such a prospect is far from feasible. The higher echelons of Konoha would never permit this situation to materialize, unless through a coup d'etat. Yet, I suspect this is not the outcome that clan leader Fugaku desires to witness. Obito took a sip of tea and continued speaking. If one cannot aspire to become Hokage, then it would be prudent to ally with a Hokage. As long as the Hokage is an individual who is amicable towards the Uchiha clan, the circumstances of the Uchiha could significantly improve. Regrettably, the current situation suggests that the most likely candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage has little to no association with the Uchiha. Obito set down his tea. At this moment, Fugaku felt a flicker of interest towards Obito. Much of what Obito articulated resonated with Fugaku's own thoughts. However, merely identifying a problem is insufficient. Fugaku spoke slowly. Recognizing an issue does not equate to resolving it. Many members of the Uchiha clan are aware of this fact, yet none have proposed a viable solution. What do you suggest? Obito Uchiha responded, the solution is quite straightforward. The discord between the Uchiha and Konoha is confined to the upper echelons. Indeed, the most formidable threat among them is Danzo. If we eliminate Danzo, the issue will be resolved. As soon as Obito finished speaking, Uchiha Fugaku slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. In his eyes, 3 tomos spun incessantly. After glancing around and confirming the absence of others, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, an aura of lethal intent emanated from him as he fixed his gaze on Obito. In an instant, Obito felt as if the clan leader had ensnared him in a jinjutsu, drawing him into a realm of illusion. A realm of illusion. Uchiha Obito was slightly taken aback. This was no mere jinjutsu of the 3-tomo Sharingan, but a power that could only be evolved from the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It appeared that Uchiha Fugaku had indeed awakened that pair of eyes. In his previous life, Uchiha Obito had harbored suspicions, and now they were unequivocally confirmed. Contemplating this revelation, he offered no resistance and allowed Fugaku to draw him completely into his realm. Within Fugaku's illusionary space, vibrant hues surrounded them, and the two appeared together. Uchiha Obito maintained his composure, quietly observing Uchiha Fugaku. A smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Is this your way of greeting, Fugaku clan leader? It would be preferable to converse elsewhere. Discussing matters in this illusory world ensures we are shielded from eavesdropping by certain entities." Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, then astonished. "How can you remain conscious? That is impossible." His initial intention was to ensnare Obito within this space for interrogation. Typically, those ensnared by his illusion would find their consciousness muddled and would easily divulge the information he sought. However, Uchiha Obito appeared unaffected, leading Fugaku to ponder a troubling possibility. His expression shifted dramatically, becoming unusually grave, as his pupils, 3-tomo, began to whirl, gradually indicating the evolution into a new form. Observing this, Uchiha Obito grew increasingly serious and quickly interjected, "Stop. Fugaku clan leader, if you truly activate the Mangekyō, I will have no choice but to resist. And this illusory world will collapse. Can we have a brief conversation first, and then consider whether to engage?" Only then did Uchiha Fugaku gradually withdraw from his previous state, stabilizing his gaze upon the 3-tomo. Yet, within him, Tumultuous waves of unease surged. You truly possess that pair of eyes? When Obito uttered the words Mangekyō, Fugaku became nearly certain of his suspicions. Although it seemed almost too extraordinary to believe, it was the most plausible explanation available. The Mangekyō Sharingan was a dimensional assault on the ordinary Sharingan, despite having cast his illusion while in the three-tomo state. It was evident that he had utilized the powers of the Mangekyō. An ordinary three-tomo could not withstand such forces. Only the Mangekyō could contend with another Mangekyō. Hence, the reason Uchiha Obito could maintain his awareness was that he, too, possessed abilities of the same caliber. Upon witnessing the situation, Obito realized that he could no longer conceal the truth and let out a sigh. Indeed, it was not an easy task to hide everything from the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, since you have already sensed this, I shall no longer keep it hidden. Yes, I have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. After a brief pause, Obito continued, Now, Fugaku, you are aware of my negotiating power. May we have a candid discussion? Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, still reeling from the shock. His emotions stirred to the point of nearly losing control of the illusionary space. He couldn't help but ponder, had he not awakened the Mangekyō? Would he be so frightened as to awaken a pair of his own? Hesitantly, he inquired, Obito, if I may be so bold, how old are you this year? In Chapter 24, we explore the formidable strength of the third Hokage. Seeing Fugaku's expression akin to that of a ghost, Obito shrugged. Fugaku, since you have taken the time to meet with me today, I presume you have thoroughly reviewed all my background information? Surely, you know my age by now. Uchiha Fugaku still found it hard to accept, muttering, but to awaken the Mangekyō at the age of 9, how is that possible? In the next instant, he seemed to recall something, his tone shifting to one of urgency. Obito, how many times have you used these eyes? Has your vision deteriorated? Listen to me. While they are indeed powerful, do not use them unless absolutely necessary. Obito wanted to laugh, but restrained himself. Do not worry. I have only used them a few times since awakening, and my vision has hardly diminished. I will not utilize them unless in dire straits. Uchiha Fugaku immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then adopted a serious demeanor. Obito, now that you have awakened these eyes, from this moment forth, you shall be regarded as one of the upper echelons of our Uchiha clan. To be frank, I did not place much importance on what I previously said to you. In fact, due to your dangerously radical thoughts, I even considered the notion of keeping you here. However, the circumstances have dramatically changed. With these eyes, you possess boundless possibilities. And given your youth, your future will undoubtedly surpass mine in brilliance. Therefore, I am willing to sincerely listen to your thoughts. Obito nodded. For it was evident that no matter where one might find themselves, possessing the requisite power was essential for engaging in a dialogue of equals. Having unveiled the secret of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, it became imperative to imbue this secret with commensurate worth. Obito could not help but enter his persuasive mode once again. Fugaku, before we delve into serious matters, I wish to pose a minor inquiry. What is your perspective on the overall strength of the Uchiha clan? Fugaku was taken aback by the question, not having anticipated such a query from Obito. After a moment of contemplation, he responded with confidence. The strength of our Uchiha clan is formidable. There are over 20 clan members who have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Even among elite jonin, they stand out as exceptional warriors. I can assert with certainty that, at this juncture, following the integration of the Senju into civilian life, no other clan in Konohagakure possesses strength that can rival ours. Moreover, with the presence of 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, the gap between us and the entire Hokage lineage has significantly diminished. Obito smiled slightly. So, do you believe that we still fall short compared to the Hokage lineage? Fugaku nodded. I have encountered Orochimaru. His prowess instills a considerable amount of fear within me. If each of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha possesses such strength, then they would each require the Mangekyō Sharingan to contend with them. Moreover, seasoned warriors like Shimura Danzo and Mito Gaiden Izuma also wield powers that eclipse the strength of the Sharingan. A profound apprehension flickered in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes as he continued. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, while his title as the strongest Hokage may be somewhat embellished, he is perhaps not quite as formidable as our ancestor Madara Uchiha and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, yet he is certainly not far behind. I am by no means his equal. Obito pondered. Indeed, the self-aggrandizement of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was not without effect. It was so compelling that even Uchiha Fugaku was nearly convinced. No wonder later, Shisui and Itachi, one after another, activated their Mangekyō Sharingan, yet remained as docile as kittens in the presence of the third. History has long demonstrated that only the might of a fist can convey reason. Although both Itachi and Shisui yearned for peace, how could any clansman who had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan not be proud and ambitious? If the third Hokage lacked strength, would they ever submit? After contemplating for a moment, Obito remarked, "Fugaku, perhaps the third Hokage is not as formidable as you imagine." However, before he could finish his thought, Fugaku interjected, "Obito, you are still young. I understand that having awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan at such a tender age may lead to a sense of overconfidence. Yet I have witnessed the strength of the third Hokage firsthand. He has mastered the transformation of 5 different chakra natures and is proficient in thousands of jutsu. Not to mention the countless forbidden techniques that I cannot even begin to enumerate. Consider the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander, who is often referred to as a demigod. He is indeed powerful, yet I possess precise intelligence regarding him, and I can assure you that he is by no means a match for the third Hokage." Obito was taken aback. Was the third Hokage truly that formidable? He had witnessed the third's prowess in his reanimated state, capable of stalemating the Ten Tails with his 5 elemental jutsu, which was indeed impressive. However, before the might of his 6 paths form, he was effortlessly obliterated. Admittedly, at that time, his strength was unparalleled. Nevertheless, the third could never reach the echelon of Hashirama Senju, even in his youth, despite his robust physique. The techniques he employed against the Ten Tails could only rival those of Nagato at best. Wait a moment, if the third had possessed Nagato's power at his peak, while certainly not as extraordinary as the abilities granted by the Rinnegan, he would still be close to transcending the shadow level. For ninjas who had never encountered Hashirama or Madara, the realm of surpassing the shadows was already one that transcended mortals. For instance, Nagato considered himself invincible, often regarding himself as a deity. Upon this reflection, everything began to make sense. If the third at his zenith possessed strength approaching that of the super shadow, then indeed, ordinary Sharingan techniques would be insufficient to contend with him. At present, the third had not yet succumbed to the frailty that awaited him in the future. So in this moment, he was at least a formidable shadow. Realizing this, Obito understood. "Fugaku, I believe I have grasped the current strength of the Uchiha. If we truly intend to confront the Hokage lineage openly, we are indeed lacking in power." Fugaku replied, "It is good that you understand. Hence, it would be wise to extinguish any thoughts of direct confrontation with the Hokage. If we are to engage in a hard battle, our clan must possess at least 6 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. Moreover, the side effects of the Mangekyō are significant. It leads to blindness. We are not in a position to engage in a direct confrontation." Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Obito expressed his concerns regarding the youthful arrogance. He elucidated, "In truth, we need not engage in a direct confrontation. Lord Fugaku, you have misconstrued a crucial point. The Hokage lineage does not possess the singular cohesion of the Uchiha clan. Unlike the Senju clan, they embody the essence of their respective families. Thus, in your perception, and indeed in the collective mindset of the Uchiha, there exists an exaggerated estimation of the Hokage lineage's might. They are, in fact, not formidable adversaries." Obito comprehended this matter with remarkable clarity. Often, one cannot grasp the nuances of a situation without stepping beyond familiar confines. The Uchiha residing in Konoha lack the expansive vision that he, having distanced himself from the village for many years, possesses. What is a village leader, after all? Once one has witnessed enough, it becomes rather mundane. Would the Uchiha of Konoha dare to declare war against all the Kage simultaneously as I would? Fugaku furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, your intention to take action against Danzo is indeed your own, and you have yet to abandon this notion? Are you aware of the challenges this entails and the repercussions of being discovered?" Obito slowly remarked, "Fugaku, my dear clan leader, do not rush. Allow me to pose a single query. Has the Uchiha clan not suffered greatly under Danzo's tyranny for far too long? If an opportunity were to arise, one devoid of peril, would you not wish to eliminate Danzo?" Fugaku rolled his eyes in exasperation, replying, "What a redundant question. I would relish the chance to rid ourselves of that old scoundrel, who has caused immeasurable suffering to the Uchiha." Obito nodded slightly and remarked, "I have devised a plan to eliminate Danzo, ensuring it remains entirely discreet, with no connection to the Uchiha." Chapter 25. If Danzo can engage in diplomacy, why can't the Uchiha? Fugaku expressed his doubts, saying, "Is such a plan truly feasible? Danzo is exceptionally cautious and would not easily abandon his stronghold. Even if he were to venture out, he is perpetually surrounded by a formidable entourage, enveloped in layers of protection. Moreover, he is a master of wind release techniques. I believe his proficiency rivals that of the Wind Shadow. Unless I personally lead a substantial force of 3 Tomo clansmen in a full frontal assault, the chances of success are exceedingly slim. However, such an approach would create a significant uproar, deviating from the essence of assassination. In that case, a great number of Leaf Village ninjas would rush to provide support, and an Uchiha attack on the Hokage's aid would amount to treason against the village. Obito smiled faintly. Fugaku, who says that eliminating Danzo necessitates action within the village, who claims that we Uchiha must undertake the task ourselves. When he leaves the village, is it not feasible to employ external forces? Fugaku shook his head. Obito, your assumptions are too simplistic. Danzo rarely ventures out of the village, and even if he does, the movements of a man of his caliber are kept under stringent secrecy. It would be exceedingly difficult for us to ascertain when he departs and where he intends to go. Thus, how could we possibly seize the opportunity? Moreover, to assassinate Danzo through the hands of outsiders, how many possess the requisite strength? Aside from the other 4 great villages, I can think of no one else. Collaborating with the 4 great villages to eliminate the Hokage's advisor, though I hold Danzo in great disdain, my sense of honor forbids me from engaging in such actions. Obito cast a glance at Fugaku, surprised to find him even more principled than he had anticipated. You speak of righteousness with Danzo, yet he does not reciprocate. Danzo has frequently conspired with outsiders. However, who says that eliminating Danzo requires collusion with the 4 great ninja villages? Obito seductively remarked, Chief, I possess a method that will enable Danzo to leave the village at a certain point in the future and arrive precisely where I desire him to be. This decision will be entirely his own, bearing no connection to our Uchiha clan. Furthermore, I have the means to ensure that the forces capable of eliminating Danzo will also manifest there. After that, there will be ample room for maneuver. And I can even guarantee that the forces appearing will not align with any of the 5 great villages. Faik felt a flicker of intrigue, yet skepticism predominated his thoughts. Obito, with a sense of assurance, began to articulate his thoughts. Allow me to elaborate step by step. Firstly, devising a strategy to lure Danzo out of the village is not an insurmountable task. With the imminent eruption of the 3rd Great Ninja War, I trust that Elder Fugaku is not entirely oblivious to the situation at hand. Fugaku nodded in agreement as a member of the Uchiha clan. He was well aware of their own intelligence network and the recent anomalies within the ninja world. He quickly grasped Obito's intentions to act when Danzo, unable to restrain himself amidst the chaos of war, would be compelled to emerge from the village. Upon reflection, this seemed to hold a semblance of possibility. Now, let us proceed, he continued. Obito continued, recently, an organization named Akatsuki has been established in the Rain Village. Their philosophy revolves around the notion of averting war through negotiation, seeking to attain peace. They often align themselves with the weaker party in conflicts to balance the power dynamics between the 2 sides. Although this organization is relatively new, it exhibits considerable potential and is continuously expanding. Its leader is none other than Jiraiya's disciple, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. This is something, Faik, that you can verify through your contacts. Jiraiya's disciple? A peace organization? This is indeed valuable intelligence, Faik nodded. I shall investigate further. However, what is the connection between this Akatsuki and the assassination of Danzo? Obito continued, stating that Hanzo of the Salamander's allowance for the development of the Akatsuki within his own territory reveals a multitude of underlying issues. Obito extended a finger, symbolizing a fragment of Hanzo's perspective. In truth, Hanzo acknowledged this philosophy of peace. Perhaps he sought to convey a signal to quell the turmoil in the Rain Village. Toby extended his second finger. Secondly, the strength possessed by the Akatsuki, while not overwhelming, is certainly formidable enough to instill a sense of caution even in Hanzo. Otherwise, would the Land of Fire allow an organization, even one that advocates for peace, to flourish right under their noses? Fugaku found himself increasingly perplexed. What does this indicate? Toby remarked, it is quite simple. A united and peaceful Rain Village does not align with the interests of Konoha, particularly those of Danzo. Just imagine, if the Rain Village were to regain its former strength as it was before the 2nd Great Ninja War, would the higher-ups of Konoha be able to sleep soundly? Furthermore, in order for Danzo to ascend to the position of Hokage, he must garner substantial support. However, his reputation within Konoha is rather obscure, compelling him to seek alternative means, such as acquiring the backing of a demigod. Yet, what reason would Hanzo have to support Danzo? Unless the Rain Village is embroiled in ceaseless conflict, devoid of finances and sustenance, leaving them no choice but to appeal to Konoha. Only then could Danzo achieve a collaboration. Thus, the ideals of peace propagated by the Akatsuki appear exceedingly perilous in Danzo's eyes. Nevertheless, the Akatsuki possesses formidable strength. If they could provoke a confrontation with Hanzo, the Rain village would descend into even greater internal strife. Fugaku, the clan leader, observed with keen interest, if what you assert about the Akatsuki holds true. There is indeed a possibility that Danzo may venture to the land of Rain. So, is this your scheme? The more Fugaku contemplated, the more astute he found it. There exists a genuine likelihood of eliminating Danzo in the land of Rain, provided that Hanzo is willing to take action. Moreover, why can't we, the Uchiha, also establish contact with Hanzo? The wealth and provisions that Danzo can offer, we, the Uchiha, can equally provide. If Hanzo can support Danzo, why can't he extend his support to us? A glimmer of excitement flickered across Fugaku's face, for through this plan, he envisioned not only the potential to eliminate Danzo, but also a far more significant prospect, the possibility of the Uchiha wielding greater influence within Konoha. Tobi was taken aback. Perhaps Uchiha Fugaku had indulged in a bit of excessive imagination. His initial intention was to leverage the financial shortcomings of the Akatsuki organization as a pretext to solicit funds from Fugaku, using Uchiha wealth to support the organization while simultaneously eliminating Danzo, thus achieving two objectives with a single maneuver. However, upon hearing Fugaku's words, he began to ponder their validity. The Uchiha clan possessed both manpower and financial resources. Why should it be solely Danzo who engages in diplomacy? After all, the Uchiha were one of the founding families of Konoha, and their position would not be questioned as long as they did not commit fundamental errors. Even if the Hokage's faction opposed them, the Uchiha clan had their own voice to assert. All their actions were for the greater good of Konoha, were they not? Konoha belonged to everyone, not merely to the Sarutobi or the Nara families. Tobi's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. Indeed, engaging in diplomacy could be a path to rejuvenating the Uchiha clan. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, precisely. This is my belief. Uchiha requires political clout. And such influence need not solely arise from within Konoha. It can also emanate from external sources, such as a demigod. We ought to broaden our horizons and not confine ourselves to a single village." Uchiha Fugaku regarded Tobi with newfound respect, unable to suppress his admiration. "Tobi, I must commend you. You are a genius. Not only have you awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, but more remarkably, at the tender age of 9. You possess the mindset of a Hokage. No, to describe your thinking as that of a Hokage seems rather limiting. In essence, your insights have rendered the elimination of Danzo insignificant. What truly matters is that I have suddenly comprehended how the Uchiha can establish itself within the village in the broader shinobi world. Thus, I shall send someone to reach out to Hanzo." Chapter 26, Cultivating Relations with the Akatsuki. Contacting Hanzo appears to be a fortuitous endeavor for the Uchiha, however. What shall become of the Akatsuki? With a sudden cough, Obito remarked, "Fugaku, rather than reaching out to Hanzo, I believe we should prioritize contacting the Akatsuki organization." Fugaku paused, momentarily taken aback. Although the Akatsuki may possess considerable strength, it seems undeniable that they pale in comparison to Hanzo in terms of significance. In his heart, Obito pondered, "That is because you are unaware that Nagato possesses the Rinnegan of the Uchiha clan." However, outwardly, he could not express such thoughts. The leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, and Hanzo, the de facto ruler of the Hidden Rain, would find it difficult to regard the Uchiha as their own, regardless of the benefits offered. The Akatsuki organization, on the other hand, is currently destitute and composed of a vibrant group of young leaders. If we extend a helping hand at this juncture, we could cultivate a wealth of camaraderie. Fugaku Uchiha furrowed his brow. Yet, what significance does the friendship of a small nation's minor influence hold for us, the Uchiha? Obito smiled and said, "Fugaku, have you perhaps forgotten that I once mentioned the leadership of the Akatsuki organization comprises Jiraiya's disciples?" Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, gradually realizing that fostering a good relationship with the Akatsuki could also connect him to Jiraiya. This revelation significantly altered its importance in his mind. No matter how formidable Hanzo was, he remained an outsider, thus his support for the Uchiha clan was inherently limited. In contrast, Jiraiya was a true denizen of Konoha, a steadfast member of the Hokage lineage, who could even exert direct influence over the thoughts of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If he could establish a rapport with Jiraiya, any sacrifices made would be worthwhile. Moreover, could Jiraiya's disciples be mere ordinary individuals? He held great optimism for Minato Namake's future. If the leadership of the Akatsuki possessed even half of Minato's talent, then this investment would undoubtedly yield substantial returns. Fugaku immediately broke into a smile, saying, "It seems your foresight is commendable, Obito. I shall dispatch someone to investigate. If it turns out that the leadership of the Akatsuki truly consists of Jiraiya's disciples, I will reach out to them. The Uchiha clan is not lacking in resources." Toby nodded slightly. The Uchiha clan, from the Warring States period to the present, has amassed an immense wealth, undoubtedly making it the most affluent family in the entire ninja world. A mere trickle of resources would suffice for Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan to navigate the initial challenging phases and flourish, thereby facilitating his subsequent interactions with the Akatsuki organization. However, what consequences might arise from the Akatsuki's growth? Hanzo's stance must also be taken into account. The leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, recognized that Hanzo was not inconsequential. Thus, forming an alliance with the Akatsuki could lead to further engagement with Hanzo. Ideally, this would foster a coalition between the Akatsuki and Hanzo, granting the Uchiha a degree of influence within the land of Rain. Fugaku paused, then pondered. Yet, such an approach inevitably risks interference in another nation's internal affairs. I fear that Hanzo may develop distrust and become reluctant to engage with us. Toby contemplated this, acknowledging it as a valid concern. However, he remained untroubled. Why not wait a few years until the war fully ignites, perhaps even reaches the soil of the Land of Rain? At that juncture, our mere presence in the Land of Rain, coupled with a display of goodwill, may shift the dynamic. They might seek us out rather than the other way around. Fugaku couldn't help but shake his head, suddenly feeling insignificant compared to Toby, who excelled at manipulating hearts and minds. He was merely a Navi youth. How could a 9-year-old possess such a mindset? It was utterly perplexing. Fortunately, the ninja world was filled with eccentrics. Perhaps Toby was one of those anomalies. You have accounted for everything, Toby. I shall entrust this matter to you. Inform me when you are ready to take action, and I shall cooperate unconditionally. Tobirama nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "Let us conclude our conversation for today. Shall we step outside?" Fugaku Uchiha reciprocated the nod, his eyes swirling with the 3 tomo, dispelling the Jinjutsu. Instantly, their figures returned to reality. Although a considerable amount of time had elapsed in the illusionary realm, only a fleeting 5 seconds had passed in the real world. At this moment, Makoto Uchiha, her expression grave, had risen while cradling Itachi. And upon seeing the 2 men frozen in place, she surmised that Tobirama had fallen victim to her husband's Jinjutsu, likely engaged in an interrogation within the illusionary space. As soon as they regained their composure, she approached Fugaku and said, "Fugaku, Tobirama is merely a child. A lesson is sufficient. There is no need for such seriousness." Fugaku chuckled and shook his head. "I do not dare regard him as merely a child. Just now, we engaged in a dialogue within the Jinjutsu. The specifics shall be discussed in the private chamber." This revelation astonished Makoto, who glanced at Tobirama, who appeared remarkably composed, incredulously asking, "Tobirama was able to maintain his clarity while ensnared in your Jinjutsu?" She was acutely aware of Fugaku's prowess in illusionary techniques, typically. Even the most ordinary 3 tomo could not escape his grasp. Fugaku nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, the minor conflicts between Tobirama and me have been resolved. He is now considered one of our own, deserving of our trust." Makoto exhaled in relief. She had no desire for a simple conversation to culminate in a disastrous outcome. With his objectives nearly achieved, Obito addressed her. "Madam, for specific inquiries, you may consult clan leader Fugaku later. I harbor no ill intentions. I must attend a graduation gathering shortly, thus I shall take my leave." Upon finishing his words, Obito turned to depart. At that moment, Fugaku interjected, "Wait, take these before you go." Suddenly, he produced a sealing scroll from his sleeve and unsealed it. Inside lay a considerable sum of wealth and several scrolls containing the techniques of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku remarked, "These were intended for you today, although modest. They are given with sincere intent." Toby cast a glance and discovered that the offerings were significantly more generous than those from his previous life. He smiled and said, "Since this is what Fugaku, the clan leader, intended to give to me, I shall graciously accept." With that, he stepped forward, took the sealing scroll from Fugaku's hands, formed the necessary hand seals, and meticulously stored the items back as they were. Subsequently, he nodded slightly to the 2 individuals and departed from the clan leader's residence. Uchiha Makoto's eyes flashed with surprise. "He can use sealing techniques? And he's quite adept at it. I thought he would simply take these items away." Fugaku chuckled softly. "He possesses many skills. From my initial astonishment, I have nearly grown numb to it." After parting from Uchiha Fugaku, Toby returned home and found a place to store the ninjutsu scrolls contained within the sealing scroll. These scrolls, which held advanced ninjutsu, including Uchiha clan's B-rank fire techniques and various shuriken throwing methods, were skills he already possessed, rendering them of little value. They would merely serve as collectibles. However, the monetary gain was substantial. Observing the additional 500,000 ryo in his hands, Toby nodded in satisfaction. Having lived a life of financial strain, he had been unable to treat Rin to even a few decent meals. At last, he could afford to improve his circumstances slightly. With this thought in mind, Toby set out once more to the Ninja Academy. Chapter 27. Red Bean. Unless the legendary 3 ninjas take me as their apprentice, I cannot seem to gain weight. At the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy, the elite class students who had already taken the exam donned their ninja headbands and gathered at the doorway. Their youthful faces aglow with excitement as they anticipated their forthcoming ninja careers. Rin, also wearing a headband, observed this scene and shook her head slightly with a sigh. Having been informed by Toby of many future events, she was aware that the Third Great Ninja War was imminent. And these academy students would soon find themselves on the battlefield, uncertain of how many would survive. Rin, why the long face? Queried Waihai Kurenai, who had just appeared beside her, patting her shoulder. Rin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but retort, I'm not. Toby said he was just stopping by the Uchiha to take care of some matters and would return in time for the gathering. Kurenai teased with a smile, of course. Who doesn't know how obedient Toby is to my dear Rin? Just tell him to go east, and he wouldn't dare go west. If only I had such a strong, handsome, and obedient boyfriend. Rin's face reddened further. Kurenai, you're misunderstanding. Toby and I are not in that kind of relationship. Speaking of you, hasn't Asuma been pursuing you? He's quite a decent fellow, especially being the 3rd Hokage's son. Kurenai's expression turned slightly disdainful. Asuma? Just a rebellious kid who refuses to grow up, always claiming that the 3rd Hokage's position was bought with money. The 3rd Hokage has done so much for Konoha. He is indeed very nice to me, but still, he pales in comparison to your Toby. Rin smiled knowingly. Is that so, Kurenai? But I believe you don't truly dislike that feeling. You're just pretending otherwise. Kurenai's cheeks flushed instantly. Nonsense. I'm not. But you, Rin. The entire class can see that your relationship with Toby is unusual. What's taking you so long to define it? Rin's gaze deepened momentarily. How should I put it? My situation with Toby is rather unique. It differs from what you might imagine, yet it is also more intimate than you think. Perhaps in this lifetime, I cannot be without him, nor he without me. Kurenai scratched her head in confusion. Oh dear, such a complicated relationship. I can't comprehend it. Never mind that. I have plans with Red Bean tonight to enjoy some dango. Red Bean? Isn't she skipping class today? Does the barbecue place even serve dango? Rin asked curiously. Most teachers are occupied with assessments today, so the lower grades were dismissed after their morning classes. As for dango at the barbecue place, there isn't any, but we can bring some in to eat. I've already asked Asuma to buy some. Kurenai replied mischievously. Rin felt a pang of worry. Would they be kicked out for bringing food to the Akimichi's home? Just then, other classmates began to emerge, each having successfully passed their assessments. Moreover, a white-haired figure wearing a mask sauntered over, instantly capturing the attention of many students. Look, it's Kakashi. Wow, Kakashi really came. He graduated from the academy and soon became a CH Nin. How impressive, compared to the majority of the newly minted genin present. Kakashi's status as a CH Nin made him stand out like a crane among chickens. Kakashi appeared relaxed, greeting his fellow students before approaching Rin. Hey, long time no see. Where's that guy Toby? Why isn't he here? Rin smiled. Toby said he was handling some matters, but would return shortly. Kakashi couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. He really is a busy man. By the way, Rin, have you received your class assignment yet? Rin glanced around, since they were surrounded by classmates. She couldn't speak too openly and merely replied, Yes, we've been assigned to the same class, with our guiding jonin being Minato Namikaze. Kakashi nodded. Having received the same news, just as Toby had indicated, their teacher was indeed Minato. Would he truly become the 4th Hokage in the future? Kurenai, surprised, interjected, Kakashi. Didn't you graduate long ago? I heard you've become a CH Nin. Shouldn't you already have teammates? Do you still need to be assigned to classes with us? Kakashi explained, after becoming a CH Nin, I applied to be an independent ninja, taking missions from the task hall and spending the rest of my time training. So I haven't been assigned to a class yet. Kurenai nodded. I didn't know it could be done like that. I envy you, Rin. Your teammates are Kakashi and Toby. What a reliable duo. Rin chuckled inwardly. knowing she couldn't reveal that she had been aware of her future class assignment for 4 years. At that moment, not only Rin but many classmates began discussing their class placements, some elated while others dismayed, such as the tapestry of life. Until someone spoke up. Have you heard? The legendary 3 ninjas are planning to take on apprentices. Lady Tsunade has returned to the village and said she would select one student from the graduates. Lord Orochimaru is also interested in this. This news sent a wave of excitement among the students at the academy. Really? Of course. But we already have guiding teachers. Will they still choose us? Even if we have guiding teachers, the legendary 3 ninjas taking on apprentices means reassignments will occur. Who knows who will be fortunate enough to be chosen by the 3 ninjas? I wish I could be one of their students, compared to their own guiding jonin. The prestige of the legendary 3 ninjas was undeniably higher. They were the most renowned and powerful ninjas in Konoha, second only to the 3rd Hokage. Who wouldn't want to have a legendary-level teacher right after graduation? Even Rin felt a twinge of longing. She had idolized Tsunade since childhood. And if Tsunade were to choose her as an apprentice, she wouldn't know how to refuse. At that moment, Red Bean bounced over, her face brimming with curiosity. Senior Rin, Senior Kurenai, good afternoon. What are you two discussing? Hong smiled and remarked. I have heard that the legendary Sannin of Konoha are seeking disciples among the graduates of the Ninja Academy. Even Rin cannot help but consider abandoning Obito and Kakashi. Hongdo, would you not desire to have a Sannin as your teacher? Hongdo rolled her eyes in exasperation. While the thought is appealing, I am not a graduate. Moreover, how could such powerful ninjas possibly take notice of someone like me? Instead of pondering over Sannin taking on apprentices, I am far more concerned about what we shall have for dinner tonight. I have heard there are delectable dumplings. Hong teased. You seem to think of little else but dumplings all day long. Aren't you worried you might become quite portly in the future? Hongdo glanced at her slender frame, resembling a petite bean, and retorted, the prospect of me becoming overweight is as improbable as being chosen as a disciple by a Sannin. Rest assured, unless a Sannin truly decides to take me under their wing, no amount of eating will make me gain weight. Chapter 28. Where are you, Haiden? I desperately need you. Hong couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head as she observed Hongdo's exasperated expression. Meanwhile, Rin appeared somewhat embarrassed. Who said I would abandon Kakashi and Obito? Hong replied with a grin. But Rin, if Lady Tsunade were to offer to take you as her disciple, would you not hesitate? After a moment of contemplation, Rin candidly admitted, I might hesitate, but if the price of acceptance is abandoning Obito, I cannot accept that. With a newfound confidence, Rin declared, even without Lady Tsunade, I am determined to become an exceptional medical ninja in the future. Kakashi, standing nearby, couldn't help but squint his eyes, pondering how splendid it would be to have Rin and Obito as teammates in the future. Just then, a voice interrupted, enough of your musings. Indeed. This time Lady Tsunade is taking on apprentices, but the candidates have already been determined. There is no chance for others. Obito approached slowly. Hong was taken aback, exclaiming, Obito, why do you resemble a specter? When did you arrive? I had not sensed your presence at all. Not only Hong, but Kakashi was also astonished. Just moments ago, he too had failed to notice the arrival of anyone nearby. Had this been during a confrontation, it could have posed a considerable threat. Despite the advancements he had made in his abilities over the years, he had naively believed that the gap between him and Obito had diminished, only to realize that it remained as vast as ever. Obito, with a hint of timidity, remarked, just now, Rin said she couldn't abandon me. Rin's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, and she could not help but let out a soft huff. Obito, why are you becoming increasingly frivolous? However, her curiosity soon piqued. You just mentioned that the candidate has already been decided. What do you mean by that? Obito elucidated. Lady Tsunade had a lover who perished on the battlefield. You are aware of this, aren't you, Rin? Rin nodded. Indeed, I have heard about it. That incident had a profound impact on Lady Tsunade. Toby continued. Lady Tsunade's beloved is named Kato Dan. You may wish to inquire among the graduates of the Ninja Academy to discover who remains unassigned to a class. That individual will reveal the reason behind Lady Tsunade's decision to take on a disciple. With a look of astonishment, Hong pondered, indeed. There are those in our cohort who have yet to be assigned, specifically Shizen. Unable to resist, she cast her gaze toward a solitary figure in the distance. Following the conclusion of the graduation exams, Shizen had not yet received her class assignment and, believing herself to be forsaken, was now lost in her thoughts amidst the wind, oblivious to the eyes that lingered upon her. Is that Shizen? Kato Shizen, sharing the same surname as Kato Dan? I see now. Lady Tsunade accepted a disciple due to her romantic connection. Rin displayed a look of realization, then shot a reproachful glance at Toby. Earlier, she had approached Shizen to offer comfort upon noticing her lack of assignment, only to discover that the true jester was herself. All of this was due to Toby's failure to convey such vital information. Obito couldn't help but awkwardly say, "It's all rather trivial matters. Really, I've forgotten most of it." He then adopted a serious demeanor and continued, "In any case, the class assignments are generally predetermined, typically based on each individual's strengths and bonds. For instance, the well-known Ino Shikicho trio from Konoha will undoubtedly be placed in the same class upon graduation. Similarly, given that we played together as children, there is a significant likelihood that we too will be placed in the same class. Once the class assignments are finalized, they are seldom altered. Thus, even if the legendary Sannin take on disciples, it is certainly arranged in advance, with those they wish to accept clearly outlined. As for those of us who have already been designated to train under a certain jonin, there is little to consider." Hong nodded in understanding. "No wonder I ended up in the same group as that guy Asuma." She then turned to her companion Shizune and remarked, "Ah, Shizune is quite fortunate." Rin also exhaled in relief, as this spared her the dilemma of choosing between Tsunade and Obito. However, the thought of not being selected as Tsunade's disciple left her with a slight sense of disappointment. Upon hearing this, Obito hurriedly reassured, "It's all right, Rin. The lack of opportunity now does not imply there won't be any in the future. Besides, our guiding jonin is exceptionally formidable as well." Rin, intrigued by his words, couldn't help but inquire, "Obito, your guiding jonin is quite remarkable too? But I've never heard of Kakashi Hitaki." Obito chuckled, remarking that Minato-sensei is quite youthful at just 19 years old, a genius akin to Kakashi. Obito deliberately cast a glance at Kakashi, remarking that he was a prodigy even more exceptional than Kakashi himself, which was precisely why the third Hokage entrusted Minato-sensei with Kakashi's instruction. Kakashi let out a disdainful snort, aware that Obito was once again teasing him. However, contemplating that his mentor would one day ascend to the position of the fourth Hokage at a mere 20-something years of age, he couldn't help but concede that Obito's assertion bore some truth. Nevertheless, Kakashi opted to retort, acknowledging Minato-sensei's undeniable excellence. Unlike certain individuals who had yet to graduate early from the ninja academy and remained at the bottom of their class, it seemed that, in this class division, some were merely secondary characters. Inside Obito, a tempest of fury brewed. Kakashi's words rang true. In the previous life, his admission into Minato's team was not solely attributed to the third slight favor towards the Uchiha clan, but rather because of the bond he shared with Kakashi. Choosing anyone else would have been less favorable. "What do you mean by you? Am I not speaking the truth?" "You foolish idiot," Kakashi retorted. Rin, with a beaming smile, observed the playful banter between Obito and Kakashi. Her gaze then shifted to the last member of the elite team exiting the ninja academy, and she quickly interjected, "All right, enough of your squabbling. Everyone has passed the assessment." Subsequently, she raised her voice and addressed her classmates, "Let us gather and head out for barbecue." Excited cheers erupted from those who could no longer contain their enthusiasm. "Hooray! Let's go." At that moment, Asuma Saratobi rushed in, carrying a bag brimming with dango. He approached Kurenai, donning a goofy grin. "Kurenai, I've brought the dango you wanted." Kurenai joyfully accepted the dango, effortlessly dividing it among herself, Shino, and Rin, savoring each bite with satisfaction. "Asuma, you're not entirely useless after all. This dango is delightful." "Thank you." Upon hearing Kurenai's praise, Asuma's excitement soared, convinced that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Obito, watching from the sidelines, felt a twinge of disdain. He thought Asuma appeared overly subservient in his pursuit of a girl. Was it truly worth it? Yet, beside him, Rin clasped her hands together and expressed her gratitude to Asuma, saying, "Asuma, I truly appreciate you treating us to dango. In the future, I will include Kurenai and treat you to something delicious." Asuma's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really?" Rin nodded and replied with a smile, "Indeed." At that moment, Obito felt a surge of frustration, pondering why it was not he who had purchased the dumplings. After all, he had just acquired a substantial sum of money from Fugaku. He was certainly not lacking in funds. How infuriating. Asuma, observing the situation, gently patted Obito on the shoulder and imparted sagely, "My brother, in this regard, you are still inexperienced. Pay close attention and learn well. I shall teach you only once." In an instant, Obito roared within his heart, "Haiden, where are you? Hurry, I am in dire need of you." Chapter 29, The Long-Awaited Meeting with Minato. Obito's guilt as the sun dipped below the horizon. A group of Ninja Academy students gathered together to indulge in a delightful meal. Due to the restrictions placed upon young ninjas, minors were prohibited from consuming alcohol. Thus, they opted for juice as a substitute. "Cheers!" they exclaimed, clinking their cups together and downing the juice in a single gulp. The scene before them was nothing short of idyllic, each face radiating a blissful innocence. Even Obito, immersed in such an atmosphere, found himself unwittingly swept up in the joy. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how long this tranquility would endure, or brings forth suffering. But it also fosters growth. Well, a moment of enjoyment is still a moment, Obito mused, joining the exuberant throng indulging in grilled delicacies. The feast was a jubilant affair, with even the staff of the Akimichi barbecue restaurant tolerating the audacious presence of the academy students, who had brazenly brought their own skewers to enjoy. The following day, Obito rose early, engaging in some exercise before heading to the Ninja Academy to attend the graduation ceremony. Along the way, he encountered an elderly woman struggling to carry her heavy burdens. "Is it possible? I thought I had allowed myself ample time, yet here I am again." Obito could not help but question whether these elderly gentlemen and ladies had been transformed by white Zetsu, specifically to obstruct him. Such occurrences were something he could not afford to ignore. Fortunately, he was no longer the Obito of yore. With a swift formation of hand seals, he executed the shadow clone technique, and instantly, a clone that mirrored him perfectly materialized at his side. "I shall attend the graduation ceremony. You stay behind to assist the elderly," Obito instructed the clone. The clone promptly thumped its chest and assured, "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter." Thus, Obito continued on his way to the Ninja Academy, finally arriving on time. After enduring a not overly lengthy graduation speech and the third Hokage's discourse on the will of fire, Obito successfully received his diploma. Subsequently, he and Rin proceeded to the training grounds to meet their guiding jonin. Upon their arrival, they found Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hitaki already awaiting them. Obito immediately spotted the figure with golden hair, reminiscent of their encounter decades later during the Fourth Great Ninja War, and he noted that little had changed. A pang of guilt caused him to lower his gaze. Since his rebirth, he had been deliberately and inadvertently avoiding his teacher, Minato. Yet, what was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. Minato was, in truth, a man of impeccable punctuality. He recalled that in the beginning, it was always he who was tardy, while Minato patiently awaited his arrival. When did this dynamic begin to shift? It was during the onset of war. From that point onward, Minato became increasingly occupied, constantly traversing between the village and the battlefield, often arriving late after their agreed-upon meeting times. Perhaps it was precisely due to Minato's unparalleled speed within the ninja world that he bore an immense burden of responsibilities, perpetually rushing to provide support in various locations, never pausing for a moment, and thus consistently arriving just a heartbeat too late at critical junctures. In his previous life, Obito had spent a considerable time blaming Minato for not arriving in time to save Rin. However, upon reflection, he realized this was a misdirected rage. How could Madara not have deliberately diverted Minato's attention while executing his plan? Obito felt utterly inhuman in this realization. As Toby pondered, he instinctively lowered his head even further, unable to suppress a slight retreat that concealed his figure behind Rin. Not far away, Minato Namikaze observed this scene with a sense of confusion. He awkwardly smiled at Kakashi and inquired, "Kakashi, do I appear particularly menacing? Have I frightened Toby?" Kakashi couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. If the future Toby envisioned were indeed true, he simply did not know how to confront you, Minato-sensei. Yet, on the surface, Kakashi could not voice such thoughts. He replied somewhat awkwardly, "Perhaps Toby harbors feelings of guilt towards you, Minato-sensei." Minato asked with a hint of skepticism. "Is that so? But Toby, has he done anything to wrong me, has he?" Just as Minato hesitated, contemplating whether to soften his demeanor and greet them, Rin discreetly grasped Toby's hand. "Toby, do not be afraid. I promised that I would face everything with you." With that, Rin led Toby forward. And before he could react, she deeply bowed to Minato, performing an inclination that surpassed 90 degrees. Minato was taken aback. This gesture exceeded the customary respect shown by a disciple, resembling a formal apology. He quickly reassured them, "You are not late. Kakashi and I arrived early due to a lack of engagements this morning. There is no need for such formality." Rin shook her head earnestly. "No, Minato-sensei. Toby has indeed done something exceedingly wrong towards you. It is truly unacceptable. Even I find it appalling. I am simply here to apologize on his behalf, hoping for your understanding." Minato was momentarily stunned. pondering whether his interactions with Toby had left him with a significant psychological scar. Yet, after much contemplation, he could discern no abnormalities and merely scratched his head. Perhaps it was just a trivial matter that I've forgotten. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Toby finally mustered the courage to raise his head and spoke slowly. Minato-sensei, there are matters I cannot disclose to you at present, but I will share them in the future. Rin is right. I have indeed committed a grievous act, and I do not even aspire to earn your forgiveness. With that, Toby knelt down, performing a grand bow before Minato. However, I shall strive to make amends. If one day, upon learning the truth, you seek my life, I will not utter a word of protest. Minato, increasingly bewildered by Toby's words, swiftly approached him and helped him to his feet, smiling gently. Toby, although I do not comprehend what transpired, let us assume that something truly did happen. You choose not to speak, and I will not pry, regardless of what has occurred. I forgive you. Now that you are part of Team 7, you are my disciple. If a disciple errs, it is the responsibility of the master. Tears streamed down Obito's face uncontrollably. Sensei Minato, as always, forgave him, yet this only deepened the guilt that weighed heavily upon his heart. Choking back his emotions, he uttered, Sensei Minato, you will forever be my greatest teacher. Minato gently patted Obito's head. But then his expression turned serious as he took out a pair of bells and attached them to his waist. However, he continued, to become my disciple, you must pass the final test. Seize the bells from me. He paused before elaborating. Originally, I intended to say that there are only 2 bells and the one who fails to grab one will be eliminated. However, having witnessed your profound bond just now, I shall instead assess your strength and teamwork. Minato's gaze sharpened. Now, focus. Approach with the intent to defeat me. If you manage to secure the bells, all will be deemed qualified. Chapter 30. The Bell Snatch. Seeing Sensei Minato assume a combat stance, Obito regained his composure. He rose and exchanged a glance with Kakashi and Rin, who instantly understood and swiftly moved to his side, forming a defensive formation. In this lifetime, due to earlier encouragement, Kakashi was not the cold, distant individual he had been in his previous life. Instead, the trio often trained and fought together, exhibiting remarkable teamwork. Minato, observing their swift defensive arrangement, couldn't help but express a measure of admiration. As the records indicated, their coordination was indeed impressive. Faced with a significantly stronger Jonin, their initial instinct was to defend rather than attack, a prudent choice. Nevertheless, Minato grinned. Since you wish for me to take the initiative, I shall oblige. However, simply standing still to defend against a ninja like me is not the wisest strategy. With that, Minato's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Kakashi. How fast? Kakashi gasped, instinctively leaping backward, yet he was still struck by Minato's rapid punch. The impact sent him flying, and he barely managed to stabilize himself mid-air, landing awkwardly. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Had Minato's attack been a kunai instead of a fist, he would have been gravely injured or worse. He had assumed that after years of training, he was at least comparable to a Jonin, yet he found himself not only inferior to Obito, the reincarnated one, but also significantly outmatched by Minato. Truly, as Obito had said, Minato was the fastest in the ninja world. The legendary yellow flash of Konoha, his reputation was well-deserved. Meanwhile, after Kakashi was sent flying, Rin belatedly reacted, drawing a kunai from her ninja pouch and hurling it at Minato as she swiftly retreated. As a healer-type ninja, she heeded Obito's advice to prioritize her safety in battle. If her attack failed, she would make a swift escape. However, contrary to her expectations that Minato would be forced to slow down to evade her kunai, he merely tilted his body slightly, dodging effortlessly, and adjusted his course to continue his swift advance toward her. Rin was astounded. This was what Obito had described. Minato's extraordinary adaptability and reflexes were indeed beyond human comprehension. At that moment, Minato found himself quite pleased with the members of Team 7 he was about to lead. Their initial defensive formation had posed a challenge, making it difficult for him to breach their defenses. Given his combat style, it was only natural that he would aim to conclude the battle swiftly. Surprisingly, Kakashi had managed to respond first. Though he had taken a hit, he had not been completely incapacitated. This level of resilience was comparable to that of many Jonin. Rin, playing the supportive role within the team, exhibited no reckless ambition, ensuring that she did not leave an opening for him to exploit. He was compelled to exert more effort to deal with her, while this merely added to his troubles. Creating even slight complications against an opponent of his caliber was already a significant accomplishment. However, this was only the beginning. Once Rin was incapacitated, the strongest Kakashi would be unable to assist, leaving Obito immobilized and unable to coordinate an effective counterattack. Minato contemplated this, a triumphant smile forming on his lips. At that moment, Obito, who had been inactive until now, sprang into action. Seizing the opportunity as Minato soared towards Rin, he surged forward. Leaping into the air with incredible speed, hands reaching for the bells at Minato's waist. This is bad. Obito's target is the bells. Minato realized the gravity of Obito's maneuver. Yet due to the impeccable timing of Obito's attack, he found himself in an awkward position. After executing a series of rapid actions, sending Kakashi flying, dodging Rin's kunai, and adjusting his form to attack Rin, Minato's body, despite its remarkable coordination, had slightly fatigued, leaving him unable to change direction instantly. Oblivious to the fleeting moment, Obito seized the opportunity to launch an assault with remarkable swiftness, fast enough for him to perceive, yet powerless to counteract. No, he could not allow Obito to effortlessly acquire the bell. He was left with no choice but to resort to that particular technique. Minato, with a wry smile, realized he had been compelled to invoke a strategy he had not intended to employ during this assessment. At that very moment, Obito's hand was poised to touch the bell, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face, satisfied with the timing of his recent strike. At last, I shall triumph over you, Minato-sensei, he mused. Just as he made contact with the bell, however, Minato's entire form abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, he materialized in a crouched position before a nearby kunai. Obito missed his target and was immediately struck by a powerful sense of déjà vu. Instinctively, he turned his head and, as expected, beheld the figure of Minato Namikaze not far away, standing before a flying kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito could not suppress his inner turmoil. Was this not merely an ordinary assessment? The use of Flying Thunder God was rather excessive, was it not? Beside him, Rin and Kakashi were equally taken aback. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Obito nearly achieving his goal, believing that this evaluation would conclude without incident. To their astonishment, Master Minato's figure abruptly vanished from midair, only to reappear in another location. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of body flicker technique. Thus, it must be the Flying Thunder God that Obito had mentioned. The ability to materialize beside an adversary at will, to launch an attack whenever desired, and to retreat instantly if necessary, was simply unfathomable. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, clutching the kunai imbued with Flying Thunder God, gradually rose to his feet. He regarded Obito with a hint of surprise in his expression. I must admit, Obito, your prowess exceeds my expectations. You have compelled me to employ the Flying Thunder God. In truth, to provoke me into utilizing such a technique signifies that your entire team has proven their competence, for it is rare that even typical Jonin can elicit this from me. However, I find myself increasingly curious about you. You appear to be stronger than Kakashi. Therefore, I implore you to reveal the extent of your true abilities. With that, Minato's form once again vanished, reappearing at Obito's side. With a bitter smile, Obito realized that even with knowledge of Kakashi's combat style, he struggled to keep pace without activating his Sharingan. He could only awkwardly sidestep and barely evade a punch, yet this was the extent of his capabilities. The next blow was already on its way. Bang! Obito was struck directly, however, his form transformed into a wooden stump, while his true self materialized in midair behind Minato Namikaze. Despite managing to execute the substitution technique at the last moment, the situation remained dire. Minato had already reacted swiftly, pivoting to launch another assault. At that moment, suspended in the air, Obito found himself unable to change direction once more. He could only. Toby swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." Instantly, a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, propelled by searing flames towards the direction of Minato Namikaze. Chapter 31. Qualification. Such a ninjutsu as the fireball technique posed little threat to a ninja of Minato's caliber. Toby's intention was not to strike his opponent, but to momentarily hinder his advance. Indeed, a flicker of surprise crossed Minato's eyes, compelling him to pivot and evade the oncoming inferno. The fireball hurtled downward, colliding violently with the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion that enveloped the area in thick smoke. Taking advantage of the situation, Obito landed smoothly. However, merely escaping danger was insufficient. He understood that allowing Minato-sensei to seize the initiative posed a grave threat. Memories of the fateful night of the Ninetales incident flooded his mind, recalling how Minato had outperformed him time and again. With this in mind, he resolved to strike first. Swiftly, he drew a handful of shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and formed hand seals once more. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Instantly, a multitude of fiery shurikens surged toward Minato. This technique proved ineffective against ninjas with tough exteriors, yet it was particularly effective against Minato, whose agility rendered him vulnerable. After evading a massive fireball, he was compelled to dodge the incoming phoenix fire. Amidst his evasions, Minato marveled at Obito's unexpected mastery of fire release techniques, noting the precision of both timing and power. Such skills were undocumented in their ninja academy, suggesting that Obito surpassed his initial expectations. Although he had yet to awaken the Sharingan, he was no longer a mere lower-ranking ninja. His abilities were nearing those of a higher-ranking shinobi. Following Obito's 2 consecutive techniques that bought him time, Kakashi adjusted himself. Confronted with a formidable adversary like Minato, he dared not hold back. Bursting forth with lightning, he unleashed a version of Lightning Cutter that was already partially developed. Instantly, the air resonated with the sound of thunder as Kakashi, empowered by the lightning, surged toward Minato. Similarly, Rin, having regained her composure, threw shuriken around Minato, not to strike him, but to restrict his escape routes, thereby creating an opening for Kakashi's advance. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Obito couldn't help but smile. Having just unleashed 2 jutsu, he experienced a considerable drain on his chakra even in his normal state, which lacked the power of his Mangekyō Sharingan. Nevertheless, he possessed enough chakra remaining to execute that technique. He was convinced that his mentor, Minato, would not lower himself to employ another Flying Thunder God technique, thus he had prepared a grand surprise. With his hands forming the necessary seals once more, he unleashed Fire Release, Storm Dance. Instantly, Obito expelled a spiraling fire dragon from his mouth, which grew increasingly larger as it surged toward Minato. Although this technique lacked the enhancement of Kamui, rendering it somewhat inferior in both power and speed, it remained Obito's most proficient and aggressive ninjutsu. Even Minato sensed the profound threat emanating from this attack. In the midst of Kakashi's charge, Rin's shuriken, and Obito's storm dance, Minato made a swift decision. He abruptly halted and changed direction, his previously leftward trajectory shifting to the right, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of the storm dance. In that instant, however, he could not evade one of Rin's shuriken, which collided with him. Yet, undeterred, he raised the kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique he had just retrieved and sliced forward. With a sharp clang, Rin's shuriken was cleaved in twain. Quickly, he turned to face Kakashi, who had closed in with determination. Kakashi's intent was unmistakable, his hand reaching out toward the bell at Minato's waist. After a series of evasive maneuvers, Minato found himself facing a familiar predicament, unable to shift his position in time. The trio coordinated their assaults with remarkable precision, their relentless attacks leaving him in a state of discomfort. In the final moment, he managed to twist his waist slightly. Kakashi's hand nearly grazed the bell before he was propelled forward uncontrollably, skidding to a halt only after a considerable distance. Minato wiped the sweat from his brow. Having analyzed Kakashi's situation, was he employing lightning release for rapid movement? Fortunately, this technique was still in its nascent stages and lacking sufficient dynamic vision. Kakashi had failed to observe the subtle movements of his adversary effectively, resulting in a deviation from his intended outcome. Nonetheless, at such a young age, mastering such a lightning release technique was a testament to his genius. Ultimately, Minato successfully retained the bell, avoiding shame before his comrades. However, just as he thought to relax, Obito, who had previously unleashed his jutsu, materialized at his side. In the secret passage, Obito remarked, "Sensei Minato, one must not lose focus during battle. This is the lesson you imparted to me." Without hesitation, he lunged once more for the bells at Minato's waist. Minato Namikaze couldn't help but display a wry smile, astonished that Obito could still move after unleashing 3 ninjutsu of such magnitude. This time, he had underestimated him. Instinctively, he contemplated employing the Flying Thunder God technique again. But after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. Another use of the technique would surely tarnish his dignity. In an instant, Obito had seized 2 bells, triumphantly claiming them. Kakashi and Rin, witnessing this, exchanged glances filled with delight. Obito lifted the bell and shook it gently, gazing at Minato, who had ceased to adopt an aggressive stance. "Teacher Minato, have we qualified?" A faint smile graced Minato's face as he nodded. "To be honest, your excellence has far surpassed my expectations. I hereby declare that you all have qualified." "Hooray!" Rin exclaimed joyfully, running back from afar and grasping the hands of Obito and Kakashi. "From now on, we shall be official members of Team 7. I look forward to your guidance." Obito perceived Lin's joy. Often, due to their frequent companionship, Lin and Kakashi had matured significantly. Yet it was only in moments like these that he truly sensed the vivacity of youth in her. This feeling was indeed quite delightful. With narrowed eyes, Obito listened as Minato, brimming with cheer, proclaimed, "Now that Team 7 is officially established, we must commemorate this moment. Let us visit the photography studio tomorrow morning. Remember, do not be late." Rin nodded and, with a curious expression, inquired, "What shall we do now, Teacher Minato?" After a moment of contemplation, Minato replied, following the assessment, "We will conduct a review where I will analyze the shortcomings observed during our mission and concurrently devise a subsequent training regimen. First and foremost is teamwork. Your performance in this regard has been exemplary, surpassing many established teams. I find little to advise you on this front. Secondly, we will focus on individual abilities." Minato turned his gaze to Rin. "Rin, I have heard you are studying medical ninjutsu. I shall procure advanced medical scrolls for you to enhance your skills further. As the medical support of our team, your conscious effort to protect yourself during the recent battle was commendable. Our team, aside from you, is highly mobile. We can engage proactively during missions, but it is imperative that you fortify your survival skills. As long as you remain out of danger, we can easily execute attacks and retreat at will, with you providing medical assistance afterward, significantly enhancing our team's survivability." Rin nodded resolutely. "Rest assured, Teacher Minato. I fully understand my responsibilities and recognize that, as support, I am often the primary target for the enemy. I will ensure my safety." Minato then turned to Kakashi. Chapter 32, the so-called Elite Jonin. "Kakashi, you truly are a genius. Had you not encountered me, an ordinary Jonin would never have been able to easily subdue you. With some further training, you could even ascend to a full Jonin rank. However, your recent lightning-based ninjutsu possesses a significant flaw due to its rapid speed. You lack the corresponding dynamic vision, making it difficult for you to adjust during your advance, which is perilous in battle. I can assure you that my speed is not inferior to your lightning technique, nor is my vision necessarily superior. Yet I can adjust my movements during an attack to execute the most effective strikes. Do you understand why?" Kakashi, pondering, recalled the recent battle and uncertainly replied, "Teacher Minato, during the fight, you seem to rely more on sensation than visual observation?" Minato nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, many battles do not necessitate sight. One can also perceive through the body. When you become accustomed to sensing combat through your body, your reliance on vision will diminish significantly. This will be your focus in upcoming training." Kakashi's eyes brightened. He had recognized the issue of his speed outpacing his vision and had even discussed it with Obito, yet had struggled to find an effective solution. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. His father had once told him that sometimes battles could be navigated without sight, but rather through sound, an idea he had not fully grasped until now. Kakashi nodded firmly. "Teacher Minato, I now understand how to proceed with my training." As Obito listened attentively to Teacher Minato's guidance, he found himself enlightened. In his previous life, Teacher Minato did not impart such wisdom at the inception of Team 7, likely because Kakashi had yet to master the Raikiri. Indeed, under the influence of his reincarnation, Kakashi consciously advanced the development of Raikiri ahead of schedule, resulting in a significantly accelerated progression compared to his former life. In contrast, by the time Raikiri was fully realized in his previous existence, they were already engaged in the mission at the Kanabi Bridge. He swiftly gifted his eyes to Kakashi, thus addressing Kakashi's deficiency in dynamic vision. Consequently, Kakashi's training trajectory diverged considerably. Therefore, it seems that for speed-oriented ninjas without the Sharingan, the essence of combat lies not in mere observation through sight, but rather in the profound sensations of the body. Perhaps this is indeed the correct approach to Kakashi's training. Obito found himself deep in contemplation. Although his Sharingan had greatly aided Kakashi, even earning him the illustrious title of the Copy Ninja, it had, in some respects, constrained Kakashi's growth. As Obito pondered, Minato cast a glance in his direction. "Obito," he began, "your fire release techniques are quite impressive, capable of densely saturating the battlefield, even when faced with formidable opponents. While they may not inflict significant damage, they can create splendid opportunities for your comrades. The synergy with Kakashi is indeed remarkable." However, Minato hesitated for a moment. "Earlier, after evading my initial strike, you employed the body flicker technique, and previously, you seized the moment after I attacked to snatch the bell, even compelling me to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Your timing was impeccable. Obito, your combat style does not resemble that of a traditional ninjutsu practitioner. Rather, it aligns more closely with that of a close combat speedster, does it not?" Tobirama nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, I am primarily a close combat type. When facing formidable opponents, I do not rely heavily on ninjutsu. Rather, I seek opportunities in close quarters to absorb my adversaries or evade their attacks. I wait for them to exhaust their moves. And in this lifetime, I have naturally honed my skills on that foundation. Minato spoke earnestly, although I am unaware of the source of your combat experience. It is nearly mature. If I were to utilize your abilities, I could not surpass your proficiency. Therefore, I cannot guide you in this aspect. What you need now is a powerful ninjutsu that can fully exploit your talent for seizing openings, providing a decisive edge to your capabilities. I possess such ninjutsu. As you have just witnessed, my teleportation technique, the Flying Thunder God technique, created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. However, this technique is not one that everyone can learn. I must seek approval from above. If granted, I could impart it to you, and given your recent mastery of the body replacement technique, you have a 30% chance of success. At this point, Rin interjected, Minato-sensei, with Tobi's abilities, is there truly only a 30% chance? Minato chuckled ruefully, yes. It is indeed only a 30% chance. The Flying Thunder God is a complex technique, while Tobi has a solid foundation. He has only met a fraction of the learning criteria. To master this technique, one must possess a strong spatial awareness. Otherwise, it becomes nearly impossible to apply it in real combat. I am uncertain whether Tobi possesses such ability. Kakashi and Rin exchanged glances, their expressions turning peculiar. They had witnessed Tobi's enigmatic space-time ninjutsu. To claim that Tobi lacked spatial awareness would be absurd. Thus, had Tobi's preparations over the past few years all been aimed at mastering this technique? Rin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Then, Minato-sensei, how powerful would Tobi become if he mastered this technique? Minato smiled faintly. Tobi, like Kakashi, is already on the verge of matching a Jonin strength. If he learns this technique, it is highly likely he will leap into the ranks of the elite Jonin, perhaps even becoming a top-tier elite Jonin. Elite Jonin. Rin and Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. Minato explained, strictly speaking, the ranks of ninjas are categorized as Genin, Chunin, and Jonin, along with our unique designation in Konoha for those with some Jonin capabilities who have yet to be promoted to Jonin, special Jonin. However, there are distinctions among Jonin. Those who have made a name for themselves in the ninja world and earned titles that set them apart from ordinary Jonin can be referred to as elite Jonin. Rin inquired curiously, and what of the top-tier elite Jonin? Minato's gaze deepened. You are all aware of the Kage of the 5 great nations. Typically the strongest ninja within their villages. However, even a Kage will eventually age or pass away. When that time comes, a new Kage must be chosen. From which ninjas will the new Kage be selected? Kakashi paused, then glanced at Tobi. So, the Kage is chosen from the top-tier elite Jonin? Minato nodded. Precisely. You can determine this by noting that any Jonin with their own title can be considered an elite Jonin. If that title is sufficiently formidable, even legendary, then such elite Jonin would be regarded as the top-tier elite Jonin. For instance, the legendary Sannin of Konoha or the White Fang of Konoha. Minato smiled. Upon hearing such titles, you must sense the distinction between them and ordinary Jonin. Rin nodded, understanding that such ninjas were nearly legendary. Their prowess comparable to that of a village's Kage. This admiration was why she held Tsunade in such high regard, as she was known as the strongest kunoichi. Kakashi, however, wore a pained expression, well aware of his father's formidable strength, who was once considered the most likely successor to the 4th Hokage. Chapter 33. Misunderstanding of Minato. At this moment, Minato belatedly realized that Kakashi was the son of the White Fang. Feeling sheepish, he said, I apologize, Kakashi. I did not intend to mention your father. Kakashi shook his head. It's all right, Minato-sensei. I once heed well on past sorrows. Your acknowledgement of my father signifies he was a strong figure, and I should feel grateful for that. Minato was pleasantly surprised by Kakashi's open-mindedness. Kakashi, your father was a true powerhouse. I believe you will one day be as formidable as he was. In fact, I must confess, upon hearing of your father's story, I have immense respect for him and do not believe he erred. Kakashi felt a surge of emotion. Was this what Tobi referred to as the sun in everyone's eyes? Minato-sensei was indeed a remarkable teacher. Meanwhile, Rin's attention was drawn to another point, her eyes sparkling. Minato-sensei, you just mentioned that if Tobi mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he could become a top-tier elite Jonin, akin to the legendary Sannin? Minato hesitated. Perhaps he may still fall short. As the Sannin are seasoned ninjas with vast knowledge and experience that cannot be easily compensated for. However, in the world of ninjas, strength cannot be simply quantified. Various factors such as intelligence, abilities, and counters can lead to differing outcomes. Minato continued, thus, in my view, a top-tier elite jonin only needs to excel in one particular aspect to such an extent that conventional means cannot counter it. For instance, while Jiraiya-sensei is incredibly capable, he cannot surpass my agility. If I can fully leverage this advantage in battle, even Jiraiya-sensei would find it challenging to contend with me. In such a case, why would I not be considered a top-tier elite jonin? Similarly, Tobi, if he were to master the Flying Thunder God technique, would possess the strength to engage with true powerhouses, achieving an invincible position and inflicting damage, thereby qualifying as a top-tier elite jonin. Rin nodded, her eyes filled with hope. Although she knew Tobi was powerful enough to challenge the 5 Kage and take on the world single-handedly, many of his abilities relied on his eyes, which came with severe side effects. She did not wish for Tobi to utilize them frequently. From Minato-sensei, however, she sensed the potential for Tobi to rival the strong even without resorting to his eyes, which filled her with anticipation. Kakashi, meanwhile, noticed another piece of information in Minato-sensei's words and could not help but inquire, Minato-sensei, are you a disciple of Jiraiya-sama? Minato nodded. Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei is my mentor. I learned much under his guidance, which has allowed me to reach my current level. Kakashi expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I see. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Your insights today have deepened my understanding of what it takes to become Hokage. Minato felt a bit awkward, chuckling. You don't doubt the authenticity of my claim that I possess the ability to surpass Jiraiya-sensei, do you? After all, I don't have much fame at the moment. Tobi smiled silently. It was a jest. In his eyes, Master Minato was far more formidable than Lord Jiraiya, although the Third Great Ninja War had yet to commence. And perhaps Master Minato was not as powerful as he would later become. It was as he himself stated, when a ninja masters a technique that others cannot counter, conventional reasoning no longer applies. The ethereal ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan's Kamui could not counter it, and he harbored no fear of the more advanced Rinnegan. Rin and Kakashi held no objections, as they were already aware that this individual would one day ascend to the position of the 4th Hokage, a leader of the village. After all, it would be strange if he were not immensely powerful, seeing their expressions of unwavering belief. Minato felt a swell of emotion. He hadn't anticipated that his disciples would place such trust in him. He then turned his gaze toward Kakashi. Kakashi, you seem quite interested in the prospect of becoming Hokage. Are you striving towards that goal? Kakashi replied, No, I do not have a strong desire to become Hokage. I merely recalled someone from my childhood who always proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage and wished to evaluate the difficulty of achieving that dream. Obito let out a hum. Kakashi, do you think I cannot hear you? Minato chuckled softly and turned his gaze towards Obito. So, it appears that you aspire to become Hokage? That is indeed a commendable ambition. However, I must remind you that mere strength alone does not suffice to attain the position of Hokage. The approval of the entire village is equally essential. Obito's gaze suddenly dimmed as he spoke. Minato-sensei, becoming Hokage was indeed a dream I cherished in my youth. However, I have since entrusted that aspiration to another. I no longer desire to be Hokage. Minato Namikaze was taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity as he inquired, Why? Obito revealed a hint of nostalgia. Perhaps I am unworthy, or perhaps I have come to understand many things. In truth, becoming Hokage is not as monumental as it seems. Ultimately, the one to whom I have entrusted my dreams is far more deserving of the title of Hokage than I. Minato grew increasingly curious. Obito, while I do not comprehend the events that have led you to abandon your aspiration of becoming Hokage, the individual to whom you have entrusted your dreams must surely hold great significance in your life, correct? Obito gazed at Minato, and the figure of Naruto surfaced in his mind, radiating the same bright sunshine, possessing the same golden locks, and endowed with remarkable strength. Minato-sensei, he bears a striking resemblance to me in my youth. We were rivals for quite an extended period. I was swayed by his words. Yet, I must apologize, Minato-sensei. I cannot reveal to you who he is just yet, but I can assure you that he is equally significant in your life. Minato was taken aback by Obito's unexpected response. A person of great importance in my life? Surely, it must be intertwined with the guilt you harbor towards me. Obito nodded slowly, acknowledging, indeed, his tragedy was orchestrated by my own hand. This is the very root of my remorse. In due course, I shall gradually reveal the truth to teacher Minato. However, Minato suddenly entertained a possibility, furrowing his brow slightly. That person wouldn't happen to bear the surname Uzumaki, would he? For a moment, Obito remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the situation. At this point, Minato Namikaze grew increasingly unsettled. His aspiration was to become Hokage, and the Uzumaki name held significant importance in his life. I apologize, Obito, but it seems you must articulate your thoughts clearly. If it pertains to that individual, I simply cannot overlook any fragment of information. Minato's expression turned grave. Obito shook his head and reassured, rest assured, Kakashi-sensei. The person I referred to is not the esteemed Kushina. However, akin to the guilt I harbor towards you, my remorse towards Kushina is even more profound. Yet, the reasons for this I cannot divulge at present. Chapter 34. The disappearance of the Senju clan. Kakashi and Rin exchanged worried glances, both shaking their heads in disbelief. Obito, too, or a heavy heart. Rin could no longer contain herself and spoke. Kakashi-sensei, fret not. Obito has yet to commit any acts that would endanger others, particularly not towards Mother Kushina. His situation is rather unique, and I assure you he will clarify it in due time. With a sigh of relief, Minato felt reassured. As long as Kushina was not at risk, he could be understanding of other matters. With that thought, he smiled and said, very well. Since you are unwilling to share the details now, I shall not press further. I initially thought to introduce my fiancée to you, but it seems that will not be necessary. How about we dine at my home? Kushina's culinary skills are quite remarkable. Rin immediately opposed Kakashi-sensei. While I am eager to taste Mother-esque cooking, look at Obito. He trembles at the mere sight of you. I fear for how he might react upon seeing Mother. The concern in Rin's eyes was unmistakable. Minato glanced at Obito and noticed his body shaking uncontrollably, prompting a resigned sigh. In that case, it would be prudent to delay the meeting between Kushina and Obito. The dinner location was thus changed to an external venue. Today marks the establishment of Team 7. I shall treat you all to a splendid meal. Really? Kakashi-sensei, you are wonderful, Rin exclaimed, her face lighting up with anticipation. Minato nodded. It is still early. Let us disperse for now. I shall visit the Hokage building to discuss the transmission of the Flying Thunder God technique. We shall reconvene at 6 o'clock outside the Hokage building. There were no objections from the group, and upon witnessing this, Minato departed without hesitation. Once Minato had left, Rin turned her worried gaze towards Obito. Obito, did you not say you were prepared? Why do you still seem this way? Obito gasped for breath. I believed I could face this situation with composure, yet upon truly encountering Sensei Minato, I realized the weight of my despair. Rin ceased her words, simply clasping Obito's hand. Obito, what am I to do if you perish? Obito, with tears streaming down his face, spoke softly. Rin, I am deeply sorry. I owe so much to the family of Kakashi-sensei. They could have been blissfully happy, needing nothing from me, if only I had not intruded upon their lives. Rin replied earnestly, Obito, you need not do anything at all. Simply be an exceptional disciple. In doing so, both Sensei and his wife will take pride in your accomplishments. Obito murmured, it is precisely for this reason that my sense of guilt has intensified. How can I possibly deserve to make master and mistress proud? Rin shook her head and replied, Obito, I understand your desire for atonement, but you mustn't rush. Since you have resolved to bear the weight of everything and save the world, it is crucial to remain calm. Otherwise, you may end up accomplishing nothing and saving no one. Rin's words gradually soothed Obito's turbulent spirit. After a moment, he regained his composure and smiled, saying, Thank you, Rin. I truly cannot allow myself to wallow in self-pity over the matter concerning Teacher Minato. Meanwhile, Kakashi suddenly interjected, Obito, why didn't you inform Teacher Minato about everything right away? As you did with us? Given his character, I believe he would have forgiven you. Obito chuckled bitterly. Kakashi, you remain as naive as ever. Do you not see what Lord Minato prioritized upon his arrival? Kakashi glanced at the Hokage building and replied, The Hokage building, reporting in, is there an issue? With a flicker of his gaze, Obito remarked, I place my trust in Minato-sensei and in all of you, but I harbor doubts about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given Minato-sensei's character, I have confided in him, yet he might relay everything unchanged to the third Hokage. I am uncertain how the third would respond upon learning the truth. I am not afraid for myself, but I worry for you, as you are also privy to this knowledge. For a moment, the three were at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Rin turned to Kakashi and posed a question that had long been on her mind. Kakashi, you have become a nin and must have acquired substantial intelligence. Is it true, as Obito claims, that the third is indeed such a person? Kakashi's expression grew complex. The third does not strike me as particularly malevolent. Yet the information I have gathered suggests that he does not play a role of light in the matters Obito has mentioned. Rin inhaled sharply. What about the disappearance of the Senju clan? Kakashi replied, bewildered, I do not know. I truly do not know. I have only discovered that the Senju indeed relinquished their surname and integrated into the village. However, some individuals, despite abandoning their lineage, are still remembered by the villagers. These individuals either perished unexpectedly on the front lines during the Second Great Ninja War or vanished without a trace. Rin immediately sagged, Kakashi. Obito once asked you if you believe this is mere coincidence. What is your answer now? Kakashi offered a wry smile, Rin. If Obito has posed the same question to you, then what do you believe? The two fell into a profound silence. Upon witnessing the scene, Obito offered his reassurance, stating, well, I believe this is merely a coincidence. If it is not, then it must be the doing of Danzo. Danzo? Kakashi's gaze flickered with intensity. At the roots of Konoha, power wielded great influence and often lacked reason. Many harbored disdain for this organization, as numerous individuals had suffered at its hands. This is what my research has uncovered. Rin, perplexed, inquired, why does such an organization exist within Konoha? Kakashi replied, perhaps, as Obito suggested. Matters are not strictly black and white. For every light in Konoha, there must exist a shadow. Yet, I must admit, I feel no burden in contemplating action against Danzo. He has indeed committed numerous abhorrent acts. Obito solemnly remarked, enough. I have already orchestrated Tobi's demise. He shall not live for many more years. In contrast to Tobi, my own plans are set to commence. What plans? The two inquired, unable to contain their curiosity. Obito murmured, the plan for the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, if feasible. I would like to arrange a share for you as well. However, the Hashirama cells are exceedingly dominant. Without Uchiha blood or the Sharingan, one may find it challenging to contain their power. The two nodded, not particularly surprised. Over the past few years, Obito had gradually revealed a wealth of information, including that Hashirama cells could alleviate the adverse effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan, of which they were already aware. Obito, let's proceed with caution. There is no need for us to rush, Rin advised. When Obito becomes serious, it is imperative that we do not act hastily. The mastermind behind my descent in the previous life poses a significant threat. Before the transplantation of Hashirama cells, I preferred that you remain unaware of his name. However, after the procedure, I will be able to divulge everything to you. Kakashi nodded. So he possesses formidable power, requiring you to wield the Mangekyō Sharingan to confront him. With Hashirama cells, you can safely utilize the Mangekyō, rendering him less perilous. Obito remarked, indeed, he may not be exceedingly powerful, yet he undeniably poses a significant threat that cannot be overlooked. Kakashi ceased his persuasion, while Rin inquired, Obito, when does your plan commence? Obito glanced at the sky, already formulating a plan in his mind. There is no better time than the present. He decided to execute it tonight. Chapter 35. Is it merely the sturdiness of the house? Although Obito was eager to begin tonight, was it not a bit too hasty? Rin felt deeply apprehensive. Obito steadfastly held Rin's delicate hand, squeezing it gently as he offered her solace. Rin, there shall be no unforeseen misfortune. After all, I am determined to create a world where everyone can live in happiness. Until I achieve this goal, I shall not jest with my own safety. With these words, Rin felt a sense of reassurance, finding comfort in Obito's promise. A soft smile graced her lips as she replied, if that is the case, Obito, I believe in you and wholeheartedly support you. Obito nodded solemnly and stated, Lin, my plan is rather straightforward. It involves establishing a collaboration with individuals possessing Hashirama cells. He turned to Kakashi and inquired, Kakashi, do you understand why I instructed you to pay attention to the disappearance of the Senju clan members? Kakashi, taken aback, hesitated before responding. Wasn't it to help me discern the true nature of the third Hokage's intentions? Obito nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Yet he harbored another intention, to ascertain the current progress of the experiment. Experiment? Rin and Kakashi exchanged puzzled glances. Obito spoke softly. I have previously mentioned that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, stands but a mere step away from the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. He is indeed the true god of shinobi. His strength was unparalleled, capable of effortlessly quelling wars and establishing a peaceful ninja village. His prowess was such that none among the Senju clan possessed similar power. Therefore, following his demise, his remains were retrieved by Konoha. In an effort to comprehend the source of his immense strength and to replicate a deity of ninjutsu, the village undertook various experiments concerning Hashirama's cells. Given that Senju Hashirama's bloodline limit is wood release, These endeavors came to be known as the wood release experiments. Yet, does this not tarnish the memory of the deceased? Rin felt a sense of discomfort. With a tone laced with sarcasm, Obito remarked, "Many individuals are willing to go to any lengths to acquire power. They wouldn't hesitate to desecrate the deceased and would even go as far as to dissect the living. Moreover, it was none other than the younger brother of the first Hokage, our esteemed second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who initially decided to research the primordial cells." Rin's mouth fell slightly agape in disbelief. She had not anticipated that such an act of desecration would be perpetrated by none other than the younger brother of Lord Hashirama, the former Hokage of Konoha. For a moment, Rin found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Kakashi furrowed his brow in concern. So those experiments have yet to cease? Obito chuckled softly. Of course not. How frail has Konoha become? In times of vulnerability, Konoha seeks to bolster its strength through external means. Kakashi, utterly beside himself, exclaimed, "So, the missing members of the Senju clan were involved in these experiments? What became of them thereafter?" Obito's gaze was profound. "I fear they are all dead." "What? All of them? Obito, do you have any idea how many missing persons I have uncovered in my investigation? This cannot be a jest." With a sardonic smile, Obito remarked, "How easy do you think it is to transplant the cells of the first Hokage? For most individuals, if they are unable to suppress the wood release chakra contained within those cells, they will instantaneously transform into a tree. It is not entirely accurate to say that all perished. One individual did survive and successfully harness the power of wood release. This person, akin to our age, is named Tenzo, who later adopted the name Yamato. Only one survived, then?" Kakashi's expression turned pale as he responded, "An experiment that claimed the lives of at least hundreds, all of whom were villagers of our own Konoha. Why has this experiment not been halted?" Obito pondered for a moment. On the surface, it should be nearing a halt. Or perhaps it has already ceased. However, covertly, with the results in hand, Danzo would only become more fervent. After all, war is imminent. And there is no shortage of populace. Kakashi inhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Obito, my desire to eliminate Danzo grows ever stronger. Truly, as you have stated. Beneath the light lies an abyss of darkness." At that moment, Rin, filled with concern, interjected, "Obito, you never mentioned to me that the transplantation of Hashirama's cells would result in so many deaths. Even so, are you still resolved to proceed with the transplantation?" Obito chuckled. "I previously mentioned that the Sharingan can suppress the cells of Hashirama. In my past life, half of my body was shattered. Yet it was the Hashirama cells that allowed me to survive. Thus, while these cells may be a lethal poison to others, for me, they serve as a life-saving remedy." Rin then let out a sigh of relief. Obito turned his gaze towards Kakashi and remarked, "In truth, Kakashi, I do not find the wood release experiment to be excessively harsh. After all, this endeavor received the approval of the third Hokage, with him involved. Danzo would not dare to act recklessly. Most of those Senju clan members who participated in the experiment did so willingly, sacrificing their lives to bolster the strength of the village." Kakashi responded with a bitter smile, "Yet, there are hundreds of lives at stake, and perhaps even more hidden in the shadows." Tobi gently patted Kakashi's shoulder and remarked, "After all, you have yet to experience the battlefield. Although you have likely taken many lives during your missions in recent years, you have not truly grasped the brutality of war. That is the genuine hell. It is not merely hundreds, but even thousands who are as insignificant as blades of grass, reaped at any moment. Therefore, if sacrificing a few hundred lives can safeguard the village, perhaps it is not an excessively great cost." Kakashi was taken aback, murmuring to himself, "Is that so?" At that moment, he began to comprehend Tobi's unwavering dedication to peace. Meanwhile, Rin, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Tobi, you just mentioned that one of the experimental subjects survived and has mastered the power of wood release. Could he potentially become the second god of shinobi?" Obito couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "It's not that simple. In my previous life, I also transplanted the cells of Hashirama and mastered wood release. However, in high-level battles, its effectiveness cannot be denied, yet it is indeed minimal. The true strength has never been the wood release Kekkei Genkai, but rather the man himself, Senju Hashirama. The same applies to Yamato, who survived. His mastery of wood release techniques pales in comparison to that of Hashirama. Nevertheless, he can utilize wood release to instantaneously construct a sturdy house, making it an essential ninjutsu for home and travel. Perhaps in this regard, Hashirama may not excel as much." Rin couldn't help but let out a giggle. "Obito, after transplanting Hashirama's cells, You should learn this technique as well. Kakashi displayed a resigned expression, letting out a heavy sigh. So, after the sacrifice of so many lives, is it merely to build a solid house? Chapter 36. Permission to teach the Flying Thunder God. Upon witnessing this, Obito could not help but interject. Enough, Kakashi, cease your musings. In any case, the Hidden Leaf Village possesses both Hashirama cells and experimental data. All I require is to collaborate with the relevant authorities to obtain these. Kakashi's expression turned grave. So, Obito, you intend to ally with Danzo? Obito contemplated for a moment. It is indeed a fallback option, yet it is not necessary for the time being, as there are others involved in this experiment. Kakashi inquired, who is it? Obito gazed at the two curious individuals and slowly uttered a name, Orochimaru. What? Although aware that Obito's revelations were of monumental significance, they were taken aback to discover that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, was also involved in this would-release experiment. Obito continued, in fact, Orochimaru was not only involved, but was also the primary experimenter. Without his assistance, Danzo would likely not have even had a single successful case. Kakashi chuckled wryly. So Obito, are you planning to collaborate with Lord Orochimaru? Obito pondered. It is most suitable to seek him out, as long as I can present something that piques his interest. He might grant me all that I desire. Rin, however, felt a tinge of disappointment. I never anticipated that even Lord Orochimaru would be such a person. I hope that Lady Tsunade does not share this trait. Obito cast a glance at Rin and remarked, Rin, in truth, Orochimaru is a person of profound complexity. It is inappropriate to merely judge him through the lens of good and evil. I only came to this realization after my demise in the afterlife. As for Lady Tsunade, Obito chuckled. She is truly a remarkably good person. This revelation alleviated Rin's earlier sense of insecurity. In the following period, Obito engaged in further discussions with the two, sharing more about his plans. With time still on their side, the trio proceeded to the training grounds for their exercises. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze reported the status of Team 7 to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage was taken aback, exclaiming, What? You mean to say that Obito and Kakashi are on the verge of becoming Jonin, and Rin possesses the strength of a Chunin? Minato nodded affirmatively. Indeed. They are all exceptionally talented, far surpassing my expectations. Particularly Obito, his foundational skills are remarkably solid, reminiscent of my own past. Although he has yet to awaken his Sharingan, I believe he possesses the potential to learn that technique. A spark of intrigue flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. Are you suggesting that Obito has the aptitude to master the Flying Thunder God technique? Minato replied earnestly, Thus, I implore you, third Hokage, to allow me the opportunity to teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. I would also like Rin and Kakashi to have a go at it. Hiruzen's expression shifted from delight to concern. There is no issue with Rin and Kakashi learning this technique, but Obito is, after all, a Uchiha. Minato discerned the third Hokage's apprehension and reassured him. Third Hokage, Obito is not like the other Uchihas I have encountered. He is a good-hearted child. I have reviewed the information you provided, and he has assisted nearly every elder in the village. Hiruzen took a deep draw from his pipe, contemplating for a moment before murmuring, Obito, indeed, is different. He embodies the will of fire, even as a Uchiha. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Hiruzen made his decision. Minato, from now on regarding the Flying Thunder God, you may proceed as you see fit without needing to consult me. Minato smiled. Then I shall not impose upon you any further. Just as he was about to take his leave, Hiruzen called out to him, Wait, Minato. How are things progressing with Kushina? Minato paused momentarily before responding with a grin. We are already engaged. It won't be long before we wed. Hiruzen sighed in relief but hesitated before continuing. Minato, you are aware that Kushina is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a vital asset to the village's combat strength. Should the conflict escalate to critical levels, before he could finish, Minato interjected, his face radiating determination and confidence. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, that day will not come. If it does, I have faith in my ability to end the war single-handedly. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. Is that so? Then, Minato, you must strive diligently. This war may indeed present an opportunity. Minato paused. Being a perceptive individual, he suddenly sensed a deeper meaning in Hiruzen's words. However, he could not quite grasp it at that moment, so he simply replied, I will do my utmost. Very well, you may take your leave, Hiruzen gestured dismissively. Minato acknowledged him and vanished in an instant. Once Minato departed, Hiruzen rose, unconsciously moving to the window, murmuring to himself, Minato, I hope you can seize this opportunity. He then sighed. recalling his former disciple, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you have become too close to Danzo. I had clearly ordered the cessation of your experiments. Yet you, on the training grounds, Kakashi and Obito found themselves engaged in yet another sparring match, with Obito having activated his three-tomo Sharingan and employing intangibility. Kakashi faced yet another inevitable defeat. Kakashi was on the verge of losing his composure, exclaiming, "This is utterly unfair. Why didn't you use that technique in front of Lord Minato earlier?" Obito chuckled, "Kakashi, the enemy will not reason with you. Just now, in front of Teacher Minato, I merely wish to avoid prematurely revealing my Sharingan. Otherwise, possessing these eyes would undoubtedly arouse the suspicions of the higher-ups." Kakashi remained unconvinced. Had it not been for his limited vocabulary, you would have likely blurted out the words feudal dog without hesitation. Upon meeting Kakashi's gaze, Obito instantly discerned the thoughts swirling within his mind. How many times have I reiterated that even intangibility can be countered? Seizing the moment of my assault to launch a counterattack is something I cannot evade. Kakashi, in the midst of war, we shall inevitably confront a myriad of formidable adversaries. Engaging in battle with me will aid you in facing diverse scenarios in the future. After contemplating this for a moment, Kakashi found merit in the argument. Obito had once spoken to him about how Minato-sensei could discern the flaws of intangibility in an instant, seizing that very weakness during their next encounter. If Minato-sensei could accomplish such a feat, then why could he not? However, glancing at the sky, Kakashi remarked, "Let us postpone our battle for another time. We should gather at the Hokage's office as the hour grows late." Meanwhile, Rin, who had been practicing her chakra control, rose with her eyes brimming with anticipation. Kakashi was indeed correct. She could hardly contain her eagerness for a sumptuous feast. Naturally, Obito did not refute Rin's suggestion. "Then let us dine first. Once we have satisfied our hunger, I have matters to attend to this evening." Thus, the trio departed from the training grounds and enjoyed a delightful meal with Minato. Chapter 37. Deceiving Orochimaru as night fell, a clandestine experiment unfolded within the hidden Leaf Village. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, starkly contrasting with the vibrant lights of the nearby bustling district. A figure clad in a white robe, with pallid skin, emerged from the laboratory. Should any Leaf Ninja have been present, they would recognize this as Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. At that moment, Orochimaru's mood was far from pleasant. The development of the immortality technique had encountered numerous challenges, and his recent collaboration with Danzo on the wood release experiment had to be covertly halted due to the intervention of Master Sarutobi. As he walked, deep in thought, he pondered whether to delve into that forbidden jutsu, the technique developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, which could, in a certain sense, resurrect the deceased. Such a technique would undoubtedly provide him with significant insights. However, it was strictly prohibited by Master Sarutobi. Once he commenced, there might be no turning back. Was he truly resolute? Just as Orochimaru wrestled with his indecision, the surrounding space suddenly warped, and a shadowy figure abruptly appeared before him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Orochimaru's eyes. This was a space-time ninjutsu. Without the flying thunder god seal, and devoid of external assistance, it was an exceptionally sophisticated space-time ninjutsu. Instantly on high alert, Orochimaru narrowed his slit eyes, fixing his gaze on the enigmatic figure. The newcomer had long hair and was draped in a dark brown cloak that enveloped their entire being, their face obscured by a white mask that emanated an aura both chilling and ominous. This presence was shrouded in mystery and antiquity, accompanied by an air of danger that excited Orochimaru. "Are you here specifically to find me?" Orochimaru cackled with a sinister laugh. "This laboratory of mine is exceedingly concealed. Your ability to locate me is truly remarkable. Might I inquire as to your identity, masked one?" The masked figure spoke slowly, their voice imbued with an ineffable weariness. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. I am merely a forgotten specter of the ninja world. Yet you possess something of great interest to me, and I wish to propose a transaction." "A transaction, you say? Allow me to speculate," Orochimaru retorted with a chilling smile. "Is the object of your interest the cells of Hashirama Senju? Are you a contemporary of Lord Hashirama?" The masked figure's voice remained devoid of emotional fluctuation. "No need for speculation. I can inform you that my era predates Hashirama. All traces of my existence have likely vanished. If Hashirama were to regard me, he might well address me as grandfather." "Is that so?" "This is becoming increasingly intriguing," Orochimaru mused, a mix of skepticism and curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, I happen to possess Hashirama cells, but why would I offer them to you? You, with your ulterior motives?" Infiltrating the leaf at this hour? Should I not detain you to ascertain your origins? With that, Orochimaru licked his lips and, without warning, launched an attack. His arms transformed into a swarm of white snakes, lunging toward the masked figure. This was a technique he had honed to perfection, the shadow snake hand. Orochimaru did not anticipate subduing this individual, a master of advanced space-time ninjutsu, but rather sought to test their response. However, to his dismay, the figure remained still. Even speaking, such a test bears no significance for me, young one. As the masked figure spoke, the attack of the shadow snake hand approached. Yet Orochimaru felt as though he struck against a mere illusion. Time and again, his white snakes passed through the figure, who appeared to stand before him, yet seemed to lack substance. Was this a mere clone or an illusion? Orochimaru pondered. Just then, the ethereal figure moved, seizing one of the white snakes he had been unable to retract. No, it cannot be an illusion. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. This individual was indeed real. Such a capability was unprecedented, and even he felt a sense of trepidation. Indeed, you are truly an elder. I apologize for my previous impertinence, Orochimaru conceded, his curiosity piqued by the masked figure. The figure raised their hands in a gesture of resignation. Ah, you young ones. As I have said, I am but a forgotten specter. To me, this world can be both real and illusory. Reality and illusion are merely a matter of perception. A bead of cold sweat formed on Orochimaru's brow. He doubted the veracity of the figure's words. If they were indeed that formidable, why would they seek him out? Yet, the masked figure's abilities were undeniably peculiar. Very well, elder, let us discuss this transaction in earnest. What can you offer that would pique my interest? The masked man appeared to deliberate, gesturing thoughtfully with his chin, before seemingly arriving at a conclusion. What, then, are your interests? Speak freely, perhaps I possess what you seek. Orochimaru licked his lips, a smirk playing upon his features. Ah, truly? I find myself greatly intrigued by you. If your words hold true. You have lived for over a century, have you not? Feigning indignation, the masked figure responded, inquiring about an elder's age is hardly courteous. However, young one, are you interested in longevity? I can accommodate that wish. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Rather than mere longevity, I seek immortality. If you can grant me that, I would not object to parting with Hashirama's cells. The masked figure shook their head. You seem to misunderstand. I can acquire Hashirama's cells on my own. And I assure you, you cannot impede me. A shiver ran down Orochimaru's spine as he discerned the truth in the figure's words. They were not mere boasts, but statements of fact. You are indeed confident, elder. So what else do you desire? Knowledge, the most invaluable treasure resides within your mind, particularly that concerning Hashirama's cells. Ah, I see, Orochimaru replied, regaining his composure. Merely knowledge, then. If you can reciprocate with equivalent knowledge, I would be more than willing. The masked figure resumed their contemplative stance. I possess a wealth of knowledge regarding immortality. Raising a finger, they continued. Firstly, there exists a secret technique in the village hidden in the waterfalls known as the heart-stealing technique, which allows one to seize another's heart for their own use. One can possess up to 5 hearts. Theoretically, as long as 5 hearts remain alive, one shall not perish. These hearts can be exchanged, should one lose vitality. One may simply replace it with a more vibrant one. A sudden realization struck Orochimaru, and he involuntarily echoed the masked figure's last words. A heart can be replaced. What of the body? If the body ages, can it not be exchanged for a more youthful vessel? Chapter 38. Rin sleeps beside him in that moment. Orochimaru felt as though he had stumbled upon a new direction for his quest for immortality. He licked his lips and chuckled softly. Elder, I am aware that the heart-stealing technique resides within the bounty hunter Kakazu. I possess some intelligence regarding him, and he is not one to be trifled with. The masked man chuckled softly. That is your concern. The information I have provided is indeed authentic. Orochimaru, filled with curiosity, replied. You have mentioned before that there is more than one method to achieve immortality. The masked man smiled lightly. You are quite the greedy young one, aren't you? Very well. He extended a finger. The second method. Have you heard of the puppet technique from the Sand Village? Orochimaru paused momentarily, then replied with a sinister grin. Can the puppet technique also grant immortality? The masked man explained, of course. The puppet technique allows the living to be transformed into puppets, known as the human puppet technique. The ultimate mastery of this technique is to turn oneself into a puppet. Do you grasp my meaning? Orochimaru could no longer suppress the rising corners of his mouth. I understand now. By transforming oneself into a puppet, one can evade aging. You truly are a person of considerable longevity. A few words from you have sparked great inspiration within me. But is there more? Ah, young one, do not be insatiable. Do I strike you as someone who freely shares knowledge? The masked man pointed to himself. Orochimaru displayed a knowing expression and produced 2 scrolls from his robe. Tossing them forward. Esteemed one scroll contains Hashirama's cells, while the other holds some incomplete data on would-release experiments. The masked man accepted the scrolls. Casually tucking them away, I trust you, just as I have not deceived you. There is no need for you to deceive me. For doing so would demand a hefty price. He slowly extended a 3rd finger. What are your thoughts on the comparison between animals and plants? Orochimaru marveled. Fascinating, truly fascinating. The lifespan of animals pales in comparison to certain plants. The masked man continued. I am aware of a technique that can transform a person into a certain type of plant body, which closely resembles your studies on wood release. In fact, there are already successful transformations. I have one readily available. Orochimaru, now agitated, licked his lips and remarked, if you can indeed provide me with such a plant body for experimentation, I shall offer you all the data from my wood release experiments. The masked man nodded. The next time, I shall bring the materials you require. I hope you will be prepared with the information I seek. With that, the masked man raised his hand and brushed it across the air before him. His figure vanished as if he had wiped it away himself. Orochimaru quietly observed this scene. Wearing a contemplative expression, he suddenly felt that succeeding the 4th Hokage was not such an important matter after all. Perhaps, relinquishing it was of no consequence. As the figure of Obito gradually emerged, he removed his mask, revealing his appearance as an adult. With a sudden impact, the transformation technique dissipated. Obito restored his original appearance. Not far away, Rin sat on a stool in the living room. Hearing the commotion, she immediately stood up and hurried over. Obito, are you all right? Rin pulled out a snow-white handkerchief and gently wiped away the blood and tears streaming down Obito's face. Obito retrieved 2 scrolls from his bosom, bestowed by Orochimaru, and with a smile remarked, I have successfully acquired the cells of Hashirama, along with some research materials. Thank you, Rin, for waiting for my return at such a late hour. Rin, deeply concerned for Obito's endeavors that day, had come to his home specifically to await his arrival, prepared to offer assistance and care in case of any unforeseen circumstances. A blush crept onto Rin's delicate visage as she replied, It's wonderful that you succeeded. I shall not impose any further. Until tomorrow. Obito firmly grasped Rin's hand and said, Rin, it's quite late, and I'm worried about you returning home alone. Rin turned to Obito with a cheerful smile and replied, It's all right. If it comes to it, would you accompany me back? Obscured by a veil of guilt. Obito lowered his head, his cheeks involuntarily flushed. In a hushed tone, he suggested, Lin, why not stay at my house for the night? It would be perfect for us to go take pictures together tomorrow. Lin gazed at Obito with gentle eyes and replied, Obito, that's not possible. My parents would be worried. Obito felt a sudden pang of disappointment. I see, then I shall escort you home, he offered. Rin nodded gently and made her way toward the door. Just as Obito instinctively prepared to follow her, Rin crossed her arms behind her and turned her head, smiling as she said, Actually, I've already informed my parents that I might not be home tonight, as I'm concerned about your safety. Obito's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and his breath quickened. So, Rin, can you truly reside here? Rin pondered for a moment, her tone slightly bashful, then let us stay here. But Obito, you mustn't harbor any ill intentions, otherwise. Rin raised her small fist. Oblivious to his own embarrassment, Obito scratched his head and chuckled. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? Haha, Rin, I shall prepare a sleeping space for you, inherited from my grandmother. Obtain the mat swiftly from the cabinet, and lay it down with precision, positioning the new mat closely beside his own. Lin, upon witnessing this, could not help but exclaim, Dato. While I often sleep like this with my parents at home, and although I have vowed to watch over you for a lifetime, this is rather. She paused, her words trailing off as she noticed Dato embracing the mat belonging to his grandmother, a poignant expression of sorrow gracing his features. Obito softly spoke, Rin, accompany me just this once. Ever since the Kamui Bridge mission, I have spent countless nights alone. The years have blurred in my memory. Rin's heart suddenly softened. Obito, this time you have succeeded in your plea. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your feigned vulnerability, but let it be known. This shall be the sole occasion. Obito's expression shifted instantaneously from sorrow to joy. That's wonderful, Rin. Rin exhibited a look of certainty, as if to say, I knew it. However, she refrained from uttering another word, for what Obito had said was indeed true. With a sigh, she approached the bedding and nestled herself within. Upon witnessing the situation, Obito swiftly extinguished the light and slipped into his own bedding. The distance between the two was merely a narrow gap, through which Obito could even hear Rin's somewhat anxious breaths. "Do not worry, Lin," Obito reassured gently. "Your presence beside me is the greatest gift I could ever receive. I am not deserving of such blessings, and this is more than sufficient." Lin, indeed, found solace in his words. After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned to him. Gazing intently, "Obito, do not burden yourself too much. Get some restful sleep." They exchanged glances, remaining silent, until they both unknowingly closed their eyes. The following day, at the photography studio, Kakashi and Minato Namikaze awaited patiently. The studio owner, visibly impatient, remarked, "How much longer must we wait?" Minato wore an awkward expression, apologizing. "I'm sorry, they'll be here shortly." Meanwhile, Kakashi, arms crossed coolly, thought it was forgivable for Obito to be late, but Lin as well? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could there have been an unforeseen event last night? Yet, if that were the case, Lin would have come looking for him. Her absence indicated everything had gone smoothly. But then again, it seemed Lin had gone to Obito's home to wait. Could it be? An unsettling possibility dawned on Kakashi, causing him to lose his previously composed demeanor. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way, no way, they're only 9 years old. Just then, from a distance, two hurried figures appeared, racing towards the studio. It was Lin and Obito. They burst through the door, and Lin cast a reproachful glance at Obito before clasping her hands together and saying, "I apologize, Minato-sensei, we are late." Toby stepped forward and scratched the back of his head, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, I slept too soundly and forgot to set my alarm." Kakashi observed the synchronized actions of the two and began to indulge in wild speculation. "Surely, you two weren't together last night?" Rin's face flushed crimson as she replied, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, I indeed stayed over at Toby's house for the night." Rin, typically a person of great punctuality, found herself unable to sleep after Toby had drifted off. Listening to the steady rhythm of his breath, her thoughts became a chaotic whirl. And by the time she finally succumbed to slumber, it was already quite late, which is why she, like Toby, overslept that morning. Toby's face flushed slightly. "Haha. Rin indeed spent a night at my home. It's all my fault, Sensei Minato. Otherwise, Rin surely wouldn't have been late." Minato shook his head, displaying an expression of helplessness. Although the ninja code did not prohibit romantic relationships, he and Kushina had been together since childhood. However, was it not too early to cohabit at the tender age of 9? Surely, they had not yet matured fully. Minato cautioned, "You are still young. You must understand moderation and restraint, and cannot afford to be overly indulgent." Rin's face turned even redder, a deep crimson hue. As a medical ninja, she had acquired extensive knowledge on physiological matters, thus she easily grasped the implications of Minato's words. She stammered, "We really didn't do anything. We simply had a normal sleep." At that moment, Kakashi leaned in, skepticism evident in his demeanor. "Really? That guy Toby is hardly a paragon of virtue, Rin. You must be wary of being taken advantage of." Rin nearly transformed into a flustered princess, steam practically rising from her in embarrassment. Obito was exceedingly displeased. "Hey, Kakashi. What on earth are you thinking? How could I possibly take advantage of Rin?" Kakashi spread his hands in response. "Well, one can never be too certain." The two were on the verge of another quarrel when the photographer's expression darkened considerably. He bellowed, "Are you going to take the picture or not? If not, get out." Minato quickly interjected with apologies. I'm so sorry. He then turned to the small group. "Team 7, quickly gather in front of me. It's time for our photograph." With a dismissive snort, Obito took Rin by the hand and approached Minato, while Kakashi revealed a rare, barely perceptible smile and joined them. Thus, the group gathered together, striking a pose for the inaugural photograph of Team 7, only to flee in haste under the proprietor's urging. The subsequent days unfolded in a tranquil period of training. The newly formed team was required to undertake a plethora of low-level missions. However, thanks to Obito's amiable reputation within the village, aided by various elderly patrons, they effortlessly accomplished tasks such as searching for lost cats and dogs. This efficiency afforded the team a considerable amount of time for their training. Having already instructed Rin and Kakashi on techniques such as walking on water and climbing trees, they all had mastered these skills well. Each member commenced their respective progression and training. Rin delved into the advanced medical ninjutsu, healing arts, acquired from Minato, while Kakashi, at Minato's behest, blindfolded himself, relying solely on his sensory abilities to evade attacks and engage in combat. As for Obito, he finally obtained the method to train in the Flying Thunder God technique. Unlike his previous life, where he struggled to grasp the fundamentals, this time he mastered the ability to utilize his chakra to inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal and execute reverse summoning in less than half a month. Rin and Kakashi had attempted the first 2 steps as well, but soon found the difficulty overwhelming, even when they managed to complete them. The time invested rendered them impractical for real combat, leading to their temporary abandonment of the endeavor. Only Obito persevered through to the 3rd step, his rapid progress earning commendation from Minato. "Obito, you are doing exceptionally well. The time you've taken to complete the first 2 steps is nearly comparable to mine," Minato remarked, though his expression turned grave. However, the most challenging aspect of the Flying Thunder God is not the first 2 steps, but the 3rd. Minato produced a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal and continued to elucidate when at a close distance. "You can easily sense the seal you've inscribed and execute reverse summoning. But what if the distance is vast? What if you're in motion? Like this?" With that, he swiftly hurled the kunai, which soared through the air before embedding itself into a distant tree. Obito, lost in thought, realized that indeed, in a nearby location, it was not particularly difficult to execute reverse summoning using the Flying Thunder God technique while remaining stationary. With diligent practice, one could surely master it. Much like the technique of the 3-body jutsu. However, once the Flying Thunder God mark began to move, especially when it ventured to a distant location, the complexity of reverse summoning escalated dramatically from simplicity to a near insurmountable challenge, as all theoretical knowledge became rendered meaningless. It was imperative to truly sense the mark and maintain an unwavering awareness of it at all times. Minato continued, "Obito, you must have noticed that once the Flying Thunder God mark is in motion, especially at a distance, perceiving and controlling it becomes a formidable task. I spent an entire year mastering this step, and I hope you are mentally prepared as well." Toby nodded slightly, exclaiming, "In my perspective, the initial 2 steps were already quite challenging. I believed that mastering them in half a month was commendable. However, to my surprise, Sensei Minato accomplished it in an even shorter time. Yet, this 3rd step, Obito produced a specially crafted kunai, inscribing his mark upon it before casting it into the distance. He closed his eyes, beginning to sense. Minato shook his head slightly, remarking that there was no need to rush. Undertaking such a step right away was overly ambitious. They should first establish a foundation of sensing within 5 meters before gradually extending their reach. However, before Minato could finish his thought, Obito opened his eyes. "Minato-sensei, I can distinctly perceive the mark I threw, whether it was during its flight or now that it has come to rest in the distance. Does this mean that if I successfully complete the reverse summoning, I can teleport there?" "It's completely normal not to sense anything. There's no need to rush," Minato instinctively reassured. Yet, he was soon struck with astonishment. "What? Obito, you say you can clearly sense the existence of the mark? Are you not deceiving me?" Minato turned to look at the kunai Obito had thrown, now embedded in a tree even further than the distance he had initially thrown it. "If you can indeed sense it, you might attempt reverse summoning. However, given the considerable distance, unless your spatial aptitude is exceptionally remarkable, I recommend proceeding step by step. After all, one cannot achieve great results in a single leap." Yet, before Minato could complete his sentence, Obito's figure had vanished, reappearing at the location where he had just thrown the kunai. In that moment, Minato widened his eyes in disbelief. The step he considered the most challenging, which had taken him a year to master, seemed as effortless for Obito as eating or drinking. Chapter 40. Kakashi keeps recklessly tossing things into Kamui's space. Obito slowly withdrew the specially crafted kunai prepared for him by his mentor, Minato. In truth, having completed the first 2 steps, he felt that mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was within his grasp. The final step of this technique bore a remarkable resemblance to his own Kamui, as both required an acute awareness of spatial dimensions and the ability to relocate to a corresponding position. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God necessitated a physical mark to serve as a conduit, a step that Kamui bypassed entirely. Essentially, Kamui transcended the Flying Thunder God, representing a more advanced form of space-time ninjutsu, a fact that even Minato had acknowledged. Thus, what appeared to be the most challenging step for Minato was, for Obito, a capability he had wielded countless times in his previous life, rendering it as effortless as the most mundane of tasks. At present, Obito is contemplating whether it is feasible to forego the necessity of marking the Flying Thunder God technique for movement, opting instead for an instantaneous teleportation akin to Kamui. However, Achieving such a feat is far from simple. Both the second Hokage and Minato-sensei were prodigies in their own right, yet they ultimately could not realize it. In his pursuit of further development, Obito might require Kamui's assistance, thus necessitating the capture of a white Zetsu for an exchange with Orochimaru. Only by transplanting Hashirama's cells can one wield their ocular powers without hesitation, thereby rendering numerous tasks significantly more manageable. As Obito ponders this, Minato can no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Obito, I initially thought that even if you mastered the Flying Thunder God, it would take you several years. I never anticipated your talent to be more formidable than I imagined. I believed the most challenging step would take time, yet you have leaped over it in an instant. Mastering the Flying Thunder God at the age of 9 is something even the second Hokage would find astonishing. What follows is applying it in real combat. I will train you specifically until you are proficient, but those are matters for another time." Minato called out, "Team 7, assemble." Kakashi and Rin, who were training nearby, quickly gathered. Rin inquired with concern, "Minato-sensei, how is your training with Obito going? Have you encountered issues in the third phase?" Kakashi, displaying a curious expression, understood the challenges of mastering the Flying Thunder God and wondered how far Obito had progressed. Minato chuckled wryly, "Perhaps, just possibly, Obito has completely mastered the Flying Thunder God." "What?" Rin and Kakashi exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. "He learned it already?" Kakashi felt as if he were in a dream. Everything seemed surreal. Seeing their reaction, Minato could only laugh heartily. "Rin, Kakashi, I too find it hard to believe and feel as though I am dreaming, yet the truth is as it stands. I was just as astonished as you are. However, since Obito has mastered the Flying Thunder God, it is time for us to progress further." "Progress further?" Rin and Kakashi paused, contemplating what that could mean. Rin's breath quickened as she asked, "Minato-sensei, are you saying we can undertake more advanced missions now?" After recently engaging in the most mundane tasks, both Rin and Kakashi were eager for advancement. Minato nodded, "Indeed. We have accumulated a sufficient number of D-rank missions to apply to the Hokage for higher-level C-rank missions. I will report to the Hokage shortly, and starting tomorrow, we will elevate our mission rank." "Is that so?" Kakashi perked up, relieved to return to his usual mission level. "Obito, Rin, Kakashi, you may disperse for today. Take some time to adjust your mind. Many C-rank missions will require us to leave the village, some even necessitating arduous travel. Once we leave the village, we may be gone for 10 days to half a month, so be sure to prepare accordingly," Minato cautioned earnestly. The group nodded, and with that, Minato vanished in an instant. Once he was gone, Rin and Kakashi turned their attention to Obito. Obito, feeling somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why are you all gazing at me in such a manner?" Rin responded, "Obito, have you not traversed the shinobi world for over a decade? Surely, you must possess ample experience in this regard." Obito reminisced about his past life with a bitter smile, saying, "In my previous existence, I was entirely devoted to realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. I often slept in concealed caves, without even a bed prepared, simply collapsing to sleep. I do possess experience in enduring hardships and sleeping outdoors, yet it hardly seems appropriate for our small team, does it?" Rin's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow as she replied, "That period has passed for so long. Obito, you truly suffered. We cannot continue living like this in this life. At the very least, we could bring a bed into the Kamui space for a proper night's rest. It is so secure there. And we need not fear being carried off by wild beasts while we sleep." Obito chuckled, then cast a peculiar glance at Kakashi. This is something to inquire of Kakashi himself. He often carelessly discarded items within the Kamui space, be it severed limbs or explosive shuriken. "I dread the thought of inexplicably meeting my demise while resting inside." Rin stifled a laugh, for Obito had previously elucidated the dual nature of Kamui's abilities, and she was well aware that in their past life, Kakashi's Kamui was employed to transport objects. Obito pondered thoughtfully, however, Rin's idea is rather commendable. If I could successfully transplant the cells of Hashirama, wielding Kamui without any adverse effects would indeed allow the Kamui dimension to serve as our clandestine stronghold. It would excel in both wilderness survival and logistical support. For the time being, it would be prudent to utilize sealing scrolls to carry additional provisions and tents. This would make our excursions considerably more comfortable. I find myself increasingly admiring Yamato's abilities. That 3-room, 1-hall technique is truly exceptional." Kakashi, visibly embarrassed, replied, "Obito, are you aware of the exorbitant cost of sealing scrolls? Especially the larger capacity ones. Using them to store mundane necessities seems rather extravagant, doesn't it?" Obito recalled the visage of Fugaku Uchiha, Rest assured, it's merely a few sealing scrolls. I can procure them. So, for our upcoming outing, Rin shall prepare the medical supplies, while I shall obtain the sealing scrolls. Kakashi, you will take charge of the provisions. To be honest, I yearn for the fish you make. Rin responded with a smile. No problem. I will ensure to prepare healing ointments and some soldier pills for our expedition. Kakashi, with a hint of exasperation, remarked. Our purpose for going out is to execute a mission, not to indulge. A supply of dried rations will suffice. Objection came swiftly from Obito. No. Under what circumstances should we settle for less when we can have the best? I can endure hardship myself, but I cannot allow Rin to suffer. Rin looked at Obito with a gentle smile, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. At least with her presence, Obito could learn to savor the joys of life. Kakashi, appearing somewhat exasperated with Obito's stubbornness, conceded, very well, it's merely a few fish, I shall prepare them. However, those fish will not suffice for both us and teacher Minato. We will need to prepare some bento, which I am not particularly skilled at. Obito suddenly recalled something, his expression turning somewhat somber. Rin keenly noticed this change and gently inquired, Obito, what is it? Have you remembered something troubling again? Obito smiled wryly, remarking that Minato-sensei would indeed prepare bento for them. In their previous life, they always relished delicious bento during outings. Rin's eyes sparkled. She had an undeniable weakness for delectable food, though she was capable of making bento herself. She was curious about what Minato-sensei's creations would be like. However, given Minato-sensei's carefree nature, could he truly craft tasty bento? Rin couldn't help but harbor doubts, and suddenly, a thought struck her. Her little face turned slightly bitter as she mused, Obito, the bento must be made by the sensei's wife, right? Silence enveloped Obito as he lowered his head, the atmosphere becoming palpably oppressive. Kakashi stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Obito's shoulder, saying, in this lifetime, Obito, you must refrain from committing such heinous acts. Otherwise, not only will your sensei's wife not forgive you, but neither will Rin or I. Chapter 41. Uchiha Shursui. The following day, the mission rank for Minato's team was indeed elevated by 1 level, qualifying them to undertake C-rank missions. Minato promptly accepted a task to eliminate bandits. The difficulty of this mission was relatively low, as encountering ninjas was unlikely. However, it required leaving the village, and due to the considerable distance, they might need to spend a night outdoors. This was a deliberate strategy by Minato, aimed at enhancing Team 7's wilderness survival skills. As it was their first mission outside the village, and the preparations were somewhat rushed, Minato granted them half a day to get ready. Unexpectedly, the matters discussed yesterday would come into play immediately, compelling Obito to muster the courage to seek out Fugaku for some sealing scrolls. Fortunately, prior to the onset of the war, the clan leader had been somewhat reclusive, rarely venturing far from the clan grounds, making it easy for Obito to locate him. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku was at home, entertaining another Uchiha clan member when he welcomed Obito into his abode. Upon bringing Tobi into the familiar living room, he beheld a well-known figure engaged in the familiar ritual of brewing tea. Uchiha Makoto was still playfully teasing Itachi, while another little one had joined the scene on the guest seat. Obito could not help but express his thoughts. Did Fugaku, the clan leader, truly take such delight in inviting the young Uchiha children over for tea? Nevertheless, he recognized this particular little one, Uchiha Shursui, a veritable genius of the Uchiha clan, destined to carve his name into history during the Third Great Ninja War. Shursui had exhibited prodigious talent from an early age, which undoubtedly explained Fugaku's invitation. However, reflecting upon Shursui's fate in his previous life, Obito could not suppress a faint sigh. Despite awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan at such a tender age, Shursui was tormented by the complexities of his village and clan. Out of trust for Konoha, he selflessly reported the full extent of his Mangekyō's powers, only to be betrayed by the treacherous Danzo, who seized one of his eyes. Ultimately caught in the tug-of-war between his village and his clan, Shursui was compelled to leap to his own demise, meeting an untimely end. Moreover, Shursui's death profoundly affected Itachi, triggering his own awakening of the Sharingan, which indirectly led to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Contemplating this, Obito felt a flicker of curiosity towards Shursui. In his previous life, their interactions had been scant. Before the Third Great Ninja War, he was an orphan, a true underachiever, and his mismatched personality led to his ostracism within the clan. In contrast, Shursui was a prodigy among prodigies, hailing from a prestigious lineage, and was regarded as a promising star by the Uchiha. They were, by all accounts, from entirely different worlds, seldom crossing paths, perhaps only brushing against each other in passing, without even a nod of acknowledgement. After the Third Great Ninja War, Obito no longer belonged to Konoha, rendering any connection between them virtually non-existent. Obito indeed harbored a desire to entice Shisui into joining the Akatsuki. However, by that time, the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident had already transpired, and the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had grown exceedingly strained. Shisui's heart was wholly devoted to his family and the village. Obito understood that individuals with such rigid mindsets were fundamentally unlikely to betray their village, prompting him to extinguish any thoughts of recruiting Shisui. Naturally, through Shisui, he discovered the invaluable treasure that was Itachi and subsequently forged a connection with him. Itachi, having invited him to join in the massacre of their clan, made it easy for Obito to seize an entire wall adorned with Sharingan. Contemplating this, Obito's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. At that moment, those capable of determining the future trajectory of the Uchiha clan had all gathered in one place, and none understood the concept of clan annihilation better than the individuals present in that room. It was indeed Fugaku who first noticed Obito's arrival, greeting him with a smile and gesturing for him to come closer. "Obito, why are you still standing there? Come and sit with us. Allow me to introduce you to another prodigy of our clan, Uchiha Shisui, who is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a member of the second Hokage's elite guard." Obito nodded slightly and approached, greeting Shisui with a warm, "Hello there, our Uchiha clan's little genius." Though still young, Shisui felt a subtle stir within. He had already begun to cultivate a mature mindset. The renowned figure of Obito has long been the subject of whispers. A notable character within this cohort of the Shinobi Academy, reputedly graduating as the valedictorian. However, within the Uchiha clan, Obito's reputation is far from stellar. He is regarded as an outlier, lacking the prestigious Sharingan that symbolizes a powerful lineage. Yet, the events of today have prompted Shisui Uchiha to sense an unsettling shift. When summoned by clan leader Fugaku, he exuded an air of icy superiority. Yet, in the presence of Obito, he transformed entirely, adopting a demeanor so subservient it was almost shocking. Shisui sensed an undercurrent of obsequiousness in Fugaku's behavior towards Obito. Confounded, he pondered how a clansman without the Sharingan could wield such influence. Nevertheless, ever the paragon of politeness, he greeted Obito with decorum, stating, "Are you the esteemed Obito? I have heard of your exceptional talents. I look forward to your guidance in the future." With a cheerful smile, Obito glanced at Shisui and then turned to Itachi, inquiring, "Shisui, do you have feelings for Itachi?" Shisui cast a brief glance at Itachi nestled in Makoto's embrace and nodded earnestly, revealing a sincere smile. "I truly admire him. The moment I laid eyes on Itachi, I sensed his uniqueness. Perhaps he will grow to be a significant figure who will transform our clan." Makoto, overhearing Shisui's praise, felt a surge of delight and playfully teased Itachi, saying, "Itachi, did you hear that? Brother Shisui complimented you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude?" At that moment, the little Itachi was still too young to articulate words, yet he seemed to grasp his mother's meaning. Moreover, feeling a strong affinity towards Shisui, he immediately adopted a posture that suggested he yearned for a hug. Upon witnessing this, Shisui gently took Itachi from Makoto's arms and began to play with him. It was evident that their bond had formed from the very beginning, and their relationship was indeed quite profound. Obito could no longer restrain his thoughts. At that moment, Fugaku had already prepared the tea and poured a cup, sliding it towards Obito. "Obito," he said, "let us speak of matters at hand. What brings you here today?" Obito chuckled lightly, saying, "It's nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to acquire some sealing scrolls from Clan Fugaku." Fugaku responded with a smile, "I see, Obito. Are you considering carrying some weapons with you?" Obito shook his head, clarifying, "No, it is to bring along some convenient living items for missions, such as tents and bedding." Upon hearing this, Shisui couldn't help but glance sideways, pondering that such extravagant behavior would surely not be approved by clan leader Fugaku. However, Fugaku's response left him utterly astonished. With great enthusiasm, Fugaku replied, "I see. Then, Obito, you should take several more scrolls. Otherwise, you may struggle to pack everything. We have plenty of these items in the Uchiha storeroom, and I will have someone bring you 10 of the largest ones shortly." Unable to contain his curiosity, Shisui quietly inquired, "Clan leader, what is the nature of the relationship between Obito and yourself?" He refrained from voicing his unspoken thought. Could it be that Obito is your illegitimate son? Fugaku looked at Shisui, revealing a cryptic smile, and said, "Shisui, Obito is an unparalleled genius of our Uchiha clan, a rarity throughout history. You should cultivate a close relationship with him. If you encounter any challenges in your training, Do not hesitate to seek his guidance. Beside them, Obito felt a surge of indignation, thinking, when did I ever agree to mentor Shisui? Nonetheless, recalling Shisui's exceptional abilities, he reconsidered, thinking that perhaps offering a few pointers wouldn't be such a burden after all. Shisui was taken aback, surprised by clan leader Fugaku's words. It seemed the external rumors were indeed unreliable. The relationship between Obito and the Uchiha clan was far from strained. Hadn't he just witnessed the clan leader's warm demeanor? He politely addressed Obito once more. Obito, may I come to you for guidance in the future if I encounter any uncertainties? Deep down, Shisui was not entirely convinced. As a talented individual, he possessed a certain pride that made him reluctant to believe he was significantly inferior to Obito, thus yearning for an opportunity to engage in a friendly sparring match. Obito gazed at Shisui's demeanor, fully aware of the thoughts swirling within his mind. He chuckled and remarked, Shisui, you are always welcome to seek me out, but be prepared, I can be quite stern. Chapter 42. Uchiha Madara senses an anomaly after conversing with Shisui. Obito turned his inquisitive gaze towards Fugaku. Fugaku, esteemed clan leader, may I inquire about the purpose of your invitation to Shisui? Uchiha Fugaku cleared his throat a few times, his complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely heard that the descendant of Elder Kagami has been performing admirably at the Ninja Academy. As an elder, it is my duty to express my concern. Obito cast a disdainful glance at Fugaku, realizing that he had heard rumors of yet another prodigy from the Uchiha clan emerging from the Ninja Academy. This genius, of course, was blessed with an extraordinary ancestor. How hypocritical. Oblivious to the desire to linger, Obito rose and remarked, then, clan leader Fugaku, until we meet again, I must depart shortly to undertake a mission outside the village. As for the scroll you promised me, I can retrieve it from the storeroom myself. Fugaku, acknowledging his words with a nod, tossed Obito a token, saying, this is the storeroom token of our Uchiha clan. With this, you may come and go freely. In the future, should you require anything, feel free to fetch it yourself. Take as much as you need from the storeroom, just ensure you make a backup. Obito was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Fugaku would bestow upon him this token, a relic of the elders, possessed by only a handful of individuals within the entire Uchiha clan. Noticing his surprise, Fugaku chuckled, what is the matter, newly appointed 8th elder? Do you not wish to join us as an elder of the Uchiha clan? Toby let out a dismissive snort, expressing his lack of interest in the position of elder. However, he mused, wielding power for personal gain has its merits. Since you offer it, I shall accept. The others present, save for the oblivious Itachi, revealed a hint of embarrassment. Must one speak so brazenly of nepotism? Especially Shisui, who now no longer doubted that Toby was indeed Fugaku's illegitimate son. How could a mere bastard elicit such generosity from Fugaku? Clearly, this was a paternal connection. Regardless of Shisui's thoughts, Toby clutched the token and left without hesitation. Fugaku, observing Toby's retreating figure, wore a sly smile, for Toby had stepped onto the Uchiha clan's path, and extricating himself would not be an easy feat. No amount of wealth or authority could overshadow the brilliance of a 9-year-old Sharingan. Had Toby been older, Fugaku might have considered willingly ceding the position of clan leader. Meanwhile, Toby arrived at the Uchiha clan's designated supply depot. This was the heart of the Uchiha territory, guarded by formidable individuals. 2 Sharingan activated simultaneously, blocking Toby's way. Boy, halt. This is not a place for you. Obito cast a glance at the 2 individuals before him, bemused by the serendipity of encountering them. Were they not the members of the police force who had obstructed his path during his previous life, when he assisted Uchiha Itachi in the annihilation of his clan? In the face of such individuals, civil discourse was out of the question. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered within Obito as he brandished his token, inquiring, what? Do you intend to deny me passage? Both men were taken aback. After all, this was a token of the elders, an unexpected possession for one so young. However, their astonishment was eclipsed by the palpable aura of menace emanating from Obito, instilling within them a sense of trepidation. They exchanged a glance and, in unison, relinquished their grip. Perhaps the mere presence of a token was insufficient to deter them, but the knowledge that Obito was not to be trifled with transformed their pride as Uchiha into folly. Uchiha Obito smirked, acknowledging their discernment, and strode confidently into the storeroom. After procuring 10 sealing scrolls along with a plethora of finely crafted shurikens and kunai, he pondered briefly, ultimately deciding against emptying the entire store. It was not that he lacked the resolve to do so, rather, he recognized that a brazen act might jeopardize the Uchiha clan's future support for Akatsuki, a risk not worth taking. Thus, he took only what was necessary before departing. Meanwhile, Far from Konoha, in the land of grass near the Kamui Bridge, an ancient cavern lay buried deep beneath the earth. An elderly man, entwined in tubes of the outer path, was roused from his slumber by the antics of two playful white zetsus. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, revealing the gleam of his Sharingan. "Speak, what news do you bring? Did I not instruct you not to disturb my slumber unless it is of utmost importance?" The grinning zetsu replied, "This time, it is indeed monumental news. The third great ninja war is on the brink of commencing." Madara's eyes narrowed in disdain. This was anticipated. He then murmured, "Hashirama, it has been proven that you were mistaken. In the mere decades since your departure, the ninja world has erupted into countless conflicts, claiming innumerable lives, surpassing even the Warring States period." After a moment of silence, he continued, "What else? I hope this intrusion is not merely due to the announcement of a war." The other zetsu chimed in, "Indeed, there is more. The child you directed us to observe, known as Obito, has recently exhibited some unexpected performances." At this, Madara's interest piqued. "Oh, elaborate." The zetsu explained, "That child, as you mentioned, is indeed passionate. However, he is not merely fervent, he is exceptionally talented. Graduating as the top of his class from the Ninja Academy, showing no signs of being a fool." Madara was taken aback. "I did not foresee him achieving the top rank. Yet, it is merely a title. His potential is not entirely without merit, having been previously overshadowed by one named Kakashi." Madara dismissed the notion, confident that anyone he deemed worthy could not possess truly subpar talent. The Mangekyō Sharingan requires not only emotional stimulation but also a corresponding bloodline. Obito had been thoroughly evaluated and deemed one of the most outstanding members of the Uchiha clan. The zetsu continued, "Thus, it is quite natural for Obito to ascend to the position of an elder within the Uchiha clan." "What?" Madara's eyes widened in astonishment. "Zetsu, this time you have indeed brought back valuable information." He fell into contemplation, pondering how Obito had suddenly risen to the status of an elder in the Uchiha clan, an occurrence that seemed implausible. "Have you ascertained the reason for his elevation?" The zetsu nodded. "We have largely clarified the situation. After his graduation, he accepted an invitation from the clan leader, Fugaku, to enjoy tea at his residence. We dared not approach too closely for fear of discovery, but after Obito's departure, Fugaku ordered an investigation into 3 individuals, names you will undoubtedly find intriguing." Madara frowned. "Who are they?" "Hiki, they're Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato." Madara's surprise was palpable. Could it be that Fugaku has sensed something amiss? The zetsu shook his head. "Not at all. Fugaku has shown no interest in investigating matters related to the Rinnegan. Rather, he is probing into the newly formed organization named Akatsuki and whether these 3 are disciples of Jiraiya." Madara nodded. What could have prompted Fugaku's inquiry? Could this intelligence have originated from Obito? It is plausible. Fugaku's primary aim appears to be supporting this Akatsuki organization, while simultaneously seeking collaboration with Hanzo of the Salamander and fostering a relationship with Jiraiya. Madara, ever astute, recognized the potential benefits this could yield for the Uchiha clan. A clever strategy, such machinations are beyond the comprehension of that fool Fugaku. Thus, the plan must originate from Obito. When did he acquire such cunning? Madara's expression turned grave. However, this alone was insufficient for Obito to attain the status of elder. Elders of the Uchiha clan were either highly esteemed due to their lineage or possessed formidable strength, such as the ability to awaken the Mangekyō. Could it be that, for reasons unknown, Obito had awakened the Mangekyō? How could that be possible? He was but a child. 9 years old, my lord Madara, the zetsu replied, but he has not awakened his eyes, at least according to the information we have received. Madara breathed a sigh of relief. Had Obito awakened the Mangekyō at such a tender age, even he would have been taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. Then what, indeed, had enabled Obito to ascend to the role of elder within the Uchiha clan? The zetsu contemplated. Perhaps it is due to his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. What? Madara exclaimed, astonished. The very technique that dealt a grievous blow to Izuna. Is it not merely a homonym? Madara was shocked. Obito's acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique seemed no less formidable than awakening the Mangekyō. The zetsu confirmed, indeed. It is that very technique. I witnessed it during their training. His body vanished from one location and reappeared at a considerable distance. Although we dared not approach for fear of being detected, it was undoubtedly the Flying Thunder God. Madara's mood soured. If Obito has truly mastered this technique, then his ascension to the role of elder within the Uchiha clan begins to make sense. After all, even Izuna, who awakened the Mangekyō, was. The zetsu interjected. Even if he has learned this technique, it does not equate to him being a powerful warrior. Madara scoffed. What do you know? This technique may not be the most potent in battle, but it is unparalleled for evasiveness. With it, his survival capabilities would be significantly enhanced, complicating any attempts to manipulate his life. The Zetsu chuckled. So, my lord Madara, do you intend to abandon him and seek a new target? Madara confidently shook his head. No, it shall remain him. As long as he witnesses the world's cruelty, given his temperament, all love will transform into hatred, and he will inevitably become one of us. The Zetsu, intrigued, inquired, and what, my lord Madara, do you intend to do? Madara contemplated for a moment, then replied, his affections still lie with that girl named Rin. Correct? The Zetsu nodded. Indeed, and their bond appears to have strengthened considerably since the past. We have even observed Rin spending a night at his home. Madara smiled. That is splendid. Once he bears witness to Rin's demise, despair will surely consume him. It seems a visit to the hidden mist village is in order. Madara intended to take advantage of the wartime chaos. While Rin was away on a mission, he planned to implant the three tails within her. Upon her return to Konohagakure, she would unleash devastation, prompting the village to eliminate her for the safety of all. In that moment of despair, Obito would succumb to hopelessness regarding the war in this world, providing Madara the perfect opportunity to unveil the Moon Eye plan. A faint smile crept across Madara's face. Meanwhile, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi had arrived at the agreed-upon rendezvous point, laden with carefully prepared supplies. Upon witnessing the 10 large sealing scrolls brought by Obito, Kakashi was left in shock. Obito, have you plundered the Uchiha clan? Kakashi questioned, fully aware that such scrolls were often unattainable even with substantial wealth. With a chuckle, Obito glanced around and murmured, Rin, Kakashi, due to the revelation of my Mangekyō Sharingan before Uchiha Fugaku, I have now become an elder of the Uchiha clan. Elder? The two felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Obito effortlessly ascended to become the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan, which was at the zenith of its glory. Obito continued in a hushed tone, in any case, this matter is likely to trigger a series of repercussions. Currently, there are not many who are aware of it publicly, so I ask you to keep it confidential. The two nodded in agreement. There were numerous secrets that Obito needed to safeguard, and they resolved to maintain discretion regarding each one. Kakashi furrowed his brow and inquired. When you say not many know publicly, it implies that there are those who are aware in secret. Who might that be? Danzo? Obito couldn't help but chuckle. Kakashi, your reasoning is sound. Any unpleasant occurrence can be attributed to Danzo. However, when I mentioned that someone knows about it discreetly, I was referring to an individual possessing an exceptionally powerful intelligence network. In the shinobi world, unless it pertains to some exceedingly clandestine information, he can ascertain anything as long as there are traces left behind. The two were not particularly shocked this time. Obito was always remarkably cautious when revealing anything, constantly aware of his surroundings, which perhaps was connected to this individual. Yet, the notion of being under the constant surveillance of someone lurking in the shadows sent a chill down their spines. Obito, does such a person truly exist in the shinobi world? Rin asked, unable to contain her shudder. Obito nodded thoughtfully, indeed. There are many pieces of information that could easily catch this person's attention, and I refrain from sharing them with you carelessly. Firstly, I fear you might inadvertently expose yourselves. And secondly, you were quite young before. Even if you were to avoid revealing anything, your constant vigilance could lead to suspicion. Kakashi understood, so, as we mature and strengthen our mental resilience, coupled with your mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, you intend to gradually disclose this information to us? Obito remarked, indeed. As the commotion on my side intensifies, he will inevitably take notice. Concealment is no longer an option, for I have always been a focal point of his attention. You have likely surmised that he's the mastermind behind my descent into darkness. Rin nodded, clenching her small fist. This person is truly despicable. It was he who took my life, leading to the subsequent tragedies that befell you, Obito. If at all possible, I wish to uncover his identity. After a moment of contemplation, Obito remarked, since you are so eager to know, I shall not conceal it any longer. His name is Uchiha Madara. A name I trust you are not unfamiliar with. Uchiha Madara. The two exclaimed in unison. Toby cautioned, lower your voice. Madara possesses an informant known as White Zetsu, who can merge seamlessly with the flora and earth. Even ninjas with exceptional sensory abilities may fail to detect them, for they are, in essence, a part of nature. The two immediately composed their expressions, and Rin, after carefully surveying her surroundings, whispered, are there many of these informants known as White Zetsu? Toby remarked, indeed. There are numerous white zetsu. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, I deployed as many as 100,000, not to mention those lurking in various locations. Konoha conservatively estimates that there are between 50 to 100 white zetsu, which essentially means that the entirety of Konoha is under Madara's surveillance. Upon hearing this, the two fell silent, their breaths quickening involuntarily. It turned out that, contrary to the perception of the generally well-guarded Konoha, it had been infiltrated to the point of resembling a sieve. Kakashi furrowed his brows and inquired, "Has the existence of the white zetsu ever gone unnoticed?" Obito pondered, remarking that the white zetsu were indeed formidable due to their exceptional perceptive abilities. If they sensed that one might detect their presence, they would swiftly retreat to a safe distance. Many powerful individuals possess an enigmatic sixth sense, making it unlikely for the white zetsu to approach them easily. Consequently, these formidable beings would have no opportunity to uncover the presence of the white zetsu. Kakashi widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Does that mean the white zetsu are invincible?" With a disdainful smile, Obito remarked, "Kakashi, the true difficulty of dealing with white zetsu lies in their knowledge of you, while you remain unaware of them. However, once their intelligence is compromised, humanity, with its astute intellect, can devise numerous countermeasures. For instance, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, various strategies were employed to locate white zetsu." Kakashi and Rin sighed in relief. Rin inquired, "Then what about us? How shall we find white zetsu?" Obito chuckled, remarking, "Our circumstances are rather unique. Owing to my rebirth, we find ourselves shrouded in secrecy while white zetsu remains exposed. We possess prior knowledge of white zetsu, yet he is unaware of our existence. Therefore, with a deliberate strategy in place, capturing white zetsu should not prove to be an exceedingly arduous task." Chapter 44. The Technique of Resurrection. Capture white zetsu? Kakashi pondered thoughtfully. A more pragmatic approach would be to first establish preventative measures. Toby shook his head. The white zetsu are interconnected. If you manage to guard against one white zetsu, all others will become aware of your ability to do so, which is unacceptable. Therefore, once a white zetsu is detected, it is best to seize it immediately. This way, it will at least be unable to relay any intelligence. Although this approach may still divulge some information, it is far preferable to allowing all white zetsu to realize that we are aware of their presence. The exchange of intelligence becomes a considerable dilemma. Even Kakashi finds himself troubled by this predicament. Obito remarked, "Kakashi, there is no need to overthink it. If we merely eliminate the mastermind, Madara, the issues surrounding white zetsu will naturally resolve themselves." Kakashi's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. So, Obito, you are referring to Uchiha Madara, the very founder of Konohagakure? Toby nodded in affirmation. Rin, feeling a headache coming on, remarked, "It is said that Uchiha Madara, shortly after founding Konoha, had a falling out with the first Hokage and subsequently left. After a few years, he returned to attack Konoha and was ultimately slain by the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. Although the first Hokage managed to defeat him, legends suggest that Madara's power was nearly on par with his. If the first Hokage is indeed as formidable as you claim, Toby and Madara were still alive. Wouldn't that mean the ninja world currently has another god of shinobi?" With this thought, Rin couldn't help but feel anxious, especially considering that this god of shinobi has set his sights on Toby and, by extension, on her. Obito comforted Lin, saying, "Do not worry, Lin. In his prime, Madara possessed an overwhelming power that could easily dominate the entire ninja world. However, he is now aged, and his eyes are no longer with him, which significantly diminishes his strength. Moreover, even if he were to regain his full power and retrieve his eyes, as long as I can transplant Hashirama's cells and awaken the Double Kamui, I will be able to contend with him." Lin, intrigued, asked, "Obito, you mentioned that Madara's eyes are not with him, and that he needs to retrieve them. Where are they now?" Obito spoke slowly. "Nagato. You may have heard this name before, associated with Nagato." Rin reflected on her memories. "I recall now, it is the person from the Land of Rain, the unfortunate soul who lost his homeland." Obito chuckled, saying, "Fortunately, Rin, you still remember." "Indeed, it is he. Madara will not easily reclaim his eyes, for he still relies on Nagato to wield the powers of those eyes in order to resurrect in the future." Resurrection. Rin and Kakashi were astounded. Could there truly exist a jutsu of resurrection in this world? Kakashi inquired, "Is this also a capability of the Mangekyō Sharingan?" Obito mused, "Perhaps so. After all, Kamui can transcend life and death, transferring power from the afterlife to Kakashi." Although it can only be sustained for a brief moment and requires the addition of the six paths power to achieve this feat, it remains a remarkably profound phenomenon. Furthermore, whether his ability to return to the past is also a testament to Kamui's capabilities is something I cannot yet ascertain. Thus, it is not entirely inconceivable that there exists a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan capable of effecting a genuine resurrection akin to that of the rebirth of the samsara. It raises the question, if the ability of the Mangekyō to facilitate resurrection has yet to be confirmed, what emboldens Madara to assert his own potential in this regard while willingly offering up his eyes? Kakashi inquired, perplexed. Obito smiled softly, for Madara's eyes were no longer kaleidoscopic. They had transformed into the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the legendary Rinnegan, revered as the foremost among the three great ocular techniques. The Rinnegan! Rin and Kakashi were nearly numb with astonishment. Was this not the fabled I spoken of in legends? Obito continued, stating that both the Uchiha and Senju clans are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Therefore, the amalgamation of the two, particularly the fusion of the chakras belonging to the sage's sons, Indra and Ashura, can unlock the power of all creation, ultimately leading to the evolution of the Rinnegan. Rin and Kakashi appeared to be entranced, as if listening to a mythological tale, which, in essence, it truly was. Rin inquired, Obito, weren't the sons of the Sage of Six Paths deceased? How is it possible for their chakras to combine? Is it akin to the situation with Lord Hashirama Senju, where his cells were preserved? Obito shook his head, stating that Indra and Ashura had perished, yet their chakras continued to reincarnate. Madara and Hashirama were the reincarnations of the previous Indra and Ashura. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Madara feigned death and bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh, allowing the chakras of Indra and Ashura to merge, thus giving rise to the Rinnegan. It is important to note that this chakra fundamentally connects to the essence of the soul. Without the individual involved, mere transplantation of cells proves futile. In my previous life, I also underwent the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, being a member of the Uchiha clan, that I was unable to awaken the Rinnegan. Rin's eyes widened in astonishment. The notion that chakra could continuously reincarnate through the soul, and even merge to unlock the Rinnegan, was simply beyond comprehension. However, Rin soon found herself perplexed. If Madara had attained the Rinnegan, had he not reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, rendering him invincible? Why then would he seek to part with his eyes and resurrect himself? Toby refuted, stating that perhaps possessing the Rinnegan could be deemed a step into the realm of the Six Paths. However, the Sage of Six Paths embodied more than merely a pair of eyes. He wielded immense chakra and the powers of yin and yang release, prerequisites that one must fulfill to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Indeed, even if one has 1 foot in the realm of the Six Paths, it still qualifies as such. Had he possessed that level of strength during his prime, he would have been truly invincible. Regrettably, the lengthy endeavor to unlock the Rinnegan consumed much of his life, and it was only as he approached the twilight of his existence that he finally achieved it. Kakashi instantly grasped the situation. Was he then seeking to bestow his eyes upon another in hopes of resurrecting a version of himself at the pinnacle of his power? Obito nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, the Rinnegan possesses an innate resurrection technique known as the Rinne Tensei. However, this technique is not something that can be performed by just anyone. It is not merely contingent upon possessing the Rinnegan. Nagato, with his Uzumaki lineage, is capable of nurturing that pair of eyes, cultivating them until the day he can wield the Rinne Tensei at its full potential. Madara intends to wait until Nagato reaches that level, at which point he plans to enact the technique to resurrect his former self in his prime. Kakashi's breath quickened. So, this truly is a flawless resurrection without any side effects? Toby nodded, affirming, indeed, as long as there exists a corpse, resurrection is feasible. Moreover, by employing a forbidden technique known as Edo Tensei, which is documented in the annals of Konoha, even a mutilated body can be revived, provided that we can obtain its cells. Kakashi trembled at this revelation. If he were to reflect upon the regrets of his lifetime, it would undoubtedly be the demise of his father, Tsukumo Hatake. How he wished to bring him back to life. Upon witnessing the situation, Obito hastily interjected, Kakashi, the prerequisites for resurrection are rather stringent. Firstly, the practitioner must undoubtedly perish, unless one possesses the power of the Sage of Six Paths to effect a revival, which is a capability attainable only by the sage himself and is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, the technique of reincarnation necessitates a host akin to Nagato, who must nurture their abilities for over a decade, or an individual like myself, who has transplanted Hashirama's cells to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. Such individuals are exceedingly rare throughout the ninja world. Kakashi gradually regained his composure, responding, "Obito, I will not recklessly take lives just to resurrect my father." Yet, a glimmer of determination shone in Kakashi's eyes. "I understand now. As long as one attains the level of the Sage of Six Paths, it is indeed possible to resurrect the deceased with minimal or even no cost, correct?" Chapter 45, Sister Kushina Obito nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, in theory. As long as one possesses the powers of the Sage of Six Paths and the Rinnegan, it is possible to resurrect the deceased without any cost, provided the strength is sufficient. Each being of the Sage of Six Paths level is indeed formidable, capable of achieving immortality." Kakashi nodded in agreement, however. He soon recognized a point of contention. "Obito, what do you mean by your reference to the Sage of Six Paths level?" Obito chuckled. "This is a definition I have devised for those of this caliber. We cannot simply label every individual who reaches this level as a Sage of the Six Paths. Thus, akin to the classifications of Jinin, Chunin, and Jonin, we shall refer to them as Six Paths level ninjas." Rin let out a soft laugh. "Obito, are you perhaps reluctant to allow anyone to usurp your title of the second Sage of the Six Paths?" Obito chuckled. "I am not that bored. It's merely a matter of convenience in addressing you." Rin also smiled. "Indeed, just a light-hearted jest. I believe I now grasp Kakashi's intention. Since the so-called Sage of Six Paths is immortal, why then did the sage ultimately meet his demise?" Kakashi, standing nearby, displayed an expression of curiosity, as this was precisely the inquiry he wished to pose. Toby pondered for a moment before responding. "It ultimately depends on how we define the concept of death. Typically, when individuals journey to the afterlife, they succumb to a deep slumber, losing all consciousness. However, the Sage of Six Paths defies this notion, possessing the ability to effortlessly transfer his power from the realm of the dead back to the world of the living. I ask you, what of a being who retains consciousness, observing the shinobi world for a millennium, even if he is not present in this realm? Can we truly classify him as dead or alive?" Rin and Kakashi were immediately enveloped in contemplation. "Are you suggesting that the Sage of Six Paths still lives?" Kakashi inquired. Obito smiled and said, "You see, you also believe he is alive. Thus, I can unequivocally inform you that the Sage of Six Paths not only exists but is also observing the entire ninja world from some distant place. Should a cataclysmic crisis arise, he will bestow his power upon his sons, enabling them to save the world." Rin exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it truly possible for the Sage of Six Paths to accomplish such feats? How is it that you possess such profound knowledge, Obito?" Tobirama let out a bitter smile, "For I have witnessed the future with my own eyes. The Sage of Six Paths bestowed his power upon the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, instantly creating two formidable beings of the Six Paths caliber, who were destined to save the world. Indeed, had I not ultimately failed, and had I truly activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura would have had to confront me. Is that so? The Sage of Six Paths is truly remarkable. However, such extraordinary events feel too detached from reality, leaving Rin with a sense of disbelief, and she could only regard him with profound admiration." Obito could not help but let out a snort. "The reason I do not intend to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi now is that I am fully aware that the likelihood of success is virtually non-existent. Even if I were to succeed, the Sage of Six Paths would emerge to bestow upon his two sons powers that surpass the ordinary, ultimately leading to my defeat or imprisonment. Thus, I shall content myself with being a good person." Rin smiled brightly. "The Sage of Six Paths is truly remarkable. Enabling Obito to be a good person is more significant than anything else." Obito, feeling somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "What is there to be good about? The constant turmoil in our world is of no concern to him. As long as the world remains intact, he adopts an indifferent stance, utterly oblivious to the suffering of the common people." Upon witnessing this, Rin gently advised, "Enough, Obito, do not harbor resentment towards the Sage of Six Paths. While I do hold him in high regard, he will not stand against the entire world for my sake. In my heart, you will always hold greater significance." Obito's face instantly flushed. "Is that so? Haha, the Sage of Six Paths is quite remarkable." However, Kakashi suddenly inquired, "Obito, you just mentioned that you witnessed the Sage of Six Paths bestowing the power of the Six Paths upon his two sons, but if the adversary was not you, then who was it?" Obito was about to discuss the matters concerning Kagaya Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu, feeling unreserved about sharing everything that needed to be said. However, at that moment, he sensed the approach of someone from the distance. "I'll tell you all next time. Minato-sensei has arrived." Rin and Kakashi had no choice but to suppress their curiosity. From afar, two figures gradually drew closer, one radiant in gold and the other resplendent in red. creating a harmonious interplay of colors. With a sigh, Obito lamented that indeed, it was impossible for his teacher, Minato, to come alone when venturing far from home. To be candid, in his previous life, his relationship with Minato could be described more as that of subordinate rather than master and disciple. Although Minato had treated him with kindness, it paled in comparison to the regard he had shown him in this lifetime after Obito demonstrated his innate talents. In this existence, Minato genuinely regarded him as a disciple. Thus, while Obito felt a sense of remorse towards Minato, it was tempered by the fact that Minato did not hold the same significance in his heart as Rin did, and he had not intentionally caused Minato's demise. However, the affection that Kushina, his elder sister figure, had bestowed upon him was sincere, treating him with a parental concern that he had betrayed by releasing the Nine Tails, which had indeed led to her tragic fate. Consequently, in that fleeting moment, Obito's legs betrayed him. "Rin, I can't hold on any longer. Please support me." My legs refused to obey. Perceiving his distress, Rin and Kakashi instinctively moved to his sides, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. Kakashi could not resist a jibe, saying, "Obito, after your rebirth, didn't you look down on everyone? You scorned the second-in-command of Konoha, calling him a rat in the sewers, and dismissed the Sage of Six Paths as someone detached from the fray. Yet here you are, trembling." With a bitter smile, Obito remarked, "Kakashi, even at this moment, you still mock me. Help me over there. I must sincerely apologize to the lady." Thus, the two supported Obito as they made their way toward the couple, Minato and Kushina. Kushina, observing the weary Obito being aided by Team 7, curiously inquired, "Minato, what is the matter with that boy?" Minato, noting his fiancé's puzzled expression, breathed a sigh of relief. Kushina, "It is perhaps better that you do not recognize him." "Why would I know him?" Kushina replied, her face etched with confusion. Minato awkwardly explained, "He claims to bear a profound guilt towards a member of the Uzumaki clan, as the tragedies that befell this clan were instigated by him. This Uzumaki resembles him in his youth, aspiring to become Hokage. And I initially thought he was referring to you." Kushina, bewildered, exclaimed, "What nonsense! I don't know him at all." However, she clenched her fists, declaring, "That boy, regardless of the circumstances, has bullied our Uzumaki clan, and I shall teach him a lesson." Seeing her determination, Minato quickly interjected, "Kushina, please don't be so fierce. For some reason, that child harbors deep remorse towards us, especially towards you. His guilt surpasses even mine. Look, he is trembling with fear. Perhaps you could show him some mercy." Kushina, taken aback by this revelation, pondered the notion of guilt directed at her. What could he possibly feel remorseful about? Regardless, she resolved to confront him first. Ignoring Minato's pleas, she stepped forward, fist raised, and addressed Obito, "Hey, you. I've heard you've been bullying members of the Uzumaki clan. Is that true?" Chapter 46, A Pummeling from the Lady, Rin's Confession. As Obito gazed upon his sister's unwavering fiery temper, brimming with vitality, he could not help but nod tearfully. Suddenly, Kushina's crimson hair billowed around her as she delivered a powerful blow to Obito's head. "Now tell me, how did you bully him?" The impact was undeniably painful, yet inexplicably. Obito felt a sense of relief wash over him. He locked eyes with Kushina and slowly confessed, "I was responsible for the deaths of his parents, leaving him an orphan, deprived of familial care during his childhood, and forced to grow up amidst mockery and scorn. Every misfortune he endured was a consequence of my own making." With that, tears streamed down Obito's face once more. Kushina was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that grave? She glanced at the diminutive figure of Obito, just 9 years old, and pondered how he could have committed such heinous acts. Yet, upon meeting his gaze, she sensed the myriad of emotions contained within, guilt that seemed to be directed at her. "You deserve this," she exclaimed, delivering another heavy punch to Obito's face, sending him flying and causing his features to swell. Rin and Kakashi, witnessing the scene, were alarmed. Rin anxiously interjected, "Master, Obito." Initially, she intended to argue that Obito had not acted with malice, but upon reflection, she realized that if this was not intentional, then what could be? Thus, her words transformed into a plea. "Obito is indeed a scoundrel, but I beg you, spare his life." Kushina found the situation increasingly perplexing. Here was a girl who seemed genuinely concerned for the boy she had just struck, yet could not articulate a word of admonition. Clearly, Obito's actions had crossed an unforgivable line. So, "Obito," Kushina approached menacingly, seizing the collar of his shirt. "It appears you yearn for a good beating to alleviate your guilt. Very well, I shall oblige you, until you are left searching for your teeth. Yet," she added, "I shan't take your life. After all, Your little girlfriend seems quite charming, and she has pleaded for your sake. You may explain yourself later." With that, Kushina unleashed a series of unrestrained blows upon Obito, her strikes devoid of restraint. A true display of brutality. Rin's heart quaked with every hit. Even Minato could not bear to witness the scene. "Kushina, we have yet to ascertain the full story. Perhaps we should reconsider," Minato suggested, swiftly intervening to grasp Kushina's hand, fearing that if this continued, Team 7 would be disbanded. At that moment, Obito lay battered and breathless, clinging to life by a thread. Upon seeing this, Kushina finally released her grip on his collar. "Minato, you misunderstand. Despite his wretched state, this boy is undoubtedly relieved within. I suspect his words ring true. Since he is your pupil, he is also mine, and such a grave transgression necessitates proper discipline." Minato sighed. "But he is still so young." Kushina's demeanor softened instantly as she looked down at the fallen Obito and urged, "As comrades, should you not hasten to his aid?" Rin, once hesitant, immediately stepped forward, employing her medical ninjutsu, tears streaming down her face. "Obito, are you all right? You must recover. I promise to spend more time at your home. Even sleep by your side if that helps." Witnessing this, Kushina could not help but comment to Minato, "Are children these days truly so mature? Such a young age. And they are already cohabitating?" Minato chuckled awkwardly before responding, "Kushina, your strikes were rather excessive this time. You have never been so reckless. Care to explain your reasoning?" Kushina's expression shifted. "Minato, he was actually inviting me to beat him. Do you believe it? After such a thrashing, he will feel significantly better. Otherwise, his pain will persist unrelieved. I do not wish for him to live such a burdensome life." Minato was taken aback. "Is that so? Oh, Obito. Why must you endure this?" Kushina shook her head. "I cannot say. Let him explain himself, and perhaps I shall make him some delightful treats in compensation." At that moment, Obito regained consciousness, hearing Rin's words, and his spirits lifted. In a slurred voice, he asked, "Rin, are your words truly sincere?" Rin's face flushed, but she continued her healing efforts fervently. "Under these circumstances, perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much." Obito gazed at Rin and smiled, saying, "Rin, do you know? Sister Kukana wields her strength with great restraint. I truly lament my own cowardice." Rin gently traced the scar on Obito's face, tears cascading down her cheeks. "I understand," she said. "Enduring this beating has alleviated your heartache. You deliberately allowed yourself to be struck, knowing that the matriarch would not bring you to your demise. Thus, you reproach yourself for evading the truth, for exhibiting weakness. Am I correct?" Obito smiled as he grasped Rin's hand, saying, "Do not seek to heal it. Let it mend on its own." At that moment, Rin could no longer contain her emotions and shouted at Obito for the first time, "You truly are a coward. Have you ever considered my feelings? What will become of me if you perish?" Obito paused for a moment and smiled at Rin. "Rin, I no longer wish to evade reality. I apologize. This is a burden I must bear." Rin collapsed into Obito's embrace, weeping bitterly. "You always say that only through loss can one truly comprehend suffering. I understand now. I truly do not wish to lose you, Obito." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Haven't you always wanted me to be your girlfriend, to be in a relationship with you? I agree, but you must promise me, from this moment on, you cannot take your own life." In that instant, Obito felt devoid of pain. It was as if he had matured significantly, not the dark Obito of his past life, but the foolish child he once was. "Rin, perhaps it no longer matters. We have long since crossed that threshold, have we not? At this moment, I even feel a twinge of selfishness." Rin could not help but exclaim, "Obito, you know you're being selfish." She punched him playfully. "Not only are you selfish, but you're also a jerk." Yet, she remained nestled in his embrace, unwilling to part. Nearby, the others, having been unwittingly fed a dose of romance, were expressions of amusement. Minato did not wish to disrupt this tender moment, yet the task at hand loomed. Kushina quickly discerned the situation and addressed Minato. "Minato, you should use the Flying Thunder God technique to travel. Given the circumstances, make an exception this once. I would prefer to spend time listening to that young one's story." She turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi, the prodigy who graduated at 5? I have heard of you. You must be aware of Obito's circumstances. Please, elucidate." Kakashi hesitated, glancing at the prone Obito. "However, this involves numerous secrets, and revealing them could lead to significant consequences." Kushina, already sensing the undercurrents, inquired, "Are you afraid Minato will inform the third Hokage?" "Rest assured, I guarantee that what you share will not reach another's ears." Subsequently, Kushina looked at Minato, her tone slightly playful. "Darling, do you agree?" Chapter 47. Disclosure of all. Having addressed him as darling, Minato found himself at a loss, ultimately conceding, "Fear not, Kushina. I shall keep your confidence." Kakashi continued to hesitate, even if he refrained from divulging information to the third Hokage. He had suddenly realized that the shinobi world still harbored the secret of Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu. At that moment, Obito managed to turn his head toward Kakashi. "Kakashi, speak freely. Everything you know can be shared. Minato-sensei is trustworthy. Since Sister Kushina has spoken, you need not worry about the information reaching the third." Kakashi nodded, looking at Minato and Kushina with a grave expression. "Master and mistress, the information I am about to share is of the utmost secrecy. I implore you to maintain strict confidentiality." Observing Kakashi's seriousness, Minato too adopted a solemn demeanor. "Kakashi, let us find another location to speak, allowing Obito and Rinsum peace." With that, Minato placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and took Kushina's hand, and in an instant, the three vanished from their previous location. Moments later, they found themselves in a dim chamber. Had Obito been present, he would recognize it as the very place where Kushina had given birth to Naruto. After ensuring the surroundings were secure, Kushina confidently declared, "Kakashi, you can speak freely now. I have set up advanced barriers around us, ensuring that no one can eavesdrop on our conversation." Kakashi nodded, fully trusting her assurance. Obito once remarked that his teacher's wife is the preeminent master of sealing techniques in the ninja world, with few attaining her level of expertise. He gazed at the two before him and spoke softly. "Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei, I have known you both for a long time. My acquaintance with you stems from an extraordinary event involving Obito. He is a person who was reborn from the future into the past. In that future, he committed numerous heinous acts, the most unforgivable of which was causing your demise, indirectly resulting in profound suffering for your child. This tale must begin with a story that is as sorrowful as it is compelling." Kakashi recounted the events at length, divulging most of the relevant information, including Obito's descent into darkness and the reasons behind the tragic fate of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Throughout his narrative, Minato and Kushina posed numerous questions, to which Kakashi, mirroring Obito's patience, provided thorough answers. By the end of his account, both Minato and Kushina appeared utterly stunned. Kushina turned to Minato and inquired, "Minato, do you truly believe that this notion of being reborn from the future is credible?" Minato pondered for a moment. "Much of the information cannot be fabricated, such as my ability to use the Flying Thunder God technique, your mastery of sealing techniques, and the fact that you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Moreover, there is the impending war in the ninja world, during which I would achieve renown. The third Hokage indeed urged me to perform well, and at the time, I did not fully grasp the significance of his words, but now it is clear to me. Thus, the credibility of this information is exceedingly high." Kushina laughed heartily. "I found myself believing it as I listened. So, dear husband, in the future, you will become the fourth Hokage, and we shall have a child named Naruto Uzumaki. Such a future, if the Nine Tails incident does not occur, sounds rather delightful." Minato couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed. I once thought the fourth Hokage would be Orochimaru. I had only intended to vie for the position of fifth Hokage, never expecting that the fourth would actually be me." Kushina embraced Minato and kissed him. "My husband is truly the best. Humph. Even if you cannot be Hokage, being the Hokage's wife is also quite splendid." However, her gaze turned sharp as she looked at Kakashi. "That Obito truly is a wretched beast. In the future you described, despite my kindness towards him, he caused my death and subjected Naruto to a tragic childhood. I suddenly feel as though I held back too much earlier." Kakashi broke into a cold sweat and quickly replied, "Sensei, I am not Obito. Please do not direct your anger at me." Kushina huffed. "Who told you to conspire with that scoundrel? Furthermore, if it were not for you leaking information, how would Obito have known about my pregnancy?" Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. He was indeed innocent, for those actions were not committed by his present self, but by his future self. After a brief moment of irritation, Kushina returned to her optimistic demeanor. "Well, grievances have their sources. In that future, you too are a pitiable soul. I shall not vent my frustrations on you. However, I must say, Obito is truly a treacherous wolf that cannot be tamed. How can I ever find it in my heart to forgive him?" Minato felt a pang of guilt. "Perhaps it is my fault. I, as his teacher, failed to fulfill my responsibilities. In times of danger, I was never there." Kushina interrupted. "What does that have to do with you? If anyone is to take responsibility, it should be Kakashi, who was the leader of the team at that time. Moreover, after the war commenced, you were the busiest of all, running hither and thither to save this person and that. Instead of gratitude, you were met with Obito's ire." Minato acknowledged this, Yet he could not suppress his self-reproach. Kushina. I do indeed bear an undeniable responsibility for Obito's actions. I failed to educate him properly. If you must place blame, then let it rest on my shoulders. Kushina's heart softened instantly. You, always wanting to shoulder the blame so that I would feel unable to act against you. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing Obito. After all, he has you as a teacher. Minato smiled. So, Kushina, can you forgive Obito? Kushina's eyes clouded with confusion. Logically speaking, I do not intend to forgive him. He knows well the gravity of his actions and cannot forgive himself. Furthermore, if we adhere to the original timeline, even if Obito were a good person now, who is to say he would not fall into darkness again, endangering our lives? Minato, I absolutely cannot allow that to happen. Which is why I have contemplated taking the initiative to eliminate the threat. Minato and Kakashi exchanged anxious glances, realizing that this was Kushina's approach, direct and unyielding, yet seemingly flawless. However, given all that Obito had endured, he had already changed. Kushina reflected. He has traversed the darkness and emerged from it. In this lifetime, he should not repeat the heinous act of murdering his mentor, thus significantly reducing the potential danger. Additionally, I have already vented a portion of my frustrations by hitting him earlier, and since those events did not truly occur in my reality, Minato and Kakashi looked at Kushina with eager anticipation. Why do you both gaze at me so? Kushina exclaimed in irritation. Let me clarify. I simply do not wish to disrupt the harmony of our team. Otherwise, I would have killed Obito by now. But the consequence would be that Rin would then cry out to create a world with Obito in it. Rin, so endearing, even I cannot help but like her. It is only for her sake that I intend to spare Obito. Minato scratched his head, chuckling. Is that truly the case? Kushina smiled sweetly at Minato. Indeed, but... Suddenly, her expression darkened as she punched Minato several times. You are forbidden from engaging in reckless self-sacrifice. I warned you against such foolishness during the Ninetales incident when you clearly could have survived. As she continued to strike him, Kushina abruptly collapsed into Minato's arms, weeping bitterly. Minato tenderly embraced her, allowing her to rest against him as he comforted her. Do not worry, I will protect you this time. Kakashi, watching from the sidelines, felt an unexpected pang of jealousy. It seemed that everyone in the team was indulging in a romantic display, leaving him, the lone single, feeling rather left out. Chapter 48. Rin's affections. Meanwhile, on the other side, Obito rested his head on Rin's lap, allowing the blood seeping from his facial wounds to trickle down. Rin felt a pang of sympathy and wished to wipe it away, but realizing this was Obito's way of atoning for his sins and alleviating his inner torment, she restrained herself. In a gentle voice, Rin said, Obito, this is ultimately futile. We still have a mission to execute today. Punishing yourself in this manner does not benefit the team. Obito, with a touch of self-deprecation, remarked, perhaps so, I have a tendency to mishandle matters. Although I have managed to rectify my habit of tardiness, I still find myself causing you all trouble. Subsequently, noticing Rin's heavy heart, he sought to lighten the mood and inquired, Rin, was that just now considered a confession? At this question, Rin's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. Yet she offered no denial. If you say so, then I suppose it may be. Obito laughed heartily. Lin, the greatest regret of my past life was that I never confessed my feelings to you before my demise. Yet, in this life, it is you who has taken the initiative to declare your love for me. At this moment, I feel like the happiest person in the world. However, Lin did not appear particularly joyful. Instead, a look of concern crossed her face as she gazed anxiously at Obito, her voice laced with trepidation. Obito, is this truly the last time? Toby felt a tremor in his heart, and then explained, Lin, I truly understand that Sister Kushina possesses a kind heart. She merely has a fiery temperament, yet she would never take my life. Lin shook her head, gazing up at the sky, and spoke calmly. Toby, do you know? I am just an ordinary girl, one who dreams of the day a boy will appear in my life, cradling me in his hands and presenting me with the world. I consider myself fortunate, for that boy did indeed arrive. Although he often seems incapable of taking care of himself, requiring my concern, and presents a rather foolish demeanor, he cherishes me immensely. So much so, that after losing me in the future, he would not hesitate to stand against the entire world. Obito's heart was struck deeply. Rin smiled gently and continued, Obito, when I heard that you declared war on the 5 great nations at the 5 Kage Summit to create a world with me, I knew it was wrong. Yet at that moment, I found you incredibly handsome. You embodied the idealized image of a perfect beloved that we girls often discuss in private, mysterious and powerful, charming yet considerate, willing to give everything for the girl he loves. Such a person should only exist in dreams, Yet here you are, truly by my side. Reflecting on this, I realize how fortunate I truly am. In a moment of introspection, Obito's heart was awash with a kaleidoscope of emotions. In his previous life, during his youth, he too had harbored dreams of triumphing over Kakashi, whom he perceived as the strongest, and presenting himself before Rin in a manner that was both striking and formidable, hoping to win her affection. Eventually, he achieved great power. Yet by that time, Rin had perished, leaving an immense void within him. What significance did strength hold in such a context? He would have preferred for nothing to have changed. He wished for no awakening of the Mangekyō Sharingan, only for Rin to be alive. Alas, everything transformed, and the world morphed into a hellish realm, one in which he could not bear to see Rin endure. Rin continued, Obito, I once told you years ago that I have always known I am an ordinary girl. Yet the more ordinary I am, the stronger I must be within. I aspire to become a formidable kunoichi like Lady Tsunade. However, achieving this is no simple feat, which is why I found myself drawn to Kakashi, as he embodied the strength I envisioned in my dreams. Yet, I later realized I had overlooked you. Kakashi shone like the sun in the sky, radiating perfection, while I could only gaze up in admiration. Conversely, you, though not as dazzling, exuded a warmth and resilience, never conceding defeat. You, a so-called fool, stumbled time and again, only to rise repeatedly. That indomitable spirit within you is what I aspire to pursue. It inspires me and fortifies my resolve. From that moment, you had become my anchor, a beacon of light in my world, and unwittingly, I yearned to be your support, to be the light in your life as well. Then, you returned from the future, embodying an even greater aura of strength, surpassing even Kakashi's brilliance. Thus, the figures of the cheerful boy and the enigmatic powerhouse began to converge, ultimately forming the person you are today. Perhaps it was from that moment onward that I became entranced. A hint of shyness began to emerge in Rin's tone as she gradually revealed her sentiments before the one she cherished. Yet simultaneously, her resolve grew stronger. Obito, you have assured me on numerous occasions that I need not worry, that you would protect me. I now ask you once more, can you truly uphold that promise? Oblivious to the gravity of the moment, Obito declared, I swear, even in death, I shall fulfill this. Tears cascaded down Rin's cheeks as she placed her fingers upon Obito's lips, silencing his words. Obito, perhaps you have faced death numerous times, rendering it no longer a source of fear for you. Yet, safeguarding me is a promise that you cannot uphold in death. Obito, I do not wish for your demise. Oblivious, Obito found himself at a loss. He had never anticipated that Rin would contemplate in such a manner. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him, as he comprehended the heavy burden of responsibility he bore. Rin continued, Obito, in our past life, what was it that led you to harbor such disdain for Kakashi? Why did you engage in conflict with him on numerous occasions? Obito pondered, for the sake of Rin, I fear that Kakashi will drift away from me, taking you along and vanishing from my world. Rin, with teary eyes, replied, thus, Obito, I too, just like the you of our past life, dread the day when you might disappear from my sight. Obito trembled, asserting, no, it will never happen. Lin, however, questioned him, will it truly never occur? Yet, you have revealed your thoughts of self-destruction before me more than once, demonstrating a willingness to disregard your own life for various reasons. Her tone gradually quivered. I am terrified. I fear that you will leave, abandoning me to face solitude alone. Obito stood frozen in place, finally comprehending why Lin had reacted so strongly today. It was not merely because he had received a thrashing from Sister Kikina, but rather due to the indifference towards life and death that he had displayed during that encounter. Obito involuntarily closed his eyes. His life was filled with Rin, yet it was not solely defined by her. This paradox seemed to present an insurmountable dilemma. If, at that moment, Kagaya's older sister appeared before him and demanded his life as atonement, could he refuse? It seemed he could not. Chapter 49. Letting go and reconciliation. Reflecting on this, Obito managed a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Rin. It appears I could not protect you after all. I wish I could promise that I will no longer contemplate ending my life, that I will always safeguard your memory. However, I have committed too many transgressions in my past. In the presence of those I have wronged, I must relinquish the authority to choose my own fate. I fear I may disappoint you. Rin shook her head gently. No, Obito, you need not apologize, for I have seen your true intentions. I refuse to be selfish, and I should not compel you to forsake your path of atonement for my sake. But, Obito, I have long maintained that we must face our trials together. Should we encounter similar tribulations in the future, allow me to bear your burdens alongside you. Do not abandon me, please. Obito's heart was warm, and he felt an impulsive urge to respond immediately. However, could he bear to watch Rin take on half of the devastating blows meant for him from the formidable Kyukaku? It was simply an impossible feat. Contemplating this, Obito couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration, prompting him to inquire, "So, Rin, what would you do if Madara were to once again unleash the three tails within you?" Rin chuckled softly. "Well, I would certainly seek out Lady Tsunade. Didn't you once say that if I returned to her back then, my troubles could have been resolved perfectly? If the Mist Village doesn't mind aiding the enemy, I wouldn't object to accepting such a generous gift." Obito shook his head and replied earnestly, "What if the teacher's wife is not present? What if the situation becomes truly urgent?" In an instant, Rin found herself rendered speechless by his retort. Obito sat up, gently caressing Rin's head, and remarked with a smile, "You see, you foolish girl, in such circumstances, why do you not consider my feelings? It would be my greatest sorrow if you were to perish. Yet, I suppose you would make the same choice as in your past life, sacrificing yourself to protect the village." For a fleeting moment, Rin felt a wave of confusion. She was uncertain of how she would choose. Perhaps only when faced with a similar situation would she truly comprehend. But such occurrences were ones she wished to avoid for a lifetime. Subsequently, she offered a resigned smile and said, "Obito, I understand your sentiment. You are a fool. And so am I. It seems we are both great fools indeed." Toby stretched languidly and remarked, "Therefore, let us refrain from incessantly pondering the themes of life and death. In my previous life, I contemplated this matter for an extended period without arriving at any clarity. Only by confronting it directly can one truly discern the answers. For now, it is more prudent for us to cherish and safeguard the rare tranquility of our present existence." Rin let out a sigh of relief, observing Toby's battered visage, and finally broke into a smile. "Toby, you look so disheveled. How can you possibly protect such a serene life?" Obito pondered for a moment, grasping Rin's hand and placing it against his face. "Rin, you are right. My self-inflicted suffering as a means of atonement is utterly futile. The harm has already been done. We must focus on how to rectify it rather than transforming ourselves into something neither human nor ghostly. This will not resolve any issues. Therefore, please heal me. Only when I am restored can I fulfill a greater purpose." Rin smiled and nodded, invoking her healing ninjutsu. Though Obito's injuries appeared severe, they were merely superficial, allowing for swift recovery. As the green chakra shimmered, his wounds gradually began to mend. Just as his condition was nearing improvement, Minato returned, accompanied by Kushina and Kakashi. The trio regarded Obito and Rin with peculiar expressions. Kakashi approached first, shrugging as he spoke, "Obito, I have conveyed much information to Lord Minato and Lady Kushina in accordance with your wishes. Their thoughts are beyond my control, so I wish you the best of luck." Obito nodded slightly, casting a glance at the Minato and Kushina. With an air of calm, he expressed, "I sincerely apologize, Sensei, and to you as well, elder sister. You are now aware of the reasons behind my guilt, aren't you? Perhaps your feelings do not run as deep, considering you have not experienced those events firsthand. Yet, they are etched indelibly in my heart, vivid and clear. The more I reminisce, the more I ponder how I could have descended to such depths of cruelty. Therefore, whatever actions you choose to take against me, be it punishment, scolding, or even ending my life, I shall accept them with composure." Kyubi was somewhat taken aback, remarking, "Oh, you've adjusted so quickly, no longer appearing weak. Is it because of that girl, Rin?" Tai nodded gently and smiled at Rin, acknowledging that she had bestowed upon him immense courage. At that moment, Rin suddenly rushed forward to stand in front of Tai, her gaze resolute. "Master, mistress, I understand that Tai is unforgivable, but I cannot stand idly by while he bears the burden alone. If you harbor any resentment, I shall share it with him." Kushina feigned an angry demeanor as she approached Rin. "This is what you said. Just thinking about the misdeeds Tai has committed makes me want to punch him. Are you truly willing to bear that for him?" Rin began to tremble with fear, yet her determination remained unyielding, refusing to take a step back. "Yes, mistress. If hitting me will bring you relief, then please, go ahead." Kushina could not resist throwing a punch towards Rin's head. Though Rin braced herself, she instinctively shut her eyes in fright. However, at the last moment, the fist halted and transformed into a gentle pat. Kushina tenderly stroked Rin's head, saying, "Though I am quite displeased with Tai's actions, considering he calls me big sister, and I do not wish for someone as endearing as you to be saddened, I shall let him off this time." Rin let out a sigh of relief, tears welling in her eyes as she bowed deeply. "Thank you, big sister. I truly apologize on Tai's behalf." Kushina chuckled softly. "All right, Rin, do not mimic that brat's speech. Promise me one thing. Keep a close eye on Tai, and do not let him continue his reckless ways. Understood?" Rin nodded earnestly. Rest assured, mistress. I will always watch over him. Kushin sighed. I can't help but envy Tai for having such a delightful girl like you devoted to him. Rin's face flushed crimson as she quietly explained, No, mistress, we are not in that kind of relationship. However, her voice dwindled into a mere whisper by the end. Kushin teased, What is this? Am I hearing things? Who was it that said they wanted to sleep together with that fool? Who said they wanted to be his girlfriend? Rin's head began to steam with embarrassment. Kushina crouched down, caressing Rin's face. All right, I started dating Minato quite early too, so I have no right to criticize you. But I must remind you, as a girl venturing out into the world, you must learn to protect yourself, lest you become a target for some ungrateful wretch. Now, go on with your mission. Remember to eat the bento I prepared. There is enough for everyone, but no wasting. And do ensure that everyone returns safely. Chapter 50. The essence of a ninja. Tobirama stepped forward and declared, I assure you. Janine let out a dismissive snort. That's more like it. Just don't let it end up like the future you described, with Kakashi left all alone, or he won't even have enough to buy flowers. Kakashi broke into a cold sweat at the thought. However, recalling the future Tobirama spoke of, he would have to visit his father, Minato-sensei, Janin's mother, Rin. And Tobirama himself, he would indeed need to purchase a multitude of flowers. At this moment, Minato observed the harmonious atmosphere and walked over with a smile, calling out, Team 7. Gather here. Instantly, Tobirama, Kakashi, and Rin found themselves by Minato's side. Minato's expression turned serious, due to the time lost. I will use the Flying Thunder God technique to expedite our journey, but this is not standard procedure and should not be expected in the future. The three nodded in agreement, and after securing their belongings, Minato placed a hand on each of them. In the next instant, their figures vanished from sight. In the village of Mizukawa, a quaint settlement nestled near a river, Minato's team gradually materialized. Upon locating their client, the village chief, and gathering information, they began to comprehend the situation at hand. A band of mountain bandits had taken residence in the nearby mountains, frequently descending to wreak havoc, burning, pillaging, and committing unspeakable acts. The nearby villages suffered greatly, particularly Mizukawa, which had been plundered time and again, leading the villagers to unite and task their chief with seeking assistance from Konoha. This was indeed a straightforward mission to eliminate the bandit threat, devoid of any complications involving ninjas. Minato felt reassured and instructed, Tobirama, Kakashi, Rin. Follow the villagers' clues to locate the bandit stronghold and eliminate them without letting a single one escape. The trio replied with solemnity, understood. Subsequently, the four vanished in an instant, embarking on their search for the bandits' hideout. Before long, they stumbled upon a small encampment constructed by the bandits deep within the mountains. Upon identifying the target, Minato remained in place and addressed the trio. Now, your performance is under scrutiny. I will not intervene unless absolutely necessary. The three nodded, closing their eyes to attune to their surroundings. Although they were not specialized sensory ninjas, a group of ordinary bandits could hardly conceal their presence, making it relatively easy to sense them. Soon, Tobirama opened his eyes. There are several bandits moving around the encampment, while most others are concentrated inside. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Rin. Rin, the majority inside are elderly, young, or infirm. You and Kakashi will handle them. I will take care of the more robust bandits patrolling the perimeter. Rin was taken aback, feeling somewhat insulted. Tobirama, I am capable of taking on a group of bandits. Do not assign me such an easy task. Obito chuckled. No, my reluctance to let you confront the bandits is not born from the difficulty of the task, but rather because among those present, you are the only one who has not endured such a massacre in its true sense. You need to experience it in its entirety. Rin, still unconvinced, retorted, The Ninja Academy has subjected us to rigorous training, and I have executed death row inmates. I have seen blood. Do not regard me as a mere child. Obito spoke solemnly. Rin, there exists a significant distinction between mere killing and slaughter. As a competent ninja, I do not deny that you can strike at your enemies without hesitation, yet, with a sudden shift in tone, Obito remarked, I have just mentioned that within that bandit stronghold, many are elders and children, their hands may be stained little with sin. Can you still proceed with your intentions? Rin was momentarily taken aback, and it was at that moment she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Are we to eliminate everyone, regardless of age, the elderly and the young alike? But are they not, as you said, innocent? Obito remarked, They may indeed be innocent, even those marauding bandits. How many among them are driven to such a life by the harshness of this world? Their malevolent actions perhaps merely a means to ensure their wives and children have a morsel to eat. However, having partaken in the spoils of their plunder, they must inevitably face the corresponding consequences. Furthermore, Obito cast a glance at Kakashi, signaling him to elucidate the situation. Kakashi, having undertaken similar missions on numerous occasions, comprehended Obito's intent. He calmly articulated, "What Obito wishes to convey is that the mission's mandate stipulates the eradication of the bandits, leaving no potential threats behind. As ninjas, we must adhere strictly to our obligations." Rin furrowed her brow and replied, "However, if we merely eliminate the able-bodied bandits and allow the defenseless elders and children to remain, wouldn't that also suffice to mitigate the future risks?" Toby shook his head, saying, "The elderly can adopt new children, and those children will continue to grow. When we eliminate the adult bandits, we essentially extinguish their families, thus sowing the seeds of hatred. Years later, what will become of the children of those grown bandits? Perhaps, driven by their animosity, they will wield the sword of vengeance like their forebears, mercilessly attacking those innocent villagers, convinced of their own righteousness. Hatred will perpetuate, an unending cycle." Rin understood. She was not lacking in intelligence, merely reluctant to accept this reality. In that moment, she finally grasped the harshness of the world Toby had described. However, Toby glanced at their teacher, Minato, and shifted the conversation. "Rin, this is a lesson that Konoha will impart to you. While the reasoning holds true, as shinobi, we are bound by a more profound purpose." Rin was momentarily taken aback, wondering what Toby was scheming next. Obito continued to elucidate, "The primary duty of a ninja is to acquire wealth for others and alleviate their misfortunes, irrespective of right or wrong. We have accepted the villagers' remuneration, and thus, we must resolve their issues, lest we tarnish our principles and undermine the village's reputation. Perhaps one day, the situation may reverse. If those mountain bandits were to seek a commission from Konoha and we acquiesced, we would then be compelled to cater to their demands. It is conceivable that, at that juncture, we might indeed inflict harm upon innocent villagers. This encapsulates the very essence of the ninja world." Rin's gaze flickered with urgency, fervently signaling Obito to cease. Here he goes again, delving into these harsh realities. While he may possess a semblance of truth, after all, Sensei Minato is still present. As anticipated, Minato furrowed his brow. "Obito, Konoha will not entertain commissions from those bandits. Each mission undergoes rigorous scrutiny to ensure alignment with the side of justice." Obito smiled at Minato, saying, "Sensei, are you certain? Perhaps we could alter the mission, maybe to create chaos in the Sand or the Cloud Village. What if Konoha ordered the massacre of civilians to instill fear? Are you truly convinced that the village would never issue such commands? If such orders have been given, can we deem those missions as just?" Chapter 51. The truth behind Obito's grievance. Minato was momentarily at a loss for words. However, after a moment of contemplation, he responded with a serene smile. "Obito, you raise a valid point. In truth, each individual's perception of justice is often rooted in their own interests. Ninjas are indeed mere instruments executing tasks, devoid of inherent justice. Yet, Minato paused, his gaze resolute. We must uphold Konoha's sense of justice." He gestured towards the distant village. "To illustrate with an extreme example, even if Konoha were merely a humble settlement, we would still protect it. After all, we are part of this village. We are children who have grown up within its bounds. We have long since become one with it. Its prosperity is our own, and its suffering is ours to bear. Is it not?" Obito lamented, "Minato-sensei, although you possess a heart of kindness, you are far from being pedantic. Your perspective beautifully elucidates the relationship between our village and ourselves, rendering it quite convincing. Indeed, rather than expounding on grand principles and incessantly proclaiming our duty towards the shinobi world, it is far more pertinent to address the reality of our situation. We are children nurtured by Konoha, and it is only natural that we should repay our village." The matter concerning Hiruzen Sarutobi was executed correctly. "Minato-sensei, you truly are the finest choice for the fourth Hokage." Minato, with a furrowed brow, replied, "Obito, have you completely abandoned pretense now that your true nature is revealed? That was the third Hokage. One must at least harbor a sense of respect." Tobirama let out a sigh and said, "Minato-sensei, I recognize that it was wrong of me to vent my frustrations upon you in my past life. However, the precise reasons behind my actions have likely not been conveyed by Kakashi, as he himself remains unaware." Minato paused in surprise, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Tobirama, what exactly transpired?" Obito continued, "When I learned that Rin had been abducted by the hidden mist and that Kakashi had gone to rescue her, I was consumed by anxiety. I dashed from the vicinity of the mountain graveyard, racing along the border of the Land of Fire, traversing nearly half of the nation. until I finally arrived at the coastline near the heart of the hidden mist. There, I witnessed with my own eyes as Kakashi ended Rin's life with his Chidori. Had I arrived just a moment sooner, I might have been able to avert this tragedy. Obito's breath quickened involuntarily. That location was undeniably closer to Konoha, and Konoha had received the news far earlier than I did. Yet, I nearly arrived first. Why was there not a single soul from Konoha to provide support? What am I to make of this? As I raced along the path, I repeatedly questioned, Sensei Minato, have you not arrived yet? Why did I feel the need to confirm? Because at your speed, Sensei, you could have arrived to assist me far more swiftly, yet in the end, you did not appear at all. Obito let out a bitter laugh and remarked, this is the reason I vented my anger on you back then. Of course, I understand that you may not have received the information, or perhaps you were engaged in some crucial mission and simply could not extricate yourself. Nevertheless, what was Konoha doing at that time? What role did Hiruzen Sarutobi play in all of this? Obito's anger escalated with each word. As the Third Great Ninja War neared its conclusion, did he strike some clandestine accord with the hidden mist under the guise of so-called peace, thereby forsaking Rin and Kakashi? This left Kakashi to embark on a solitary rescue mission. Such a betrayal is profoundly disheartening. I had only just been inscribed upon the memorial stone, while our team was abandoned by the higher-ups. I cannot help but ponder, why must Rin's sacrifice be exchanged for this hollow semblance of peace? This village is unworthy of such a fate. A single remark from Obito caused Minato to furrow his brow. He was aware of the location of the mountain graveyard, which lay near the land of earth, separated from the land of water by a considerable expanse of the land of fire. If Obito could traverse from the mountain graveyard to the heart of the hidden mist, there was no reason the ninjas of Konoha could not do the same. The fact that only Kakashi ventured forth to provide assistance spoke volumes. There might indeed be some hidden intricacies at play. Minato couldn't help but awkwardly scratch the back of his head. Obito, I am equally perplexed about what the future holds. It's no wonder that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Kakashi was compelled to take your life, I intervened. Perhaps I harbored some unconfessed guilt back then. Haha. The third Hokage truly undertook some chilling actions in the name of peace. Tobi nodded slightly. The chilling actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen are not limited to just a few. We need not mention the tragic incident involving Shikaku Nara's suicide. Later, when the delegation from the Land of Lightning arrived in Konoha to sign a peace treaty, they unexpectedly launched an attack on Konoha's territory, abducting the young princess of the Hyuga clan. The swift response from Hinata Hizashi led to his immediate demise at the hands of the attackers. As a result, Kumogakure clung to this incident, turning the tables and demanding the third Hokage hand over the murderer. Can you guess what Sarutobi Hiruzen did? In the name of peace, and to avoid conflict with Kumogakure, he swallowed his pride and acquiesced to their demands, surrendering Hizashi. This was the leader of the Hyuga clan. Had it not been for Hizashi's brother, Hinata Hizashi, taking the blame, Konoha's actions could have led to both loss and devastation, a truly disheartening outcome. Namake's Minato's expression darkened, his fist clenched, a palpable anger simmering beneath the surface. If Kumogakure demanded a sacrifice today, would it not lead to further concessions tomorrow? Today, it was the leader of the Hyuga. But tomorrow it could be the leader of the Uchiha, and the day after that, the Akimichi, Yamanaka, or Nara clans. The third Hokage is mistaken. Such matters must never be compromised, regardless of the era we find ourselves in. Obito chuckled bitterly. After the Ninetales turmoil, I bear a portion of the responsibility. At that time, Konoha suffered tremendous wounds, and you, Sensei Minato, perished. Given the third Hokage's feeble disposition, perhaps he truly lacked the courage to engage in war with Kumogakure. Minato shook his head. I see now, perhaps the third is no longer fit to serve as Hokage. Had I been in his position, if Kumogakure dared to act so brazenly, I would have made them understand the true meaning of consequences. Obito sighed, lamenting, alas, by that time, Teacher Minato had already passed away. Had you been there, everything would have been different. Obito lifted his head with determination. Kakashi-sensei, in this lifetime, I shall endeavor to rectify the mistakes I have made. I possess the ability to protect Rin and Kakashi now. You can pursue your ambitions with a singular focus. You must become the fourth Hokage. Only in that position can Konoha truly flourish. Minato revealed a confident smile. Very well, Obito. I promise you I will strive to become Hokage, for that is my dream as well. Kakashi, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. Hey, who needs your protection anyway? Obito let out a scoff, remarking, those who cannot protect Lin have no right to speak. Kakashi, increasingly annoyed, retorted, I have already stated that this event has yet to transpire. Stop attributing unfounded accusations to me. Noticing the escalating tension between the two, Lin promptly intervened. Enough. Please cease your arguing. We are still on a mission. Chapter 52. Assisting Lin in adapting to slaughter. At this, the group calmed down. Obito turned to Lin and said, "Then let us proceed as planned. Lin, this time it is primarily for you. You must adapt to the kind of slaughter that I am unsure if it can even be deemed just." Although Lin still felt somewhat uneasy, she recalled her teacher Minato's words and found herself in agreement. Konoha raised her and nurtured her, allowing her to grow in peace. Indeed, she should consider matters from the village's perspective. Thus, she nodded and declared earnestly, "Rest assured. I will carry out the mission diligently." With that, the three shared a glance and dispersed, each embarking on their respective tasks. A one-sided massacre commenced. Among this band of mountain thieves, not a single ninja could be found. Despite their youth, Obito and his companions constituted an elite team. Slaying ordinary individuals was akin to butchering chickens. In truth, these mountain bandits would likely be incapable of resisting even a senior student from the Ninja Academy. Consequently, as Obito began his assault, he skillfully harvested the lives of one bandit after another, without allowing a single alarm to be raised. As he sensed the number of surrounding enemies dwindle to none, he wiped the blood from his kunai and approached the encampment. Upon entering, he discovered that few living souls remained. Kakashi and Lin had nearly completed their tasks as well. The air was thick with a pungent, overwhelming scent of blood. Gazing at the fallen bodies, especially those of the elderly, women, and children, many inflicted with fatal wounds from blades, Obito could not help but shake his head. Among the trio, only Kakashi had a penchant for using a blade, and indeed, Lin was still unable to easily surmount the threshold of slaughtering innocents. What of Lin now? Sensing her presence, Obito hurried towards her. At that moment, Lin stood with a kunai in hand, facing a trembling mother and daughter huddled together. The mother, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "Please, spare us. We have done nothing wrong. Even if you cannot spare me, please, grant my daughter her life. She truly knows nothing at all." Lin stood frozen, torn between hesitation and compassion, her resolve wavering as conflicting emotions swirled within her. Though she drew nearer to the mother and child, the kunai in her hand remained unyielding, refusing to strike. Obito let out a sigh as he approached, coming to Rin's side, grasping her weapon-bearing hand. Upon sensing Obito's presence, Rin finally felt herself relax, bowing her head in a moment of self-reproach. "I'm sorry, Obito. I still find myself unable to act." Obito pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze towards the mother and daughter, and spoke. "Perhaps you have truly done nothing. Perhaps you are indeed innocent. However, since you are reaping the benefits derived from the plunder of others, you must be prepared to pay the corresponding price." Holding Rin's hand, Obito moved. In an instant, Rin comprehended Obito's intentions. She did not resist, but surrendered her entire being to him. Thus, Obito guided her, and they began to dance in a breathtakingly beautiful and swift manner. In that fleeting moment of horror and trepidation for the mother and daughter, the kunai in Rin's hand accurately severed their throats. The mother fell to the ground in disbelief, blood gushing from her neck. Her eyes widened in shock, fixed intently on Obito and Rin, as if to convey that, given the chance, she would drag them down to hell, no matter the cost. After completing all that, Obito let out a light chuckle and released Rin's hand. The kunai in Rin's grasp slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground. She bitterly remarked, "I truly killed them." Alas. Oblivious to words, Obito approached the mother and daughter, gently placing his hands over their eyes. In that final moment, he spoke softly to the mother. "I apologize. You wish to drag me into hell, but I have already traversed its depths. Perhaps it is not you who are at fault, but rather this world." Obito rose once more, turning to Rin and saying, "Let us depart. I have closed their eyes, granting them respite from witnessing this grotesque world. This is the extent of my mercy." Rin stood frozen in place, murmuring to herself, "So this is what it means to be a ninja." Obito sighed. "Indeed, this is the way of the ninja." Additionally, Rin, there is a vital lesson that every ninja must learn. Rin, her eyes devoid of life, replied, "Obito, please tell me." Obito cast his gaze upon the lifeless body of a fallen male. "Lin, remember to check and deliver the final blow in the future. Otherwise, grave consequences may arise." The man trembled, acutely aware that he had been exposed. He understood that action was imperative, otherwise, even the last chance to strike would vanish. In a sudden surge of desperation, he lunged forward, brandishing his knife towards Lin, disregarding the blood that was rapidly draining from his abdomen. Just moments ago, it was this detestable female ninja who nearly ended his life, and alongside her male counterpart, had slain his wife and daughter. He was determined to exact vengeance with the remnants of his life. However, his blade came to an abrupt halt mid-air as another glimmer of steel emerged behind him. His body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth and staining the surroundings crimson. Kakashi appeared, his blade poised, half of his form drenched in the sanguine hue. He remarked nonchalantly, "It seems this man is not yet beyond salvation." Though not a ninja, such a surprise attack could still pose a significant danger. Prudence is advised. Obito let out a cold snort, remarking, "It is imperative to properly wield our blades. In my past life, I nearly met my demise beneath a colossal rock at the Kanabi Bridge, a consequence of our failure to sharpen our weapons." Kakashi's gaze flickered momentarily, recognizing the profundity of this lesson. He nodded, affirming, "I shall etch this matter into my memory." Subsequently, he turned his back and made his way toward the village entrance. "Obito, have you concluded your tasks as well? Once we are finished, we can return to the waterfall village to retrieve the mission receipt." Rin observed Kakashi's chilling demeanor, as if the value of life held little significance in his eyes, and an unexpected wave of fear washed over her. Obito grasped Rin's hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. That fellow is merely indifferent to outsiders, but he treats you with great kindness. In our past life, every time he bestowed flowers upon you, I felt compelled to dispose of them myself. Yet he continued to present them, and I discarded countless blooms in the end." With Obito's light-hearted diversion, Rin's spirits lifted considerably, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Obito, Kakashi's flowers were truly lovely. Why did you feel the need to throw them away?" Obito let out a snort, remarking, "He was utterly useless back then, not even delivering flowers to you." Rin fell silent for a moment, then took Obito's hand, mustering a brave smile as she responded, "Obito, I understand that you're trying to divert my attention. Thank you, but I am not as fragile as you believe. Let us move on." Thus, the trio exited the village, the surrounding tension dissipating into a serene silence. In an instant, Minato appeared before them, a satisfied smile gracing his features. "Our team has executed this task flawlessly for the first time," he declared. "You all performed exceptionally." Chapter 53. My inaction is the greatest aid to Uchiha. Minato observed the composed expressions of Obito and the unflinching Kakashi, glancing at Rin, who had also regained her tranquility. He suddenly realized that given the composition of their team, completing a C-rank mission was hardly a remarkable feat. His squad consisted of an unconventional assembly, a 5-year-old Genin, a 6-year-old Chunin, a prodigy destined to ascend to Jonin at 12, an old schemer reborn after more than a decade in the shadows of the ninja world, and Rin, who could very well consume this old coin. With this combination, alongside the youthful Minato, their future seemed to oscillate between salvation and destruction of the world. Contemplating this, Minato felt a headache brewing, questioning whether he could truly lead Team 7. With a sigh, he proposed, "Let us explain the situation to the villagers of Mizuki's village, and then we can return home. On our way back, I will refrain from using the Flying Thunder God technique. We shall spend the night outdoors to acclimate ourselves to survival in the wild." The three nodded in agreement and promptly descended the mountain. Upon seeing the trio, bloodied and worn, the villagers displayed expressions of fear and apprehension. However, upon learning that the mountain bandits had been vanquished, they exhaled in relief, their faces reflecting newfound liberation. The village chief signed the commission with a satisfied evaluation, marking the mission as successfully completed, and Minato's team began their journey homeward. During the return, Rin curiously inquired, "These bandits have plagued the villagers for quite some time, haven't they? Why was TA mission posted sooner? This way, they could have avoided enduring the long-standing torment of their raids." Obito elucidated, "It is quite simple. It is due to their poverty. Poverty is a malady afflicting this world, one that remains incurable. The funds allocated for a C-rank mission are often sufficient to sustain an entire village for an extended period, making the decision to undertake such a task anything but trivial. After all, most impoverished individuals cannot afford medical care and are compelled to endure their ailments, allowing them to fester until they reach a state of decay. Only in dire circumstances, such as the looming threat of bandits, do the villagers collectively experience fear strong enough to resolve to pool their resources and amass such a sum." Lin, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Instinctively, she began to calculate the remuneration for a ninja's mission and was struck by the realization that it was far from inexpensive. A D-rank mission typically yields between 5,000 to several tens of thousands of Ryo, while a C-rank mission can range from tens of thousands to 100,000 Ryo indeed. A considerable amount. Coming from a humble background, She was acutely aware of the exorbitant costs associated with commissioning a mission. She couldn't help but ponder why she had been oblivious to this reality before. Perhaps it was because the village of Konoha was inundated with trivial tasks, such as finding lost pets or running errands. Toby discerned Rin's thoughts and let out a cold laugh. Which villager in Konoha is not affluent enough to undertake missions? Our forays into the genuine impoverished districts have been limited, perhaps merely twice, and even those were for tasks like clearing out sewers, funded by the higher-ups. The lost cats and dogs likely enjoy a better quality of life than the recent villagers we encountered. And perhaps even their lives are valued more than the combined worth of those villagers. Rin fell silent. For Toby always relished imparting harsh truths and teaching her about the grim realities of the world. Why should a young girl like her bear such burdens? Humph. Wouldn't it be better to deceive her, to comfort her? Toby was simply a big blockhead. At that moment, Minato awkwardly raised his hand, saying, "Let's not delve into such serious and profound topics. Why don't we think about where we will stay tonight?" This remark finally captured everyone's attention. Minato produced a map, and the group immediately gathered around it, their curiosity piqued. After some debate, they settled on a location. Continuing on their journey, they arrived at the designated spot just before nightfall. Minato identified a flat area and declared, "We shall rest here for the night." He added, "By the way, during our mission, it is prohibited to start open flames in the wilderness to avoid detection. However, since we are still within the land of fire and our mission is complete, the regulations are not as stringent today. We can indulge in a campfire tonight." The three little ones nodded in agreement, and then Rin and Kakashi simultaneously turned their gaze toward Toby. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Obito suddenly slapped his forehead. Realizing he had nearly overlooked this matter, he promptly produced 2 sealing scrolls and released their contents. With a resounding crash, 2 large tents and an assortment of various living supplies materialized, alongside the delectable fish prepared by Kakashi and the rice balls lovingly crafted by Rin. Just as Minato retrieved a bento box from his backpack, he was met with this astonishing scene. He stood frozen for a moment before awkwardly inquiring, "Hey, isn't this a bit excessive? Utilizing strategic-grade sealing scrolls for mere provisions, are you embarking on a mission or merely enjoying a picnic?" Kakashi, with a resigned gesture, spread his hands and replied, "Honestly, I share your sentiments, but Obito insisted on this approach." Minato could not help but glance toward Obito. With a sly smile, Obito remarked, "After all, I have ascended to the position of an elder within the Uchiha clan. I can indulge in some self-serving maneuvers. If they offer me something, why should I refuse?" "What? An elder of the Uchiha clan? When did this happen?" Minato was taken aback, for the Uchiha were the foremost noble family in Konoha, and becoming one of their elders was undeniably an extraordinary feat not easily attained by just anyone. Obito gazed at Kakashi and inquired, "Kakashi, did you not convey this information to teacher Minato?" Kakashi cleared his throat and replied, "In comparison to your other intelligence, this matter is scarcely worth mentioning. At that time, we were pressed for time, and I endeavored to highlight only the most crucial points." Minato, regaining his composure, could not help but reminisce about the terrifying incidents Kakashi had recounted, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he acknowledged, "It indeed seems that way." Upon witnessing the situation, Obito elucidated, "When the esteemed clan leader Fugaka sought me for a conversation, he discovered that I too possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. Consequently, it was only natural for me to ascend to the position of elder. As a member of the Uchiha clan, what is amiss in enjoying such privileges? Moreover, I did not acquire these items without merit. I have bestowed ample benefits upon the Uchiha clan. Taking a few items in return is indeed justified." Curiosity piqued, Rin inquired, "Obito, what benefits have you conferred upon the Uchiha?" With a sly smile, Obito remarked, "I have offered numerous insightful suggestions to our clan leader, Fugaku. These are merely glimpses of my future vision, filled with S-rank intelligence for the world of ninjas." Pausing briefly, Obito continued with a hint of self-deprecation. "In truth, even if I were to do nothing at all, I would inadvertently be aiding the Uchiha clan immensely. If they were to uncover the truth, they would surely implore me to remain as still as a turtle." Kakashi, taken aback, inquired with a touch of confusion, "Why is that?" Obito remarked, "Consider this carefully. During the Nine-Tails rampage, when the villagers discovered that the Nine-Tails was being manipulated by the Sharingan, who was most affected?" Rin and Kakashi gasped in realization. It was the Uchiha. Chapter 54, The Truth Behind the Uchiha Clan's Annihilation. Obito remarked, "Indeed, following the turmoil of the Nine-Tails, the Uchiha clan found themselves in an exceedingly precarious position. Not only were they relegated to the most remote corners of Konoha, but they were also subjected to incessant surveillance, living not as criminals, but worse than criminals. How could the proud Uchiha endure such indignities? Thus, they began to conspire for a coup, further straining their relations with the village, ultimately leading to their annihilation. This revelation left everyone astounded. The Uchiha had been extinguished. They could hardly fathom that the once mighty Uchiha clan, the foremost family in Konoha, would face such a dire fate. Minato furrowed his brow and remarked, "Konoha's actions are far too radical. There was no need for it to escalate to this point." Alas, the extermination of the Uchiha. How many lives must be lost? Toby denied, stating, "In truth, apart from the complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan, not a single soul from Konoha perished." Minato was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could this be? With the Uchiha's numerous elite forces, it would be impossible for all of Konoha's might combined to overpower them. Otherwise, they would not possess the audacity to stage a coup." Obito posed a tantalizing question. "I will explain the events later, but for now, who do you think is the true culprit behind the downfall of the Uchiha clan?" Kakashi scoffed softly and slowly uttered two words, "Danzo." Obito chuckled. "Indeed, everything that Danzo has done only serves to exacerbate the conflict." And the third Hokage turned a blind eye to it. As a result, the Uchiha clan found itself on the path to destruction. Kakashi interlocked his fingers. "I knew it would come to this." Minato then inquired with a serious demeanor, "What exactly did Danzo do?" Obito chuckled and said, "What I mentioned earlier about sending the Uchiha to the most remote places and monitoring them was all Danzo's suggestion. Furthermore, during the Third Great Ninja War, he also conspired against the genius of the Uchiha clan, Shisui, who was equally renowned as my mentor, Minato. He seized Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan, forcing Shisui into a dilemma between the village and his family, ultimately leading him to take his own life." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and Kakashi could not help but inquire, "Obito, isn't it true that you are not the only one to possess the Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan?" Obito shook his head. The Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku, also possessed these eyes. He further elaborated, "Currently, the Mangekyō Sharingan of the Uchiha is still relatively scarce. However, following the Third Great Ninja War, it seemed as though the Mangekyō Sharingan emerged as if it were free, with pairs appearing one after another. Strictly speaking, in my past life, it was during that period that I awakened my own eyes. During that time, including the pair belonging to clan leader Fugaku, a total of 4 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan had manifested." Rin's eyes widened in astonishment. "So many? These eyes are incredibly powerful. How could the Uchiha, being so formidable, have faced such annihilation?" Obito displayed a contemplative expression. "In truth, such a situation has been exceedingly rare throughout the entire history of the clan. The last occurrence of 4 pairs of Sharingan coexisting within the clan was during a time of civil strife, when the family was embroiled in conflict and on the brink of annihilation. Therefore, I surmise that this instance is no exception. The mass awakening of the Mangekyō Sharingan among the Uchiha signifies but one thing: the clan's fortunes have reached their zenith and are now in a state of self-destruction, desperately clinging to life." As the others recalled the fateful demise of the Uchiha clan, they could not help but nod in agreement. Minato inquired, "In the future, aside from Fugaku, you, and Shisui, who else among the Uchiha possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan?" Toby smiled and said, "Kakashi-sensei, you should be familiar with that individual. He is none other than Itachi Uchiha." "Itachi, is it?" Minato replied, realization dawning upon him. Naturally, he was aware that Fugaku had a son, and it was only fitting for the son of the clan leader to possess such remarkable talent. However, a sense of doubt crept into Minato's mind. Rin had spoken truthfully. Each Mangekyō Sharingan wielder is a formidable force, and legends even suggest they possess divine abilities. Such potent individuals are not to be trifled with. Even disregarding you and the self-destructive Shisui, there remain Fugaku and Itachi with their formidable eyes. In this scenario, would the village dare to take action? Would they not fear incurring heavy casualties and attracting the covetous gaze of other nations? Moreover, I still cannot fathom how the village managed to subdue the Uchiha without inflicting harm on a single member. From Minato's perspective, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan seemed utterly incomprehensible. With so many Sharingan and Mangekyō Sharingan, if they could be integrated into the village, what an astonishing force they would represent. Obito wryly remarked that the Uchiha clan was exterminated by their own kin. Upon hearing his tone, Rin immediately grasped the underlying truth. "So it was you, Obito, the shadowy figure behind the annihilation of the Uchiha clan." Obito felt a twinge of shame. "Lin, I must admit my involvement in this matter. I indeed slaughtered a significant number of members from the Uchiha police force. However, I assure you, this incident was not orchestrated by me. I was merely invited and acted out of convenience. Minato was taken aback. He initially suspected that Obito might be the mastermind behind the events, yet it appeared otherwise. Oblivious to the perplexed expressions of those around him, Obito slowly revealed the truth. The order to annihilate the Uchiha clan had been issued by Danzo. It was Itachi who received the command, and feeling the weight of the task upon his shoulders, he extended an invitation to me. Thus, on a certain fateful night, I collaborated with Itachi to infiltrate the Uchiha compound, unleashing a massacre that spared neither the young nor the old, nor even the innocent. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Having just witnessed a slaughter, they fully comprehended the extent of the innocent lives taken. Moreover, Konoha was not akin to a bandit stronghold. Here, the number of innocent villagers was even greater. Rin was particularly affected, her heart heavy with grief, and even Obito could not quell her indignation. "Obito," she cried, "how could you commit such an atrocity against the very elders you once aided?" Obito's gaze was profound as he spoke. "Rin, during that time, I evaded reality. The entire world appeared to me as an illusion, allowing me to act without any burdens. No, there were burdens indeed. I felt the pangs of sorrow. Yet, I continually persuaded myself that if I could endure just a little pain, just a little more patience, I could create a world where everyone would find happiness." Rin's heart softened momentarily, and with a resigned sigh, she lamented, "Alas, the weight of my sins has increased." However, her curiosity soon resurfaced. "But Obito, why do you feel less guilt towards the Uchiha compared to your sensei and his wife? How can you so comfortably reap the benefits from the Uchiha?" Toby chuckled and said, "The reason is simple. Although I was complicit in the massacre, the majority of those slain were the elite of the Uchiha clan, many of whom were radicals intent on a coup. They had their damned reasons and, as ninjas, they must be prepared for the possibility of death. Thus, the burden of my actions felt light. Admittedly, there were innocents, like a young girl who had awakened her Sharingan at a tender age, who cried out for Itachi in her final moments. However, at least the elderly and defenseless villagers you mentioned, including newborns, were not my doing. That was the hand of Itachi." Chapter 55. The truth behind the annihilation. Lin exhaled with relief. She could accept that Toby had slain formidable foes. But if he had harmed innocent villagers, it would have tormented her. Kakashi could not help but scoff that Itachi, truly devoid of conscience. Minato, with a hint of sympathy, remarked, "I believe he suffers greatly. His actions in carrying out Danzo's orders reveal that he loved the village, compelled to turn against his own kin for its sake. I can scarcely fathom the immense psychological burden he must bear. Yet, whether he or Danzo, their ideologies are far too extreme." Obito nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the truth of Itachi's existence, which had been steeped in suffering from the night of the clan's annihilation until his final breath. Even I could sense his weariness. To be frank, I lacked the authority to judge Itachi, as my own past thoughts were equally extreme. Subsequently, Obito turned his gaze towards Kakashi. "In truth, if your perspective has yet to shift, you remain unchanged. After all, from the viewpoint of your 5-year-old self, Itachi flawlessly executed the mission assigned by the higher-ups of Konoha. How could one deem that as erroneous?" Kakashi suddenly felt a pang of dread, grateful that he had not become a person akin to Itachi. Rin, regaining her composure, inquired, "So, Obito, did you single-handedly resolve what even teacher Minato deemed a formidable challenge for the entire Uchiha clan?" Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Obito felt a twinge of embarrassment. Part of the credit indeed belonged to Itachi. The Mangekyō Sharingan exerts an extraordinary suppressive force over the three-tomo Sharingan. When wielded against one of their own kin, it becomes particularly lethal. The most formidable illusions of the Uchiha clan, in the face of the Mangekyō, lose their potency. Further compounded by. Toby paused momentarily, casting a glance towards Minato. "Sensei Minato, my kaleidoscope is a form of space-time ninjutsu. As someone who also wields such abilities, you must understand how swiftly this technique can eliminate shinobi whose strength pales in comparison." After pondering for a moment, Minato remarked, "Indeed, as long as one's reflexes do not surpass mine and they possess no effective means of self-preservation, coupled with a lack of understanding of my capabilities, they would be unable to respond in time. Consequently, the act of elimination becomes a mere matter of a single strike, rendering the distinction between a jonin and a genin rather insignificant." Toby chuckled. "My situation is quite similar. During our first encounter, even Lord Minato nearly faced a setback, let alone an ordinary ninja." Minato nodded in understanding. I see. With you and Itachi launching a surprise attack with your Mangekyō Sharingan, you could indeed effortlessly dispatch most of the Uchiha clan members. However, what about Fugaku? If he were present, leading the resistance, possessing his own Mangekyō Sharingan, it would not be so easily resolved. Obito pondered for a moment before heaving a sigh. It was evident that both Fugaku, the clan leader, and Mikoto, his wife, had fallen victim to Itachi's hand. Given the circumstances, their demise occurred within the confines of their own home, devoid of any signs of struggle. It was clear that Itachi had aligned himself with Konoha, acknowledging his failed rebellion and choosing not to harm his son, ultimately opting to meet his end at his son's hands. Minato felt a tinge of regret. After all, Itachi was his own son. Fortunately, Kushina remained oblivious to this tragic truth. Had she known of Mikoto's death, it would have surely broken her heart. With the situation becoming clear, Minato felt a sense of relief. Now, his curiosity shifted towards Obito. Obito, he began, to be candid, I find your Mangekyō Sharingan space-time ninjutsu incredibly fascinating. I understand that employing the Mangekyō currently imposes a significant burden upon you, yet I have heard that even in the state of the three Tomo, you can still utilize certain abilities of the Mangekyō? Obito chuckled. Kakashi-sensei, I too wish to share my insights on the use of space-time ninjutsu. How about we engage in a friendly spar? This way, you can directly experience the prowess of Kamui. A glimmer of combativeness ignited in Minato's eyes, eager for the challenge. Obito, it's getting late today. Let us postpone our sparring until tomorrow. I am also quite curious to ascertain the extent of your current abilities. Obito could not help but reminisce about events from his previous life. Minato-sensei, during the Ninetales turmoil, we had a confrontation, and you educated me thoroughly. Your flying Raijin technique followed by the Rasengan caught me completely off guard. Reflecting on it now, the sensation was truly unpleasant. Minato replied awkwardly, is that so? Kakashi never mentioned these details to me. However, those who share a bond know their own matters. The fact that you compelled me to resort to my trump card speaks volumes about your formidable strength and the pressure you exerted at that time. You were only 14 back then, weren't you? It brings me a sense of pride to see how far my disciple has come. Minato chuckled. Well, we've talked for quite a while now. I'm sure everyone is hungry. Let us set up camp, start a fire, and enjoy dinner. The three young ones nodded in agreement. And soon everyone busied themselves with the task at hand. Before long, 2 tents were erected, and a fire was kindled. Gathered around the campfire, they savored the bento prepared by Kushina, along with Kakashi's grilled fish and Rin's rice balls, relishing the delightful moment. Even Kakashi squinted his eyes in satisfaction, praising, indeed. The meals prepared by Mother are exceptionally delicious. This reference is drawn from the Ultimate Storm setting, where Kushina is known for her cooking skills, although in this timeline. 3 years later, it is uncertain whether she still creates culinary delights or dark cuisine. Rin glanced at Kakashi with a smile, observing him as he ate, and asked, Kakashi, you look quite handsome without your mask. Why do you insist on covering your face? Obito let out a scoff, remarking, what else could it be? Just trying to show off. I can't even count how many young girls have been captivated by this trick. Kakashi remained silent, instinctively quickening his pace, finishing his meal in small bites before swiftly donning his mask. Only then did he leisurely respond, perhaps I have simply grown accustomed to it. As ninjas, we are always shrouded in shadows. I only feel a sense of security when I wear this mask. Otherwise, I am quite uncomfortable. Humph. Obito scoffed dismissively. Kakashi then turned the tables and questioned Obito. I distinctly recall that we prepared 4 tents. Why have you only brought out 2? Obito suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment. For it is excessive and wasteful. It will be a hassle to clean up when we leave. Haha. He then turned his gaze towards Rin. Rin, do the words you spoke before the mission still hold true? Rin appeared somewhat perplexed, wondering what exactly she had said. Obito remarked, of course, it's about sleeping together. You see, both tents are quite spacious, just right for you and me to share one. While Kakashi and Lord Minato can occupy the other. Rin's face flushed instantly as she shot Obito a glare. Humph, so this was your intention all along. However, after a moment as contemplation, Rin decided, well, since I promised, I shall keep my word. As long as your intentions are pure. Sharing a tent won't pose any issue. Yay, Obito exclaimed, flashing a victory sign, swearing that he harbored no ill thoughts. It was merely that after enduring solitude for so long, he yearned for companionship. The following day, a gentle mist enveloped the forest as Obito slowly awakened. Discovering that Rin was already awake, her gaze fixed upon him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he asked, Rin, is there something on my face? Rin shook her head. No? It's just that your sleeping posture is quite charming, and I couldn't help but steal a few glances. Instantly, Obito's face turned crimson, prompting him to spring out of bed and head outside to freshen up. Rin chuckled, sleeping next to Obito isn't so bad. He is the one who seems more bashful. Chapter 56, Minato vs. Obito. After breakfast, with ample time at their disposal, the members of Minato's team commenced their training. Minato and Obito, adhering to their agreement from the previous day, sought an appropriate location nearby for their duel, standing defiantly against one another. Obito gazed at his teacher, Minato, with earnestness and declared, "Minato-sensei, I am quite formidable now, so do be cautious." Minato, exuding a subtle confidence, replied, "Rest assured, Obito, I do not perceive you as a mere child." With that, Minato picked up a twig and continued, "As a speed-oriented ninja, my strikes are exceedingly swift. Thus, the battle shall commence the instant this twig touches the ground. Is that agreeable?" Obito nodded slightly, fully aware of the formidable nature of his teacher, Minato. After all, in his past life, he had been caught off guard by the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, just as he intended to express a few words of gratitude. Before he could even finish his sentence, Minato had already struck him in the face. His movements so swift that one could barely react. Engaging in battle with Minato required unwavering vigilance. Observing the situation, Minato ceased his words and released the branch he held. In that instant, the atmosphere around them became palpably tense. As the branch slowly descended, both prepared themselves for what was to come. With a sharp crack, the branch hit the ground, and in that very moment, Minato sprang into action. 3 kunai appeared in his hand. One was hurled into the sky, another aimed at Obito, and the last shot outwards, directed towards the surroundings. Obito directly activated his 3 tomo, observing the trajectories of all the shurikens in motion. In an instant, a shuriken was perilously close, forcing him to sidestep in evasion. However, the shuriken imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique indicated that dodging was merely the beginnings, not the end. Indeed, the next moment, Minato's figure appeared before the high-speed shuriken, seizing it with a swift grasp, abruptly halting its trajectory and redirecting it towards Obito. The entire sequence flowed with grace. And the terrifying aspect lay not only in the instantaneous movement at such high velocity, but also in Minato's ability to launch an effective counterattack immediately after the surprise engagement. Such reflexive speed and bodily coordination were almost superhuman. Had Obito not been well acquainted with Minato's attack patterns, and thus prepared, he would have undoubtedly suffered a significant setback. Now, seizing the opportunity, he raised his shuriken, pivoting to collide with the one in Minato's hand. A sharp clang echoed through the air. Both figures separated. Yet within that fleeting moment, what appeared to be a mere probing exchange concealed myriad calculations. The inherent danger of the encounter was perhaps known only to the 2 combatants. Unlike the bell-stealing assessment, Obito, with his 3 tomo activated, unleashed nearly all of his formidable strength. Correspondingly, Minato also revealed his true prowess. In their exchanges, the 2 were evenly matched. In the next moment, both combatants moved simultaneously, each intent on seizing the initiative before the other could react to their respective strikes. For a brief period, their shurikens clashed repeatedly, producing an incessant chorus of metallic sounds. However, the differences between a faux scholar and a true master became starkly evident. In this lifetime, Obito has managed to become an academic prodigy, benefiting somewhat from the advantages of having lived anew. However, he still lags behind true intellectuals like Minato-sensei. In the realm of sheer speed, Obito gradually realizes that he is struggling to keep pace with Minato's rhythm. Unlike the straightforward and rapid approach of the Raikage, Minato's attacks are characterized by their unpredictable changes in direction, leaving Obito increasingly on edge and increasingly reactive. Were it not for his other skills, the battle would likely conclude here. Fortunately, his ultimate trump card has never merely been his physical prowess. Oblivious to the futility of such a confrontation, Obito chose to forego evasion when the esteemed Minato Namikaze launched his next attack. Instead, he meticulously scrutinized the trajectory of the assault. He intended to feign vulnerability, anticipating the aftermath of the strike. Minato, momentarily taken aback, noted the abrupt deviation in Obito's behavior. Their earlier exchange had been vigorous, yet Obito now allowed the attack to land without resistance. This blow was indeed substantial. While it might not have been fatal, it surely threatened to inflict severe injury. However, from their preceding skirmish, Minato had gleaned a clear understanding of Obito's formidable capabilities. Even at the tender age of 9, Obito demonstrated an extraordinary strength, an almost unfathomable prowess. How could such a powerful adversary be easily struck? Thus, was it time to employ that elusive space-time ninjutsu? The technique, deemed exceedingly cunning and ultimately invincible by Kakashi, piqued Minato's curiosity. Resolute, he dismissed any lingering doubts and, with a swift motion, sent a kunai soaring through the air in an arc toward Obito. This strike, while it appeared to connect, lacked the sensation of impact. The kunai traversed from Obito's right side to his left, passing through him as if he were an apparition, and then completely separated from his form. Obito appeared to have anticipated the moment, as a hand awaited at the precise spot where Minato would pass. Seizing his wrist, he advanced rather than retreating, pressing closer. In the blink of an eye, Obito was now intimately close to Minato's form. Alarmed, Minato instinctively charged towards Obito. With a resounding crash, the two collided, and Minato, harnessing the momentum of their impact, was propelled backward. Obito lamented, regretting that he had seized the opportunity to counterattack, yet was ultimately thwarted by his mentor, Minato. He could only soar and closely follow Minato's retreating steps, leveraging this slight advantage to maintain pressure. However, in the next moment, Minato's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear at the original position. It turned out that the kunai, cast into the air by Minato at the outset, had fallen back down, remaining in its initial place. Obito let out a bitter laugh. The Flying Thunder God technique was utterly shameless, evading after merely one exchange, making it nearly impossible to pursue. Distracted in battle was hardly a commendable habit for Obito. Consequently, amidst his distraction, the voice of his mentor, Minato, echoed once more in his ears. Could it be oblivious to the fleeting moment? Toby recalled how, just before the disappearance of his mentor, Minato, he had tossed the kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique into the air. Consequently, after teleporting to a distant location, he returned almost instantaneously. This brief lapse in concentration constituted a significant opening for Minato. Once more, Minato struck at Toby, yet, once again, the blow landed upon a mere illusion, devoid of any tangible sensation, as Minato's form passed entirely through Toby. As Obito contemplated, he felt relieved that he had experienced a similar technique in his previous life. This time, he had learned his lesson and maintained his intangible state. Otherwise, he would have been rendered senseless once again. Now, it was Minato's turn to feel helpless. He mused, is this what Kakashi referred to as intangibility? Indeed, it is quite troublesome. Even if I manage to strike during the fleeting moment of confrontation, as long as Obito does not voluntarily dispel his intangibility, I find myself at a complete loss. But could Obito truly refrain from striking? Minato launched another attack toward Obito, simultaneously moving and unleashing two kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. As the kunai hurtled toward him, Obito experienced an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Is this the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique? This time, I shall not fall for it. Utilizing his intangibility, the kunai passed through his form, and the two combatants drew closer. However, due to Minato's previous action of throwing the kunai, his response was slightly delayed compared to Obito's. Should they make contact, as in his past life, it would be Obito who reached Minato first. Without hesitation, Obito dispelled his intangibility and struck toward Minato. Just as he was about to make contact, Minato's figure vanished with a swift motion, reappearing at the location of the kunai that had just passed through Obito. In midair, Minato seized the kunai and executed a swift counterattack. The strike arrived in an instant, almost with zero delay, yet it struck nothing but air. Chapter 57, The Flying Thunder God and the Intangible Ninja. How could Obito possibly stumble twice before the same technique? Just moments ago, he had merely feigned an attack. His manifestation was solely to provoke the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique. The instant he made contact with Minato-sensei's body, he harbored no illusions and unhesitatingly entered a state of intangibility. Indeed, Minato-sensei vanished, launching an assault towards him. As Minato's form once again passed through him, Obito recognized that the opportunity had arrived. He could not fathom that, having invoked the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique, he would be unable to seize Minato-sensei's recovery phase. Thus, he materialized once more, poised to deliver a decisive blow. This time, victory was assured. However, in the next instant, with a swift motion, Minato-sensei's form disappeared again, reappearing by the second kunai that had been thrown moments prior. That kunai had been deliberately aimed by Minato towards the ground not far from the battlefield. Was this truly the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique following yet another invocation of the same? Obito could not help but voice his inner thoughts. Fortunately, the distance between the two parties was considerable, allowing him ample time to enter a state of intangibility once more. Indeed, in the next moment, the ever-predictable Minato launched yet another assault, which, as expected, once again passed futilely through him. In the brief exchanges, while it appeared as though a fierce battle ensued, aside from the initial collision, the encounters could succinctly be summarized in 3 words, striking at air. Both sides paused, locking eyes with one another. Obito pondered that unless it was an initial encounter with lethal intent, under the extraordinary reflexes of Minato, he could effortlessly evade any attack the moment Obito transitioned from intangible to tangible. A single swift step would lead to a cascade of swift steps. If Minato did not wish to be struck, he would not even be grazed by Obito. Conversely, in the mind of Minato Namikaze, if Obito refrained from providing an opening and remained in his intangible state, he too would be unable to land a hit. This scenario unfolded as a duel between the Flying Thunder God and the intangibility of Obito, as both possessed rather formidable and cunning abilities, rendering them unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Realizing this, both parties simultaneously lost their desire to continue the battle. Minato, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Let us cease this. At this rate, we might fight indefinitely. Obito, you are indeed formidable, and this is without your Mangekyō Sharingan or the use of Flying Thunder God. Otherwise, I fear I would not stand a chance." Obito shook his head, acknowledging, "Kakashi-sensei is truly formidable. Even though I have mastered the Flying Raijin technique, I am uncertain if I could wield it with the same proficiency as him. I feel that even with the activation of the Mangekyō Sharingan, I would still struggle to land a hit. Not to mention, even if I were to enter the Sage of Six Paths mode, Kakashi-sensei, much like Hashirama Senju, could effortlessly display his skills against me. Yet, during that time, his physical attributes were significantly enhanced, and his attack speed surpassed that of Kakashi-sensei's reflexes. If it were a direct confrontation with Hashirama Senju and Kakashi-sensei, and not merely support, I would be confident in resolving the battle within a few exchanges. The power of the Sage of Six Paths is something mere mortals cannot contend with. If one cannot overcome it through mechanism, then one must rely on sheer numerical superiority. However, the prospect of becoming a Sage of Six Paths feels distant to me. I am not yet ready to contemplate such a transformation. Thus, the two ceased their combat, and instead gathered to share insights on the application of space-time ninjutsu. After an enriching exchange, both gained substantial inspiration. Kakashi was eager to discover just how powerful Obito could become with his phasing ability combined with the Flying Raijin technique. With time still on their side, Kakashi devoted himself wholeheartedly to guiding Obito in his training. The training method was quite straightforward. Within a specific circle drawn by Kakashi, surrounded by numerous Flying Raijin marks, they began their endeavor. Obito found himself compelled to remain within the confines of the circle, evading the sudden onslaught of Minato's attacks from every direction. During this time, he could not afford to become intangible and could only utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge. Consequently, Obito was forced to leap and maneuver in a rather disheveled manner. However, drawing upon his experience with Kamui, he made astonishing progress at an extraordinary pace. By midday, he had become quite adept at flying around, comparable to his mentor, Minato. As time pressed on, the two ceased their training, foraging for some game before returning to their camp. After a delightful meal, the group rested and continued their journey, soon arriving back in Konoha. Upon submitting their mission at the Hokage's office, Minato eagerly rushed home to be with Kushina, while Kakashi excused himself to rest at the Hitaki residence, leaving only Rin and Obito behind. Rin smiled at Obito and asked, "Obito, would you like to come over for dinner tonight? My parents are eager to meet my teammates." Obito was immediately at a loss for words. "Perhaps it's better to reconsider. I am not adequately prepared mentally." Rin, puzzled, replied, "It's merely a matter of returning as teammates to share a meal together. What is there to prepare for?" Toby shook his head, saying, "No. I shall wait until the two of you can confidently entrust your safety to me before I meet them." Obtain a glimpse of yearning in Obito's eyes, he implored, "Lin, may I have a little more time?" Lin's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, "I've already said it's just a meal, not an engagement. We are still young. Stop fixating on peculiar notions." However, upon noticing Obito's evasive demeanor, Lin could only shake her head in exasperation. "Oh, I truly cannot deal with you. I shall return by myself." As she turned to leave, Obito grasped her hand. "Why not stay a while longer? My grandmother visited me in a dream last night and expressed her longing for you. Would you accompany me home to see her?" Lin could not help but lightly tap Obito on the head. "What a feeble excuse. We only visited your home not long ago." Very well, I shall accompany you. Just as a visit to your grandmother. Thus, hand in hand, they made their way toward the Uchiha clan's residence. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Obito spotted a familiar figure waiting there, Uchiha Shisui. Obito paused slightly and inquired, Shisui, what brings you here? Uchiha Shisui cast a glance at Obito and Rin, observing their affectionate demeanor, and felt a twinge of disdain within. He did not consider a Uchiha who favored women to be a worthy representative of their clan. Could it be true, as Fugaku, the clan leader, suggested, that Obito can provide guidance in his cultivation? Shisui harbored some doubts. Thus he spoke up, Obito-senpai. My visit today is not only to discuss certain matters with you, but also to engage in a friendly sparring match. Obito was taken aback. Was Shisui intending to engage him in combat, to test his own temperament? Could this young boy be so frivolous? In his recollection, Shisui was a person of considerable composure, wholly devoted to his family and the village of Konoha. However, upon reflection, it was evident that the Uchiha clan's circumstances were not as dire as they would later become. And Shisui had yet to endure the trials of the Third Great Ninja War, thus he had not yet developed profound insights. Particularly, Shisui had not activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, the eye capable of altering one's will, known as Kodoame Tsukumi. Every Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan underwent intense psychological trauma, resulting in a drastic transformation of character, rendering them almost unrecognizable from their former selves. Therefore, the current Shisui was indeed different from the Shisui of the future. Before experiencing various adversities, he still embodied the archetype of a Uchiha prodigy. It was true that any Uchiha who activated the Mangekyō Sharingan, regardless of how humble or polite they appeared outwardly, often harbored an inherent arrogance, viewing the world with disdain. Contemplating this, Obito released Rin's hand and smiled faintly. What is this? Are you so eager to demonstrate your abilities that you would come to my doorstep after my mission? Though Shisui remained courteous, he was still a child, and such provocation elicited a childish huff from him. You may be a senior, but I've heard you still haven't activated your Sharingan. I am different from you. Upon saying this, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a single tomo was slowly spinning within his crimson eye sockets. Chapter 58. Shisui has begun developing the instantaneous technique. Observing Shisui's newly awakened tomo Sharingan, Obito felt a sense of astonishment. Although it was not unusual for an Uchiha to awaken a tomo at such a young age, it was indeed remarkable. Tobi exclaimed, Shisui, you are indeed a genius. With the enhancement of the Uchiha clan's bloodline, your talent even surpasses that of Kakashi. Rin, who was nearby, felt a moment of disbelief. Kakashi was the most talented ninja she had ever encountered, and as their teammate, how could Tobi elevate another stature at the expense of his own comrade? However, she recalled Tobi referring to this small figure as Shisui. A sudden realization struck her. Could this Shisui be the same Shisui mentioned by Tobi? One of the future Uchiha with the legendary double Mangekyō Sharingan? The one who was, to some extent, compared to her mentor, Minato, during the Third Great Ninja War. Known for his instantaneous movements? The thought left Rin in disbelief, rubbing her eyes. Although she had heard Tobi speak of Shisui as renown, she had never envisioned such a formidable figure in someone who appeared even younger than Tobi. The prospect that this small child would eventually hold a legendary title and reach the pinnacle of elite shinobi, as described by her mentor, was staggering. This realization instilled a sense of insecurity within her. She couldn't help but recall Kakashi's prowess in the future and, with a tinge of resignation, acknowledged that while Kakashi had attained the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12, he still fell short of earning a title akin to that of the instantaneous Shisui. In that moment, she was overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. Kakashi's genius, it seemed, had been overshadowed by another. As Obito observed Lin's dejected demeanor, he leaned closer and whispered words of comfort in her ear. Lin, this is beyond our control. This world places immense emphasis on bloodlines. When a bloodline awakens, it can instantly surpass years of hard work from others. It is not that Kakashi lacks talent, but rather that the Uchiha Sharingan is simply unreasonable. Lin sighed, reluctantly acknowledging the inherent unfairness brought about by such disparities in bloodlines. Meanwhile, Shisui, under the impression that the two were astonished by his awakening, felt a swell of pride within. Obito-senpai, Kakashi-senpai's talent is indeed remarkable, but we Uchiha are the strongest. For instance, if I so desired, I could graduate from the Ninja Academy ahead of schedule. Do you believe that? Obito nodded thoughtfully. Of course, I believe you. But why haven't you graduated? Isn't it advantageous to become a ninja earlier? Shisui shook his head. Obito-senpai, I believe that the body flicker technique is a remarkable skill with immense potential for exploration, especially after awakening my Sharingan. I suddenly conceived the notion of merging the shadow clone technique with the body flicker technique. However, this idea is not easily attainable. Thus, I must continue my studies at the Ninja Academy to acquire a wealth of knowledge. Upon hearing Shirsui's words, Obito couldn't help but take them seriously. Had Shirsui already begun developing his signature ninjutsu? To Obito, that technique seemed to possess tremendous potential. It manifested as the creation of numerous clones, each appearing at first glance to be mere illusions meant to confuse the enemy. Yet if the adversary underestimated them, they would face dire consequences. These phantoms could seamlessly transform into their true forms and launch attacks at any moment. It was akin to his own intangibility, a power that rendered one invincible in the absence of a countermeasure. Moreover, with the multitude of clones attacking from all directions, the pressure they exerted on the enemy surpassed even that of his intangibility. Since these clones were mere apparitions, the foes could not dispel them. Yet each one had the potential to materialize, compelling the enemy to remain vigilant. The result was a complete sense of despair for the adversary, caught in a state of anxiety and helplessness. Thus, just like the Golden Flash, Shirsui became a figure that could instill such fear that one might abandon their mission and flee upon encountering him. Obito's heart stirred. The effect of the body flicker technique resonated deeply with him. Once mastered, this skill, in conjunction with the ability to become intangible, would leave adversaries utterly confounded, unable to discern the clone from the original. Ah, you believe I am merely a clone? In truth, I have only employed intangibility. Conversely, you think I have utilized intangibility? Yet, this is genuinely just a clone. The prospect of such combat efficacy was exhilarating. Furthermore, Obito assessed that he possessed all the prerequisites to master this technique, a solid foundation in the body technique and the formidable powers of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Thus, he was resolute in his determination to learn this art. Shirsui, did you seek me out in hopes of developing this technique? Obito inquired. You should have mentioned it sooner. I have conducted extensive research on the body technique and can offer my insights. Shirsui acknowledged. Indeed, I approached you with such intentions. Having long heard that Senior Obito achieved the position of top student through the mastery of the body technique. However, Senior Obito, I also wish to engage in a spar with you, as no one possesses skills greater than mine. What qualifies you to instruct me? Toby nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging. You are indeed correct. Everything is determined by strength. Let us proceed to the Uchiha training grounds for a spar. To be candid, I find myself intrigued by the technique you are developing. Should you grant me the opportunity to participate, I would be more than willing to share my knowledge in exchange. Shirsui was momentarily taken aback. From Toby, he sensed a profound confidence, one that was not overtly displayed. Unlike other members of the Uchiha clan who often carried an air of arrogance. Instead, this confidence resonated deeply within, imparting a feeling as if everything were under control. He found himself becoming more serious, for he detected the aura of a kindred spirit, a sensation that only a genius like himself could perceive. Without the requisite strength, one could not possibly cultivate such a mindset. He slightly tempered his initial disdain. Very well, let us proceed, he said. The two ceased their conversation and made their way to the training grounds, with Rin trailing behind them, her anticipation subtly growing. Obito has never engaged in futile endeavors. This meticulous attitude is something she has only witnessed during Obito's training in the Flying Thunder God technique. It seems that the jutsu developed by Shirsui holds equal significance in Obito's heart, akin to the Flying Thunder God. Could this be the origin of the legendary title Shunshin Shirsui? Much like the Golden Flash associated with the Flying Thunder God. Before long, the trio arrived at the training ground, where Obito and Shirsui formed opposing hand seals, while Rin took on the role of a temporary referee. Prior to the commencement of their battle, Rin gazed at the two with gentle encouragement. Give it your all. I am a medical ninja, and should you sustain any injuries, I will ensure your recovery. Her words stemmed from the belief that, no matter how formidable Shirsui might become, he is still a small fry at present. Rin had confidence that Obito, who could match her teacher, Minato, would not be defeated. Thus, her encouragement was primarily directed at Shirsui, dear utmost to defeat the formidable Obito, the great Demon King. However, from Shirsui's perspective, Rin was exceedingly kind. And he suddenly began to comprehend why Obito, despite being an Uchiha, was so captivated by a woman. With a nod and a smile, he assured, rest assured, Rin-senpai, I will hold back. Rin returned the smile and proclaimed, then let the match begin. Chapter 59, the Flying Thunder God bullying Shirsui typically in such amicable sparring matches. It is customary for the weaker party to initiate the attack, while the stronger party adopts a defensive stance in response. Obito believed himself to be among the stronger contenders, and he should have allowed Shui a few exchanges. However, since mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he developed a profound obsession with seizing the initiative. For instance, executing an invincible phantasm followed by a Rasengan felt exhilarating. Yet, at present, Obito does not possess the Rasengan, nor does he intend to learn it. While it is indeed a formidable, non-printed single-target destruction jutsu, particularly effective in high-speed close combat, its value pales in comparison to Kamui, which can bypass Kagaya's defenses. As for the Phantasm, Obito does not intend to reveal this ability before Shui. Nevertheless, this does not hinder him from emulating his mentor, Minato. By launching 3 kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique, one remaining in place, one aimed at the ground beside Shui, and the last directed at Shui himself. Upon witnessing this, Shui displayed a trace of disdain. It was foolish for a senior like Obito to initiate an attack and resort to throwing shurikens at him. As the saying goes, using kunai in front of the Sharingan is tantamount to courting death. In an instant, he activated a tomo, slightly shifting his body to evade the kunai thrown by Obito, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Obito-senpai, if this is all you can muster, then this battle should have concluded. However, the next moment, Obito's figure abruptly vanished. Shui was taken aback, wondering what was happening. Was it body flicker technique? Yet, his Sharingan had discerned everything and revealed no signs of the technique's execution. No, this was not an ordinary body flicker technique. Suddenly, Shui sensed a faint fluctuation of chakra behind him. Alarmed, he instinctively turned to defend himself. Yet, in that moment of distraction, he had left a significant and irreparable opening. The kunai held by Obito gently pressed against the back of his head. Upon witnessing the situation, Obito chuckled softly. I apologize, Shui, but my combat style has increasingly inclined towards speed. Thus, the conclusion of our skirmishes often transpires in an instant. If you did not grasp how you were defeated, we may engage once more. Despite facing a junior who had devised the body flicker technique, Obito exhibited remarkable patience. In truth, Shui's ability to react to the initial strike of Flying Thunder God, recognizing the peril lurking behind him, was already astonishing. It is no wonder that he is the future of body flicker. He could detect even the faintest fluctuations in chakra. However, at this moment, the disparity between the two was still vast. Even though Shui was aware of his ability to teleport, he could not match Obito's speed, and thus, he remained vulnerable to being swiftly vanquished. On Shui's end, he felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity and frustration. He was not incapable of accepting defeat. After all, Obito was a senior esteemed by Fugaku, and it was improbable that he lacked any skill. Yet, the loss he had envisioned involved both combatants exhausting their techniques after a fierce battle, rather than this scenario, where the entire encounter lasted but an ephemeral moment, leaving him bewildered. He was indeed not entirely satisfied, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Then let us engage once more." Obito nodded slightly. All right. The moment he uttered the word, he released the kunai from his grasp and swiftly returned to his original position. Shizumi was momentarily taken aback. Was that how you arrived here just now? Obito nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, you may perceive it as a sophisticated version of the body flicker technique. As long as a medium is present, I can materialize beside you at any moment to launch an assault. Shui revealed a hint of contemplation, recalling the kunai that Obito had just propelled towards him. Thus, the medium is. He instinctively cast his gaze towards the kunai that had been released by Obito and lodged itself at his feet. Quite astute. Yet you have overlooked one crucial detail. There is not merely one kunai aimed in your direction. The voice of Obito once again resonated behind Shui, as the kunai in his hand pressed against the back of his head. This time, Obito even took a moment to pat Shui's shoulder, alerting him that he had fallen for the trap once more. Shui was filled with a mix of astonishment and fury. If it happens again, I will not be deceived. I have seen through everything. Is that so? Obito smiled lightly and swiftly returned to his original position. This time, he specifically reminded, are you ready? I shall commence now. Shui nodded. I am prepared. Obito-senpai, please proceed. This time, he had marked all 3 kunai of the Flying Thunder God technique, ensuring that no matter where Obito teleported, he would be able to react instantaneously. However, in the next moment, Obito suddenly appeared before him, their faces mere inches apart. Shui, are you finally convinced this time? The kunai wielded by Obito pressed against his abdomen, and in that instant, Shirzue lost all desire to continue the battle. He suddenly comprehended the insurmountable chasm that lay between him and Obito. It was as if he was but a plaything in the hands of a master. Yet, he still yearned to unravel the mystery. Wasn't this technique supposed to require a medium? He had distinctly marked all possible mediums, hadn't he? A bitter smile graced Shirzue's lips as he glanced at his shoulder, and indeed, he discovered the mark of the flying thunder god inscribed upon it. It was from the moment Obito had reminded him to tap his shoulder. With profound respect, Shirzue bowed deeply to Obito. Obito-senpai, I concede. I see now how formidable you truly are, and how this technique can be wielded in such a manner. I had been overly arrogant, only to find myself utterly powerless before a genuine master. Obito felt a secret thrill, reveling in the opportunity to dominate a ninja inferior to himself using the flying thunder god technique. He gently ruffled Shirzue's hair and said, "You need not belittle yourself. Losing to me is no disgrace. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my guidance." He then proceeded to address the issues Shirzue had revealed during their battle. Although Shirzue found it quite uncomfortable to be patted on the head by a senior who was only slightly older than himself, he had no choice but to obediently listen. Obito solemnly remarked, "Your confidence in your own abilities and in your Sharingan is palpable, leading you to believe that everything lies within your control. However, should your adversary evade such dominion, you frequently find yourself lacking in countermeasures. For instance, in the final moments, you may feel assured that you have marked the positions of all shurikens, thus dismissing any concern that the enemy might launch an assault from an alternative direction. This is a most detrimental habit." Obito spoke earnestly. "It is the same even with genjutsu. If you believe that a mere illusion has incapacitated your opponent, thinking that everything is under your control, only to discover that they have already unraveled your technique and are merely biding their time for an opportune moment to strike, seizing your Sharingan in an instant, how would you respond?" Shirzue, drenched in cold sweat, replied, "Senior Obito, I understand. No matter how formidable one may be, one must never let down their guard. I shall remain vigilant regarding this matter. Underestimating an opponent can lead to dire consequences." Obito nodded slightly. "Remember the lesson of today. You may encounter many ninjas in the future who are neither clever nor cunning, possessing neither exceptional bloodlines nor bizarre abilities. In battles with them, you are likely to gradually forget the events of today." Shirzue shook his head and replied with a bitter smile, "That will not happen. This lesson is one I shall remember for a lifetime." Toby chuckled. "So, do I now qualify to hear about the technique you wish to develop?" Shirzue nodded. Even if Toby had not mentioned it, he had long desired to articulate his thoughts. The technical threshold of this technique was exceedingly high, and finding a partner for exchange was no simple task. Thus, he eagerly began to share his theories. Chapter 60. Toby's 3-tomo. Shirzue's astonishment. Shirzue spoke at length, elucidating the principles behind the phantom body technique. This technique was indeed exceedingly intricate. In essence, it was a form of illusion. The body duplication technique was an illusion that primarily possessed the ability of visual disruption, lacking any chakra. Without chakra, reverse summoning was unachievable, thus rendering the instant body technique impossible. However, by employing the Sharingan to create clones imbued with an illusionary mark, these clones could attain a semblance of chakra attributes. Consequently, it became feasible to utilize this chakra for reverse summoning, achieving the effects of the instant body technique. Therefore, in theory, one could generate numerous clones using the Sharingan and mark each one individually. The original could then instantaneously transfer to any of these clones at will, or alternatively, instantaneously depart whenever desired. Upon hearing this, Obito couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of the concept. However, he also recognized the formidable challenges it posed. The intricacies of marking each clone and the ability to instantaneously teleport to a precise clone amidst a multitude of them demanded extraordinary proficiency in illusion techniques, sealing arts, and an almost obsessive mastery of body flicker technique. Yet, fortuitously, Obito possessed these very skills. In his quest to master the flying thunder god technique, he had dedicated significant effort to honing both body flicker and sealing arts. As for illusion techniques, although they were not his forte, his experience in controlling the fourth Mizukichi Yagura with his Sharingan endowed him with considerable expertise. Thus, he was 99% confident in his ability to learn this technique, provided he assisted Shirzue in its development, as it currently existed only as a theoretical notion. Consequently, he imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding body flicker and illusion techniques to Shirzue, drawing from either the Sharingan or the Flying Thunder God technique, both representing the pinnacle of ninja expertise. In a short span, Shirzue's horizons expanded remarkably. and each of Obito's words resonated with profound enlightenment. However, Shursui found himself somewhat perplexed and could not resist inquiring, "Obito-senpai, have you truly not awakened your Sharingan? Why do I sense that your familiarity with Sharingan-based illusions surpasses that of the 3 Tomo clan members I have encountered?" Obi-Wan cast a vigilant glance around and inquired, "Shursui, can you keep a secret? Swear that you will not divulge it?" Shursui's breath quickened as he realized that his senior, Obito, had indeed activated his Sharingan. Otherwise, he would not possess such profound insights. He nodded earnestly. "I swear, I shall not utter a single word to anyone." Obito chuckled, "Then I place my trust in you." With that, he instantaneously activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan. In that moment, Shursui stood frozen in place. 3 Tomos. He had endeavored to overestimate. Yet he never anticipated that Obito-senpai's Sharingan had evolved to its utmost pinnacle. Instantly, a sense of defeat washed over him, and this time it was palpable. A tangible suppression rooted in the Uchiha bloodline's innate prowess. Having awakened a single Tomo, he was acutely aware of the arduous nature of this power. He held no confidence that someone of Obito's age could have advanced his ocular abilities to such an exalted state. Was this what the esteemed Fugaku meant when he spoke of the unparalleled genius within the Uchiha clan? I found myself beginning to believe it. Obito-senpai had barely unleashed even a fraction of his true strength during our previous confrontation. Meanwhile, Rin stifled a laugh behind her hand. When Obito awakened his 3 Tomo, it was enough to astonish Uchiha Shursui. However, she had witnessed the mesmerizing kaleidoscopic form of Obito's 3 sides. Those eyes, upon reflection, were indeed quite beautiful. Toby patted Shursui on the shoulder, observing his gloomy demeanor. "Shursui, your talent is already remarkable. Although I possess certain unique abilities when it comes to activating the Sharingan, my circumstances are quite exceptional and should not serve as a standard for comparison. The disparity between us primarily lies in our ages." Shursui, with a skeptical expression, retorted, "But Toby-senpai, you're not that much older than I am. Rest assured, I am not easily disheartened. From now on, you shall be my role model, and I will strive to follow in your footsteps." His declaration was resolute, and Toby perceived a surge of unwavering determination emanating from him. Indeed, every Uchiha capable of awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan was extraordinary. Toby mused that had Shursui not met an untimely demise, he would undoubtedly have held a prominent position in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Glancing at the sky, Toby smiled and said, "It's commendable to have such ambition, but it's getting late. Why don't we consider how to address our dinner plans?" Shursui immediately suggested, "Tonight, I would like to treat you, Toby-senpai, and Rin-senpai. Allow me to host." Rin's eyes brightened at once. "Really?" Shursui affirmed earnestly, "Of course. I propose we dine at the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant." Rin felt a wave of gratitude. While the Akimichi establishment was indeed delicious, it was also notably expensive. She hesitated, asking, "Wouldn't that be a bit extravagant?" Toby chuckled, "Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. It won't impoverish him. Besides, Rin, we can always dine out again in the future. Remember, I am now an elder of the Uchiha clan." Rin recalled that Toby had indeed become quite affluent, a testament to the Uchiha clan's wealth and influence. Thus, the group set off toward the barbecue restaurant. As they approached the entrance, they encountered Akane. Curiously, Rin stepped forward. "Akane, are you here to eat as well?" Akane nodded, her face lighting up. "Yes, I performed well on today's exam, and my parents rewarded me handsomely, so I decided to treat myself." Rin chimed in. "Are you here for dinner too? It seems that being a ninja comes with its perks." Rin smiled. "It's not me. I'm being treated." She gestured towards Shursui standing beside Toby. "Allow me to introduce Uchiha Shursui, Toby's clansman." Akane's eyes widened in recognition. "Ah, an Uchiha. No wonder you can afford to treat us to barbecue." Pausing for a moment, Akane gazed at Shursui's features and seemed to recall something. "So, you are the Shursui I've heard about, the new genius of the Ninja Academy, rivaling even the Kakashi of old." Shursui, flustered, replied, "I am nowhere near Kakashi-senpai's caliber. I do not deserve such praise." Due to Toby's influence, Shursui had elevated Kakashi's prowess to an unimaginable level. Struggling to comprehend just how exceptional Kakashi must be to have once overshadowed Toby to the extent of relegating him to the bottom of the ranks during their student days. Senior Obito once remarked that his talent might even surpass Kakashi's, but perhaps he merely wished to avoid undermining Kakashi's self-esteem. Akane tilted her head in contemplation. Is that truly the case? Nevertheless, everyone speaks thus. In any event, You are all prodigies. And I confess I am uncertain as to who excels over whom. Let us set aside such ponderings for today and share a meal together. Shursui glanced at Rin and Obito, discerning no objections, and nodded. Very well, since they are friends of Rin and Obito, let us dine together. Let us proceed inside. Akane eagerly led the way into the establishment, her enthusiasm unabated, only to collide with someone exiting. Bang! Akane tumbled to the ground, tears welling in her eyes as she clutched her head in pain. Ouch! Who on earth does not watch where they are going? Raising her gaze, she was taken aback upon recognizing the individual before her, her expression shifting drastically as she swallowed the torrent of expletives that threatened to spill forth. Orochimaru regarded Akane with a hint of intrigue, his voice carrying its characteristic rasp. It seems you were the one not paying attention. Chapter 61. Akane is remembered by Orochimaru. Akane wore a disgruntled expression as she anxiously rose to her feet, brushing off Orochimaru's clothing. I apologize, Lord Orochimaru. I assure you I shall be more vigilant in the future. The fear nearly brought her to tears. Orochimaru licked his lips and inquired, What is your name? Akane's trepidation only intensified. Please, Lord Orochimaru, do not inform my parents about this incident. Otherwise, my allowance will be utterly jeopardized. Orochimaru remained unmoved. What is your name? Which year are you in at the Ninja Academy? Reluctantly, Akane replied. Yuduki Akane, graduating next year. Orochimaru nodded, striding past her. Halfway through his departure, he paused slightly. I remember you now. He then continued on his way. Watching Orochimaru's receding figure, Akane's face clouded with worry. This is disastrous. Lord Orochimaru is certainly going to inform my parents. She approached Rin, her expression pleading. Rin, what should I do? Rin offered a gentle smile. Do not fret, Akane. Such a trivial matter will hardly concern Lord Orochimaru. Akane's voice quivered with distress. You are deceiving me. Lord Orochimaru explicitly stated he remembers my name. Beside them, Obito interjected. Perhaps this could be a fortuitous turn of events? Akane cast a resentful glance at Obito. How can this possibly be considered fortunate? Obito spoke slowly. In truth, throughout the entirety of Konoha, there are likely many who could line up from the village entrance to the village exit, hoping to be remembered by Orochimaru. Yet, it appears that he has not committed their names to memory. To be remembered signifies that, should an event arise, Orochimaru would be able to recall you instantly. The color drained from Hongo's face in terror, that makes it even more frightening. I have heard that Lord Orochimaru is the most sinister among the legendary Sannin. He wouldn't contemplate devouring children, would he? I do not wish to be consumed. Toby chuckled, suggesting, what if we consider it from another perspective? For instance, if Orochimaru suddenly desired to take on a disciple, who would he think of first? Hongo pointed to herself and exclaimed, Are you referring to me? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Obito spread his hands and remarked, Regardless, I have said all that I needed to say. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. Red Bean chuckled, Obito, is it that your guiding Jonin has treated you poorly, prompting you to wish to become the disciple of Lord Orochimaru? I would rather place my faith in Lord Jiraiya taking on apprentices than in Lord Orochimaru doing so. Moreover, I am the one he has taken under his wing. Rin, however, discerned the profound implications in Obito's words and asked with a hint of uncertainty, Obito, is it truly so? Obito chuckled, guess what? Rin, having discerned the answer from Obito's playful banter, excitedly remarked to Akane, Akane, this might indeed be a fortuitous event. Perhaps in a few years, you will come to understand. Seeing Rin's affirmation provided Akane with a measure of reassurance, though she still questioned, Are you two concealing something from me? Rin shook her head and pulled Akane into the shop, saying, Do not overthink it. In any case, should you truly become a disciple of the legendary three, remember to treat us. Akane laughed heartily, replying, If that day ever comes, I would gladly treat you not just once, but for an entire year. Thus, the group regained their spirits, and Uchiha Shursui ordered an extravagant feast of grilled meat, which everyone relished thoroughly. After their meal, Shursui also took care of Akane's bill. Later that evening, after parting ways with the others, Obito and Rin visited his grandmother. Finding no further reason to keep Rin with him, he could only escort her home. Along the way, Rin, curious, inquired, Obito, during our barbecue, I noticed you were lost in thought. What were you pondering? Obito nodded slightly and murmured, I am contemplating how to capture a white Zetsu. Rin was taken aback and exclaimed, Why do you wish to capture a white Zetsu? Obito remarked, Today I encountered Orochimaru, which unexpectedly reminded me that it is time to capture a white Zetsu in exchange for the complete data on the wood release experiments. Rin began to express her concerns, but capturing a white Zetsu is perilous. Obito chuckled reassuringly, rest assured. The typical white Zetsu possesses minimal combat prowess aside from its reconnaissance abilities. As long as we ensure its location, we must act decisively, leaving no opportunity for it to flee. It should be relatively easy to capture. Rin tilted her head in curiosity. Is that so? Yet, did you not mention that white Zetsu is exceedingly cautious? At the slightest disturbance, it would depart, seamlessly merging with nature itself. Obito pondered for a moment. Indeed. That is accurate. However, while we were dining earlier, I devised a plan. After all, I have spent a considerable amount of time with white Zetsu, and am one of the few individuals who understands him best in this world. Rin, intrigued, inquired, so Obito, how do you intend to capture him? Obito could not resist teasing Rin a bit. Rin, have you ever heard of the concept of convenience? Rin's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Obito, you weren't thinking about such matters while eating, were you? Obito elucidated, I do not desire this either, yet Black Zetsu harbors a profound interest in it. Even to the point of obsession. We could utilize this to draw its attention. Rin stared in astonishment. Obito, have you lost your senses? This idea is evidently unreliable. Obito shook his head, saying, no, I am certain that this is the matter that white Zetsu holds most dear, just as I cherish you. Rin, upon observing that Obito was not jesting, felt perplexed. She could not comprehend why this so-called foremost intelligence expert of the ninja world harbored such an obsession with convenience. Obito's gaze was filled with deep contemplation. In truth, I was initially perplexed by this question, but as time passed, I gradually came to understand. White Zetsu is, in essence, a botanical entity, thriving through the absorption of sunlight and the nutrients of the earth, rather than through the consumption and excretion of humans. White Zetsu is devoid of the sensation of needing to relieve itself, yet it possesses a humanoid quality, which ignites its curiosity. Notably, human waste serves as an excellent fertilizer for plants, further intensifying its desire to comprehend. In summary, if we merely express our awareness of what it feels like to have the urge to relieve oneself, it is highly probable that white Zetsu will be drawn to us and reveal itself. Lind, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. If that were truly the case, wouldn't white Zetsu be quite the fool? How could such a fool effectively serve as an intelligence operative? Obito chuckled. Lin, white Zetsu is quite foolish. Particularly those few created from Hashirama's cells, they have indeed inherited the characteristics of the Senju patriarch's idiocy. Moreover, the topic of bodily functions may seem amusing to humans. Yet it may be regarded with utmost seriousness by white Zetsu. After all, they are fundamentally different from us, possessing a distinct mode of thinking. While white Zetsu may mimic human actions, it cannot fathom the intricacies of human thought. Lin nodded in understanding. I see. However, Obito, what do you mean by white Zetsu mimicking human actions? Obito remarked. I forgot to mention that white Zetsu can not only merge with nature, but can also transform into a specific human, flawlessly mimicking their words and actions. Rin immediately felt a chill run down her spine. Are you implying that white Zetsu can completely replace someone without anyone noticing? Obito pondered the revelations regarding the discovery of white Zetsu during the Fourth Great Ninja War. While it was not entirely shrouded in secrecy, it was indeed challenging to uncover unless one was closely acquainted with the individual. The allied shinobi forces had no choice but to confine themselves within a delineated area, meticulously screening each individual. In Chapter 62, Koyuki inquired about Naruto's preference in girls. Rin developed a deeper understanding of white Zetsu's pervasive nature. Not only could it seamlessly merge with the environment, but it could also transform into a human, silently blending into the crowd. Truly, it deserved the title of the foremost intelligence expert in the shinobi world, as Obito had claimed. Consequently, she felt a sense of unease. What precisely shall we do? Obito pondered for a moment. It's quite simple. We can seek the assistance of Lady J. Kanai to establish a prison imbued with sealing techniques. Then, we merely need to deliberate on the essence of convenience and where to uncover its profound mysteries. Perhaps Black Zetsu will take the bait. Rin was taken aback. Is it truly that straightforward? Obito spoke softly. Rin, just like you. If one day you were to vanish and I were to suddenly hear news of you, regardless of whether the path ahead is a deception, I would willingly tread upon it. Rin gently tapped Obito's head. Obito, do not utter such ominous words. Tomorrow, I shall share the plan with our teacher and Kakashi. Tobi nodded subtly, accompanying Rin for the final stretch of her journey. It was only when she entered her home that he gradually took his leave. The following day, the Minato team, along with Kukina, gathered together. Once Toby articulated the comprehensive plan, everyone could no longer contain their reactions. Kukina pointed at herself and exclaimed, "You want me to create a ceiling barrier just to capture a fool consumed by trivial thoughts?" Obito smiled wryly. "Lady, Kakashi must have shared with you the intelligence regarding White Zetsu, for this individual is quite elusive." Jago contemplated for a moment. "If what you say is indeed as grave as it seems, having lurked within Konoha for many years without detection, then capturing him will indeed prove challenging. Very well. I shall assist you in this endeavor by establishing a barrier of isolation, ensuring that anyone who enters must possess formidable strength to break through, while remaining incapable of departing unnoticed." Obito clasped his hands together. "Then I shall rely on you, big sister." Kukina scoffed. "You little brat. Do you think I would assist you without compensation? I shall not lift a finger without sufficient benefits." Obito chuckled. "Leader, I recall that you inherited a considerable amount of assets from the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mido. You should be lacking nothing. If there is anything you desire, simply let me know, and I shall do my utmost to procure it for you." Kushina nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's more like it. However, as you mentioned, I am not in want of material possessions. Instead, why don't you tell me about Naruto? For instance, what kind of girl does he fancy as he matures?" Minato shared her curiosity, and Rin, too, was intrigued. Rin inquired, "Obito, I recall you mentioning that Naruto was once on the brink of succumbing to darkness due to your influence, but it was a girl by his side who awakened him. Is that girl the one he holds dear?" After a moment of contemplation, Obito chuckled. "The girl who struck him is none other than Hinata Hyuga, the little princess of the Hyuga clan, who was once abducted by the Land of Lightning, as I mentioned to Minato-sensei." Hyuki's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "So, Naruto eventually won the heart of the Hyuga family's princess. The Hyuga clan is indeed a prestigious family in Konoha. Minato, our son has turned out quite splendidly." Subsequently, she patted her chest in relief, murmuring to herself, "Thank goodness she isn't from the branch family. Thank goodness she isn't from the branch family." Initially, Minato felt a sense of comfort, but upon hearing Kyuki's final words, he fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment's reflection, he resolutely stated, "If I were to become Hokage, I would strive to alter the status of the main and branch families." Yet, the thought of the challenges this endeavor entailed caused him to sigh. However, the caged bird, that is indeed a dilemma. Unfazed by these concerns, Kyuki eagerly turned to Obito and inquired, "Is Hinata cute? What is her personality like? Does she resemble me?" Obito pondered for a moment and candidly remarked, "Leader, to be honest, Hinata Hyuga is not someone I have focused on, so my understanding of her is rather limited. She is indeed quite adorable, especially in her younger years. As for her personality, all I know is that she harbors a profound affection for Naruto. Whenever Naruto is in peril, she selflessly puts herself in harm's way to protect him, regardless of the strength of the adversaries ahead." With a smile tinged with tears, Kushina replied, "That reassures me. Naruto now has someone willing to risk everything for him." Toby shook his head and replied, "However, dear sister, to my knowledge, although Hinata indeed harbors deep feelings for Naruto, it appears that Naruto seems to favor another girl." "What?" Kushina's hair began to swirl as she clenched her fists. "That brat. He actually neglects a girl who is willing to give her all for him. I truly wish I could travel to the future and give him a good beating." Rin's eyes widened. Having previously believed Toby's words indicated that the girl was Naruto's partner, she now realized that this was not the case. In a hushed tone, Rin inquired, "Then Toby, who is the girl that Naruto likes?" Obito chuckled and remarked, "That would be Sakura, Tsunade's apprentice, whose full name is Haruno Sakura, the daughter of Haruno Sh. Her prowess is nearly on par with that of Lady Tsunade, making her an exceptional kunoichi. As for her disposition, she bears a resemblance to Kushina-sensei, being an incredibly strong-willed girl. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, it was Sakura who provided me with chakra in our final battle, enabling me to make a significant contribution. Otherwise, the outcome of that confrontation could have been quite different." Upon hearing this, Kushina felt a wave of conflict. It seems that Sakura is quite impressive, nearly as formidable as Lady Tsunade. But Hinata is also a wonderful girl. How will Naruto ever choose? Meanwhile, Minato began to perspire, quietly inquiring of Obito, "Obito, do you think that Sakura has also mastered the monstrous strength technique, much like Lady Tsunade?" Obito nodded slightly, acknowledging her proficiency. In the Fourth War, she effortlessly sent flying numerous clones of the Ten Tails with a single punch. Minato felt a sudden pang of concern. With a temperament akin to that of Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and possessing Tsunade's formidable strength, he began to worry for Naruto. Would he inadvertently become a victim of domestic violence? Upon witnessing the situation, Obito offered some words of solace. Kakashi-sensei, it is difficult to ascertain the circumstances just yet. While Naruto certainly holds a fondness for Sakura, it appears that Sakura harbors affections for another individual. Upon hearing this, Kyuubi was taken aback. What? Sakura likes someone else, and Naruto still has feelings for her? Pray tell. Who is this other person? Is he more remarkable than my Naruto? Tobi turned to Kushina, saying, Sister, that individual indeed has some connection with you. He is the second son of Lady Mikoto and clan leader Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke. What? Mikoto's son? In an instant, Kushina lost her temper. Initially, she thought that no matter whom Sakura favored, she could easily snatch Naruto away. However, it felt inappropriate to meddle with the son of her dear friend. So, Mikoto is capable of having a second child? Kushina turned to Minato, her eyes sparkling with longing. Minato, how about we have a second child as well? Although having Naruto is wonderful, a daughter would be delightful. Minato was taken aback. No way, Kushina. Your situation is different from Mikoto's. As the host of the Nine Tails, bearing one child involves significant risk. I cannot allow you to conceive again. After pondering, Kushina realized he was right and sighed helplessly. Alas. My adorable daughter is gone just like that. She then turned to Tobi. All right, let us first discuss your plan to capture White Zetsu. Chapter 63. Capturing White Zetsu on a sunny day in Konoha, Minato's class gathered together, whispering among themselves. Not far away, a White Zetsu lurked in the shadows, observing everything. As Tobi was a key target of Madara's scrutiny, this particular White Zetsu bore an important mission to closely monitor Tobi's every move. However, recently, this task had become troublesome. Tobi had grown increasingly perilous. His aura instilled a sense of unease within the White Zetsu. Though it could not pinpoint the source of its discomfort, it instinctively kept its distance. This distance, however, led to a dilemma. While it could track Tobi's whereabouts, it could not eavesdrop on his conversations, especially in recent days. It noticed Tobi and his team frequently gathered, scribbling on the ground in secrecy, leaving it curious about their discussions. Thus, after Tobi and his team departed, it cautiously confirmed they would not return and slowly emerged to inspect the ground. It was taken aback. The ground bore a crude illustration of feces accompanied by a phrase. We have concealed the ultimate secret of bowel movements in the wooden cabin at the back mountain. But upon reflection, this secret is too dangerous, and we have decided to destroy it now. The White Zetsu was astounded. The ultimate truth that had eluded so many of its kin had been grasped by Tobi's team. No wonder Tobi had caught Madara's attention. It could not allow Tobi to destroy this truth, neglecting to relay this information to the other White Zetsu. It understood why Tobi's team had been visiting the newly constructed wooden cabin after their secretive meetings. It was imperative to prevent Tobi from obliterating this truth. Swiftly, it made its way to the cabin. Upon arrival, it exhaled in relief. Tobi's team always arrived slowly, and this time was no exception. Thankfully, it had made it first. Let me uncover the ultimate secret of bowel movements, the White Zetsu chuckled, planning to infiltrate the cabin. However, it soon realized the area surrounding the cabin was surrounded by ceiling barriers, blocking any means of entry. Was Kushina placing such importance on this? Such high-level defenses, truly the truth of bowel movements. Yet, it hesitated. Entering meant it would have no other means of escape. What if Minato's team happened to arrive? But this hesitation was fleeting. Nothing mattered more than the truth. The White Zetsu resolutely emerged from the ground and entered through the front door. As it stepped inside, it was greeted by a massive portrait at the center of the room, depicting a mound of feces. However, this was not the focal point. The portrait was covered in sealing techniques, and it even recognized Minato's flying thunder god seal. This was problematic. The protective measures were too stringent, and even if it succeeded, it would undoubtedly be in peril. Logically, it should retreat. But behind this portrait lay the secret of bowel movements. It decided to risk it, yearning for just a glimpse. Even if only for a moment. The White Zetsu could not resist approaching and reaching out to unveil the portrait. Suddenly, the cabin's door slammed shut, and a colossal sealing array activated. A tremendous sealing force surged from the portrait, binding the White Zetsu's body. In that moment, it realized escape was impossible. But that was fine. It could finally ascertain what the secret of bowel movements was. With no further concerns, it gazed behind the portrait, only to find nothing. The White Zetsu froze, bewildered. Where is my bowel movement? Where is the promised ultimate secret of bowel movements? At that moment, two figures appeared in the room, each arriving through different flying thunder god seals. Obito gazed at the perplexed White Zetsu, raising his hand in a casual greeting. "Hello." White Zetsu, unable to contain itself, responded. "Hello." It always felt that when it finally made its grand entrance into the ninja world, this would be its customary way of greeting others. Beside them, Minato Namikaze observed Obito with a peculiar expression, pondering. "So this is White Zetsu? It appears rather dim-witted." Obito shrugged. "Perhaps we cannot evaluate it through the lens of human thought." White Zetsu suddenly realized that it had inadvertently exposed itself. This was a trap specifically laid for it. However, it no longer had the opportunity to ponder further, for Minato had already made his move. The kunai swiftly and decisively severed White Zetsu's head. In an instant, White Zetsu transformed into a desiccated, wooden corpse. Minato marveled at the strange nature of its abilities, yet acknowledged that its combat prowess was indeed lacking. In a direct confrontation, even a mere genin could contend with it. Obito retrieved a sealing scroll and sealed the body of White Zetsu within it. He then remarked, "Konoha's fourth Hokage, I too am a genin." Minato felt a sudden sense of embarrassment and responded, "Ha! My apologies, Obito. I had completely forgotten that you were a genin. I instinctively regarded you as a ninja of my own rank." Obito shook his head and remarked, "In truth, many of the lower-ranking ninjas in Konoha are formidable individuals. While such circumstances may be rare at present, it is the two lower-ranking ninjas who will ultimately save the world in the future." Minato paused, taken aback, and responded, "Obito, Kakashi once mentioned that Naruto ultimately defeated and persuaded you, thereby saving the world. Is he also a lower-ranking ninja?" Toby nodded slightly, saying, "The two individuals I referred to are none other than Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. At that time, they were indeed still genin. Yet they possessed power on par with the Sage of Six Paths." In that moment, Minato found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. His son had attained the legendary strength of the Sage of Six Paths, yet had not even advanced to the rank of Ch Nin. Obito comforted, "Kakashi-sensei, rest assured. After saving the world, Naruto has a high likelihood of becoming Hokage. I have entrusted my dream of becoming Hokage to him. He will not let you down. Is that so?" Kakashi responded with a contented smile. "I long to meet the future Naruto. Alas, if I cannot, I suppose I shall have to bear one myself. It seems that Kyubi and I must marry sooner rather than later." Upon realizing that the matter had been resolved, Obito expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am truly thankful to you, Master Minato, and to you, sister, for your invaluable assistance. With this, I shall be able to procure detailed information regarding the wood release experiments from Orochimaru. Soon, I shall commence the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, thereby addressing the adverse effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan." Minato's expression turned solemn as he replied, "Obito, although I have promised Kushina not to divulge your affairs, collaborating with Orochimaru feels perilously risky. You must exercise caution and ensure that no harm befalls the village or others." Obito remarked, "Rest assured, Sensei Minato. I am merely ensuring that I acquire what I desire. Perhaps my methods are not entirely conventional, yet when it comes to the real threat, it is Danzo's numerous actions that truly endanger us." Minato nodded in understanding. "I comprehend your perspective, but Danzo is a celebrated figure in Konoha, and with the third Hokage providing his protection, it is indeed precarious to take action at this juncture. Perhaps once I ascend to the position of fourth Hokage, circumstances may shift." He then turned to Obito, speaking earnestly, "You have also acknowledged that I am not rigid in my thinking. Danzo's deeds have inflicted significant harm upon the village, and should you possess a means to eliminate him, I would not hesitate to cooperate." Toby nodded slowly and remarked, "I have prepared a grand finale for his death to hold significance since the onset of the Third Great Ninja War." Chapter 64. Acquisition of would release experimental data. Half a year later, at Ichiraka Ramen, Orochimaru emerged from his laboratory, as was his routine. Following the visit from that enigmatic masked individual, he had elevated the security level of his lab, wary of the peculiar space-time abilities that instilled a sense of dread. Yet, alongside this trepidation, he harbored a desire to meet the masked man once more. As the saying goes, risk and opportunity coexist. To attain immortality, certain risks must be embraced. At that moment, the space around him warped, and the masked man reappeared. Orochimaru smirked coldly. "I thought you wouldn't return. Have you prepared what I requested?" Without unnecessary words, the masked man decisively tossed a sealing scroll toward him. Orochimaru caught it, intrigued. "Interesting. You trust me not to renege on our agreement?" The masked man spread his hands. "Breach of contract comes at a price, does it not? You must understand, the benefits I can confer upon you extend beyond this. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with curiosity. I find myself increasingly intrigued by your intentions. What is it that a shadowy old man such as yourself seeks? The masked man let out a frail laugh. If I were to say I wish to save the world, would you believe me? Orochimaru murmured. Save the world? Those of us who are selfish, like you and I, cannot possibly save it. The masked man paused, then slowly replied, perhaps you are correct. I am as selfish as you. Orochimaru produced a scroll, which the masked man caught. This contains all my would release experimental data. Aside from this, what else do you require? Higi, perhaps we could exchange other things. The masked man contemplated. Data on bloodline transplantation and fusion experiments, not limited to would release. You might consider delving deeper into this area, should you achieve results. I would be generous with my rewards. Is that so? Orochimaru pondered madly, questioning the purpose behind the masked man's actions. The masked man continued. If you lack competent assistance for your experiments, I can introduce you to a talent you should be familiar with, Kabuto. Kabuto? Orochimaru mused, recalling the name with nostalgia. The masked man remarked, though his ninja talents may not rival yours, his research skills are commendable. You must know why he defected, correct? Orochimaru chuckled. For forbidden experiments? He recognized that his current experiments were far more taboo than Kabuto's, and he wondered if he might one day tread the same path. I shall investigate his whereabouts. If he possesses the abilities you claim, I would not hesitate to conduct experiments with him, as my curiosity about bloodline powers is profound. Pausing, Orochimaru turned to the masked man. But what benefits can you offer me? The masked man's voice, laden with age, resonated. With age comes knowledge of secrets. I know many secrets, perhaps all that you wish to uncover. Orochimaru blinked, surprised that the old man would dare to utter such words. He laughed softly. The more I study Hashirama's cells, the more I realize the power they harbor. Senju Hashirama's strength surpasses even that of Sarutobi-sensei, does it not? I am now curious about how one attains such a level of ninja prowess. The masked man pondered. I can divulge this intelligence in advance. But do not forget to share your experiences with me post-success. Agreed, Orochimaru replied. The masked man continued. The sage mode of the dragon cave. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes. You indeed possess extensive knowledge, yet sage mode is not easily mastered. The masked man replied. Failure to learn may stem from inadequate bloodlines. Seek to transplant some exceptional bloodlines, such as the Uzumaki lineage, the Shikatsumiyaku, or the legendary Tenseigan. Orochimaru contemplated. I see. Following your advice, I must delve into experiments that pique your interest. However, does mastering sage mode require specific bloodlines? The masked man calmly reminded him. By the way, to learn sage mode, it is best to ensure the integrity of your soul. Do not risk fragmenting it before achieving success. Orochimaru was taken aback, realizing that his recent theories about soul division and the development of forbidden reincarnation techniques were perhaps anticipated by the masked man. Please leave me a method of contact. It cannot always be you seeking me out, he suggested, licking his lips. The masked man replied. Then provide me with the summoning contract scroll for your informant. The White Snake. Should any clues arise, we will communicate through the White Snake. Orochimaru scrutinized the masked man for a moment before tossing a scroll to him. The masked man received it and said, Very well, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Farewell. With that, his figure vanished into the air. Orochimaru observed this sudden disappearance, pondering in silence. I still cannot comprehend this technique. Old man of the ninja world, how many secrets do you truly hold? Meanwhile, Toby returned to his residence. After meticulously erasing all traces, he opened the experimental data provided by Orochimaru, delving into it with great care. Only upon commencing his study did he realize that the requisite knowledge surpassed his expectations. Clearly, to transplant Hashirama's cells, he needed to augment his knowledge significantly. Days passed as he balanced his studies, missions, and interactions with Rin and guiding Shirzue, each moment slipping away. Before long, half a year had elapsed. On this day, it was rumored that Konoha had acquired a renowned ramen master, who had opened a new shop named Ichiraku Ramen. The establishment was festooned with decorations, and a long line formed outside, all drawn by the half-price grand opening and the tantalizing aroma of freshly made ramen. Rin insisted on bringing Kakashi and Toby along to savor the delicacy, and amidst the throng, they spotted many familiar faces, including Might Guy, Ino, and Asuma. Kakashi, however, seemed disinterested. He could not fathom why one would wait so long for a bowl of ramen. Just then, he caught sight of their teacher, Minato, seemingly searching for them. Kakashi quickly alerted Toby, Rin, Don't get too absorbed in eating. We may have a mission at hand. Both Obito and Rin turned their gaze towards the direction pointed by Kakashi, where they witnessed their teacher Minato being led away by a white-haired man. "Oh, isn't that Lord Jiraiya?" Rin inquired, her curiosity piqued. What could he possibly want with teacher Minato? Toby shook his head. "I am uncertain. Yet I have heard that Lord Jiraiya has been diligently practicing the Rasengan of Master Minato. Perhaps he has achieved some success and wishes to showcase it to his disciples." Kakashi scoffed. "Such trivial pursuits are certainly beneath the legendary three." Rin smiled brightly. Perhaps Toby is correct. Lord Jiraiya bears a striking resemblance to the young Toby, always so carefree and boisterous. Kakashi responded with a note of realization. So, Lord Jiraiya is also rather foolish, then. Toby was instantly displeased. "Hey, Kakashi. Who are you calling an idiot?" Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? Just as the two were playfully bickering, Minato seemingly extricated himself from Jiraiya's clutches and approached swiftly. "Let us go. The third Hokage has issued instructions. We have a mission to execute." Chapter 65. Team 7 undertakes the Lulan mission in the Hokage's office in Konoha. All members of Minato's team stood before the third Hokage. With a grave expression, the Hokage addressed them. There have been recent skirmishes throughout the ninja world. The third Kazekage has been missing for quite some time, and the Hidden Cloud has mobilized a significant military force towards the Sand Village, presumably seeking to exploit their leadership vacuum. The Land of Earth has also seized the opportunity, amassing over 20,000 troops heading towards the Hidden Cloud, likely attempting to pillage while they are preoccupied with the sand. Furthermore, the Hidden Mist has dispatched numerous ninjas to the shores, dangerously close to the Land of Fire, thus necessitating our vigilance. In summary, it is highly probable that the Third Great Ninja War will erupt either this year or, at the latest, next year. Team 7 received this news without surprise, having undertaken several intelligence-gathering missions in the past 6 months. They had formed their own assessments of the current state of the ninja world. Minato inquired, "Lord Third, is this mission related to the war?" The Hokage slowly shook his head. "No. Although it is inevitable that Konoha will become embroiled in this conflict, the current chaos presents an opportunity for us. I intend to expand the scope of Konoha's mission requests during this period." Minato contemplated for a moment before seemingly arriving at an understanding. "Lord Third, Konoha has already monopolized tasks from the entire Land of Fire and even its neighboring small countries. If we are to expand further, do you mean to seize tasks from other major nations?" The Hokage nodded affirmatively, precisely, especially from the Land of Wind. Due to the Kazekage's disappearance, the locals have lost faith in the Sand Village, presenting us with a fortuitous opportunity. After considerable negotiation, I have successfully secured an S-rank mission from the Land of Wind. If executed well, Konoha will gain further trust from the Wind Country, leading to a steady influx of mission requests from its people. As Toby listened to the Hokage's plans, he couldn't help but admire the political acumen displayed. The third Hokage skillfully capitalized on the impending chaos within the Sand Village, exploiting the insecurity of the Wind Country's citizens to claim missions from them. Moreover, assigning this task to Minato virtually guaranteed its success. Was this the reason that Minato and Kakashi were absent during this period prior to his rebirth? It was then that Konoha began to receive a considerable number of tasks from the Land of Wind. No wonder the Sand Village later sought to collaborate with Orochimaru to orchestrate a plan for Konoha's downfall. Having undermined their resources, how could they not retaliate? Minato's demeanor turned serious. Then, "Lord Third, what are the specifics of this S-rank mission?" The Hokage produced a map and pointed to a location, speaking slowly. "In the desert lies a city called Lulan. The former queen of Lulan was assassinated, and her most loyal subordinate sensed the anomaly, fleeing to issue a mission to protect the current queen. This mission also involves a minister named Lushan, who is likely the mastermind behind the assassination of the former queen." The Hokage furrowed his brow, and Lushan appeared abruptly in Lulan 6 years ago. Upon investigation, Konoha was unable to uncover any information regarding his identity, as if he materialized out of thin air. I suspect he may have employed some form of space-time ninjutsu, though I cannot confirm it at present. In any case, Minato, you are the most adept in this area, so you will lead this mission. It is imperative that this task remains confidential. Originally, I intended to have Shibi Aburame and Choza Akimichi assist you, but considering the current strength of Team 7, I have ultimately decided that they shall execute it alone. Kakashi and Rin were exhilarated, although their team was exceptionally skilled and had previously undertaken A-rank missions. This would be their first S-rank assignment. Minato assured them confidently, "Rest assured, Lord Third, Team 7 will execute this mission flawlessly. The Hokage nodded in approval. Turning his gaze to Kakashi, Kakashi, you are quite impressive. I have heard that you have developed an A-rank ninjutsu and excel in the manipulation of lightning chakra. I hold great expectations for your future. Subsequently, the Hokage shifted his attention to Tobi, his tone growing more serious. Tobi, you have become quite proficient with the Flying Thunder God technique, have you not? Tobirama modestly remarked, I would rather be like Lord Minato. The third Hokage chuckled. Mastering that technique is already quite remarkable. When I learned that you had acquired the Flying Thunder God technique, I was genuinely astonished. In any case, you have all proven yourselves as capable ninjas. With the conclusion of this mission, Kakashi, you are invited to participate in the special Jonin examination I have arranged for you. Tobirama and Rin, you should also prepare for the Chunin exam. It is time to elevate your ninja ranks. Rin was overwhelmed with excitement. Was it true that Kakashi's promotion to Jonin had come earlier than expected? Indeed, due to Tobirama's encouragement, Kakashi had not neglected his physical training since becoming a ninja, amassing a greater chakra reserve than in his previous life, thus achieving Jonin status sooner. While Rin pondered this, the third Hokage proceeded to outline a plethora of task details and then stated, the situation is as follows. The Queen of Lulan is likely in peril. You must depart without delay. The members of Team 7 nodded in agreement and exited the Hokage's office. Once outside, Rin exclaimed joyfully, we are assigned an S-rank mission. I can't believe we get to undertake an S-rank task. This is incredible. Although Kakashi remained silent, a sense of pride welled within him. Only Minato and Tobirama maintained their composure. Obito declared, very well, it is merely an S-rank mission. Let us proceed swiftly and return expeditiously. The preparations for the transplantation of the Senju cells are nearly complete. It is time to take action. Kakashi expressed his astonishment. Is it truly so soon? Internally, he felt a twinge of discontent, for with Obito's transplantation of the Senju cells, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights, further widening the chasm between them. With a mocking tone, Obito remarked, what's the matter, Kakashi? Are you afraid? Kakashi immediately rolled his eyes, retorting, you have merely lived a few decades longer than I have. I shall inevitably catch up to you. Minato chuckled softly and produced several masks. Everyone, don these masks. We are on a covert mission to the Land of Wind, and our identities are highly sensitive. We must ensure our secrecy to avoid detection by Mangekyō. The group nodded in agreement, accepting the masks and swiftly making their way toward the Land of Wind. In the midst of the desert, a magnificent city shimmered in the distance. The four members of Minato's team came to a halt. Gazing at the distant city, Rin could not help but exclaim, how beautiful, how grand. Obito expressed a sense of regret, lamenting the unknown reasons that led to this city transforming into a desolate ruin in the future. Rin inquired, when did this occur? Obito shook his head, stating, in my previous life, I paid little attention to such matters and am unaware of when it met its demise. My knowledge of this event is primarily due to Naruto's mission in this vicinity. As you are aware, Naruto, being the host of the Nine Tails, has always drawn the attention of Black Zetsu, which is how I received certain intelligence from him. At that time, Black Zetsu mentioned that Naruto was in the vicinity of the Lulan ruins to apprehend a rogue ninja, thus indicating that Lulan had already fallen by that point. Chapter 66. The golden-haired, bearded ninja from the future. Rin nodded in understanding. I see, such a beautiful city. It is indeed a pity that it has been destroyed. She then couldn't help but exclaim, Black Zetsu truly is an exceptionally useful informant. If only we had a few of them on our side. Obito chuckled. It's not entirely impossible. After addressing Madara and fulfilling certain conditions, I am confident in my ability to subdue White Zetsu. Minato's gaze reflected a hint of apprehension. Upon first hearing Obito mention that Madara was still alive, I was utterly astonished. Fortunately, his mobility is limited, preventing him from causing widespread chaos. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to disclose only partial intelligence to Konoha and rally a substantial number of shinobi to encircle him. Obito sincerely expressed his gratitude to Minato, saying, Thank you, Teacher Minato, for keeping my secret for such a long time. Rest assured, I will resolve the matter concerning Madara. Minato nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Obito, I trust you. He then shifted the conversation, a faint smile gracing his face, since Naruto has also undertaken missions in the Land of Wind. It seems that the third Hokage's plan has been successful. This will undoubtedly bring significant revenue to Konoha. Indeed, it is a commendable achievement. Tobi initially shook his head, stating, the circumstances surrounding Naruto's mission were rather distinct. At that time, Mangekyō and Konohagakure were allies. and Naruto's team must have been dispatched in response to a request from their allies. However, with a shift in tone, Obito remarked, "Indeed. The third Hokage's plan has proven successful. In the future, Konoha will receive a substantial influx of commissions from the Land of Wind, which, of course, has led to a significant reduction in the number of missions from Mangekyō, resulting in insufficient financial resources. Even the then Kazekage found himself compelled to venture into the desert to seek gold just to make ends meet. Frankly, it is the first time I have witnessed a village leader personally engaging in such endeavors." At that moment, Minato felt a twinge of embarrassment. The third's actions were undeniably beneficial for the village, and even he acknowledged the correctness of it. However, the resources within the ninja world are limited, while Konoha thrives. Others inevitably suffer. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "Let us first enter the city to gather information." The group fell silent, swiftly making their way into Lulan, dispersing to collect intelligence. Lulan was merely a small city with a limited number of ninjas, and it did not take long for them to amass a wealth of information before reconvening. Minato observed the multitude of puppets lining the streets and furrowed his brow. It has been confirmed that this Lushan is a puppeteer from Mangekyō, and his puppets are scattered throughout the city, showcasing considerable strength. He has previously gone by the name Baizu, and I suspect this may be his true name. Yet, curiously, I have no recollection of such a formidable puppeteer. Either Mangekyō has concealed him well, keeping all information about Baizu under wraps, or this ninja did not exist until now. Considering he appeared abruptly in Lulan 6 years ago, I suspect he hails from the future, having utilized some form of space-time ninjutsu to traverse back to the past. The group was taken aback, and Rin could not help but inquire, "Is it a situation similar to Obito's?" Minato shook his head. He returned along with his physical body. "I doubt he truly possesses mastery over such advanced space-time ninjutsu. It is more likely he stumbled upon it, harnessing the powers of nature." For a moment, the group marveled at this revelation. Yet, due to their prior encounters with Obito, they were remarkably receptive to such concepts and soon regained their composure to continue their discussions. Rin stated, "The information I gathered indicates that the current queen of Lulan, Sarah, holds great trust in Lushan. But he seems to intend to use his puppetry to usurp her position, effectively controlling the nation through a puppet that replaces Sarah." Kakashi then chimed in, languidly stating, "I discovered that all of this nation's energy derives from the underground dragon veins, which appear to flow endlessly, enabling the establishment of a city in the desert. Perhaps these dragon veins are what Minato-sensei referred to the natural forces that inadvertently allowed Lushan to return to the past." Obito, deep in contemplation, revealed an astonishing discovery based on the intelligence you provided. "Firstly, I have uncovered that the dragon vein is a colossal aggregation of chakra, akin to the tailed beasts, possessing an immense quantity of chakra. Thus, Lushan, or rather Baizu, aims to seize control of this nation primarily to harness the dragon vein, with the intent of fabricating an army of puppets to dominate the entire world." Obito continued, stating, "Furthermore, in the future, the mission that Naruto undertakes, if my memory serves me right, involves the capture of a rogue ninja named Baizu. I suspect that this Lushan is indeed the target Naruto is meant to apprehend. If this is the case, Naruto might also become embroiled in this matter, potentially following Lushan back to the past. Of course, this is merely my conjecture, lacking any substantial evidence." This revelation startled the crowd, and Minato began to ponder deeply. Could it be that Naruto was also drawn into this? Does this imply that in an alternate timeline where Obito did not revive, I might have encountered Naruto during this mission? Upon considering this, a trace of regret flickered in Minato's eyes. Alas, it may not be possible to meet him this time. Lin inquired, "Why is that?" Minato elucidated, "Because Obito's resurrection has altered everything. In the future we inhabit, many people's life paths have diverged as a result. If the Ninetales incident had not occurred and I were still alive, perhaps Naruto would still be born. However, whether he would receive this mission at the same moment remains uncertain." The assembly nodded in understanding. Minato continued, his demeanor turning grave. Even the slightest alteration in the past can yield monumental changes in the future. Thus, if we truly encounter individuals from the future, we must refrain from casually inquiring about future events to prevent temporal interference. If necessary, I shall place a seal on everyone to ensure amnesia regarding this matter." Kakashi expressed a hint of regret. "Must we truly go to such lengths?" Minato replied earnestly, "Consider this. Kakashi, if you were to travel back from the future and divulge critical information, altering certain events, what do you think would transpire upon your return to the future?" Kakashi contemplated. If the past influences the future, Perhaps everything I hold dear could cease to exist. That indeed is a terrifying thought. Minato nodded. Thus, from this moment forth, we must maintain utmost secrecy, even when confronted with comrades from the future of Konoha. Kakashi affirmed, I understand. At that moment, a cacophony of intense battle and explosions erupted not far from them, emanating from the tower. The group instinctively turned their gaze, though the distance obscured their view, revealing only a few shadowy figures engaged in combat. Minato crouched, tracing his fingers on the ground, closing his eyes to sense the situation before reopening them. A ninja was locked in combat with Baiju's puppets, which were empowered by the dragon vein's energy. Despite the ninja's considerable strength, he appeared unable to devise an effective countermeasure and was forced to flee. Kakashi furrowed his brow. At this time, a ninja from Lulan has appeared and is battling Baiju's puppets. Could he be a traveler from the future? Minato acknowledged. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Regardless, we should approach to avert any unforeseen incidents. The group promptly nodded and moved toward the source of the battle. As they drew closer, they beheld a young ninja, approximately 16 years old, adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protector, sporting 3 whisker-like markings on each cheek and golden hair. He was being relentlessly bombarded by numerous puppets. These puppets, enhanced by the dragon vein's power, seemed to possess an inexhaustible energy, launching a barrage of varied energy attacks from multiple points of their bodies without pause. The ninja attempted to form hand seals multiple times, but was interrupted each time, leaving him no choice but to continue his retreat. Kakashi could not help but exclaim, it's as if fate has conspired to bring this about. Unless that individual is impersonating one of our leaf ninjas, the odds are slim, most likely. He hails from the future. He mused further, he bears a resemblance to teacher Minato, with his golden hair, though Minato has no whiskers. Wait, whiskers. Kakashi suddenly recalled something and instinctively turned to Obito. Obito, could this possibly be Minato's son, Uzumaki Naruto? Chapter 67. Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi remembered Obito mentioning that Minato had sealed half of the 9 tails within Naruto, resulting in Naruto possessing certain fox-like traits, namely the 3 whisker marks on each cheek. The more he pondered, the stronger his conviction grew that this was indeed the case. Otherwise, it would be an extraordinary coincidence. With a bitter smile, Obito recognized the golden-haired ninja at a glance. It was none other than Naruto himself. To his astonishment, the future had indeed shifted, and Naruto had completed this mission while returning to the past. He nodded and said earnestly, Kakashi, Minato-sensei, this is undoubtedly Naruto. The forces of nature are truly remarkable. Minato gazed at Naruto in the distance, his eyes filled with concern. So this is what Naruto looks like. The moment I caught sight of him, I had an inkling. Haha, in the future, Naruto has truly become capable of standing on his own. Kakashi couldn't help but express his admiration as well. It was surprising to realize that Minato's son had grown even larger than them. To escape from so many puppets empowered by the dragon veins demonstrated his remarkable strength. However, these puppets, while formidable, bore clear weaknesses. As soon as the chakra threads controlling them were severed, they would cease to function. Yet, despite Naruto possessing a chakra blade, he did not utilize it. This question rendered everyone momentarily uncomfortable. Obito, being the one who understands Naruto the best, chuckled, haha, Naruto might have forgotten about that. Rin also laughed. It indeed seems like something Naruto would do. I recall you mentioning, Obito, that he resembled you quite a lot in your childhood. Obito could not help but blush, quietly retorting, Lin, I am not that foolish. Lin, with a beaming smile, replied, indeed, Obito, you were the cleverest one as a child. She then turned her gaze towards Minato, asking, Teacher, should we rush to save Naruto? Minato nodded. A flicker of longing evident in his eyes, yet a trace of reluctance lingered. Alas, to avoid disrupting the future that Naruto inhabits, I cannot reveal myself to him. At that moment, in the distance, Naruto found himself cornered against a wall by a horde of puppets. In a perilous instant, he seemed to finally discern the weaknesses of these puppets. Drawing a chakra blade from his lower back, he leaped forward and severed the strings connected to the foremost puppets. Instantly, those puppets lost their combat capabilities. Kakashi nodded in approval. That's more like it. Identifying their weaknesses makes dealing with these puppets quite manageable. However, an unforeseen calamity struck. Despite having dismantled several puppets, Naruto exposed vulnerabilities during the skirmish. He was inadvertently struck by one of the puppets and fell onto a bridge. Before he could rise, the puppets above gathered energy, launching an attack reminiscent of a tailed beast bomb. With a thunderous explosion, the bridge was completely obliterated. creating a gaping hole even beneath the surface, and Naruto was violently thrust into the abyss. "Save him," Minato declared without hesitation. Delaying any further would risk his son's life. In an instant, he unleashed an unimaginable speed, executing several body flickers, drawing near to the mouth of the chasm. Obito simultaneously placed his hands on Lin and Kakashi's shoulders, directly utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport beside Minato. He and his mentor shared mutual Flying Thunder God marks, enabling their reciprocal movement. The group leaped through the cave entrance, and upon descending, they discovered a vast and spacious underground chamber. Not far away, Naruto, wounded in the leg, remained stationary, helplessly watching as several puppets unleashed an abundance of purple chakra threads from their bodies, converging menacingly towards him. In a critical moment, Minato appeared before Naruto, and just as the puppets were about to strike, he whisked Naruto away using the Flying Thunder God technique. The puppets, momentarily left grasping at air, were poised to adjust their positions for another assault when Kakashi swiftly drew his sword from his back. His form danced as he approached the puppets with remarkable speed, each strike precisely severing the chakra threads connecting them. In mere moments, all the chakra threads were cut, rendering the puppets powerless and causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Obito could not help but display a hint of admiration. Kakashi has indeed grown stronger, capable of swiftly and precisely striking at the weaknesses of these puppets. Rin nodded lightly, clenching her small fist. Indeed, Kakashi is progressing rapidly. I too must strive harder. Obito chuckled. Lin, there's no need to burden yourself with such pressure. Come, let us seek out Sensei Minato. Lin nodded in agreement and accompanied Obito to reunite with Minato. Upon their gathering, the group relocated to a secluded corner within the city. Minato gently laid Naruto, who had been slung over his back, onto the ground and personally tended to his wounds. Naruto flashed a bright, cheerful smile, expressing his gratitude. Thanks, big brother. If it weren't for you all, I would have inexplicably met my demise. Minato's hands trembled momentarily before he regained his composure and continued to dress the wounds. Lin had intended to step forward to offer her treatment, but upon witnessing this scene, she wisely chose to remain in place. As Obito observed, he felt a slight urge to smile. Given Naruto's almost supernatural regenerative abilities, it was likely that the moment his wounds were bandaged, he would be fully healed. At this moment, the most bewildered individual was Naruto himself. Once his injuries were tended to, he looked at the masked figures surrounding him and eagerly inquired, "Who are you all, and where is this place?" Minato slightly lowered his mask to reveal his Konoha ninja forehead protector, quickly covering it again. "We are also ninjas from Konoha, engaged in a classified mission. Are you still in pain?" Naruto experienced an indescribable emotion, feeling an instinctive kinship towards this unknown older brother, whose voice resonated with magnetism. He shook his head and bravely replied, "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. It's just a minor injury, so you needn't worry." Minato gently ruffled Naruto's hair, saying, "You mustn't act recklessly. Remember to take care of yourself and stay safe." For reasons unknown, Naruto felt an unexpected urge to cry, instinctively adhering to the words of this elder who had yet to reveal his true face. "Don't worry, I will," he assured. Then, Naruto turned his gaze to Obito, Rin, and Kakashi, a hint of surprise in his expression. "Brother, did they just graduate from the Ninja Academy? They seem rather short for undertaking such a secret mission. Is that really all right?" Kakashi couldn't help but huff in discontent. Naruto was reminded that it was this silver-haired youth who had efficiently dealt with the puppets earlier, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. He scratched his head and chuckled. "Haha, white-haired guy, I almost forgot how strong you are. Are you from the same class as Konohamaru? You're definitely much stronger than him. By the way, your hair color is the same as Kakashi-sensei's. What is your relationship with him?" Faced with Naruto's incessant questions, Kakashi simply turned away, refusing to engage with the fool. Naruto muttered under his breath, "His personality is quite aloof, just like Sasuke when he was younger." Minato observed this scene and shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, but we cannot disclose our identities to you at this moment. You can find a discreet place within the city to wait for a while. Once we complete our mission, we will explain everything." Chapter 68. Is Naruto from the future of the original timeline? Minato had initially intended to send Naruto away, but upon reflection, he realized that Naruto was a person from the future, likely having returned to the past through the power of the Dragon Vein. If he left Lalon now, how would he find his way back home? Thus, they could only allow Naruto to wait in the city. Perhaps once they dealt with the rogue ninja, the temporal flow would return to normal, and Naruto would automatically return to his own time. Naruto seemed to recollect something and queried, "By the way, brother, you haven't answered my question. Where exactly is this place?" Minato replied slowly, "We are on a mission to capture a rogue ninja from the Sand Village, but somehow I ended up here." Naruto gasped. How is that possible? Was T. Lulon already reduced to ruins? Minato sighed. I truly don't know how to explain this to you. I hadn't planned on revealing it. Beneath Lulon lies a power of the dragon vein. I suspect that your contact with this power has caused you to traverse back to the past. This is not your original timeline, but rather 20 years ago. Naruto was taken aback. 20 years ago? How can that be? Minato continued. The rogue ninja you are pursuing is named 100 Feet, correct? Our mission also pertains to him. He suddenly appeared here 6 years ago, with an unknown origin. We suspect he is from the future. Your presence further corroborates this. Lulon was destroyed at some point in the future, yet it remains intact here. Naruto exclaimed, is there really such a thing? Haha, I've actually returned to the past. Accepting this astonishing reality quickly due to his robust nerve, he added, brother, so you are all Konoha ninjas from 20 years ago. Perhaps we even know each other. Then, he pointed at Kakashi. Wait a minute, if it's 20 years ago, you must be Kakashi-sensei, right? Kakashi huffed again, remaining silent. However, Naruto seemed convinced. Kakashi-sensei, I didn't expect you to be so aloof as a child. You are completely different from that latecomer I know. If it weren't for your striking hair color, I wouldn't have recognized you at all. At this moment, Obito sensed something amiss. Naruto possessed formidable perception abilities. If he could discern Kakashi, why could he not recognize his father, Minato-sensei? Could it be? With a sense of urgency, Obito inquired, can you tell me if Kakashi, the person you mentioned, has any peers or friends by his side? Naruto replied with a smile, of course. Kakashi-sensei shares a wonderful bond with Guy, who often engages in playful bouts and friendly sparring, causing pots and pans to fly everywhere. Obito's breath quickened. Moreover, what else? Naruto was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a moment, he chuckled. Kakashi-sensei enjoys considerable popularity. Most of the ninjas in Konoha share a good rapport with him. Though not as close as with Guy-sensei, he is nonetheless a trusted ally. As Obito continued to listen, an unsettling feeling began to arise within him. Their relationship seemed less intimate than that of Kakashi and Kai. What a jest! So, regarding the Kakashi you mentioned, does he have a friend named Rin? Rin Noera? Naruto's face displayed utter bewilderment. Rin? Who is Rin Noera? Does teacher Kakashi truly have such a friend? At that moment, everyone sensed that something was amiss. The heart of Obito sank with a jolt. Could it be that Rin encountered misfortune once again? He continued to inquire, what about Obito? Does Kakashi know him? Naruto, bewildered, responded, who is Obito? Does Kakashi-sensei know him? Perhaps he was a companion from Kakashi-sensei's youth. Minato seemed to recall something, approaching and gently patting Obito's shoulder. Calm yourself for a moment. He then turned to Naruto with a warm smile, asking, does Kakashi possess a Sharingan? Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, how do you know? Kakashi-sensei is famously known as Kakashi of the Sharingan, having reportedly copied over 1,000 jutsu. Minato nodded in understanding. I see. And what of the fourth Hokage? Naruto paused, his expression turning somber. The fourth, he perished during the Nine-Tails rampage. Jiraiya-sensei once mentioned that no one could measure up to him. Minato pressed on. Are you deeply saddened by the fourth's demise? Naruto, somewhat embarrassed, replied, I apologize. While I greatly admire the fourth Hokage and have vowed to surpass him, he was the great hero who saved Konoha. However, his gaze fell, tears streaming down his cheeks as he instinctively clutched Minato's clothing tightly. Please, can you inform Jiraiya-sensei to be cautious of the Akatsuki? He must never investigate alone. Minato's heart raced, instinctively turning to Obito. Realizing that this intelligence had never been conveyed to him by Obito, Obito coughed awkwardly a few times. There were numerous matters concerning the future, and it was impossible for him to articulate everything at once. He had indeed neglected to inform everyone about Jiraiya's demise. Consequently, he turned his gaze towards Naruto. And what of the Uchiha clan? How are they faring now? Naruto's expression grew increasingly sorrowful. The Uchiha name is left with only Sasuke, but he is currently in Orochimaru's grasp. Clenching his fists tightly, Naruto declared, yet, I am determined to bring Sasuke back. Suddenly, Obito's heart was illuminated. No wonder Kakashi-sensei had urged him to remain calm. If a single event could be deemed a coincidence, then the countless occurrences that mirrored his past life could hardly be classified as mere happenstance. Obito exhaled in relief and turned to his teacher, Minato. Teacher, I am 90% certain that he does not originate from our timeline. Minato inquired one last time, are you sure? Toby nodded thoughtfully, remarking that his experiences mirrored those of his previous life, yet he deemed it impossible. Minato also nodded in agreement, confirming that Naruto did not belong to their current space-time. Consequently, their actions would not interfere with Naruto's future, alleviating many of their concerns. Noticing the two engaged in a cryptic conversation, Naruto looked on in confusion, asking, "What are you talking about? What do you mean I don't belong to this time?" Minato pondered for a moment before removing his mask and smiling at Naruto, saying, "We've merely come to a clearer understanding of certain matters. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Minato Namikaze. It is a pleasure to meet you." Naruto beamed, exclaiming, "Big brother, you finally revealed your true face. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I look forward to your guidance." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a realization struck him. "Wait, big brother, what did you say your name was?" Minato simply smiled at Naruto, who unconsciously began to associate Minato's appearance with that of the fourth Hokage, the very person he had frequently pranked during his childhood. "You are the fourth Hokage." Although Naruto's grasp of history was lacking, he was well aware of the fourth Hokage's name, as he had vowed to surpass him. Suddenly, his excitement surged as he raised his fist toward Minato, exclaiming, "I can't believe I'm meeting the living fourth. Listen well, Naruto Uzumaki, will definitely become Hokage and surpass you." Minato calmly regarded Naruto and raised his fist to meet Naruto's. "I believe in you and eagerly await that day. Although I am not yet the fourth Hokage, I will strive towards the goal. When the time comes, let us compete to see who will be the superior Hokage." Naruto nodded earnestly, declaring, "I, big brother Minato, will never lose to you." Yet, for reasons he could not articulate, the warmth he felt towards Minato deepened, giving rise to certain speculations. Taking a deep breath, Naruto asked, "Big brother, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Do you know who my parents are?" Minato nodded. "I do." Naruto's breath quickened, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Big brother, can you tell me?" Minato gently ruffled Naruto's hair, his gaze sincere. "I am sorry, Naruto. I have heard about your circumstances, and I have failed in my duty as a father. I swear that this time, I will provide you with a happy family." In an instant, tears streamed uncontrollably from Naruto's eyes, and he could not help but throw a punch toward Minato's face. Chapter 69, A Father-Son Conversation. In the end, that punch never landed. Naruto halted his fist at the last moment. Minato calmly looked at him and asked, "Why did you not strike?" Through his tears, Naruto replied, "While you are indeed my father, I am only 16 this year. 20 years ago, I had not yet been born. I cannot blame you for sealing the nine tails within me, nor can I blame you for the suffering I endured or the disdain I faced from the villagers, because none of this had yet occurred." As Naruto's emotions escalated, his speech quickened. Minato remained still, speaking gently, "Naruto, although for me, none of this has transpired. If given the chance to relive it, facing the same circumstances, I would likely make the same choice." Naruto was taken aback and could not help but inquire, "Why?" Minato considered for a moment. "Perhaps it is because I love the village, and I love you and your mother." The village required the power of the Nine Tails, and at that time, only the Uzumaki clan possessed the vitality to contain such power. Moreover, Naruto, I also wish for you to harness that power and grow stronger. Pausing briefly, Minato continued, "Of course, I hope that when you grow up, you will be able to meet your mother. Forgive me, Naruto. This may be my greatest selfish desire." In that moment, Naruto was at a loss as to whether to feel joy or sorrow. "But father, all I wish is for you to be by my side. I would rather you not play the hero. I would rather you had not sacrificed yourselves." Minato shook his head gently, saying, "No, Naruto. Given the circumstances at that time, sacrifice was unavoidable. I acknowledge that I could have survived, but I could not bear to watch your mother leave alone. I believe that one day, you will understand my feelings." Minato took a moment to gather his thoughts and continued, "Naruto, I do not wish for you to become a hero. I want you to grow up safely. However, if a crisis does arise and the village is in danger, can you truly stand by idly?" Naruto was momentarily speechless, murmuring, "I cannot do that." Minato smiled, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. "So, do not overthink it. Pursue your path with fervor. I will always support your choices." Once more, Naruto's tears flowed freely, a mixture of laughter and sorrow escaping him. "Ha ha ha. My father is the fourth Hokage. It turns out, I am not a mere demon fox, but the son of a hero." Tobi quietly observed from the side, unable to suppress his astonishment. Naruto seemed to have become more astute, aware that he had not yet been born over 20 years ago. Yet, Naruto still appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence, failing to consider how, if he had not yet existed, Master Minato could possibly know so much. What a fool. After venting his frustrations, Naruto, with his inherently optimistic nature, soon regained his lively spirit. He enveloped Minato in a warm embrace and curiously inquired, "Father, who is my mother?" Minato pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, "Naruto. I must ask you to allow me to keep this a secret, for I wish for her to share our story with you in person." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, seemingly contemplating a possibility. Could it be that his mother was still alive, and they might meet again? Minato shook his head, saying, "Regrettably, your mother has passed away. However, for certain reasons, there remains a chance for you to see her again." Naruto felt a slight wave of disappointment wash over him. Is that so? Yet, he quickly adjusted his demeanor, declaring, "Just being able to meet her is enough for me. Thank you, Father, for sharing so much with me." However, Naruto finally began to grasp something. "Wait, Father, if I did not exist 20 years ago, how do you know so much about me?" Minato glanced at Toby and explained, "Let us say I encountered the future. You must have met the great sage frog, and should be aware of the nature of prophecies." Naruto suddenly understood. So, his father possessed the abilities of the great sage frog as well. With newfound determination in his eyes, he clenched his fists. "Soon, I too shall journey to Mount Myaboka to train. I will undoubtedly become stronger, avenging Master Jiraiya and protecting the village and my comrades." Minato smiled and remarked, "I have never doubted that, for living up to one's word is your way of a ninja." Naruto expressed his surprise. "I can't believe you know that too." "Father, indeed, I will accomplish it." Minato continued, "Now, Naruto, it is imperative to complete our mission. Our task is to ensure the safety of Queen Sarah of Lulan. We cannot afford any mistakes." Wiping away his tears, Naruto nodded resolutely, "All right. But I am also a Konoha ninja. This mission concerns me as well, and I wish to accompany you." After a moment of contemplation, Minato finally smiled, "Then come along, let us proceed." With that, the group began their journey. Soon, they arrived at a bustling square. To call it a gathering of people would be misleading, for all the inhabitants were puppets crafted by the 100-legged, drumming and singing, creating an atmosphere of celebration. The intention was to convince Queen Sarah that her subjects lived in happiness. However, the reality was starkly different. Most able-bodied men among the true Lulan populace had been captured by Lushan and were toiling in an underground factory, working tirelessly to maintain the dragon vein and produce various puppet armies. Witnessing this troupe of singing and dancing puppets, the group felt a profound sense of absurdity. And Lushan had indeed woven an immense web of deception for Queen Sarah. Tobirama shook his head, pondering the plight of the lower echelons of the ninja world. They, too, resembled puppets, their every action meticulously orchestrated by those above them. At that moment, all the puppets gazed upwards, raising their hands in jubilant cheer, as if to welcome a notable arrival. The crowd followed their gaze and beheld two dark figures emerging from the towering center. The assembly, comprised of ninjas, possessed enhanced vision granted by chakra, allowing them to discern the characteristics of the figures, which were identified as a man and a woman. The woman appeared blissfully unaware of any unusual happenings, cheerfully greeting the populace below. Rin glanced at her with sympathy, remarking, "She must be Queen Sarah. I truly pity her for being so deceived by Lushan." Minato nodded in agreement, stating, "That is precisely why we are here. We must ensure her safety." No sooner had he spoken than calamity struck. The floor beneath Queen Sarah suddenly fractured, causing her to lose her balance and plummet from the tower. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Without hesitation, Minato commanded, "Save her." As Minato prepared to act, Naruto, eager to prove himself before his father, sprang into action, swiftly scaling the wall and maneuvering between buildings. In a matter of moments, he reached the air and leapt to catch the falling woman, bringing her to safety. The others quickly followed suit. Naruto exhaled in relief as he set her down. "That was truly perilous. Are you unharmed?" he inquired. Recognizing her as the singer he had encountered upon his arrival, he asked in surprise, "You're not," before he could finish. The woman swiftly slapped him several times and delivered a punch, retreating with a hint of caution. "You insolent wretch." Taken aback, Naruto protested, "What is the meaning of this? I just saved you." After a moment of contemplation, she realized that he was indeed her savior. Had he not caught her during her fall, she would have met a grim fate. Embarrassed, she maintained her regal demeanor and simply said, "Thank you." Naruto continued, "Are you the queen of this land?" The woman nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am Sarah, the queen of Lulan." With a grin, Naruto pointed to himself and introduced, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, a ninja from Konoha. I will surely become Hokage one day." Just as they were about to exchange more words, Minato interjected, "This is not the place for conversation. We should relocate." With that, he led the group away swiftly. Sarah, perplexed, questioned what this group had come to Lulon for, but out of gratitude for her savior, she chose to follow them. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in a quiet corridor within a building in Lulon. Unable to suppress her curiosity any longer, Sarah inquired, "Who are you?" "This is Lulon, and we do not welcome strangers, especially unfamiliar ninjas." Minato, smiling, replied, "Greetings. We are all ninjas from Konoha. We have come here under a commission to ensure your safety." Sarah was taken aback, retorting, "I am perfectly well. I do not require the protection of ninjas." Obito removed his mask and stepped forward, inquiring, "Is that true? Then what was that perilous situation just now?" Sarah was taken aback, involuntarily recalling the recent incident, although the floor had suddenly cracked open, causing her to fall. It felt as though someone had given her a nudge from behind. The voice of Obito was laden with seduction. "Surely, you have also perceived that someone seeks to harm you." Sarah instinctively flinched, yet in an instant recalled that behind her stood not only a few guards, but also Lushan. And Lushan would certainly not wish her any harm, thus she shook her head. It was merely an accident, and Lushan is a minister of Lulon. How could he possibly wish to jeopardize me? Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Obito remarked softly, "To know a person's face but not their heart. How can you truly discern what kind of individual Lushan is?" Sarah, incensed, retorted vehemently, "You speak nonsense. You are but a child, and Lushan is a remarkable figure. And I will not permit you to tarnish his reputation, for reasons unbeknownst to him." A vivid scene involuntarily surfaced in Obito's mind, a moment when he had been reduced to ashes, yet managed to observe that event in a state of ethereal existence. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Naruto declared, "I will not allow you to mock Obito." In an explosive surge of speed, he swiftly severed Kagaya's arm, entwined with Black Zetsu. Obito hastily shook his head and glanced at Naruto before him. That scene was indeed impressive. Upon witnessing Sarah's outburst, Minato promptly stepped forward and said, "Please remain calm, Queen Sarah. We have conducted an investigation into this in Lushan and discovered that his true name is Baizu. He is a ninja who intends to harness the power of the Dragon Vein to create colossal puppet armies, aiming to overthrow the dominion of the 5 great nations." Sarah, her face awash with disbelief, countered, "And Lushan is simply in Lushan. He is not Baizu at all. Moreover, he is a good person. How could he possibly use the Dragon Vein to fabricate the puppet army you speak of?" Obito shook his head. The prejudice in people's hearts resembled an immense mountain. To persuade Sarah, one must first lead her to renounce her former self. Yet, before confronting the harsh truth, no one can easily dismiss their identity. Sarah cannot, Madara cannot, and neither can he. He spoke slowly. "Naruto, reveal the truth to this Queen Sarah." Naruto, somewhat discontented, remarked, "She seems just a child. Why does she speak like an adult and even issue commands?" As Toby felt a dark line appear on his forehead, he couldn't help but wonder why. Despite his profound fondness for Naruto, he suddenly felt an urge to punch him. Nearby, Kakashi and Rin stifled their laughter. Kakashi remarked, "So, is this the mode of communication among fools?" Meanwhile, Sarah had grown increasingly impatient. "I have no interest in uncovering any truths. If you are truly here to protect me, I hereby revoke this mission. Please return. I do not require your protection." In that moment, the group found themselves at a loss, contemplating how to proceed when the mission's protection subject was so uncooperative. Obito stepped forward and said, "Wait." Queen Sarah turned around and asked, "Is there something else? Young ninja from Konoha?" The tone of Obito was imbued with gravity. "Queen Sarah, do you know who assigned the task of protecting you?" Sarah, indeed intrigued, stood still, intending to hear Obito's words in their entirety. Obito declared, "It is your mother, the most loyal subordinate of the former Queen of Lulon, who has issued this task. He embodies the will of your esteemed mother. Even so, will you defy it?" Sarah's pupils constricted sharply. "How is that possible? How could my mother issue such a mission?" With a tone laced with seduction, Obito remarked, "Why not ponder deeply on how your mother met her demise?" Sarah furrowed her brow and replied, "Mother, wasn't it an accident?" Obito chuckled coldly, "Are you truly certain it was an accident?" Yet she clearly instructed her subordinates that she had been secretly harmed, which is why she worried for you and sought to protect you. Sarah was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, she approached Obito with a grave expression. "Please clarify your words. How exactly did my mother meet her demise?" Obito chuckled softly, gesturing to Naruto. "Naruto, let us reveal the truth to the queen." Naruto's mouth gaped in astonishment. Obito was truly remarkable. Despite being just a child, his words had effortlessly swayed Sarah's decision. Thus, Naruto nodded in agreement. He directed Sarah's gaze toward the square at the base of the tower, where the people were still celebrating. Allow me to show you those individuals. You will understand. Sarah, though puzzled, followed Naruto's line of sight, her confusion evident. Is the truth you speak of hidden among my people? Chapter 71. Naruto's charm. Though Sarah questioned him, the matter of her mother's death weighed heavily on her, compelling her to disregard her uncertainty. She grasped Naruto's arm and, blushing, said, "It's too high here. Please take me down." Naruto beamed, lifting Sarah effortlessly in a princess carry. Of course. Ignoring her shy protests, he swiftly descended. The onlookers exchanged glances, and Minato felt a twinge of awkwardness. Naruto, while somewhat oblivious, seems quite skilled in charming girls. Rin nodded in agreement, glancing at Obito. Despite their similar temperaments in childhood, how was it that Obito lacked Naruto's charisma? Tobi, filled with confusion, remarked, "Strange, Naruto never possessed such abilities according to the reports from White Zetsu." Meanwhile, Naruto had brought Sarah to an inconspicuous corner around the square, pointing at the long procession of the Lulan people. "Sarah, can you discern what they are?" Sarah stood frozen in place. From the top of the tower, she had observed a scene of prosperity and clamor, but now, upon closer inspections, all she could see were puppets, incessantly producing a clattering sound, lined up in unison, mechanically and monotonously repeating fixed motions. In that moment, her heart plunged into a chilling abyss. The sight was utterly bizarre, filling her with dread and terror. At that moment, Tobi and his companions also arrived. Obito gazed at Sarah, her entire body trembling, and softly inquired, "Do you understand why this is happening?" Sarah, in a state of confusion, shook her head, replying, "I do not know." With a gaze deep as the abyss, Obito remarked, "You believe you cherish your subjects, yet you have never descended from your lofty tower to immerse yourself among them. You merely observe from a distance, perched high above. Frankly, as a ruler of a city, your governance is a failure. Even the Hokage understands the importance of occasionally gauging the sentiments of the populace. You, however, have allowed yourself to be ensnared by the superficial allure of prosperity, confining yourself within your tower, lost in your own delightful illusions. You are not a worthy queen." Sarah knelt on the ground, her heart heavy. "Have I truly erred?" In a sudden flare of anger, Naruto exclaimed towards Obito, "Hey, kid, how dare you speak like that?" He then approached Sarah, offering her a warm and resolute smile. "Sarah, do not despair. It's never too late to gain clarity. I believe you can achieve it. You can become a true and exceptional queen." Touched by Naruto's unwavering spirit, Sarah was moved to tears and embraced him gently. "Thank you, Naruto. I vow to change from this moment forth and to be a good queen." Meanwhile, Kakashi couldn't help but muse. Isn't their progress a bit too rapid? Upon realizing that the cheering crowd was merely a fade, Sarah grasped the essence of Obito's words. "So, my mother was slain by Lushan?" Obito nodded slightly. "Otherwise, why would he go through the trouble of orchestrating all this to deceive you? He merely wishes to make you one among countless puppets, subject to his manipulation." For a moment, Sarah was enveloped in confusion. She inquired, "What should I do now?" Obito remarked, "It is quite simple. To become an exceptional ruler, one must not rely solely on subordinates. You must possess a method to control the dragon veins, for you are indeed the true Queen of Lulan." Sarah nodded in agreement. "I do, yet I cannot trust everything you say. I must personally inspect the location of the dragon veins to ascertain whether Lushan is truly clandestinely assembling a puppet army, as you claim." After a moment's contemplation, Sarah addressed the group, "Follow me." They all nodded and trailed behind Sarah until they arrived at a massive underground factory. Sarah gazed at the nearby sewer. "We shall infiltrate from here to avoid alarming anyone. The heart of the dragon veins lies within. If Lushan intends to harness their power, it will undoubtedly be through this passage." The group nodded in unison, lifting the cover and descending one by one. The terrain beneath the sewer was intricate, with varying heights. And as Sarah was no ninja, she relied on Naruto's assistance, which inevitably led to considerable physical contact between them. During this time, Sarah and Naruto engaged in heartfelt conversation, their rapport deepening with each exchange, and it wasn't long before a profound emotional bond was forged. The group believed that if Naruto were to propose marriage to Sarah at that moment, she would readily accept. Minato, increasingly perplexed, quietly inquired of Obito, "Are you certain that the Naruto of your memories is incapable of handling a girl? I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't attract numerous admirers." With an awkward smile, Obito remarked, "I truly do not know, Watergate-sensei. The Naruto I remember seems incapable of winning over even the girls, let alone the boys. He pursued Sasuke for such a long time, yet still failed to win him back. Haha." Watergate, beads of sweat forming on his brow, replied, "Obito, that jest is far from amusing. Thus, As they conversed, they swiftly arrived at the core area of the dragon vein. Upon their arrival, Sarah was taken aback by the scene before her. It was a colossal puppet manufacturing factory, with countless components rolling off the production line. Surrounding the assembly line were numerous laborers, coerced into various tasks by the puppets guarding the vicinity. These individuals bore haggard expressions, their steps unsteady, numbly laboring as if devoid of hope in life. A pang of sorrow struck Sarah's heart, and Lushan is indeed creating puppet weaponry and enslaving a multitude of Lolan's citizens. This cannot continue. I must put a stop to it. After surveying the area, she pointed to a square platform on the ground and said, "Take me there. That is the power nexus of the dragon vein, and I can sever its flow." Naruto nodded and glanced at Watergate. Watergate smiled. "There are too many puppets around. You should escort Sarah there while we remain here to keep watch." Naruto nodded, stealthily leading Sarah to the square platform. Sarah grew serious as she approached the central metal controller, kneeling before it, and proclaimed, "By the decree of the queen, I command you to sever the flow of the dragon vein and suppress your power." As she chanted the incantation, a radiant light emanated from her hands. And in an instant, the entire factory ceased its operations. Sarah sighed in relief and stood, stating, "Now, the power of the dragon vein shall not flow into this factory." Naruto beamed. "Excellent, let's take advantage of this moment." However, before he could finish his sentence, strands of chakra suddenly appeared, connecting to the completed puppets in the factory, which sprang to life, forming a massive army. And Lushan's figure appeared on a high platform within the factory, his expression inscrutable. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Chapter 72, and Lushan ridiculed by Obito. The moment Sarah laid eyes on Lushan, everything became clear. She seethed, "And Lushan, I command you in the name of the queen to cease the production of puppet weaponry and release the oppressed citizens immediately." Yet, Lushan remained unmoved. His voice gradually laced with malice. "Your Majesty, sometimes being too clever is not a virtue, much like your mother. Since you refuse to cooperate, I shall create a suitable puppet to replace you. You were once a useful puppet. Why do you not act according to my will?" Sarah's anger intensified. "I am no puppet. I am the queen of Lulan." And Lushan laughed heartily. "Is that so? But against my puppet army, what will you use to stand in my way?" No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding puppet army advanced toward Naruto and Sarah. Naruto discerned in Lushan's true form and declared, "Though I do not understand why you've grown so corpulent, you are undoubtedly the centipede, and I will capture you." And Lushan, brimming with mockery and confidence, retorted, "I have harnessed the power of the dragon vein. No one can hinder me now. I shall become the king of the world." At that moment, chaos erupted. A kunai suddenly shot forth from a concealed corner, hurtling toward Lushan at breakneck speed. It was Obito, who had been lurking in the shadows. And Lushan sidestepped the kunai, taunting, "I have long been aware of your presence. Mere rats like you shall perish alongside Queen Sarah." However, in the next instant, Obito's figure materialized before the flying kunai, seizing it and cleaving towards Lushan. Lushan, caught off guard, found half of his face slashed by the kunai. Despite the absence of any joy in his success, Obito observed that beneath Lushan's visage lay not flesh and blood, but rather components reminiscent of a puppet. Furthermore, the injury sustained moments ago had rapidly healed, restoring him to perfect health in the blink of an eye. With a furrowed brow, Obito pondered whether this Lushan, much like a scorpion, had metamorphosed into a mere puppet of man. Moreover, it appeared that under the influence of the dragon vein, his puppet components could regenerate at an astonishing rate. And Lushan erupted into a maniacal laughter, declaring, "Ha ha ha, in Lulan, I am invincible. Allow me to demonstrate my true power." In an instant, Lushan disregarded the control of his puppet army, his form undergoing a transformation into a colossal puppet centipede. Obsidian gazed upon the grotesque centipede, unable to suppress his disdain. "No wonder you were dubbed 100 Feet. This is your true visage?" To be frank, this puppet exhibits no artistry whatsoever, far inferior to that of Scorpion. The power you possess today is merely a consequence of the dragon vein's endowment. 100 Feet paused momentarily, as the mention of Scorpion seemed to stir unwelcome memories within him, provoking an immediate surge of fury. "Do not utter that name in my presence. What is he compared to me? I am the strongest puppet master now." In an instant, several of 100 Feet's limbs sprouted an array of blades, launching towards Obsidian with the ferocity of a tempest. Toby activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, entering a state of etherealness, remaining motionless as he mockingly remarked, "Ah, so you are acquainted with Sasori. It is only natural. How many puppet masters from the Sand Village could possibly be unaware of him? Yet, judging by your demeanor, it seems you might have suffered a setback at his hands in the past." The fury of 100 feet surged. I have already told you. Do not mention that wretch in my presence. He then intensified his onslaught, exclaiming, I shall slay you. I shall annihilate you, you repugnant insect. Yet, despite his relentless strikes, Lushan found himself utterly exhausted, realizing that his countless blades struck nothing but air, while Toby stood with hands on his hips, quietly observing his futile performance. Driven to madness, 100 Feet could not help but scream in despair. Why? Why do my attacks have no effect on you? Why? Why are you seemingly unscathed? Obito bore no obligation to elucidate anything for Lushan. He merely observed him with keen interest. Allow me to venture a guess. Why did you defect? Given your considerable reaction to Scorpion, it must be related to the forbidden puppet technique he devised, right? No wonder you have transformed yourself into such an unrecognizable form. Baizu could not contain a roar, causing the surrounding puppet soldiers to collapse, their dismembered parts being drawn to him through the power of the dragon vein. In no time, his form swelled dramatically, resembling a colossal creature akin to Jiao Du's vengeful spirit. Baizu cackled, You little brat, you have thoroughly enraged me. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the war machine I have forged. Perish. Dragon vein flame, dragon fire. With a thunderous shout, a violet flame erupted from the maw of the gigantic puppet, surging towards Obito. Not far off, Minato witnessed this spectacle and exclaimed, This is bad. The commotion from the battle is too great. It could easily endanger those present. Naruto, take Sarah and evacuate the civilians to safety. We will hold the rear. Naruto cast a worried glance at Baizu's massive form and asked, Father, do your companions not require assistance? That behemoth looks formidable. Minato smiled reassuringly, Do not worry. Obito is exceptionally strong. Naruto paused. Obito, I feel as though I have heard that name before. Yes, he was the one who personally inquired about me. It turns out he is Kakashi-sensei's dear friend, which explains his concern for my well-being. But why have I never heard Kakashi-sensei mention him? Little Kakashi-sensei. Could you elucidate this for me? Naruto's last remark was directed at the masked Kakashi. Kakashi, somewhat resigned, realized that since most had been revealed, there was little purpose in maintaining his disguise. He promptly removed his mask, revealing his iconic deadpan gaze. How could I possibly become your teacher in the future? It is utterly baffling. Naruto finally recognized Kakashi's appearance and exclaimed in astonishment, Kakashi-sensei, you look exactly the same as you did in childhood, except for the absence of the Sharingan. Seeing Naruto's incessant chatter, Minato quickly interjected, Enough. Now is not the time for such discussions. Naruto, you must take Sarah and help evacuate the civilians. Sarah swiftly added, This place is no longer safe. I must protect my people. Only then did Naruto recollect his urgent task, promptly turning to Sarah, Let us depart. Sarah nodded, and together they approached the crowd of civilians, who remained numb and unresponsive even as the factory had ceased operations. Sarah quickly unshackled the iron chains binding the citizens and addressed their dazed expressions. I am Queen Sarah of Lulan. I shall lead you away from here. Such days of servitude will never return. Chapter 73, A Frustrating Encounter. Lushan breaks down, some civilians began to regain their senses, albeit still numbly questioning, Is it true? Sarah could hardly suppress her tears, affirming with a resolute nod. I swear by my title as queen, it is indeed true. Gradually, the civilians regained their vigor, assisting one another in an orderly evacuation. Once Minato was assured that the civilians were settled, he breathed a sigh of relief and resumed surveying the battle. Meanwhile, faced with the colossal purple fire dragon crashing towards him, Obito remained unwavering. The fire dragon pierced through his form, colliding with the wall behind him. With a thunderous explosion, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, obscuring Baizu's view of the situation within, yet he remained supremely confident. Damn it, little brat, you must finally be dead. No one can withstand that attack. Now, who can stop me? The 5 great nations are already within my grasp. Haha. However, amidst the smoke, Obito's silhouette reemerged. Is that so? A mere individual who cannot even contend with Scorpion. How do you propose to unify the 5 great nations? Though you may have barely attained strength comparable to a Kage through the power of the dragon vein and Scorpion's puppet technique, your intellect is severely lacking and wholly unworthy of such might. Obito incessantly mocked him, and Lushan became frantic. Why? Why is it that despite my employing this technique, you remain unscathed? How can you possess such strength? Obito could no longer contain himself, and Lushan, though endowed with formidable strength, possessed a woeful intellect. Apart from his impotent rage, he had yet to deduce any valuable information. In stark contrast, Mizukichi had managed to unveil his vulnerabilities within mere moments of confrontation, highlighting the stark disparity in their battle acumen. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous. Obito pressed onward towards Lushan. How can you hope to dominate the 5 great nations when you cannot even defeat me? Is it merely your puppets that you rely upon? Scorpion had mastered the art of the 100 machine manipulation, capable of deploying 100 puppets in an instant, easily obliterating a small nation. Yet, he too had met his demise at the hands of others. And Lushan, concealed beneath his colossal puppet, felt a surge of panic as he narrowed his eyes, exclaiming, "How do you know so much about Scorpion? Who are you? Speak plainly." In a frenzy, he launched repeated attacks at Obito, only to find each strike evading him. Step by step, Obito advanced until he stood directly before him. Fear began to creep into Lushan's heart. After acquiring the power of the Dragon Vein, he had believed his might sufficient to crush all opposition, confident he could leave even the village leaders reeling. Yet, no one had enlightened him on the dire consequences of possessing such overwhelming power without precision. He could not fathom the existence of such an enigmatic ability in this world. As Obito drew nearer, and Lushan's resolve wavered and his faith crumbled, at last, he could no longer endure. To hell with ruling the 5 great nations. If I do not flee now, when shall I? In an instant, the centipede controlling the enormous puppet turned and fled, oblivious to the sudden turn of events. Obito found himself momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been invigorated in battle, yet now, it seemed he had frightened his opponent away. Surely, it could not be so? Could he truly escape? A faint smirk graced Obito's face, laced with subtle mockery. Unbeknownst to the colossal puppet, as it absorbed numerous puppet components, some had already been discreetly marked with the Flying Thunder God technique during Obito's covert infiltration. In an instant, he flashed into existence atop the immense puppet. Possessing ample intelligence from Scorpion, he discerned the core of the human puppet. With a casual greeting, he addressed the centipede, residing within the massive construct. "Hello, curse it." Ever since his encounter with White Zetsu, he had unwittingly adopted this peculiar greeting style, feeling an odd sense of embarrassment. Little did he know, the centipede, hidden within the gigantic puppet, was terrified beyond measure. He could not fathom why, despite his hasty retreat, Obito continued to haunt him, inexplicably appearing before his eyes. I shall kill you." The centipede commanded the colossal puppet to raise its arm and struck down fiercely towards Obito's position. With a resounding crash, while Obito evaded the blow, the puppet's shoulder was utterly shattered. Fortunately, bolstered by the power of the Dragon Vein, the shattered shoulder swiftly began to mend. Obito could not help but let out a cold laugh, remarking on the sheer foolishness of it all. Despite knowing the futility of the situation, one still chose to inflict self-harm. At that moment, the centipede seemed to grasp something profound, erupting into maniacal laughter. "You little brat, though your abilities are indeed enigmatic, I am currently enveloped in layers of protection. You cannot harm me. I possess the Dragon Vein, an inexhaustible source of power, and I fear not engaging in a battle of attrition with you. I refuse to believe that maintaining such abilities comes without consequence. Let us see who can outlast whom." In Obito's eyes, a hint of appreciation flickered. At last, some useful intelligence had been discerned. Commendable, indeed, progress has been made. Yet, could it be that your so-called layers of protection are, to me, equivalent to nothingness? With that, Obito gradually, inch by inch, merged into the colossal puppet. The centipede was on the brink of insanity, tormented by this unfathomable ability. He had retreated like a turtle, yet how could he still possess such power? He controlled the massive puppet, writhing it wildly, performing a comical dance in an attempt to dislodge Obito from it. However, after much effort, there was no sign of success. Instead, a sudden sound erupted from behind. "So, you were hiding here, making it quite the challenge to locate you. Your self-imposed layers of protection are indeed an effective defensive measure, but have you contemplated this dilemma? If the assault originates from within, it is akin to capturing a turtle in a jar." The centipede nearly lost his wits. Instinctively, he sought to dismantle the outer components to escape. But Obito had already seized the moment. Upon discovering that the space housing the centipede's true form could accommodate another, Obito fully entered and dispelled his intangibility. From their earlier encounter, he had surmised that this individual's close combat prowess was woefully inadequate, perhaps even inferior to that of a Ch-nin. Such weakness was utterly insufferable. Without hesitation, Obito targeted the puppet's core situated atop the gigantic centipede. The centipede felt an immediate chill. Not only did this individual possess an eerie ability, but he was also acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. Even knowing the core, the very source of his life, nestled at his heart. He feared no other destruction. But should the core be struck, it would spell his demise. Consequently, he could no longer afford to hesitate. With a furious shout, he declared, "Since you wish to perish, I shall oblige you. Prepare to meet your end." With that, he erupted in a tempest of violent violet energy, akin to the essence of a tailed beast, swiftly converging. Obito was taken aback. To unleash a tailed beast bomb in such a confined space was tantamount to courting one's own demise. Nonetheless, he cast a sympathetic glance towards Baizu, pondering whether it was conceivable that he could only harm himself. Yet Baizu was unable to discern Obito's words, or perhaps it was too late for comprehension. For the immense energy conglomerate had already been dispatched. Chapter 74, Naruto wishes to meet Jiraiya with a resounding boom. A colossal explosion erupted from within, causing the entire giant puppet to disassemble. As the smoke dissipated, the scene revealed utter devastation, with Baizu's centipede form bearing numerous wounds. However, due to the influence of the dragon vein, these injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. Baizu exhaled in relief. He had gambled on the explosion's inability to breach his exterior and harm his core. Thus, no matter how severely the outer shell was damaged, it could be mended. Emboldened once more, he declared, "At last, you must be dead. I refuse to believe you could withstand such a magnitude of explosion. Humph, wretched little brat. How could someone like you exist in this world?" Yet, in the next moment, Obito's figure gradually emerged from the ground, as if recalling some amusing thought. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "To think you would attempt to eliminate me with such a feeble explosion after mere seconds. You truly underestimate me." Baizu was left dumbfounded, on the verge of tears. Why are you still alive?" He felt as though he were teetering on the brink of madness. Were it not for the fact that puppets could not weep, he would have been in floods of tears. What was he to do? To flee was not an option. Nor could he fight. He was at a loss. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind. "Since I cannot defeat you, but you have companions. And Lulan is home to so many people. Even if I perish, I shall drag everyone down with me." With that resolve, his speed surged as he raced towards the source of the dragon vein, intent on detonating it to obliterate everyone. He wished to make the impudent boy before him understand the true meaning of suffering. With a sharp gaze, Obito recognized the peril of the situation. He could not allow Yahiko to succeed. Just as he was about to take action, a figure with golden hair appeared before Yahiko's centipede puppet. It was none other than Minato, who had regained his composure and joined the fray. Minato hurled a shuriken towards Yahiko and swiftly formed hand seals. Instantly, the thrown shuriken transformed into thousands, cascading like a torrential storm towards Yahiko. Obito stood by, utterly bewildered. He had witnessed the shadow clone technique of shurikens before, but the sheer quantity and speed he was witnessing now was unprecedented. Had he known of a certain advanced weapon from another realm, he would have undoubtedly exclaimed, "Goodness! A Gatling gun!" Truly, one could only marvel at the prowess of Minato-sensei. Under the relentless barrage of countless shurikens, Baizoku was unable to react in time, suffering the full brunt of the damage. His form shattered under the immense force, rendering him a mere fragment of his former self. Yet, after the tempest of blades subsided, Baizoku managed to rise, laughing maniacally despite his broken body. "I told you it was futile. I possess boundless energy. No matter how grievous the injuries, I shall restore myself. Dragon Vein, grant me your strength," he bellowed. He awaited the empowerment of the Dragon Vein to rejuvenate him, eager to witness the relentless failures of these insects. However, to his dismay, this time the Dragon Vein's strength did not come forth. His body remained irrevocably damaged. Why does the Dragon Vein not bestow upon me its power? Am I to be forsaken even by the Dragon Vein? Baizoku shrieked in madness, akin to a desperate patient. Minato shook his head. "No, you have forgotten someone. It seems their plans are proceeding smoothly." Baizoku was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind those words. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It's Sarah. That wretched Sarah has shut off the entire Dragon Vein. How could she do this? Cursed be her existence. I should have eliminated her sooner. Minato calmly responded. Thus, despite your seemingly endless energy, such power does not belong to you, does it? Baizoku could not contain his hysterical laughter, as clarity dawned upon him. He had reached a dead end. Even in death, I shall take you with me. With that, one of Baizoku's centipede-like appendages lunged violently towards Minato, grasping for his heart. In an instant, Obito realized the gravity of the situation. Master Minato intended to self-destruct. However, Obito remained unperturbed. The time required for such a detonation was ample for Minato to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique multiple times. rendering it nearly impossible for the explosion to reach him. Yet, contrary to Obito's expectations, Minato did not retreat. Instead, he advanced swiftly, soon standing before the 100-legged creature. One of his hands pressed against the centipede-like body as he intoned, "Seal." Instantly, all that the creature had been gathering dissipated entirely. The self-detonation was thwarted. For it felt as though every supply line of its puppet body had been severed by the seal. Stripped of all combat capabilities, it plummeted, teetering on the brink of oblivion, clinging to its last breath. Oblivious to the unfolding scene, Obito was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting that his mentor, Minato, possessed a formidable sealing technique. Now, with the dragon vein support stripped away, the creature known as Baizu was rendered incapable of breaking the seal through sheer ferocity. Furthermore, his puppet's corporeal form required a core energy supply, which was precisely countered by the sealing arts. Thus, it all culminated in an end. Baizu was incapacitated, and the centipede puppet gradually regressed, ultimately reverting to its original humanoid form. At that moment, its upper body was bare, revealing intricate patterns of the sealing techniques etched upon its skin. Observing these markings, Minato turned to Obito and remarked, "This is the reason he was able to traverse back in time. If we obliterate these inscriptions, the flow of time will be restored to its rightful order, allowing Naruto to return." Toby nodded slightly. "So, are we to eliminate the centipede? Once he is vanquished, these markings will undoubtedly dissipate, and everything shall return to normal." Minato hesitated for a moment, reluctant to part with Naruto, wishing to spend just a bit more time with this child destined for a bright future. However, after some contemplation, he resolved to take action. Naruto did not belong to their timeline, and it was time for him to return. Yet, just as he was about to act, a voice echoed from afar. "Wait, Dad." Minato halted his hand. Naruto rushed over, breathless but determined. At last, he had caught up. He gazed at the ailing centipede on the ground and smiled. "It seems the situation has resolved perfectly, Dad. If we eliminate him, I can return, right?" Minato nodded in affirmation. However, a glimmer of pleading appeared in Naruto's eyes. "Dad, can we wait a little longer?" Minato was taken aback and then gently asked, "Naruto, do you have any remaining wishes? Yet, you do not belong here. Even if our timelines might not share a connection, it's best not to interfere excessively." Naruto looked at him with an expression that was impossible to refuse. "Dad, I do have one final wish. Could I see the perverted sage just once more? Just one glance, please?" Minato's mind was filled with question marks. Who was the perverted sage? But soon, a very fitting image surfaced in his thoughts. Minato lamented, "Naruto, you wish to see Jiraiya-sensei? But he is in Konoha, far from Lulan, and we do not have ample time." Regret clouded Naruto's face. "Can I go back to at least see him?" Memories of days spent with the perverted sage flooded Naruto's mind, their training sessions, baths together, sharing ice pops, and the times they had spied on beautiful women bathing. He had even helped the perverted sage write a volume of Intimate Paradise, which was said to be the bestseller. Memories rushed back, and tears streamed down Naruto's cheeks. Would he truly never see the perverted sage again? Chapter 75. Divine Might Fulfills Wishes. Seeing Naruto's sorrowful expression, Minato felt a pang in his heart. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene. No one spoke. Ultimately, Naruto reconciled with himself and, through tears, managed to smile. "It's all right, Dad. Go ahead and eliminate the centipede. It is time for me to return to my original timeline and train in Sage mode at Mayaboka Mountain." Naruto clenched his fists. "This time, I will not disappoint anyone. I will protect the village and avenge the perverted sage." Yet, the tears that continued to flow betrayed his true feelings. How could he easily reconcile with the loss of someone cherished, when even the last meeting was denied him, leaving only memories at the memorial stone? He was merely forcing himself to be optimistic. Minato, unable to bear seeing Naruto in such pain, felt a surge of impulse and suddenly turned to Toby. "Toby, what do you think? Could we both use the Flying Thunder God technique to take Naruto to Konoha for a brief visit and return quickly? Is it feasible?" After a moment of contemplation, Obito shook his head and replied, "It's not feasible. Kakashi-sensei, this journey is quite extensive. While our chakra may suffice for utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to return home, it will not be adequate for a subsequent return. Thus, we must resort to traversing the landscape to reach Lulan. However, such a method demands considerable time." Taito gazed at the fallen Baizu, whose existence flickered like a candle in the wind. Previously, he had transformed himself using the power of the dragon vein. But now, bereft of that strength and severed from his core supply by the sealing technique, he was destined for an early demise, even if they chose not to execute him. What if he perished on their return journey? Minato fell into silence. The sealing patterns on Baizu were intricately linked to the Dragon Vein's power. Departing from Lulon meant distancing themselves from the Dragon Vein's reach. If Baizu were to die during this interval, the consequences were uncertain and fraught with danger. The worst-case scenario was that Naruto might never return. Given that Naruto was not originally from this timeline, his very existence could vanish alongside Baizu. Minato dared not gamble. Faced with the rising intensity in Naruto's eyes, he could only offer an apologetic expression and shake his head in resignation. With the last flicker of hope extinguished, Naruto summoned his courage and donned a mask of indifference. "Father, it seems we must part ways after all. Thank you for everything you've shared. I can take care of myself now. Remember your promise to me. If my future self is born, please do not abandon him. Grant him a future filled with happiness." Minato smiled. "Rest assured, Naruto, I shall honor that promise." Naruto turned to Baizu on the ground and said somberly, "Father, please act. It must be arduous for him to remain alive like this. Let him find peace sooner rather than later." Minato nodded and readied his kunai to pierce Baizu's core. At that moment, figures approached from afar. Lin, Kakashi, and Sarah rushed toward them. Additionally, a man wearing a Konoha ninja headband accompanied Kakashi. Upon seeing this individual, Naruto could not restrain himself. "Captain Yamato? What brings you here?" Yamato looked bewildered, glancing at the younger Kakashi beside him. "I have no idea. I was found by a younger Kakashi after I regained consciousness." Kakashi elaborated, "This man is a Konoha ninja we encountered while accompanying Sarah to seal the Dragon Vein. He had fainted, so I brought him along." Kakashi was also filled with questions. Taito had mentioned that Naruto's class was not under his leadership. So who was this Captain Yamato? Suddenly, Kakashi and Lin exchanged astonished glances, realizing, "So you are the renowned wood-style ninja who built sturdy houses?" Yamato appeared perplexed. Was he truly so famous? Logically, he and Kakashi should not have known each other at this point. Although Kakashi had explained that Yamato was a ninja from 20 years in the future, the circumstances felt oddly peculiar. Moreover, what was this about sturdy houses? While he indeed enjoyed using wood-style techniques for overnight camping, he was still the top expert of the Umbu. Such a title felt unwarranted. Regardless, Kakashi was insufferable. Having returned to the past, he thought it best to deliver a few punches while they were still young. With that thought in mind, Yamato landed a punch on Kakashi's head. Kakashi turned, clutching his head. "Why did you hit me?" "That hurt." Yamato replied with a mischievous grin. "Nothing much. I just couldn't resist hitting back after being bullied by you." Kakashi seethed with frustration, about to retort, but Yamato had already ignored him. Approaching Minato with utmost respect and bowing deeply. "It is a great honor to meet you." Minato smiled, well aware of why Yamato held him in such high regard. In the future, he would not only become the fourth Hokage, but would also sacrifice himself to protect the village. Yet, these were matters for another time. The world needed to be set back on its rightful course. He gently remarked, "It is regrettable that the time has come for us to part ways." Sarah, in a sudden rush of urgency, dashed in front of Naruto, her face etched with reluctance. "Are we truly parting so soon?" Naruto smiled. "Sarah, you have become an exceptional queen. Even without our assistance, you will guide your people well." A tender expression washed over Sarah's face. "Naruto, I shall never forget you." She understood that Naruto hailed from the future, and their meeting, however fleeting, would inevitably lead to farewell. Yet, why did her heart ache so? Minato observed this scene with an involuntary sigh. His son had captured a girl's heart in such a short time, only to face the agony of separation. He was uncertain whether to feel proud or sorrowful. If Naruto were from the future of this timeline, he would have sealed everyone's memories away. However, since Naruto belonged to a future disconnected from them, he could cherish these beautiful, precious memories. Noticing that farewells were drawing to a close, Minato turned his gaze back to Baizu, preparing to act. At this juncture, Baizu was cursing silently, feeling worse than dead, unable even to voice his distress. "If you intend to kill me, then do so already. Stop dragging this out." However, he finally saw a glimmer of hope for release. As he observed Minato approaching, his heart swelled with anticipation. Surely, nothing would go awry this time. Yet, at that moment, Taito abruptly interjected, "Minato-sensei, wait." Minato paused, his hand holding the kunai, freezing in midair. Obito gazed at Rin and inquired, "Rin, Zetsu's life hangs by a thread. Could you examine him and determine how long he can endure if we strive to sustain him?" Rin nodded and approached Zetsu. After a thorough examination, she replied, "I will employ my medical ninjutsu to prolong his life. He has approximately 3 hours left." Obito displayed a confident expression, declaring, "That's sufficient." Minato, filled with confusion, inquired Obito. What do you mean by that? Obito said to Minato, I have contemplated, and I too wish for Naruto to see Jiraiya-sama once more. Minato furrowed his brow and replied, But did we not just analyze the situation? It is impossible to fulfill that request. In 3 hours, we may not return in time. Obito chuckled. If I were to rely solely on the Flying Thunder God technique, indeed, I would be unable to accomplish this. However, Master Minato, have you perhaps forgotten that I possess mastery over more than one type of space-time ninjutsu? Before Minato could respond, Rin interjected, Obito, you mustn't. Lord Jiraiya is far away in Konoha, and the burden and consumption of utilizing that ocular power to activate space-time ninjutsu back to Konoha would be far too great. Obito took a deep breath and reassured Rin, Do not worry, I will soon be able to transplant the intercellular tissues. Even if I become blind, I can still save you, cannot I? Naruto, standing nearby, though unable to fully comprehend the depth of Obito's words, sensed that there was a possibility of seeing the Sage of the Six Paths one last time. For a fleeting moment, hope flickered across his face, yet ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, No, I will not meet the Sage of the Six Paths, Obito, although I cannot grasp the entirety of your conversation. I understand that it demands an immense sacrifice from you. I cannot allow you to take such risks for my sake. With a smile, Obito shook his head at Naruto, saying, Naruto, you remain as kind as ever, but this time, it is I who owe you. Allow me to repay you now. Having spoken, he no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes and shouted, Kamui. Instantly, 3 scythe-shaped Sharingan opened, accompanied by a stream of blood tears, as a distorted spatial portal gradually took form. Everyone beheld the scene beyond the portal. Under the glow of the setting sun, the faces of the 3 Hokage were vividly etched upon the Hokage rock. On the other side lay Konoha. Chapter 76. Ichiraka Ramen. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the landscape of Konoha, seemingly unchanged after 20 years. He was about to utter something, but was interrupted by Obito. Obito urged with urgency, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, hurry over. I cannot hold on much longer. The others should stay here. Rin, you must do everything in your power to preserve Baizu's life. With tears glistening in her eyes, Rin nodded resolutely and swiftly began to perform medical ninjutsu on Baizu. Obito was the first to step into the passage, gesturing for Minato and Naruto to follow. Minato sighed, since the passage had been opened and the cost borne by Obito. He could not let Obito's goodwill go unacknowledged. Without further hesitation, he seized the still-dazed Naruto and, with a Flying Thunder God technique, transported them to Obito's side. In the next moment, Obito closed the kaleidoscope, and the spatial passage vanished. The 3 found themselves at the edge of a desolate cliff in the Land of the Leaf. Obito gasped for breath, having opened such a vast spatial portal all at once, a burden far too great for him to bear. In just that brief moment, he could distinctly feel his vision deteriorating. Kakashi approached with concern, offering a tissue and inquiring, Obito, are you all right? Obito shook his head, wiping away the blood tears that streamed from his eyes with a tissue. After resting for a moment, he managed to regain some strength. He smiled and remarked, The cost is within bearable limits. My body can endure. Although my vision has diminished somewhat, it will be fine after the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Minato let out a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. At that moment, Naruto snapped back to reality from his astonishment, staring blankly at Obito. Obito, did you just use Kamui? How do you possess eyes like Kakashi-sensei's? Obito involuntarily let out a hum. Firstly, do not refer to me as a brat, in strict terms. I am considerably older than you. Secondly, is there not a possibility that Kakashi's Sharingan originally belonged to me? Have you observed how Kakashi employs Kamui? Is it as proficient as my own? Naruto initially appeared enlightened, only to subsequently display a look of disdain. Isn't it just like Kakashi-sensei? Using it once, and then gasping for breath. Obito. Subsequently, Naruto's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he gazed at Obito, deeply moved, and said, I am at a loss for words to convey my gratitude. You have sacrificed so much to allow me to meet the perverse sage. Toby shook his head and said, It is only natural. You never need to thank me. With time running short, he urged, quickly find Lord Jiraiya. Naruto snapped back to reality, gazing at the distant Hokage rock, marveling, this truly is Konoha. It's astonishing how I arrived here from Lulon in the blink of an eye. At present, there are only 3 faces on Hokage rock. By my time, there were already 5. He then inquired, by the way, where is the perverted sage now? Minato turned to Naruto, his expression serious. Naruto, while I permit you a glance at Jiraiya-sensei, you must not disclose any information about yourself. Can you manage that? Naruto nodded. Father, just a glance at the perverted sage is enough to satisfy me. Minato replied with a nod. Then let us proceed. As the sun dipped lower, the sky darkened. The fading light illuminated the sign of Ichiraka Ramen, where Tucci watched the last customer depart, letting out a sigh of relief. Today was the grand opening, and the crowd had been overwhelming. Despite being a spirited young man, he felt utterly drained. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he collected the empty bowls and began cleaning the tables. At that moment, a figure with white hair entered. Boss, 1 bowl of ramen, please. Tucci turned, surprise flickering across his face. Lord Jiraiya, are you here to sample my ramen? Jiraiya smiled. After all, the legendary ramen recipe has been inherited by you, Tucci. I've longed to come, but the morning crowd was simply too large. Tucci grinned. To receive your approval is an honor. Please wait a moment. I will prepare it right away. You won't be disappointed. With that, he hastily cleaned the table and headed into the kitchen to prepare the noodles. Jiraiya found a seat, feeling a void within him as he took a sip from the sake he had just purchased. Earlier that morning, he had just perfected the Rasengan, eager to show off to his most cherished disciple, only to find Minato whisked away on a secret mission. In the afternoon, Tsunade had packed her belongings, taking her recently acquired disciple, Shizen, to embark on a journey. He had tried to dissuade her, but to no avail. Again he had confessed his feelings and was met with rejection. Sighing, he pondered how long it would be before she returned. Lost in thought, Jiraiya began to drink heavily, and soon enough, he had finished an entire bottle. As he became slightly intoxicated, a figure sat down beside him. This newcomer seemed intimately familiar with Ichiraku Ramen, confidently ordering 1 bowl of miso chashu ramen, hold the bamboo shoots. Tucci, while preparing the noodles, felt a peculiar sensation, as if this person were a regular customer. Coming right up, he replied. Meanwhile, Jiraiya instinctively turned to glimpse the newcomer. In his haze, he noticed golden hair and mistakenly associated the figure with Minato. How could that be? Minato is still on a mission, he thought, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Upon focusing, he realized it was merely a bearded young man with golden locks. Feeling impulsive, Jiraiya asked, Hey, are you here to enjoy the boss's legendary ramen too? The young man gazed deeply at Jiraiya, his eyes filled with emotion. Indeed. Jiraiya, intrigued, continued, By the looks of you, this isn't your first time? The young man neither confirmed nor denied, deftly changing the subject. Sir, were you lost in thought just now? Taken aback, Jiraiya pondered, Do I appear so old? Perhaps he truly was no longer youthful. As he sought an excuse, his gaze fell upon the lanterns adorning Ichiraka Ramen. Actually, I'm in the midst of crafting a novel. I just haven't decided on a name for the protagonist. The young man's expression shifted slightly, and he teased. Sir, it wouldn't happen to be a risk novel, would it? Jiraiya coughed, feeling quite embarrassed, but replied with utmost seriousness. What are you thinking? This is a thrilling tale. The young man eyed him skeptically. Clearly, it's a risque novel. There's no need to be shy about it. Jiraiya insisted. Who said that? The title of my novel is The Will of the Ninja. It is not risque at all. Just then, Tucci emerged with 2 steaming bowls of ramen. Here you are, gentlemen. Please enjoy. The young man's face lit up with anticipation as he eagerly picked up his chopsticks, mixed the noodles, and took a hearty bite, releasing a satisfied sigh. Indeed, Tucci's ramen is the best. He then looked at Tucci's youthful face and remarked, You're quite young. Tucci, slightly puzzled but pleased by the compliment, smiled warmly. Is that so? Then make sure to come back for more. With that, he retreated to the kitchen to clean the utensils. The golden-haired young man fell silent, savoring the ramen with bliss, yet unbeknownst to him. Tears streamed down his cheeks into the bowl. Noticing this, Jiraiya comforted. What's wrong? Did something sad come to mind? The young man wiped his tears. No? It's just that I'm overwhelmed. It's been ages since I had such a warm bowl of ramen. Jiraiya suddenly felt an intense passion for Ichiraka ramen emanating from the young man, piquing his curiosity about the ramen's taste. He picked up his own chopsticks and took a few bites, finding the flavors delightful, truly worthy of its legendary status. Without further ado, Jiraiya joined the golden-haired young man in silence, both immersed in their meal. The sounds of slurping filled the air as they quickly finished their bowls, exhaling in unison, a shared expression of contentment upon their faces. At that moment, the young man turned and asked, Sir, have you yet decided on a name for the protagonist? Jiraiya smiled. While enjoying the ramen, I have settled on a name, Naruto. The young man's eyes glistened. Naruto? What a lovely name. After a brief pause, he stood, retrieving a frog-patterned wallet, counting out some money and placing it on the table. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Jiraiya glanced at the money on the table and called out, "Hey, you've overpaid." The young man turned, puzzled, glancing at the price list displayed in Ichiraka ramen. Realizing the discrepancy, he chuckled. "I see, it's still quite affordable." However, he didn't reclaim the excess money, stating, "Consider it a tip for the chef." Jiraiya chuckled. "In such a hurry to leave? I hope that one day, when my novel is completed, you will get to read it." The golden-haired young man nodded. "I will definitely read it." With that, he trembled slightly and departed. As his figure faded from view, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if the young man had been a significant part of his life. "What a peculiar lad," Jiraiya murmured. The sorrow within him, for reasons unknown, did not dissipate. Instead, it intensified. Compelled by an urge, he rose to purchase another flask of sake and remarked, "Boss, another bowl, the same flavor as before." After Naruto departed, he strolled through the streets of Konoha from 20 years past. The sun had completely set, and the lights began to illuminate the night. Minato and Obito, wearing masks, appeared beside him. Minato smiled and inquired, "So, what did you discuss with Jiraiya-sensei?" Naruto, with tears streaming down his face, replied, "We didn't say much. I just had a bowl of ramen, but that bowl was sufficient. Father, let us return." Minato nodded, exchanging a glance with Obito, then placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. And the three of them vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon reaching the edge of the original cliff, Minato said, "Obito, let us form a formation together and return to Lulon using the Flying Thunder God technique." Toby nodded slightly. After a period of rest, he had regained some strength. The master of the Flying Thunder God technique was Master Minato, who did not need to exert too much chakra, as it was sufficient for the jutsu. The two approached Naruto, hand in hand, encircling him, and the next instant, they vanished from Konoha and returned to Lulon. Rin was diligently sustaining the life of the centipede, while Kakashi, Sarah, and Yamato stood guard nearby. Upon seeing Toby in a stable condition, Rin let out a sigh of relief. "Toby, Master Minato, the centipede cannot hold on much longer," Rin stated. Minato nodded and approached the centipede, saying, "Rin, you may stop now." Rin immediately halted her healing and stood up. Without hesitation, Minato thrust a kunai into the centipede's core, bringing its life to an end. If the centipede could comment at that moment, it might have said, "Finally dead." Truly, it has been too difficult. Instantly, a radiant white light enveloped Naruto and Yamato, their forms beginning to transform into ethereal silhouettes. Naruto glanced at Minato and then at Sarah, saying, "Everyone, take care." At this moment, Toby addressed Naruto. "Naruto, if you encounter a masked individual claiming to be Uchiha Obito on the other side." However, he was abruptly interrupted as Rin pulled him back. She shook her head at Toby and stepped forward, handing Naruto a small note, continuing Toby's words, "Just give him this note, and remember, you must not peek." Naruto, somewhat puzzled, accepted the note, replying, "All right, if I do meet this person, I will comply." In the next moment, Naruto and Yamato's figures completely vanished. Minato turned to Sarah, smiling, "Queen Sarah, our mission has been successfully completed. However, I have one more matter to attend to and hope to gain your approval." Sarah, already sensing what was to come, inquired, "You intend to seal the dragon vein, don't you?" Minato nodded, somewhat sheepishly, "Indeed. The power of the dragon vein is exceedingly dangerous. If it falls into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, it could bring calamity upon the entire world." Sarah nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. Although Lulon has thrived thanks to the energy provided by the dragon vein, its loss may soon lead to the city's collapse. However, if we were to encounter someone like in Lushan again, it would bring devastation to my people. You may proceed with the sealing afterward. I will guide my people in search of a new homeland." Minato gazed at Sarah in astonishment, feeling that under Naruto's influence, she had matured remarkably. What a wonderful girl indeed. Minato couldn't help but think that if Naruto were to marry such a lady, he would be exceedingly happy. Chapter 78. The Dragon Vein Jinchuriki. Under Sarah's guidance, Minato and his companions arrived at the core area of the Dragon Vein. This place lay hidden beneath the earth, with the central hub being the heart of the Dragon Vein. Sarah pointed to the hub, saying, "The power of the Dragon Vein is concealed below." Minato nodded and was about to step forward to perform the sealing technique when a sudden thought crossed Toby's mind. "Master Minato, wait." Minato turned in confusion, looking at Toby. Toby inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, do you think the dragon pulse bears some resemblance to the tailed beasts?" After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi replied, "Indeed, it is quite similar. The dragon pulse is also a form of chakra conglomerate, possessing immense energy. Furthermore, The fact that Queen Sarah can command the dragon pulse indicates that it possesses a certain vitality. Obito pondered for a moment before speaking. In theory, since you, Lord Minato, are capable of sealing the nine tails within a human body, you should also be able to seal the dragon vein within a human body, correct? Minato was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed his brow and replied, Obito, are you suggesting the creation of a host for the dragon vein? That is far too perilous. Moreover, my sealing techniques are not as adept as Kushina's. I cannot guarantee success in sealing a tailed beast, even in the future you described. My sealing of the nine tails relied on the Reaper Death Seal. This technique is something I am currently studying, but I have yet to fully master it. Perhaps I will only grasp it in the coming years. Obito paused momentarily before responding. Why not give it a try? After all, the dragon vein is inherently different from the nine tails. Its power is relatively gentle. Moreover, Sensei Minato, it is not the power itself that is flawed, but rather the individual wielding it. For instance, could the strength of Hashirama Senju truly be inferior to that of the dragon vein? Yet, was he not perilous? Likewise, while the nine tails in Madara's grasp nearly brought ruin to the village, it was capable of saving the world in Naruto's hands. So, how do we classify the nine tails, dangerous or not? Minato found himself at a loss for a counterargument, merely gazing at Obito and saying, all right, what do you intend to do? I would like to hear your specific thoughts before I make a decision. Obito gazed at Sarah and inquired, Sarah, to a certain extent, you can command the dragon vein to act according to your will, correct? Sarah nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the dragon vein heeds the words of both my mother and me. And at times, I can even sense a profound connection of the heart between myself and the dragon vein. Obito spoke, Sarah, I have a piece of intelligence to share with you. Soon, the ninja world war will erupt. Particularly the conflict between the land of wind and the land of lightning will ignite upon this land. The world will descend into chaos, and in such tumultuous times, it will be exceedingly difficult to safeguard your people without power, would it not? Sarah shuddered at his words. She had indeed heard whispers of the tensions between the land of wind and the land of lightning, and it was indeed a matter of grave concern. During wartime, a multitude of refugees would emerge, and without ninjas, Lulan would struggle to survive in such dire circumstances. She lifted her gaze, piecing together the conversation she had just overheard between Minato and Obito, and inquired, so, do you intend to seal the dragon vein within me, thus making me the so-called Jinchuriki of the dragon vein? Obito remarked, indeed, the dragon vein may lack a fully developed consciousness, yet it has undeniably given rise to awareness. It will heed the commands of you and your mother, perhaps perceiving you both as its closest kin. Should the dragon vein be sealed within you, you might very well become the perfect Jinchuriki. Sarah struggled to comprehend much of this. Yet one truth resonated within her. If she can harness the power of the dragon vein, she could alter the fate of Lulan. Resolutely, her gaze sharpened. Though I am unfamiliar with the concept of a perfect Jinchuriki, I am willing to attempt it according to your vision. Obito turned to his mentor, Minato, and expressed, Minato-sensei, this is my intention. Minato, taken aback, pondered the significance of Obito's words. Given that the dragon vein would inherently obey Sarah's commands, sealing it would not encounter the same resistance as the nine tails. It could be akin to how he once sealed Kushina within Naruto using the 8 trigram seal. He scratched his head and remarked, Obito, Queen Sarah is a kind-hearted individual. If it is her, her strength will be devoted to protection, and I am willing to assist. However, Minato's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he turned to Sarah. The chakra of the dragon vein is immensely vast. I cannot ascertain whether you will be able to withstand it. This may pose considerable danger. Yet, Sarah was already resolute, stating, the dragon vein is a gift left to me by my mother. If possible, I wish to continue utilizing it for the benefit of my people. Minato replied, then please lie down, and I will attempt to seal the dragon vein's chakra within you using the 8 trigram seal. Sarah nodded and approached Minato, lying down before him. At this moment, Obito leaned closer to Minato and whispered, Teacher Minato, the dragon vein can ultimately be matured for application throughout the entirety of Lulan. It should be less challenging to partition than the nine tails. If it can be accomplished, perhaps you could proceed gradually? Minato comprehended Obito's intent to first segment the dragon vein and then seal it incrementally, thereby significantly mitigating the associated risks. While he might need to employ the corpse demon technique to divide the nine tails, the dragon vein would prove considerably more manageable. He smiled and replied, indeed, I can manage the dragon vein. Obito, please step back. I am about to perform the technique. Toby nodded and withdrew. Minato concentrated intently. gradually guiding the dragon vein chakra forth and directing it towards Sarah. Initially, the dragon vein chakra displayed some resistance, but upon contact with Sarah, it instantaneously assimilated into her being. Remarkably, Minato exerted minimal effort in this endeavor. He could not help but exclaim, "This is proceeding even more smoothly than I had anticipated. Sarah, I shall draw in greater power. Should you find it overwhelming, do not hesitate to inform me." With her eyes closed, Sarah felt a surge of warm energy within her and smiled. "It appears to be quite fond of me. I shall certainly speak up if any issues arise." Without further hesitation, Minato continued his work. Thus, nearly half of the dragon vein chakra was successfully sealed within Sarah's body. At that moment, Sarah finally reacted. "I cannot take any more. Although the dragon vein is willing, my body is struggling to accommodate it." Minato paused, astonished. To accept half of the dragon vein's power is already an extraordinary feat. He then recalled Kushina. "Sarah, I wish to pose a question. Within your body, does the dragon vein exhibit any signs of madness?" "Madness?" Sarah replied, perplexed. "No. It seems very obedient, eager to lend me all its power and even willing to protect me. Let me demonstrate." With that, Sarah stood, and a radiant purple light enveloped her, gradually forming into an elegant purple robe. She emanated an aura of mystery and nobility. Minato was taken aback. Such formidable power. This is entirely different from the rudimentary application seen with the likes of J-Bai. It is a flawless control over all the dragon vein chakra. Is this the chakra cloak that Toby spoke of as the mark of a perfect Jinchuriki? But then, what of Kushina? Obito was also pondering this matter. Suddenly, he recalled Naruto, the one who, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, recklessly endeavored to save the tailed beasts and subsequently earned their complete recognition. Thus, he posed a question to Sarah. "Sarah, what does the dragon vein signify to you?" Sarah smiled gently, placing her hand upon her abdomen, where the dragon vein was sealed, and her expression softened. "The existence of the dragon vein has bestowed upon Lulan an inexhaustible source of energy. It is our hope and guardian. Now, it resides within me, and I can sense its innocent goodwill. I shall not betray it. It regards me as the most significant being in its existence, and in turn, I shall embrace it as my companion." Toby turned to Minato, letting out a sigh. "Minato-sensei, perhaps this is the answer." Konoha's attitude towards the Ninetales has always been one of either enslavement or animosity. The Ninetales have never been treated kindly by the village. I believe the tailed beasts are perhaps far more innocent than humans. Those who treat them well will naturally receive their goodwill, while those who mistreat them will face their ire. In Chapter 79, the other half of the dragon vein is sealed within Rin. Minato stood momentarily in a daze, his mind involuntarily recalling Kushina's various restrictive actions towards the Ninetales. From Kushina's perspective, her actions were entirely justifiable. However, from the Ninetales' standpoint, the constant imposition of the adamant and sealing technique, and even the tail sealing jutsu, meant that it was not merely confined within a cage. Rather, it was utterly bound, unable to move even a single tail. If a person were to endure such treatment, it would be tantamount to a fate worse than death. He couldn't help but smile wryly. "Toby, perhaps you were right, but sadly, Kushina and the Ninetales have developed a deep-seated enmity, making reconciliation exceedingly difficult." Obito shook his head and remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, the essence of the elder sister is one of purity. Perhaps the Ninetales does not harbor the hatred towards her that you imagine. It was merely the initial brainwashing by Konoha and the ensuing chaos caused by the tailed beast that deeply ingrained her perception of the Ninetales. We could endeavor to alter her viewpoint. Who knows? Her relationship with the Ninetales might just soften." Kakashi nodded, looking earnestly at Obito. "Obito, thank you. Through today's events, I have discovered a definitive method to resolve the issue of the Ninetales seal loosening. If I can become the perfect Jinchuriki, Kushina will be able to return to a normal life, and that would indeed be a momentous occasion." Kakashi grew increasingly animated, almost wishing to fly home immediately to discuss the day's developments with Kushina. In a state of distress, Obito lamented, "Kakashi-sensei, I have already stated that there is no need for thanks. This is merely my duty." At that moment, Sarah interjected, "What about the other half of the dragon vein? I just sensed its desire. It longs to venture out as well. Perhaps you could find it a trustworthy companion." Kakashi was taken aback, while Obito's excitement swelled as he instinctively glanced at Rin. In truth, this notion had crossed his mind from the very beginning. The power of the dragon vein was immense, and Sarah alone could not possibly bear its entirety. Thus, the remaining power could be entrusted to Rin, granting her a means of self-preservation. In her previous life, Rin had successfully contained the Three Tails, leading Obito to believe the likelihood of success was exceedingly high, especially considering that behind the Three Tails loomed the calculating figure of Madara. Acquiring the strength of the dragon vein would undoubtedly be safer. Kakashi quickly discerned Obito's intent, unable to stifle a chuckle. Obito, you sly one. He then turned to Rin and inquired, so, Rin, are you willing to give it a try? Rin looked at Obito with a radiant smile and resolutely replied to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I can do it. Kakashi smiled and turned to Sarah. Then I shall seal the remaining half of the dragon vein within Rin's body. Is that agreeable? Sarah replied with a grin, of course, I will assist in calming the dragon vein. Among the group, Rin was one of his favorite characters, second only to Naruto. So gentle and endearing. Kakashi addressed Rin, come here, Rin. With Sarah by your side, the sealing process should be straightforward. Rin smiled as she approached and lay down, while Sarah joined her to soothe the dragon vein's emotions. Kakashi exerted little effort, successfully sealing the remaining half of the dragon vein within Rin's body. As the dragon vein was sealed, tranquility returned to the depths below. However, Kakashi suddenly sensed something amiss. This place is indeed complex. I detect a strange force lurking beneath. One that can continuously distort space and time. Perhaps it is not the power of the dragon vein that enabled Naruto and the others to traverse realms, but rather this force below. Toby suddenly realized, indeed, while the power of the dragon vein is formidable, I do not believe it can facilitate time travel. It seems there are deeper secrets here. Minato nodded slightly. After all, this power is forbidden. It is wise for us to refrain from interference. Now, it has subsided along with the dragon vein's disappearance. As long as we do not deliberately provoke it, it should not manifest again. He then turned to Rin and inquired, Rin, how do you feel? Rin smiled and replied, I feel all right. But I still need some time to bond with the dragon vein. I cannot utilize the chakra cloak as effortlessly as Queen Sarah does. Sarah chuckled, do not worry. It will not take long. It has already assured me that it will get along well with you, and you will soon become companions. Rin smiled at Sarah. Thank you. Queen Sarah, the dragon vein is indeed a treasure of Lulon, and yet you are willing to share it with me. Sarah shook her head. You have aided me immensely. And the dragon vein itself longs to explore. There is no need for thanks. Minato sighed in relief and said, then we can consider this task perfectly accomplished. It is time for us to return. Sarah suddenly felt a twinge of reluctance. Must you leave so soon? Many people in Lulon wish to express their gratitude to you. Minato shook his head. I apologize, but the ninja world is currently unstable, and we have many matters to attend to. Sarah expressed her regret. I had hoped you could stay a few more days to explore Lulon thoroughly. At that moment, Obito spoke. Sarah, with the power of the dragon vein, you have become a perfect Jinchuriki, a formidable force in the ninja world. Would you be willing to contribute to the peace of the ninja realm when necessary? Sarah pondered for a moment and replied with a smile. Peace, you say? If it can truly be achieved without jeopardizing my people, I would naturally be willing. Obito could not help but smile. Sarah had truly become a worthy queen, always considering matters from the perspective of her people. Was this the transformation that Naruto had brought about? If anyone else had claimed that mutual understanding between individuals was possible, Obito would have vehemently disagreed. Yet, upon reflecting on Naruto, he found himself contemplating the possibility. However, that would have to wait until Naruto was born, wouldn't it? Now, Obito's voice was once again imbued with persuasion as he gazed at Sarah. In the future, I wish to invite you to join an organization known as Dawn's Awakening. It aims to usher in peace for the world and even offers a striking uniform. Would you be interested? Sarah paused, then replied calmly, I haven't given it much thought. I do not know what the future holds. However, I can consider it, provided that this organization is truly as you describe, Dawn's Awakening. After a moment's reflection, she added, regardless of whether or not I join any organization, should I encounter any difficulties in the future, you may seek my assistance. We are already friends, after all. Tobirama chuckled, then I shall formally invite you in the future. He then added, by the way, Sarah, much of today's affairs are confidential. Remember to keep them under wraps. Sarah, somewhat irked, replied, I know without you telling me. You come from the future, traversing time and space, and with the presence of a Jinchuriki. This must be high-level intelligence in your ninja realm, right? At this thought, she unconsciously grasped the finely crafted chakra blade that Naruto had gifted her. Chapter 80 Sakura unfolded the note. In the world of Naruto, Naruto and Captain Yamato awakened. Suddenly, a large white bird swooped down, and a girl with pink hair leaped off, rushing to Naruto's side with concern. She supported him, asking, Naruto, are you all right? Naruto, cradling his head, transitioned from confusion to clarity as he recalled the extraordinary journey he had just experienced. He couldn't help but exclaim, Sakura, You would never believe what I've encountered. Haha, you'll be utterly shocked. But alas, many of the events are so bizarre, I'm not sure if I should share them. Sakura, looking bewildered, questioned, Didn't you just lose consciousness? What could you possibly have encountered? Suddenly, a realization struck her. Her expression shifted from worry to disgust as she asked, You didn't have some indecent dream while unconscious, did you? Naruto retorted, Impossible. That was not a dream. It was another world. As he spoke, he instinctively raised his hand. Gesturing animatedly, a note slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Sakura immediately noticed it and, filled with curiosity, picked it up, asking, What is this? Naruto recalled that it was a note given to him by Rin, instructing him to deliver it to a masked individual who claimed to be Uchiha Obito. He also remembered Rin's admonition, Absolutely do not peek. In a flurry, he exclaimed to Sakura, Sakura, don't look. However, it was too late. Sakura had already opened the note and read aloud, I have been watching you, Rin. Confused, Sakura turned to Naruto, asking, Naruto, what does this mean? Then, a realization dawned upon her. Wait, this is clearly written by a girl, and the handwriting is so delicate. Grabbing Naruto by the ear, she scolded, Well, Naruto, when did you attract a girl named Rin? How come I didn't know? And why is she writing such mushy things to you? Naruto yelped in pain, Ouch, ouch. Ouch, Sakura, this is really not for me. It's a message entrusted to me for someone else. Sakura huffed, applying pressure, Are you still not telling the truth? When did you become so dishonest, Naruto? He protested vehemently, I swear, it's not me. Meanwhile, on their return journey, Tobirama curiously inquired of Rin, what exactly did you write in the note for Naruto to show to another version of me? Rin smiled and replied, I merely reminded him that another version of me has been watching over him. Obito's expression shifted. What if the other me learns of this and decides to annihilate the world? Rin gently nudged Obito. Why not consider a more optimistic perspective? If he were to realize that I have been watching over him all along, perhaps he might have a change of heart. Obito chuckled bitterly, saying, Although that possibility exists. Rin, you were unaware of how extreme I was at that time. I had already committed so many wrongdoings that there was no turning back. Rin's gaze suddenly deepened. And she inquired, Obito, you wanted to reveal information about another version of yourself to Naruto, didn't you? Obito's gaze flickered with hesitation. I indeed harbor such intentions. Rin sighed. Obito, do you wish for Naruto to stop you, or for him to unite the Ninja Alliance to defeat you? Obito let out a bitter smile, admitting, I have entertained such thoughts. Rin shook her head and replied, But Obito, is what you are doing fair to the other version of yourself in another world? Obito found himself at a loss for words, which is undoubtedly unjust. In the world of ninjas, intelligence warfare prevails in many instances. Should he reveal his true self, the counterpart in another realm would undoubtedly suffer immensely. Rin remarked, Thus, Obito, it is not that I am unaware of your extreme nature during that time. However, much of his actions were influenced by me. At the very least, I wish to grant him the autonomy to choose for himself. Suddenly, Obito felt a pang of bitterness. Lin, are you concerned about him? Lin nodded softly. Indeed, I care for him deeply, and my heart aches for him. Obito, feeling a tinge of jealousy, leaned in softly and inquired, So, do you care more about him? Or do you care more about me? Rin couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied, What do you think? Under the weight of his evident despondency, Obito murmured, Lin, you clearly care more about him. Observing the sorrow etched on Obito's face, Lin's heart softened unexpectedly. She hurriedly replied, Of course I care more about you. It is because of you that I cannot simply turn a blind eye to him. Obito snorted, I do not believe it. Rin replied helplessly, How can I make you believe? Obito suddenly burst into laughter, saying, After completing the mission, come home with me. It has been such a long time since you last stayed at my place. It was then that Rin realized she had fallen into Obito's cunning trap. Obito, you are becoming increasingly cunning. She let out a hum and, with a smile, said, Let me think for a moment. I haven't quite decided yet. Toby gazed at Rin and remarked, Rin, I too wish to observe your slumbering visage. It is unfair that only you steal glances at me while I am asleep. Rin's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, pondering that Toby had indeed learned some mischief during his time with Naruto. The team led by Minato finally returned to Konoha in the dead of night. Eventually, Rin acquiesced to Toby's request and accompanied him home. Of course, their interaction was limited to merely sharing a sleeping moment, devoid of any further incidents. The following day, Minato's team presented their mission report to the third Hokage. Though many details were deliberately withheld by Minato, He conveniently justified his actions by explaining that they had encountered time-space ninjutsu, and to prevent any disruption to the timeline. He had sealed everyone's memories. Minato bore no ill will toward the third Hokage, but after hearing Toby recount Naruto's childhood experiences, he felt that the third Hokage had failed to adequately protect Naruto. While he could understand the rationale behind not disclosing Naruto's true identity or revealing the identities of his biological parents, given the circumstances surrounding the Third Great Ninja War, where Minato's reputation as the Yellow Flash had been built upon the suffering of other nations, it was indeed a precarious situation. Thus, concealing Naruto's identity was a protective measure. However, if the identity of the fourth Hokage's son could be obscured, why not also shield the information regarding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, allowing Naruto to enjoy a relatively stable childhood? The legends surrounding the Fox Demon were well known and widely circulated. The other great nations were aware of Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which posed significant danger to him. Perhaps the rumors had initially been spread by Danzo, but the third Hokage's inaction, his failure to refute the claims or intervene, allowed Naruto to become a target for the public's ire. As Toby pointed out, why should a family that sacrificed everything for Konoha see their descendants treated as scapegoats? Consequently, Minato felt a tinge of disappointment towards the third Hokage, no longer viewing him with unreserved admiration. As for Kushina, upon hearing Naruto's story, she was filled with an overwhelming desire to storm the Hokage's office and reenact the Nine-Tails incident right before the third Hokage. Of course, the third Hokage remained oblivious to any of this. From his perspective, Minato's team had successfully completed their mission. Thus, he rewarded them with a substantial S-rank mission payment and granted them an extended break. During this time, Minato's team embarked on a new round of training. Under the suggestions of Toby and Minato, Kakashi attempted to meld lightning release with the sword techniques of the Hatake clan. Rin, meanwhile, diligently adapted to and mastered the power of the dragon veins. A model student at the Ninja Academy, Rin possessed a solid foundation in her skills. Once she broke through her bloodline limits and harnessed her formidable power, she transformed into an exceptionally formidable force. As a result, this period saw Rin's greatest growth. In their most recent sparring session, she proved nearly equal to Kakashi, and due to her ample chakra reserves, she even held an advantage in non-lethal confrontations. However, as Rin was not primarily a combatant, she may have fallen short in life and death scenarios. Nevertheless, Toby did not wish for Rin to gamble with her life. He only desired for her to be capable of self-defense until he could come to her aid. As Rin progressed, Toby was also hard at work. With all conditions prepared, he was ready to commence the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Chapter 81. Chakra Measurement Unit. One card in the Kamui space, an area meticulously isolated by Toby. Various experimental apparatuses were arranged. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi appeared in the vicinity. Observing the array of sophisticated machinery surrounding them, Rin exclaimed, "I never imagined, Obito, that you could transform this place so dramatically in just 3 short months." Obito beheld Rin with eyes filled with admiration, feeling a sense of accomplishment wash over him. He had indeed expended considerable effort in this endeavor. Initially, he met with Fugaku, persuading him to release a substantial sum of wealth secreted away by the Uchiha clan in the hidden village of cats. Subsequently, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse to the nearest black market multiple times, laundering the money in the process. Finally, through various channels, he discreetly gathered all the necessary goods without raising suspicion. Fortunately, Obito's previous dealings with the black market had endowed him with a profound understanding of its operational intricacies. Otherwise, achieving this would have proven far more challenging. The motive behind his actions was, of course, secrecy. For if it became known that he had recently acquired would release experimental data from Orochimaru, and then rumors surfaced about the purchase of various experimental apparatus, it would be tantamount to self-incrimination. Moreover, Madara was covertly monitoring the situation, having lost a white Zetsu, although it had not transmitted any information. It would inevitably heighten his vigilance. Consequently, Obito relocated the experimental site into the Kamui dimension. While frequent usage of Kamui could impair his vision, with the imminent transplantation of Hashirama cells, he harbored little concern. This realm was accessible solely to him. No other individual could infiltrate it, ensuring maximum security and confidentiality. The only precaution to bear in mind was to refrain from transporting items to this vicinity during battles. Nevertheless, the Kamui space was vast, stretching beyond the horizon. As long as he chose a more distant location, there was little to fear aside from the most formidable 6 pads level techniques. When the time came to counter such attacks, there would be little room for caution anyway. With this thought, Obito turned to Rin and said, Rin, this will be our secret base from now on. It will serve not only as a laboratory but also as a temporary refuge in times of conflict. Rin nodded, her face alight with joy, replying, with the secret base. Our safety during missions will be significantly enhanced. At least we need not worry about being ambushed by enemies while camping in the wilderness. Obito smiled and said, well, Rin, I entrust you with the transplantation of the Hashirama cells this time. Rin replied with a smile, rest assured, I have thoroughly studied the materials you provided. I have no issues with the specific transplantation procedures. Meanwhile, Kakashi let out a dissatisfied huff, saying, Obito, I can understand your need for Rin's assistance as a medical ninja for your experiment, but what is the purpose of involving me as well? Obito gestured around and said, Kakashi, have you not noticed that something is amiss in my laboratory? Kakashi paused in surprise. What is missing? Obito remarked, we are lacking in electricity. Thus I require someone to generate power for this laboratory. Kakashi, you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Kakashi, taken aback, retorted. Are you truly considering me as merely a power generator? Logically, Rin's dragon vein energy could suffice for this task. After all, a vast city like Lulan depends on the energy provided by dragon veins, so a modest laboratory should pose no challenge. Obito remarked, indeed, the dragon vein can provide energy. But Rin must assist me in cell transplantation, leaving me with little time. Kakashi, in truth, powering this experiment would also benefit you. Although your chakra reserves are considerable for your age, they pale in comparison to those of true elite shinobi. I have conceived an excellent method to enhance your chakra. By repeatedly depleting it, your upper limit will gradually rise through this expenditure. Kakashi, with a disdainful gaze reminiscent of a dead fish, retorted, you are merely exploiting me like a beast of burden, all while pretending it's for my benefit. Now, tell me how you intend to power this endeavor. Obito gestured towards a metallic platform at the heart of the region, stating, simply channel your lightning chakra into there. This is an energy converter crafted specifically by Sister Kushina. It incorporates advanced sealing techniques that effectively harness energy without excessive waste, surpassing even that of Lulan. Kakashi rolled his eyes, yet his curiosity piqued, compelling him to approach and input his lightning chakra into the device. Instantly, the surrounding space illuminated, and various machines sprang to life. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, so this is another application of chakra? When utilized wisely, it seems to serve purposes beyond mere destruction, offering convenience to many. Obito remarked, indeed, I never contemplated this in my past life. It was only after witnessing how Lulan harnessed the dragon veins that inspiration struck me. Perhaps this was the original intent of the Sage of Six Paths when he founded the ninja sect, to utilize chakra for the betterment of humanity. After a while, Kakashi sensed his chakra waning and said, I cannot sustain this for much longer. Will the laboratory cease to function once I stop inputting? Obito shook his head and reassured. Rest assured, the chakra you input will be automatically stored. This is precisely why I sought the assistance of the leader. Although your chakra reserve may be modest, a single input should suffice for an extended duration. Kakashi suddenly felt a sense of being deceived. After all, Rin could also channel chakra into the dragon vein in such a manner. Obito chuckled. It was originally designed based on Rin's dragon vein power. However, the chakra of a Jinchuriki is far too immense for ordinary ninjas to compare, making it inconvenient to calculate how long an ordinary ninja's chakra could sustain this place. Kakashi, with a furrowed brow, replied, so this is your intention, to use me as a subject for experimentation? Despite his words, Kakashi did not cease his input. Obito consoled Kakashi, saying, Kakashi, my intention in this endeavor is to perhaps invent more devices of a similar nature, which could benefit ordinary ninjas as well. Who knows? We might harness this invention to bring prosperity to humanity and, in turn, achieve great wealth ourselves. Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt that there was indeed a possibility. Suddenly, he found himself uncertain whether his emotions leaned more towards resentment or relief. Obito continued, let us not be so stingy. Input all the chakra at once, then cease. Once the subsequent data is calculated, we can simply use your chakra quantity as the standard measurement unit once this device is fully disseminated. What shall we call it? Allow me a moment to ponder. After contemplating for a moment, Obito's eyes sparkled with a revelation. I have an idea. Let us designate the entirety of Kakashi's chakra as one unit, which we shall call one Kakashi. If this device eventually becomes widespread, you might find yourself enjoying a modicum of fame. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 82. Successfully transplanted Hashirama cells one Kakashi? Kakashi pondered, sensing an oddity in the suggestion. Was this meant to extol his greatness? Or was it a veiled jab at the scarcity of his chakra? relegating it to the status of a mere standard measurement? Kakashi promptly shook his head, responding, "No. Perhaps you should give it a try. Input all of your chakra, and we could then refer to it as one Obito or one Earth." At that moment, Kakashi's chakra was entirely depleted, ceasing the input. Yet, the surrounding apparatus continued to function normally. Obito chuckled, "Kakashi, you need not worry. Simply rest easy. Do you see that blue energy bar on the console? That represents your total chakra. As long as it remains unspent, there shall be no issues here." Kakashi huffed, dismissing Obito's words, and instead settled onto the ground, closing his eyes to peacefully cultivate his chakra. Obito cast a glance at Rin, producing a small sealing scroll which he unfurled to reveal a tiny vial. "Rin, within this vial lies the very essence of Hashirama's cellular tissue. I have meticulously processed it according to the experimental data provided by Orochimaru, ensuring it is in the most suitable state for transplantation. Now, I require you to implant it into my right arm. While the procedure carries certain risks, given the diminutive size of the sample, it should pose minimal complications." Rin accepted the vial, gazing at the small fragment of cell suspended in a special solution, her expression tinged with hesitation. "Obito, are you truly prepared for this?" Obito nodded slightly, taking a seat and shedding his outer garment, revealing his entire right arm. "Come on, I believe I will not fail." Rin could only nod in response. Retrieving the surgical instruments that Obito had meticulously prepared and soaked in disinfectant, she then cautiously opened the vial containing the Hashirama cells, donned her gloves, and deftly grasped a fragment of the cellular tissue with the tweezers. "Obito, it might hurt a bit. Bear with it." Upon finishing her words, a radiant blue light emanated from her other hand as she gently touched Obito's right arm and made a swift incision. In an instant, a cut appeared on Obito's arm, and Rin quickly inserted the Hashirama cells into the wound, promptly performing the cellular fusion technique. The entire procedure flowed seamlessly, and remarkably, not a drop of blood was shed. As Rin's meticulous actions halted any bleeding, Rin's medical skills had indeed grown stronger. Suddenly, Obito sensed a familiar energy surge in his right arm, of vast vitality, akin to the power of yang release. In his previous life, it was this very force that allowed Obito to wield the Mangekyō Sharingan without hesitation. However, this energy exhibited a potent invasive quality. Having just fused with the cells, it began to spread incessantly, threatening to assimilate all of Obito's cells throughout his body. Obito was acutely aware of the consequences. If this force of assimilation could not be suppressed, his entire being would ultimately transform into a tree. However, he was well prepared. As he activated his three-tomo Sharingan, a unique, chilling chakra emanated from it, advancing towards the encroaching energy. Soon, the two forces collided, resulting in a stalemate. Drawing from his past experience with wood release, Obito seized the opportunity to manipulate this energy, and before long, he had it entirely under his control. He infused this energy throughout his limbs, enveloping his entire body in a profound vitality. Obito smiled at Rin, saying, "Rin, the transplantation proceeded remarkably smoothly. Perhaps it is due to my familiarity with the energy of the Hashirama cells, which made the fusion less arduous." The three-tomo Sharingan effectively suppressed it. Rin sighed in relief and asked, "So, Obito, are you considering more transplants?" Toby shook his head. "There is no need for more. Having it is sufficient. The cells of Hashirama represent a fusion of yang release chakra and Ashura chakra. Under the stimulation of my Sharingan's in release chakra, they will gradually integrate with my body, autonomously reproducing and eventually replacing all of my cells. Of course, this is a feat only possible with the Uchiha bloodline. Thus, even though I have only transplanted a small fragment, it is more than adequate." Rin exclaimed with delight. "So, does this mean that the side effects of your Mangekyō Sharingan have been resolved, Toby?" Obito pondered for a moment before opening his kaleidoscope eyes, immersing himself in the sensations. After a brief interval, he spoke, "I have resolved a portion of the issues. Now, utilizing these eyes imposes little burden on my body. Certain techniques, particularly those that do not heavily deplete chakra, such as the ability of my right eye to absorb others or to teleport myself, can now be employed with minimal concern for their side effects. Perhaps it would take tens of thousands of uses before any symptoms of blindness would manifest. However, the powers of my left eye, such as spatial cutting and distortion, as well as the higher-level abilities that arise from the synergy of both eyes, still carry significant side effects and should not be recklessly utilized." Rin's expression darkened with worry. "Is that so? Then will we need to seek out even more solutions in the future?" Toby shook his head. "As I mentioned earlier, my original cells will gradually be replaced by yang release chakra cells, but this requires a process. As the replacement progresses, my own young release chakra will also become more abundant, and in the future, the side effects of those abilities will gradually diminish. Linden brightened up. That's wonderful. I initially thought that transplanting the Hashirama cells would be quite challenging, but the actual process is so simple. Obito smiled and remarked, the difficulty lies in preparation and trial and error. The piece of Hashirama cell that you have transplanted today is the purest part one managed to isolate after countless failures. Not to mention the many lives lost during Orochimaru's experiments. Rin, upon reflection, felt a wave of harsh reality wash over her. Indeed, what now appears to be a simple experiment is built upon the foundation of numerous lives lost and the resurrection of Obito himself. Unable to contain her emotions, Rin lamented. It is evident that intelligence and experience are the two most formidable abilities in the shinobi world. Tobirama nodded, the image of Itachi surfacing in his mind, and could not help but say, we must also add health to the equation. Lin immediately responded with a smile. Indeed, health. We all must remain in good health. At that moment, Kakashi, nearly fully recovered, stood up and inquired, is that all there is to it? Toby nodded slightly, acknowledging that although the side effects had not been completely resolved, his strength had indeed increased significantly. Today is a day worth celebrating. Let us go and dine with Teacher Minato. Kakashi let out a sound of disapproval, but refrained from contradicting Toby's suggestion. The group was transported out of Kamui's space by Toby and made their way to Minato's home. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sound of Kushina's furious voice echoing from within the house as she unleashed her wrath upon Minato. I told you not to keep secrets from me, Minato. How could you do this? Minato's voice followed, attempting to calm her down. Kushina, please remain calm. The situation was urgent, and we were pressed for time. And what of it? You infuriate me. The group exchanged glances, bewildered by the commotion inside. Sensing their presence at the door, both parties, endowed with extraordinary perception abilities, paused. Kushina momentarily ceased her tirade and opened the door. Just as Kakashi was about to inquire about the situation, Kushina smirked coldly and raised her fist. Ah, just in time. You all come in. As the three entered, they noticed Minato's battered appearance. Despite being a handsome man, he now resembled a ragged figure. You three, step forward and stand with Minato, Kushina commanded, her tone leaving no room for defiance. The trio, feeling a surge of anxiety, obediently lined up beside Minato. Kushina then stormed into the kitchen, returning with a spatula in hand. The three exchanged alarmed looks. It was evident that this spatula was not intended for cooking, and they feared they might be the dish on the menu. Rin, feeling a mix of awkwardness and caution, ventured, Teacher, what is happening here? Kushina's frustration erupted as she directed her ire at Rin. Rin, have you two learned from those three scoundrels? How could you hide things from me after all the kindness I have shown you? Does your conscience not ache? She then turned her furious gaze upon Toby, striking him on the head with the spatula. And you, have you grown bold, a wolf in sheep's clothing? You think I've forgotten your past treachery? I have forgiven you in this life, and yet you continue to act like a deceitful wolf. Kushina then directed her wrath towards Kakashi, delivering another blow with the spatula. You too, Kakashi. Do not think I am oblivious to your silent demeanor. You prefer to keep secrets, do you? Finally, her attention shifted to Minato, where she unleashed a punch that sent blood streaming from his nose. And you, the most despicable of all, unless you provide me with an explanation today, none of you shall leave this house. As Kushina transformed into a tempest of rage, Toby, cradling his head, turned to Minato and whispered, Teacher, what has transpired to incite her fury? Have you dragged us into this predicament? Minato, covering his face, sighed. I inadvertently let slip about Naruto's future, and Kushina found out. What? The trio exclaimed in unison, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. Kushina's eyes blazed with fury. Indeed, you encountered the future Naruto. And Minato has disclosed everything to me. Why did you not inform me? Why keep it a secret? Rin, feeling guilty, attempted to explain, Teacher, we did not mean to conceal it. We feared it would sadden you. Sadden me. If it were not for the fact that Rin is a girl, I would have scolded her too. Did not Naruto return to the village to see Jiraiya? If he can see him, why can he not visit me? Kushina pointed to herself, fuming. Why did you not tell him? His name is Uzumaki Naruto. He shares my surname. I am Uzumaki Kushina, his biological mother. If you had informed him, would he not have come to see me? The trio exchanged anxious glances towards Minato, who awkwardly replied, I thought it best to leave the first meeting between Naruto and his mother to another version of you. She deserves that moment. Kushina, seething, retorted. Then why not grant the opportunity of meeting Naruto to another version of yourself? Why do you get to see him while I cannot? Minato defended himself. I had no choice. The mission simply led to this encounter. Kushina struck Minato once more. Then, overwhelmed with emotion, she began to weep. What a precious opportunity to meet Naruto, and you all kept it from me. With determination in her eyes, Kushina declared, No, I must see Naruto. Toby, you are the most cunning among us. Devise a plan to ensure I meet Naruto, or I shall not forgive you. At that moment, a jolt of apprehension surged through Obito's heart. This was a decisive blow for him, and he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal to the leader. However, how could he possibly meet Naruto? Should he attempt to harness the dormant temporal power beneath Lulan? Yet, could he truly ensure that no errors would arise? Obito could only gaze towards Kakashi, seeking his counsel. Kakashi immediately shook his head, stating, No one can predict what might transpire. If we truly disturb the fabric of time, we would become the villains of the ninja world. Kushina, unwilling to concede, retorted, Kakashi, in your heart, what holds greater significance? The ninja world or me? Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately murmuring, Both are important. Kushina pressed on relentlessly, then. If one day you had to choose between the destruction of the ninja world and my demise, which would you select? Kakashi's expression darkened. Could such a choice even be made? He pondered gravely for a moment before letting out a sigh. I choose you. Kushina declared, If you choose me, I will find a way. I must see Naruto. At that moment, Obito interjected, Kushina, that 16-year-old Naruto will be quite difficult to meet again. But I have a method that will allow you to see him. Kushina's curiosity was piqued. What method? Obito chuckled. Sister, why not start putting in some effort from tonight? Perhaps by next year, you may have the chance to see Naruto. Kushina's face flushed crimson as she smacked Obito on the head with a spatula. You're being ridiculous. We aren't even married yet, and besides, the third great ninja war is about to erupt. Obito remarked, It matters not that you remain unmarried, dear leader. Rest assured, the shinobi world war will unfold. Yet it shall not hinder your ability to bear children. I assure you, there is no need for your intervention. Which of the four great nations would dare disturb you? I shall bring them to tears. With Obito's diversion, Kushina's anger dissipated significantly, and she inquired with skepticism, Obito, from whence do you draw this confidence? You are indeed powerful. Yet are you truly that formidable at present? Suddenly, a thought struck Kushina. Could it be that you have successfully transplanted the cells of Hashirama? Obito chuckled. Indeed. I have succeeded. Although the side effects have not been completely eradicated, my power has significantly increased. At the very least, I can now awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. Kushina pondered. So, you are capable of awakening the Mangekyō now? What kind of strength do you believe you possess at this moment? With unwavering confidence, Obito declared. Even if I may not surpass the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara at the founding of Konohagakure, I should certainly exceed the capabilities of an ordinary Kage. After all, confronting the third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage poses no challenge for me. Kushina pondered for a moment and replied, Very well, Obito. If the major villages dare to assault Konoha, you must seek out their Kage and engage them in earnest dialogue, persuading them to relinquish their misguided intentions. If you can achieve this, I shall overlook today's events. Toby pounded his chest with assurance, declaring, Rest assured, boss lady, I've got this covered. Kushina snorted, her gaze shifting from anger to tenderness as she looked at Minato. Darling, let us marry this month. Minato's mouth fell agape. Huh? But isn't this a bit too hasty? Kushina, growing impatient, insisted, Just answer me. Are we getting married or not? Don't you want to see Naruto sooner? Minato hesitated, aware that if war erupted, he might be extremely busy, especially since Toby's resurrection had altered all timelines. He could not guarantee that he would avoid unforeseen circumstances on the battlefield. What would happen to Kushina if anything were to happen to him? However, upon glancing at Toby, he reconsidered. Toby had a point. With formidable strength that could subdue the nations, thus eliminating danger. With Toby around, there was no cause for concern. Smiling, he nodded at Kushina. If you wish to marry, then let it be so. Chapter 84. Minato delivered the wedding invitation to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon receiving the invitation, felt a sudden pang in his heart. Trembling, he retrieved his pipe, taking a puff to calm his nerves. Ordinarily, he refrained from smoking in front of his subordinates, but this time, he was genuinely startled. Minato was rushing things. With war looming, a wedding at this juncture seemed ill-timed. Minato gestured to his bandaged face. Hiruzen, please understand, I must marry. Otherwise, my wife will go berserk. Hiruzen coughed, having noticed Minato's injuries as soon as he entered. Did Kushina do this? Minato nodded, tacitly agreeing, reflecting that had he not restrained Kushina, she would have dealt Hiruzen an even harsher blow upon learning of Naruto's tragic circumstances. Hiruzen was momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to utter, "Do you truly believe you can end this war alone?" Minato replied confidently, "I am certain." His confidence partly stemmed from Tobi, though he naturally refrained from divulging this in front of Hiruzen. Besides, he believed he could influence the course of battle even without Tobi. Hiruzen rose, turning away, his figure appearing somewhat aged. "Well, if you wish to marry, then so be it. I cannot dictate your youthful choices. Encouraging marriage before war is not a bad idea. It promotes procreation." Minato, feeling awkward, stammered, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Hiruzen waved him off, and Minato exited promptly. Shortly thereafter, as Hiruzen continued to ponder his worries, another individual barged in with a loud bang. Without needing to turn around, Hiruzen knew who it was. Before the person could even speak, Hiruzen interjected, "Danzo, I am the Hokage. Can you not be more careful when entering and exiting? How many times must we repair this door?" Danzo, visibly irate, slammed the wedding invitation onto Hiruzen's desk. "Do you realize this invitation has reached my route? This is outrageous." Minato shows no regard for the broader situation. Does he not understand the current tension in the shinobi world? Hiruzen turned to his old friend, noticing the new wrinkles on his face, and sighed. "Danzo, you have aged." Danzo, feeling the weight of the remark, retorted, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I am unworthy of the Hokage position?" He countered, "As if you are not old yourself. If you can't even prevent a farce, perhaps you should step aside and let Minato take over." Hiruzen thought, "Danzo, how do you know I haven't considered that?" However, he merely replied, "Don't misunderstand. My point is, with age comes the need to step out from the shadows. Attending a young couple's wedding is not a bad idea." Danzo paused, then realized. "So you truly support this wedding? You intend to attend? Are you aware of Kushina's background?" Hiruzen regarded his old friend, reflecting on how naive he still was after all these years. "And what if I do? Can you control that?" Danzo was rendered speechless. Kushina's status was indeed unique. Due to her lineage, she represented the Senju clan. In a sense, the Senju clan embodied the village. With the recent death of Mito, now was not the time to provoke Kushina. Hiruzen's position would be precarious if he did so. Danzo deflated, gritting his teeth, "Curse it. I should have controlled the Jinchuriki back then and recruited Minato into Root." Hiruzen concealed a smirk. Before mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato was unworthy of Root's consideration. After mastering it, could Root still have any claim over him? Just as with Tobi, who, after mastering the technique, had been sought after by Danzo multiple times. But could that ever happen? Tobi, fully comprehending the will of fire, was destined to serve Minato loyally. Danzo sensed Hiruzen's unusual gaze and barked, "What are you thinking, Hiruzen?" In any case, this wedding was of no concern to him. "Whoever wishes to attend may do so. I certainly will not." Hiruzen suddenly felt less troubled, realizing someone was even more concerned than him. Minato maintained good relations with the various clan leaders. He might very well become the next generation's leader. "Are you truly going to miss this?" Danzo was furious. "Hiruzen, you will regret this." This time, he did not allow Hiruzen to retort. Bang! Danzo stormed out. Hiruzen gazed at the nearly destroyed door, shaking his head in resignation. "Well, it seems I must find someone to repair this door again." Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan, Tobi delivered the invitation to Fugaku's residence. Fugaku was taken aback. "Tobi, Minato is getting married at such a time?" Even Fugaku found it ill-timed. Yet Tobi smiled and said, "Fugaku, Itachi is already a year old." Fugaku coughed slightly. "But at this moment, with war." Obito interrupted Fugaku's words, inquiring, "What about the war? If it comes to fighting, who is afraid of whom?" At that moment, Fugaku recalled that Obito had not only awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, but had also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He was uncertain of the extent of Obito's current strength. Thus, he chuckled, "Since you believe there is no issue, then indeed there is none. Mikado and I will be present at Minato's wedding on time." Kushina's marriage brings joy to Mikado as well. With that, Fugaku shifted his focus away from the wedding and instead posed another question. "Obito, last time you requested a substantial sum of money from me. What exactly are your intentions for it?" "This amount is quite considerable," Obito remarked softly. "This sum of money can resolve a significant issue for the Uchiha clan. At the opportune moment, you shall be the first to benefit." Fugaku was taken aback, pondering what exactly he might enjoy. "Obito, are you referring to the elevation of the Uchiha status?" Tobi shook his head and said, "Never mind. I shall share this with you, but do remember to keep it confidential." This sum of money is intended to address the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, the method of resolution is rather sensitive, especially at this critical juncture. Therefore, we shall discuss it further once the war has concluded. Fugaku was taken aback, as Toby continued to astonish him with one revelation after another, nearly to the point of alarm. Could such a modest sum truly alleviate the side effects of the Mangekyō? Suddenly, he perceived its immense value. It was indeed worth it. As expected, his investments had never led to failure. Toby, is the amount sufficient? If not, I could provide you with an additional sum, also concealed within the secret funds of the hidden cat village, which would go unnoticed. Toby shook his head, stating, for the time being, this is sufficient. However, once the war commences, I will engage with the Akatsuki organization, and it may no longer suffice. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Fugaku nodded in agreement. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to reach out to me at any time. Toby rose to his feet, saying, very well, I have come primarily to deliver an invitation. I shall take my leave now. Having uttered these words, he departed. Upon returning to his abode, he unexpectedly encountered Shursui. Shursui wore an expression of exhilaration as he exclaimed, Toby-senpai, under your guidance, I have made significant progress with my phantom body flicker technique. I have resolved the issue with the Sharingan's mark, and as long as my chakra is sufficient, I should be able to execute this technique without any difficulties. Chapter 85. The body flicker technique of Shursui is gradually taking shape. Obito was momentarily taken aback. Although he had indeed provided substantial assistance to Shursui, the latter should have developed this technique earlier than in his previous life. However, the speed of progress was astonishing. This truly presented him with a significant surprise. Without further ado, he seized Shursui and made his way to the Uchiha specialized training ground. In the past, Obito could only train at the ordinary training grounds, but since his elevation to elder, his treatment had changed remarkably. Initially, a small number of Uchiha elites who were aware of his new status expressed some dissent, but upon learning that Obito had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, such dissent dissipated entirely. The training ground awaited. Obito gazed at Shursui and inquired, Shursui, would you be so kind as to demonstrate your technique for me? Uchiha Shursui nodded, albeit with a hint of shyness, and replied, Senior Obito, my current chakra reserves are insufficient. I can only summon 2 clones. With that, he activated his Sharingan, forming hand seals with precision. Body flicker technique. In an instant, 2 clones, identical in appearance to him, materialized at his side, beginning to move with remarkable grace. Obito activated his Sharingan and observed for a while, exclaiming in astonishment. It indeed resembled an ordinary clone, merely an illusion. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the original body was nowhere to be found, even with the aid of the Sharingan. To the right, Shursui spoke with pride. My first battle against you, Obito-senpai, taught me the significance of cunning. The Shursui in the center interjected. Thus, I employed my Sharingan Jinjutsu to conceal myself as well. The Shursui on the left continued. In this manner, the enemy is rendered incapable of making an effective judgment and cannot target my true form. Obito's lips curled into a faint smile. Interesting, Shursui, come at me. I am eager to witness the extent of this technique. The 3 Shijuis nodded in unison and charged towards Obito. The first Shursui swiftly approached Obito and unleashed a punch. This time, in the spirit of testing Shursui's technique, Obito refrained from employing any peculiar abilities and simply chose to block. Bang! Their fists collided. At that moment, the second Shursui had already launched a flying kick towards him. Obito swiftly pivoted, successfully blocking the attack. The third strike from Shursui followed closely behind. Thus, Shursui unleashed a relentless series of 7 or 8 consecutive assaults, all of which Obito deftly parried, despite knowing that 2 of them were mere clones. Each blow he deflected was nonetheless a tangible strike. Obito found the situation increasingly intriguing. In the next moment, his speed surged unexpectedly, launching him toward the clone of Shursui he had deduced to be the most likely real entity during their earlier skirmish. This sudden maneuver caught him off guard. With his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, Obito's velocity had been honed to a level surpassing that of his previous life. Naturally inclined to capitalize on the aftermath of an assault, his timing was impeccable. His stillness belied the startling agility he possessed. Consequently, the Shursui clone failed to react in time, watching helplessly as Obito's fist approached. However, his punch did not connect with its intended target but instead passed through it, striking nothing but air. This clone was merely a phantasm. At that moment, an indescribable and peculiar sensation welled up within Obito. Was this scene familiar to him? Indeed, it was all too familiar. Previously, he had been the one to become ethereal, and now the roles had reversed. Shisui did not grant him the luxury of time to adjust. As Obito's fist met emptiness, the other two clones seized the opportunity and simultaneously lunged at him. Shisui surmised that Obito would be unable to respond effectively. As anticipated, Obito swiftly discarded a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, his form abruptly vanishing from sight and reappearing at the original position. Had he left a mark there from the outset? Shisui felt a tinge of regret, realizing the challenge posed by the Flying Thunder God technique, yet he also felt a surge of exhilaration. Forcing Obito to resort to this tactic indicated his own progress. In contrast to their initial encounter, Shisui now possessed a clear understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. He remained vigilant, his Sharingan fixated on the kunai suspended in the air as Obito departed. As expected, in the next instant, Obito's silhouette re-emerged before the kunai. At that moment, Shisui's three clones were positioned closely together, fortuitously aligned in a straight line. Seizing the opportunity, Obito grasped the kunai and executed a sweeping strike from left to right. Unable to discern which was the genuine entity, he resolved to attack all three simultaneously.